Hello there, and welcome to the first ever My Mom's Basement 24-hour marathon stream, and may the 4th be with you. That is right, for 24 hours, we are going to be celebrating Star Wars, the entire franchise, every aspect of it. We are leaving no stone left unturned. It is Robbie Fox, and I will be joined by various guests throughout the stream. We're going to have guests from Barstool, guests from outside of Barstool, guests that have something to do with the Star Wars universe in some way. We have video premieres, segments. It's all brought to you, of course, by Stella Blue. You see it on the couch next to me, the Stella Blue Cold Brew. We've got the Stella Blue. We've got the Miss Peaches brand. Shout out Miss Peaches, celebrating one of her first May the 4th. I'm sure Dave had her last May the 4th, but she's a Star Wars dog. We're all Star Wars dogs at heart. We got that Star Wars dog in us. I got more costume changes than Lady Gaga planned. We've got a ton of fun stuff on the horizon. I can't wait to get into it. And if we are ready for our first guest, we will kick things off with my fellow basement boy, my basement brother, Clem. Here we are. We've got Clem in the program. Do I need the headphones for Clem?
I can. You guys hear me?
I got him. I hear him.
I
hear him. There he is. Clem, what's going on, buddy? May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you, my little Padawan. Well, I guess you're the straight-up Jedi now. You're running a 24-hour stream like an absolute psychopath. Only a Jedi would do something so reckless and crazy like that.
So, Clem, I'm going to ask a lot of guests on this stream the same list of questions for just all Star Wars fans. I feel like have answers for these. So I want to kick it off with you. Clem, tell the people what your first exposure to Star Wars was.
So, as an old, but not a super old, because I think you have to kind of quantify that in the Star Wars fandom. I was too young for obviously when it came out in the theaters. I also did not get into it when I was like a little kid. I got into it during the re-releases in the 90s, probably when they knew they were going to do Phantom Menace. And they're like, let's get a whole bunch of new Star Wars fans. So they came out in the theater, New Hope first. And I was like, you know what? I never saw Star Wars. I never did anything against it. Obviously, it always had that connotation of you're a nerd if you like Star Wars. But I remember one time I watched, it was on like my grandma's TV, and it was like, I think it was the Battle of Hoth when they're seeing the AT-ATs, and it's that grainy, like the grainy look through the telescope or whatever. And I'm like, this looks like crap. And that's not the whole movie, but that one part looks like crap. So I was like, these Star Wars things are so stupid. But anyway, watched the first one in the theater, and I was like hooked instantly, absolutely hooked. Saw the other two. My brother was already a Star Wars fan, and he's 6 years younger. So then we had the VHS at home. I banged through them, and I still have to this day my most treasured item in the world, the Luke Skywalker Return of the Jedi lightsaber. This is 1997. This bad boy was bought. This thing has survived moves, different houses, families, everything you want to talk about. It's still kicking. So I got my Luke Skywalker. It doesn't turn on anymore. Stopped making sounds even before that, but it's still here in one piece.
I love that. I love, we all have the things from our childhood. Like, I still have the original VHSs that I watched the original trilogy on, which were the special edition. It was that gold VHS case box. I know we're going to talk about all of this stuff. What is your favorite thing about Star Wars, though?
You know what? We kind of alluded to this when we were breaking down Andor the other day. Star Wars at its core, especially the original trilogy, is just good, clean American fun. Yeah, you have your bad guys, you have genocide, a planet destroyed, people getting murdered, no doubt. Which is also, I guess, in the history textbooks if you want to really be, big brain about it. However, it's like you don't see any blood. it's like nothing really feels real. The stakes are high, but it never feels like you're gonna see something gruesome. You can let the kids watch it. It's a kids show. It's a kids movie,
Yep.
right? That's what they say. So I kind of like, and that's what made it so when the Bix dropped the hard R in Andor, it was like, whoa, like that was it's like, they say BBY as like the timeline. That's like Bix. Like before Bix said that, I think Star Wars still had that childlike innocence to it. I think that completely wiped it out. And again, we're dealing with a lot of deaths and casualties have taken place in that galaxy over the years. But that's when everything changed. I don't think it'll always be like that, but that's my favorite thing about Star Wars is like, and then once you get into the culture, and once I started watching those movies and getting into the message boards, the video games, going to celebration events like that with you, it's like the fan base is interesting. It is the most toxic in the world, as KB said the other day, but it also is like a tight knit community where we all love the same shit. I had a roommate right after college for 3 years, and we would just quote the most ridiculous line, like Lando system, just stuff like that. We'd say to each other. It's so quotable and fun. So I guess that's the answer. It's just fun at its core.
And that's similar from where I come from with what I love about Star Wars. I love it's as simple as this. It's a franchise where the good guys win. And it's the same thing I love about the MCU, the same thing I love about comic book movies. I love seeing someone overcome the odds, see a rebellion, see a scrappy underdog go in and win, save the day, save the good guys, save their friends, save their family. I love the hope that Star Wars has in it. At its core, it's all about hope. That's the number one word you could put on it, and I love that. For me, I also got into Star Wars because of my brother. We both come at it from brother perspectives, where I have a brother that's 12 years older than me, and he was the one to introduce me to Star Wars. And it's kind of one of those things where if you were to say to me, what was the first exposure I had to Star Wars, I don't know, because it's been a part of my life for as long as I could remember. I've had Stormtrooper action figures and Luke Skywalker action figures and lightsabers, and that's a big point of contention still to this day, because my brother was not allowed to have the lightsabers. 12 years later, baby Fox, the parents get a little more lenient. They're like, all right, you could have the lightsabers. My sister, shout out to my sister, once hit me in the head with a lightsaber when I was like 3 years old by accident. I still haven't let her live it down. I'm still like, maybe that's why I'm so crazy about Star Wars. You hit me so hard, it imprinted that lightsaber on my memory. Clem, what is your favorite Star Wars movie?
Empire Strikes Back, by far, by far, by far, by far. It's one of my favorite movies. I'd say, I don't want to say top. It's not one. Number one is right there. My guy Bruce, Die Hard. It could be 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5. I'm thinking Godfather, Empire. It's probably top 3 when it's all said and done. It's just such a good movie. And, anytime we've talked about this in the past, anytime you have like a sequel or a trilogy where the movie gets dark or it's like a really deep story, we say it's going to be the Empire of the trilogy, and even the best, let's be honest. I always thought, I was like, before I really got to know the Star Wars fans, I was like, yeah, I like Empire. Like, I bet none of those guys even know how good Empire is. And it's like, oh no, it's like the best. It's just
It's a chalk
pretty
pick,
much,
but for a reason.
yes, exactly. It's chalk, but for a reason. I watched it right before we came on. I watched it last night, actually. And I said this on our pod a couple weeks ago. There's just something about that movie that it's like the comfort cozy zone. Like, I just feel like I've always lived in that movie, and not because I've watched it a billion times, but even like the first time, you just feel more a part of that universe than I think you do in New Hope, Jedi, and obviously all the other movies that have come since then. But that movie in particular, I don't know what they did, but you feel like you're in Hoth. You feel like you're in the Falcon going through the asteroids, and you feel like you're in Cloud City, and the places, Dagobah, they're so different and they're so awesome, and they all hit. So I think it's Empire by far. Bob, I think I know what you're going to say. I just hope you don't say what I think you could say.
For my favorite Star Wars movie? No, it's Empire. Don't get me wrong, it's Empire. We'll get into the Last Jedi stuff later. Trust me, we're touching on all of the Star Wars movies on this stream. I just saw Ben in the chat. Shout out everyone in the chat right now. Over 200 to kick this stream off. That's awesome. Ben said, is it weird that Return of the Jedi is my favorite? It's so rewatchable to me. It is not weird at all. There are movies that I would say it's maybe weird if that's your favorite. Maybe like Attack of the Clones. We'll talk about that with Nicky Smokes later on in the stream. He's coming on to defend his Attack of the Clones take. We're talking about all the Star Wars movies movies, and May the 4th is a day of no judgment for Star Wars fans. If you want to tell me Attack of the Clones is your favorite, if you want to tell me Solo is your favorite, I won't say, what, that's crazy. I'll say, oh, really? Why? And that's what today is all about. It's about celebrating Star Wars. I love that it's not called Star Wars Comic-Con when they do it. It's called Star Wars Celebration. And we couldn't make it out to Japan this year, but we're doing 24 hours of it here in the basement, Clem.
Asking Dave actually probably would have approved it, as crazy as it sounds. If we said, Dave, we have to go to Tokyo for Star Wars Celebration, he might have approved like that.
He probably would have been like,
thousands of dollars in airfare and hotels and everything. 24-hour stream in Japan could have gotten really weird. We'll have to put a pin in that one for next time. But I do want to, like, and, you know, I'm sure, like you said, we'll get into it with the different movies and stuff. I love to hear why people like certain movies. Again, when The Last Jedi came out, it was so divisive. But I remember when my first tweet, I was like, I didn't like it, and I don't know how to feel about it because I had heard it was so good, and I thought I was going to be on an island. But everyone has their own perspectives. And I'm like, well, I know Robbie's not going to like it. Boom, Robbie loved it. Jeff loved it. It's like, so it is one of those funny things. It's like when the first time you see the dress and you're like, that thing is blue and black. And then when the first time your sight changes, it kind of like changed me as like a human. It's like, wow, people really can see two different sides of the same thing. So I'd love to see get Ken Jack on to say why Solo is the best Star Wars movie. No, I know he doesn't believe that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ken Jack will be the next guest along with Gooch and Jeff D. Lowe at 11:30. They're going to join the program, and the next segment on this stream is going to be a PowerPoint presentation I made of some of the worst merchandise and toys in the history of Star Wars. I've got legit stuff. I've got bootleg stuff on there. That will be a very funny segment. But before we get to that, I just want to give you the floor. I know what your answer to this question is going to be, but I want to give you the floor to give this character their flowers. Clem, who is your favorite character in Star Wars?
You know what? Let me go get him for a second.
Go get him.
He deserves the props.
He does deserve props. And this is an easy one. If you're a basement boy or girl, you should know who Clem's answer to this one is, for sure.
My favorite character in Star Wars, and I mean, if you, Akani, you want to go back to it again, like maybe my second favorite character of all time, again, behind that man back there, John McClane, and I guess maybe Hans Gruber, is this man, and not a man, this droid, R2-D2. When I first heard of R2-D2, it's just like a little, you know, it's a couple letters and numbers, and it's kind of like freaks you out about Star Wars. Like, why are they talking about R2-D2, C-3PO? You hear all the weird names, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and it just seems so silly. But then you watch him, you love him. The comedic chemistry he has with C-3PO is through the roof, and you really just appreciate him, and he's just always there. Again, he kind of just feels like your buddy. And then the more you watch Star Wars, you're like, wait a second, R2-D2 is the most important character in the entire trilogy, and then the trilogy of trilogies. He comes through in every single movie, unlike literally any character. I don't care if your last name is Skywalker, Solo. I'm going to try this one for you, Bob. Palpatine? Did I get it?
You did get it. On May the 4th. You got it for the holiday.
I've been practicing in front of a mirror 8 hours a day, every single day, just for that moment. This guy comes through when you need the hyperdrive fixed, when you need a door opened, when you need to light shit on fire, whatever it may be. R2-D2 comes through. He is the absolute best, and I've always said this about him, and this reference gets more dated every year I say it, but it still is true to the people who know their ball. He's the Robert Ory, the big shot Bob of the Star Wars universe. He may not be your number one option, your Luke Skywalker, your Jedi, whatever it may be. He may not be Hakeem. He may not be Shaq and Kobe. But when you need a big shot or a big moment, someone to come through at a big moment, R2's always there, and he always delivers. He's a glue guy. He's the guy. He's great in the locker room, too. He's perfect. I love R2-D2. Number one character in Star Wars. But honestly, what is it, a parsec? Is a parsec a distance?
Measuring the time,
1 million
distance,
parsecs.
Yeah. It goes back and forth because it's beat the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs, and then they had to go back and re-explain all of that in Solo. That's more stuff that we could get into the weeds with later if you want to talk Solo on this stream.
Hour 18 is going to get weird, I bet.
It is. It's going to get crazy. The Stella Blue is going to need to be picking us up. We've got it right now steeping over in the fridge. I
got it in here right now.
Got it in the cup right there. We've got it as a pick-me-up for the second half of the stream. We've even got the bars, too, the protein bars and everything. I'm excited to dig into that. Who's your most underrated character, Clem? One that I feel like I might know your answer to as well.
So like it's tricky because underrated character, it's like, is it R2? He's on the poster, right? So it's like if he's on the poster, he's not really underrated in that sense. I think you think I'm gonna go with my other figure that's up here. I have two Star Wars figures, R2D2 and Lobot.
I thought you were gonna go Lobot. You're right.
I was going Lobot. And no, but it's actually a guy who I'm happy I had rewatched Empire last night because I forget he's in the Battle of Hoth. He's obviously in the first one with the Death Star, and he's in the third one against the Death Star again. I mean, it's Wedge Antilles. It's Wedge. It's like that's a ball knower. Is like you don't have to know a ton of ball, but you got to know a little to know that Wedge is just there and just puts you at ease. When Wedge is around, it's like, listen, there's a chance. There's probably people in like the Galactic Times or whatever their newspaper is, and it's like if Luke Skywalker hadn't come around, I still think we would have had a chance with Wedge as our number one guy. I honestly do believe that he didn't have the Force on his side.
Wow.
He was a hell of a pilot. Had guts of a cat burglar. I always love that saying. And sweet name. I mean, we want to talk. We went on the bracket and we did the best Star Wars names. And there's so many like hilariously ridiculous or funny or stupid names. There's also names that are just so fucking good. And I think Wedge Antilles is up there, which again, that could be like a tier 10 name. And it's still like a tier 1 in any other movie franchise. Just that's how many names they did incredibly in this series.
Brian Kaplan in the chat said the same thing. Just an unreal name, too. Not enough credit for a sweet-ass name. Wedge overall doesn't get enough credit. He also appeared in Rise of Skywalker. I know people are like, why was he in the Falcon? I agree with that. He should have been in an X-Wing, but I liked seeing him in Rise of Skywalker. That was kind of a ball-knower's cameo, where it was like, I'm sure not every kid seeing that movie knew that. They should have done a little more of that in Rise of Skywalker, but we'll also get into what they should have done in that movie later on in the stream. Clem, what is your least favorite Star Wars movie? Would it be The Last Jedi because of the divisiveness, or do you hate the prequels enough to put one below that?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. That was so matter-of-factly. Listen, The Last Jedi thing, it was more a learning experience than anything, and it still like bums me out. But at that point, Force Awakens was good. I liked Force Awakens. I understand a lot of the criticisms about it, but I had fun with it. That's all I could ask for. I did not have fun at The Last Jedi. But guys, again, I came in a little late to the game. So I had a few years where I was just getting stoked about this Phantom Menace is coming out. Oh my God, I'm so stoked. I couldn't imagine being someone who waited since '83 or, just throughout their childhood and was a diehard Star Wars fan. Like I imagine your brother was, right?
Yeah.
And then the Phantom Menace comes out and was such a heaping. And listen, I understand I am in a Star Wars safe place where there's probably a ton of people who either love the prequels as kids or maybe just love the prequels or have enjoyed their glow up on the internet these days. I hated that movie so goddamn much when it came out, and I watched it last night because AJ now has Fortnite and there's a Star Wars thing and there's all these characters from like the prequels. Grievous is in there, Jar Jar's in there, so he needs to know these characters because he just sounds like an idiot not knowing who he's talking. He keeps calling Grievous the Jedi Hunter, which isn't wrong, but like he has a name, bro. And that movie was so goddamn bad. And I just watched it again last night, and it is just as bad as I remembered. And you guys can talk about all this stuff through the eyes of a child. I'll tell you, I watched it through the eyes of a child, and AJ, he didn't like that movie either. So that movie was so bad, and it was such a disappointment. And I could try to explain how big of a disappointment it was, and maybe it'll work with certain things that maybe you've experienced in your life with disappointments. But the hype before the disappointment, I don't even know. Like, what would be the franchise that would announce that they're coming out with a prequel or a sequel to a movie, to a franchise we never thought was going to have another one? Because that's what it was like. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced before or since. And to get that movie was such a goddamn. I mean, George said it best. Like, what do you say? We might have went a little too much on some things there.
A little too far in a few places. Yeah, they might have went a little too far in a few places of that one as well. We were talking about that last night. You were saying, like, how did they let George Lucas do that? And it's just, there's a documentary about it that I recommend all the time. It's called The Beginning. And I believe it's available for free on, like, the Lucasfilm YouTube. It's just maybe an hour and a half. And it's about the behind the scenes of how they made The Phantom Menace. But it's clear that whoever edited it was like, I'm actually going to make a documentary about what went wrong in The Phantom Menace, because they just show all of the worst moments. The first screening where George says that, and he's kind of just, like, speechless of, like, uh-oh, that wasn't that wasn't like the original trilogy. There's the yes man moments. There's moments on set where production was just going awry for whatever it might have been. There were sandstorms. There was this. There was that. There's Jake Lloyd, unfortunately, like getting discouraged on set because he could tell it's not working. It's crazy, but it's someone in the chat called it aggressively mid. Andrew Jobin said aggressively mid, which is what we called Brave New World. I appreciate them bringing that back. For Star Wars kids like myself, yeah, I grew up loving The Phantom Menace for sure. But as an adult, I can look back and look at some of the lines. I'm a person and my name is Anakin. Like, there's some lines like that where you're just like, oh, what were they thinking there? What was George thinking?
Yeah, like some of the Jake Lloyd stuff, and I try to not even criticize Jake Lloyd because I know the whole behind the scenes and how tough it was, which I completely understand. But man, like they did him no favors because he's just like, and I'm watching this battle that's supposed to have all this like tension and whatever. I think he literally says, "This is tense." And I'm like, that does not. And I don't even blame like him though. Like even the Natalie Portman stuff, I'm like, Natalie Portman delivered that with like no oomph to her, and then all her like the different like commanders and even the people who were in the fighter pilots in space, they just don't like. If you watch the first three and then you watch that, you're like, this movie is nowhere like that in terms of even just the delivery of lines, and that's just the little things. However, we'll say this: Duel of Fates comes on, you're just like, whoa, like where was this the whole time, you know? So there is just those just straight up sledgehammer dropping moments. People love, I didn't really love the pod racing. I'm not a racing guy though, so if I like the pod racing, you get the Duel of the Fates. Darth Maul was an incredibly awesome looking character, which is like, why the hell did you kill him? That's the problem. However, there was one thing and one thing only that could have made the Phantom Menace end up being a good movie when it was all said and done. And Bob, you know what it is. The it's big Darth reveal Jar Jar, yep. That Darth Jar Jar was the Phantom Menace the entire time. It should have happened. I believe it would have happened. And one day, maybe on George's deathbed, he will say, Darth Jar Jar was the chosen path, and we went off it because the reviews were. I mean, again, I could say it to live it, like just how much it got panned, that movie, and Jar Jar was, you know, known as the worst of the worst, and obviously I hate what happened to the actor that played him and all that stuff. But man, it was ugly. It would have played though if Darth Jar Jar was the twist, and the fact he's now in Fortnite, he's in the Lego cartoon or whatever. That's like a little bit of a saving grace for me in all this, a silver lining to the shit platter that was the Phantom Menace.
Also, we've got our guy Antonio in the chat said Robbie literally said they weren't going to hate today. We made it 20 minutes before slandering the prequels. Now, I didn't say we weren't going to hate. I was going to say we weren't going to judge, right? We were going to say if the Phantom Menace is your favorite, all the power in the world to you. Thank the maker. I love that for you. But as Star Wars fans, we can't do a 24-hour Star Wars stream and not criticize just a little bit of Star Wars. That's part of what makes Star Wars fans who they are, right? We gotta give it to them as much as we give them praise and give them their flowers.
To be honest, I hadn't even planned to bring up The Last Jedi on my own. Robbie asked the question, least favorite movie, you're gonna get that. But it's like the Force. Like, there's a lot of good in the Force. But you need the dark side for the Force to exist, as crazy as it sounds. And it's almost like that side of the fan base needs to exist. It's just when that side of the fan base is so big and loud, it takes over. And then it's basically like the Imperial years where it's, you know, there's no good in the world. And it's just the Imperials wiping the fucking floor with all the good people.
And then finally, do you have a favorite Star Wars memory? This is my favorite question that I've been asking everyone in the office. We have some videos coming out throughout the stream that will show this. Oh, we got another notification thing there.
Oh, Luke just subscribed. You got a Luke.
Oh, it was a Luke? I love that.
Shout out Luke. Not 2 U's.
All right, good. It's the good Luke. What is your favorite Star Wars memory, Clem?
So, Bob, when you asked this question, I'm thinking to when I was a kid and when I'd watch the movies and got all excited. At first, I was going to say it was like just the hours upon hours I played of X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. Again, Shadows of the Empire, playing that, and you felt like you lived in that world. I read the book, no big deal. Again, absolutely obsessed with all this stuff. However, one thing that's happened for me, and I think this might become the answer for people, you know, in my situation more so than not. It's the way my kids have like started to get into it. And I told this story a while ago. I don't know if I have a video of it. I might have to take a look on my phone and see if I can find it. But first time I watched Star Wars with Sienna when she was like 3 or 4 years old, she kind of like liked the look of some of the Darth Vader or something. So like, you want to watch these? So she's like, yeah. So I turn it on. The Crawl comes on the TV, and I could just see her locked in. She's like, "What the hell?" And then when that ship, was that the Coruscant, the cruiser,
the Tantive 5 or Tantive 4 maybe,
and it just flies onto your screen, followed by the Star Destroyer chasing it. She went, "Whoa!" And I wasn't there in '77 to experience that on a movie theater screen or just hear the audience. But I've heard those stories, and I don't even remember what it was like for me the first time. But the first time she did that, I was like, wow, like that is how Star Wars became what it was, because those feelings it gives you are just so like true and like raw and powerful. And she went nuts for it. Then she got obsessed with Star Wars. I'll never forget this. We went to the library so she could meet Darth Vader. All she talked about for like 2 weeks straight. We go to the library. She sees Darth Vader, starts crying, and leaves. And we're like, well, and I think we got a picture of her like 10 feet away from Darth Vader. And then today, just by coincidence, she didn't even know that, you know, I was going on this. She goes, come in the kitchen or come in the dining room, and she made an entire May the 4th. Let me see if I can get that in focus there. She made an entire May the 4th breakfast platter. So it's mini Death Stars, which is Cocoa Pebbles, Yoda milk. She dyed our milk green, and she put little green ears on the milk carton. And then it was a make your own Death Star arts and crafts project.
Oh my
and that's
God.
hers right there. Look at the Death Star is like
Disco Death Star.
It's like the Empire has gone soft. I think they're like instituted DEI now. It's a rainbow Death Star. So I mean, you know, it's a softer, more progressive Empire than the one I grew up with for sure. And there's
W Sienna in the chat. Give Sienna W's for that. Absolute awesome daughter move. Just making her dad's day early in the morning.
The lightsaber centerpiece is out of this world too. So she threw the lightsaber in the centerpiece, and we were playing. And as we're eating, all the different Star Wars songs are playing. It was tremendous, and that was just something she did completely on her own. I had no clue she was doing it until she told me to come out of the room. So that's what it's all about, going to the next generation and letting them love the same stuff you grew up with, which, again, you could do it. Maybe avoid Andor for now, though. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Don't show the kids Andor just yet. Now, I love that because it transitions perfectly, Clem, into kind of my next segment, my next announcement for the stream. It's about introducing Star Wars to other people. You introduced it to your kids, and today we are going to introduce it to our pal Eddie. Eddie hit me up yesterday, and Eddie goes, "Hey, Robbie, I have an idea for the stream. What if you spun a wheel with all the Star Wars movies on it, and whatever one it landed on, I would watch?" Eddie has seen none of the Star Wars movies. So I've created a wheel. I could spin my computer around if that's the best way to do it, or I could... Nick Hamilton. Shout out Nick Hamilton and Jake Bass. You're going to hear me shouting them out a lot on this stream. They're the engineers putting it together, making sure our Kessel run goes smoothly today. Here we go. I've got the wheel up. All right, so I've put every Star Wars movie on the wheel. We've got them all, even the spin-offs, Solo and Rogue One. I'm going to hit spin, and whatever it lands on, Eddie is going to watch, and he'll join the program later, I believe around 6 p.m. Eastern, and recap the movie for us. All right, are we ready to spin the wheel?
I got a question.
Yes.
Are we eliminating on each spin, or is it just spin?
No.
Whatever it's on, he watches.
Spin whatever it's on, he watches.
Perfect. And is this all of them, or so? No, we are including Rogue One, Solo, so not just
every one. I don't even know what I'm rooting for. You know, I don't know if I'm rooting for him to watch a good one, a bad one in the middle, a beginning one. I feel like we can't lose with this.
I'm kind of rooting for clones because I think he'd be like, "What the fuck was that? You guys just gave me." I don't know. There's a lot of different ways this can go. Maybe Rise of Skywalker, the same essence. This should be fun.
Shout out Kana in the chat. Kana G said Christmas special. We're not going to put him through the Christmas special. We're not going to do that.
What's the chat rooting for? Does the chat have any thoughts on it?
Chat said need animated Clone Wars. You got Boba on that. So we're not putting him through any of the shows. The shows that's too much to put someone through. Just one of the movies. All right, we ready?
I kind of hope we get New Hope and we just make him a Star Warrior. He just gets into it and he goes through the motions like the rest of us.
All right, here we go. Spin. And it is Empire Strikes Back. How about that for Eddie? Unbelievable. He gets to watch the best one today. He gets to watch the greatest Star Wars movie of all time. He's going to understand where "No, I am your father" comes from. Spoilers, Eddie. Hopefully, maybe he didn't know that already. But there we go. What an intro to the Star Wars universe that'll be for Eddie. And you know what? If I think back to when Trent got into the Star Wars universe, he watched A New Hope, and he was kind of just like, that was crazy. He's like, I can't believe that worked. Like, people were down for the talking dog back in the day and all of that. Nowadays, afterwards, he watched Empire, and he was like, this is like a movie from nowadays. This reminds me of like a movie I would watch now, and it would just be badass. Like, he got it with Empire. So there you go, Eddie. You're going to get to watch Empire Strikes Back and give us a book report on it later on, or not a book report, but a movie report. All right.
Eddie, Eddie, you want to try beef for the first time? Here's a nice cut of filet mignon, and that's a little dog walk Easter egg for you guys out there. But it's like, we're giving him something good. If he doesn't get in off that, we're never getting Eddie.
I know. He's got to like this. Thank you for joining at the start of the stream, Clem. We'll, of course, have Clem pop back in at some point. I'm sure he'll join the stream again. But we're going to throw it over and get into our next segment as well.
Bob, I got one thing to say to you.
Okay.
For this 24-hour stream. Good luck. You're going to need it. I love when he says it like that.
All right, Clem. May the 4th be with you. Go have a good day with the kids, and I'll talk to you later.
May the 4th be with you always. Oh, by the way, I'm taking them to the Lego thing, we're to the Lego store, and they're literally making a Baby Yoda Lego thing today. It's incredible.
Oh,
it's
I love
meant
it.
to
Send
be.
us a picture so we could show it on the stream later.
I'll bring it on the stream with me later on. You guys be good. Can't wait to see what we have cooking today.
All right. Thank you, Clem. And now, how should we do this for transition? Should we throw to a video first and get the Lights, Camera, Barstool guys in during that? All right, so we also have videos that we're going to go throw to throughout the stream from the history of My Mom's Basement, me talking about Star Wars with a bunch of guests. So we're going to throw to a video, and on the other side, we'll be here with the Lights, Camera, Barstool guys.
Something else that goes under talked about when it comes to Sean Waltman X-Pac, I think, is the Star Wars fandom. I've tweeted a couple times about Star Wars.
Yeah.
You respond with things where I'm like, damn, this guy knows his shit. He's a big Star Wars guy.
Yeah, your thermal detonator tweet yesterday.
Oh my God. Yeah. When did you get into Star Wars?
Man, I was like 4 or 5, and we lived up in northern Minnesota, and didn't go to, I don't remember. I think it was like the only movie I think I ever went to when I was that age. Like, I was running in aisles, it was the New Hope. It was the first Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it was just, it blows you away, man. When you
remember the phenomenon of it all.
Yeah. Just the whole, like cause I was like 4 or 5. And so like looking through that, like looking at that through the 4 or 5-year-old's eyes, like it was just amazing. I mean, just like when I first watched wrestling live.
Yeah.
I was 10, and I was still complete. I fell in love with it. It was just, so yeah, man. And I told you, it's not that popular sentiment, but I'm a fan of the prequels, man.
I know. Yeah. I remember you tweeting me that you said you took your kids out of school. I think the day episode 1 came out to take them to see that.
And I took them out of school several times, and it got to the point both of my kids hate Star Wars.
Oh
yeah, because I shoved it down their throat too much. I wanted so bad to share Star Wars with my kids, but you push it on somebody too much, and I'd say, hey, you guys want to go to the movies? Like, stay home from school? And they'd be like, yeah, and I go see Star Wars, and they go, oh.
I couldn't be more opposite. So the prequels from the first episode 1, 2, and 3, like you saw them in theaters, you loved them from the jump.
Well, I understood the flaws in them, but I really loved a lot of things about, for instance, like that whole fight scene at the end with Ray Park. He was amazing as Darth Maul, right?
So good. The Duel of the Fates. Yeah, that score behind it.
Tremendous.
Yeah,
all of that, and just also the underlying story throughout the prequels, like the false flag, like the guy working 2 sides against each other. Just I loved all that shit.
Face turns, heel turns. Yeah. I'm a fan of the prequels because obviously I'm a kid of the prequels. So it felt like those were kind of made for me as I was growing up. Never realized that people didn't even like them till I got a little older. But yeah,
I mean,
I'm kind of like you. Like, I recognize the flaws. I get it. They're not the perfect movies, but are they more fun to watch than a non-Star Wars movie?
Yeah.
In my eyes, they are. Yeah, I love Star Wars. It just, that's what it is for me. Do you remember finding out, like, oh my God, I can't believe Vader is Luke's father? You remember seeing Empire?
Yes, but I didn't go see the movie because no one took me back at that point. But I read like the graphic novel comic book.
Yeah.
So, I got to see it that way. I saw Return of the Jedi before I saw Empire Strikes Back, believe it or not.
Oh, really? You must be one of the only people that has that claim.
Maybe. But I knew the story of Empire through the comic book, but it's just there. You didn't have VHS. There was no way for me to see it. After it was out of the theaters.
Do you have a favorite Star Wars movie?
Probably Return of the Jedi, if I have to be honest with you.
Big fan of the happy ending, the big heroes win in the end.
Yeah. And also I kind of like the special editions that when they took the original ones and kind of updated them. And,
yeah.
All right, welcome back to the stream. That was the first little commercial break. Shout out X-Pac, Sean Waltman, legend of the wrestling business. And shout out to the three boys that are now on with me. The Lights, Camera, Barstool guys. We've got Ken Jack, Jeff D. Lowe, and Bob Gooch. What's going on, boys? May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, same to you. What a day.
You guys look great. You guys all look great. It's actually like it feels like 3 layers. Like Gooch coming at it from just like a unbiased perspective. Jeff D. Lowe's got a little Return of the Jedi lightsaber in the background looking thing. And then, Ken Jack, full Disney Boys Dave outfit, background, all of it. I love it. You put the ILM guys to work.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I wonder if I could. Dave wore this. So I wonder if I could actually sell this on eBay.
You definitely can. You definitely.
I have
the Dave Portnoy worn Empire.
Yeah, game worn Empire jersey.
We were saying before it came out, I have none of my stuff. I normally would have my treasure trove of weird toys and things, but it all just went into storage for the next month and a half. So I don't have. I have the jacket you're wearing. Yeah, that's the one we got at Disney.
Oh yeah,
it's a good jacket.
It is a good jacket. I've worn this out and just acted like it wasn't a costume, but it's a great jacket. We are some of the Disney Boys, and we'll be watching that video later on in the stream. I'll be going through the Disney Boys video, kind of like a commentary track. Maybe like Ben Affleck, Armageddon level fame rises from it. I would love that. But also, the video we filmed in the office earlier this week will feature Gooch and Ken Jack, so look out for that. Today, I want to talk about some of the worst merchandise and toys in Star Wars history. Now, there's a lot. There's a lot of bad stuff that they've put out. There's a lot of bad stuff that has been bootlegged, and just bootlegs exist of all of this stuff. I have a PowerPoint presentation to show you guys. I'm excited about that. Do you want to get into it? Is there anything we want to talk about first that you guys had to talk about?
Well, the only thing, so I don't have any, again, I don't have my stuff. I wish I had my stuff because I have so many weird things to show off, but I do have, I said, okay, if we're going to talk merchandise, I think I'll at least pull the old VHS tapes, which I do have.
Oh, there they are. We were just talking with Clem about the
yeah.
OG VHS tapes. I love that.
Yeah, so these, if you grew up with the Star Wars trilogy, if you were like a 90s kid or late 80s, this is what you would see at Blockbuster. It's these right here. And I hate to admit it, it's my number movie of all time. This is the one I never wanted because I was a young kid and I was bored by this movie. I just wanted this one.
Return of the Jedi?
I wanted. Oh, here we go. Jedi's the one I wanted. This is the one I didn't want.
Oh, you didn't want Empire.
I was a
same
kid.
thing with me as a kid. When you're a kid, Empire's the dark one. It's a little scary. It's a little longer. You want the ones where, again, just the good guys win.
And then this is where it all changes. This one right here. This is like this.
And that's
is my
the set that I had
here.
as well. That's the one I was talking about with the gold. Yeah, they had the gold and the silver, right? Was it full screen and widescreen?
Special edition. The best part about these right here was that in the beginning of each VHS, it would be George and then what's his face? One of the all-time yes men.
Rick McCallum.
Rick McCallum, yep. And they would go over all the changes. and they would gaslight you into thinking that they were the
Cool,
greatest
yeah.
things that ever happened to Star Wars.
You see CGI Jabba and shifting Han over him in the digital background is actually very cool and interesting. And you
That
should
just
look.
went like viral the last.
I know,
couple
I
of
saw
days.
I know, I
Revival,
saw that. Like people didn't know that, I guess. Yeah.
There was somebody who, I don't know if it was a Reddit post or a tweet. I think it was a tweet where someone was basically blaming Disney, being like, Disney would never allow the live act, like the human Jabba like they had in the 70s.
Oh,
And people were like,
God.
no, that was never in the movie. Like there was never human Jabba. They just didn't put the scene in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It debuted in '97 or whatever. Yeah. So people are freaking out about that all these years later.
And just real quick before we get into this PowerPoint presentation of toys, I wanted to give Jeff the floor. You have a very fascinating, interesting story about the Luke Skywalker toy that you grew up playing with wound up in Luke Skywalker's hand at one point.
I don't have that either. Damn, that's a bummer. Yeah, so I usually have the picture behind me. So my OG Luke toy was the Luke from A New Hope in Stormtrooper gear toy. That's like the first toy I ever got. And for The Last Jedi, Mark Hamill, the day you met him, before I started working at Barstool, I got you into Good Morning America. You met him. He held your arm with the lightsaber, and I brought the Luke Skywalker toys in just to show him all the weirds. I have like the weird all like expanded universe one where he's like a Sith, and he's just playing with the toy, and it's like it was most surreal. I'm like that is the wildest thing. It's just this toy that I played with for years, and he's just holding it. Like Luke is actually holding the toy. That was the coolest thing I had in that kind of run. There was Mark Hamill looking at my Luke Skywalker toys. The best.
That was great. And then the
And he
day
nerded
of,
out.
obviously. Yeah, nerded out, was able to hold my arm. And I tell people all the time that, if you remember correctly, Jeff, he was supposed to be on like halfway through the month, and it got delayed. And you were like, oh, all right, it's going to be in 2 weeks. And you got me tickets for that one or whatever. You got me a spot in the crowd for that one. I had a tattoo appointment to get the lightsaber tattoo that I have on my arm weeks in advance. I had to book it weeks in advance, of course. So when it got delayed, I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. Like, by the time it happens now, I'm going to have a lightsaber tattoo. I had gotten the tattoo 2 days prior to GMA happening. So it was bright. It was fresh. It was also still raw. It felt like sunburn, you know? It hurt a little bit still. So when Luke, I ran over and he grabbed it. He grabbed it firmly.
Oh, yeah.
That look on my face is not only joy and elation, it's a little bit of pain. It's a little bit of, oh my God, that hurt. But since it was still
I
healing
don't think I ever
skin,
realized that.
I think, maybe there's some Luke Skywalker DNA still in that thing.
Yeah.
Maybe he fucking became one with my arm that day. But yeah, shout out Jeff, because that picture would not exist without Jeff getting me onto set that day. And I talked to Michael Strahan that day. I talked to Ahmed Best's father, the
That's right.
actor who
He
played
worked
Jar
on this.
Jar
He
Binks.
worked for the show.
He was a cameraman on Good Morning America. That was so surreal to start my day. But all right, guys, let's get into this PowerPoint I made. I said to you guys it was probably the first PowerPoint presentation that I've made since high school. I think I made PowerPoints in high school. I don't know. Will you guys be able to see it? Will they be able to see it? They got it.
looks
Oh
pretty
yeah, they
good.
got it. All right, cool. All right, so here we go. The worst merch in Star Wars. And I will say most of this will be toys, not just general merch. It was hard to find like all of the bad shirts I was thinking of. There's a lot of bad shirts out there. Darth Vader, don't push my buttons, head ass, fucking shit like that.
Oh yeah.
But let's get into it. So mission statement here to look at funny pictures of bad merch. I got a nice
Good thesis.
Yep, good thesis there. We got to start off
Oh,
with the
yeah.
Jar Jar tongue sucker,
Yeah.
right?
Legend.
Maybe the most famous Phantom Menace lollipop, and to be seen eating this in public is just insane. I would love to know how widely produced were these? Were they in every 7-Eleven back in '99? Was everyone sucking on Jar Jar's tongue? I don't know.
Is that the official name, by the way? The tongue sucker?
No, I gave it that name.
Okay.
It's the tongue sucker.
Okay, I was gonna say that would have been even more brutal, but yeah, that one I remember that vividly because the only way to eat it is to essentially like deep throat Jar Jar's tongue in your mouth, and he has a long tongue,
I
as we all
can't
know.
see. What do you think the taste was? Do you think it's like a strawberry, a cherry, or do you think they tried to make it like sour or something for
What does
Gungans?
Jar Jar Binks' throat taste like? I don't know. Is it something swampy? You got to be
Like
thinking.
frog legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, something gross.
Can you buy? I was looking. Can you buy this? I don't think there's any available.
I looked into it and I couldn't find any.
Wait, not to
You
tip.
got to go to a specialty store for that one.
Because I thought what a visual it would be for me to be sitting on stream sucking on Jar Jar's tongue.
One guy has all of them. One guy has like 500 in his house.
Dude, I don't think it's going to be on this list because I think it's actually a great piece of merch. But have you ever seen the droid carrier that is like a fridge for beers?
Oh yeah, it has the fucking all the soda holders. Oh that thing is awesome.
I want that.
Yeah, that's
so
not
bad.
on the
I've been
bad
looking on
merch
eBay.
list. That's on the good merch list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
This is bad.
This is like the poster boy for the. I mean, Phantom Menace had. It's the biggest merchandise of anything ever. They're like they overmade everything. They made way too much of every character, of every side character that nobody cared about.
Yeah, very little is still valuable from this time. Like all the figures they made at this point, go into any local comic store, they probably have a Power of the Force wall with $5 figures.
Dude, I'm reading about the sucker. It was textured. So the tongue
Yeah, it looks
was
like it. It looks
I
like
didn't even
there's
put that together.
blisters on there or something. Looks
So,
great.
like, the
In the
ridges
chat, they're
on
calling it
his-
the Jar Juicy.
Oh, dude, it's like a rigid lollipop with ridges on it, like a fucking one of those Trojans. That's crazy.
Yeah, gross. Just gross. Don't get me wrong. If you've got one mint condition that has unsucked, I would take it. Send it in. Someone said definitely pomegranate, maybe a pomegranate taste.
Strawberry.
Now, this is
band.
probably the most famous, laughable merch from the prequels.
For sure.
The next slide, I want to say, is one of the more famous, laughable pieces of merch from the originals, and that is the C-3PO Return of the Jedi tape dispenser, where he's just got a tape deck. The dick is as long as you would like it to be for C-3PO on this one.
Do they show this off in the documentary on Disney Plus, which is a great documentary if no one's ever seen it. It's the Empire of Dreams. It talks about the original trilogy. I think they show this off.
I think you're correct about that. And that is the gold standard. If anyone's looking for more info on the original trilogy, Empire of Dreams, so good.
This is sick. This I would buy.
The way he's posed, he's so chillaxed. It looks like he's trying to show his thing off, his little USB
look at his face.
stick.
He looks like he's in pain. He's horrified.
Is he in pain or is he happy?
Look at
the
his
one
mouth.
the one on the left looks like he's in pain. The one on the right looks like he might just be a sicko.
He is. It reminds me of do you remember the Star Wars rap where he's like they make him like a homoerotic robot?
I was gonna say, careful
is he
rapping
not?
on live streams here.
Yeah. No, it is very funny. He has a golden shower line, and it just reminds me of that. I'm seeing the tape dispenser dick.
You can get this for $834 right now on eBay.
Holy shit, that's more than I thought it would be, actually. Because these
Does that say
pop
Sigma?
around. It does say Sigma. I think that might be the brand, but
Could be
Sigma the
Sugma.
taste setter. He is a fucking Sigma.
It's Sigma. The tape because the original they were. I mean, and nowadays they are very strict about who makes what. But I mean, back then it was
Wild
anybody
West,
could make anything.
Well,
Just
George
the
was making all the
weirdest
money. He got
offshoots.
that fancy deal where he was like, fuck it. I'm making all the money from this. Why don't you make a C-3PO chillaxing with his schlong out tape dispenser?
The taste setter. Oh,
I feel like this
To have
would
the
look good
license
on
for Star Wars,
like
though,
Gooch's
and this
desk.
is what you make.
Like,
Yeah.
Gooch is kind of a sicko. I feel like this is right up his alley.
The last one was very much up my alley. I'm thinking about getting that, especially for my girlfriend. I think she'll really enjoy that. This one, I can't remember the last time I used tape. I'm trying to figure out if I can use this for other
That's a good
purposes.
point.
it's a good point.
What else can I put? What else can I put in his crotch to unfurl?
Like a fruit roll up?
A Hubba Bubba tape
Down to the bottom.
gum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
all
what's
right.
that gum? Yeah, what's that gum with that it comes up like
Isn't it
Yeah, the
Hubba
bubble
Bubba?
Hubba Bubba?
Yeah, bubble
Yeah.
tape. Bubble tape. Yeah. Duh.
All right, moving on from Sigma the Hutt over here. Let's look at the Power of the Force figures. I mentioned
Oh,
them
God.
before. This was a line where they decided everyone was going to be buff, everyone was going to be jacked. Luke had these giant pecs. Han Solo's got a chest the size of Brock Lesnar. People call this Leia the Monkey Leia because they think her facial features resemble
She
a
looks
chimpanzee
bad.
more than Carrie Fisher. Yeah, I think we all had these figures growing up, though, right? They were certainly most of my Star Wars figures of Power of the
again,
Force.
this is like a year ago. This would have been amazing. I have every single one in this line. I think I might be missing one or two, but I have every single one. A couple years ago, I was like, I just got to do it. Like I just wanted I wanted a collection of Star Wars stuff, and so I bought every single one that I didn't have on eBay in the box. And this is it. I mean, this is what I showed him. This is what I showed, not this Luke, but I showed the
very
Stormtrooper
similar
version. I mean,
one,
this was my childhood.
Yeah. Also, at Star Wars Celebration 2017, I'm wearing the shirt right now, Orlando was my first celebration. That's the first time me and Clem ever met you. You bought an original Kenner Princess Leia that year because it was the year Carrie Fisher died, right? Are you comfortable sharing how much you spent on that Kenner? Do you remember?
I honestly forget what was it. Was a few grand. I forget what it
figs,
was.
Right?
It was the most expensive. It was easily the most expensive, like Star Wars collectible I own, like hands down. It's graded and everything in the box. I actually ended up getting it graded, I think. But that is like the crown jewel. There is one thing that you guys almost bought for me because I couldn't go to the one in Chicago. And I wanted it's the Snaggletooth character with moon boots.
Yep.
The original Cantina set. They made the Snaggletooth character who was really like this short. They made him this tall, and they put like silver moon boots on him. And that is the one I still want, but it is a lot.
It's a highly coveted figure, which also speaks to how just nerdy Star Wars fans are. That we're like, oh, we want the Snaggletooth with the silver moon boots specifically. If the Snaggletooth don't have the silver moon boots, we don't want them.
This line was, I know people hate this line. And again, there's a nostalgia here for me because this was my childhood. These were my first Star Wars toys. But there is a bit of realism with the current toys, which is not nearly as fun as these.
No, these
I agree
fun.
with that. I'm with that. Yeah, these were very fun.
I'm looking at a size comparison, by the way. The proportionally, this would give Luke Skywalker a 52-inch chest, and for relative purposes, like Arnold Schwarzenegger had a 57-inch chest. So this is a very buff Luke.
This works for Han Solo, but Luke has to be a little twink. I need like a Bratz doll collab.
Yeah, he's a little too ripped.
Yeah. Did you have these, Gooch? Did you also have these? No?
No, I did not.
Were you a Star Wars figure kid, though?
No, I wasn't. I was just swords and blasters.
Interesting.
Anything that could annoy my parents.
So these, I think, were the most, like, everyone had these because, at least to me, no one wanted them. Like, they're the worst of the toys. So, like, they basically, like, for me, like, I would go to, like, if you go to, like, a thrift store, you could find 8,000 of these. You know what I mean? Like, they were everywhere.
And I still get a kick out of them. I went into a store not too long ago, a few years ago. I saw an Admiral Akbar that looked fucking mint, and I just bought it. It was $5, and I was like, I need that now.
And then on the opposite side, there was the microchip ones, the communicator chip ones. Like, those are, like, gold. Like, you never want to give that up.
Next on my slide, I've just got some other insane Han Solos here. The one on the left, I think, is also part of the Power of the Force line in some way, where they're giving people mech suits and fucking crazy shit. And then the one on the right, I don't know what's going on with that guy. He looks like a thumb in that one. I couldn't really find information on it. He's in like the cool Han suit and everything, but what the fuck is going on with that neck?
That is thick. That's like Taquio spikes.
So about the left one is the Han Solo Smuggler Flight Pack. I have that one. That one doesn't make much sense, and that's a weird one because this line, Power of the Force line, came out before. It was an attempt to revive the brand prior to the release of the special editions. These right here, when these came out in theaters, and they did weird stuff with them because they don't typically do like these things that don't exist in the movies or the books. And there's some expanded, like I have my favorite of the Power of the Force is the Thrawn one. That's back when Thrawn was just the book character. He's kind of mysterious. You only see him you saw him in the Timothy Zahn trilogies. So like these types of toys, these were just weird. This is like bizarre.
What the fuck is this contraption that he's supposed to be
almost
flying?
Like they're trying to get in on the G.I. Joe craze, maybe? I don't know with that.
What is he flying? Is it like the jetpack thing? I'm trying to like put together what this could even be used for. It's just like a random like pieces of metal welded together. Like there's no blast.
There's also maybe trying to get in on like, I know at this time when Power of the Force is coming out, Batman the Animated Series is also ripping, and their toy line had Batman in every kind of outfit with every kind of contraption you could imagine. I wonder if that's them trying to cash in on that.
So they were I believe.
Ryan says they didn't defrost Han properly. I assume about the one on the right. It would be great if he came out of the fucking carbonite looking like that.
Yeah.
The other two in this line, there was a Luke on some sort of like stand up. It looked like the battle droid like skiff thing.
Yeah.
He was on that, and then there was a stormtrooper who had, I believe, it's the stormtrooper crowd control jetpack or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
What a hilarious toy to have.
They
kids
fly
like,
now?
Yeah, like the
God.
pepper spray stormtrooper like jetpack. Like it's so
Next
it's
on my
weird
presentation
toys.
here.
Built like a minion.
This one, I have a fair or foul. Do we hate this or do we love this? Darth
Bump
Vader
it.
on a
Sick.
motorcycle.
Bump it.
That's awesome.
We're
The
in
coolest
on
thing
it.
ever.
That's so fucking cool.
He's got the fucking saber. He's got a chopper. He's even got like an Imperial window on the front of his biker. I said this might be a fair, yeah.
Dude,
It's
called
not canon. Don't get me wrong. It's not canon, but it might be fair.
Not even the lights. It's not even called a motorcycle. It's called a chopper specifically. Darth Vader on a chopper. Is so cool.
Yeah, yeah.
That is sick as hell.
So I wanted to mix it up. Oh, the chat loves it. That's cool. I fucking love that. Incredible. That's sick as fuck. All right, a clear,
Like
fair.
they probably can't bring Vader onto any of their television shows or movies coming forward to do this, but like I need to see that bike
Yeah.
in
there's
live
no
action.
reason they can't put him on a speeder in a show or something.
Yeah, like that's totally
Instead
that's,
of
that could
hearing
definitely
like
happen.
his lightsaber ignite in Rogue One, you just hear like, and he starts coming on a fucking motorcycle, slicing
Dude,
things up.
he's a slow dude. Like he cannot
True.
move. Like he should be on a speeder or a motorbike.
Well, I have
one of
another
those, like-
Vader fair or foul as well to follow up on this. Vader fair or foul, Transformers. Make him into either the Death Star or a TIE fighter himself with a shield.
I don't like this.
I don't like
I
the
don't
Death
really
Star
like
one.
it either. I don't like making him into a ball.
Just Inspector
No, the
Gadget.
Death Star one is preposterous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I think these go back and forth. I think the TIE fighter one is like all right, maybe. Oh, we got is that a subscriber? Is that what the notification's for? Thanks for subscribing.
I don't like that there's a mini Darth Vader that goes inside of Darth Vader when you
I
fold
was
him
thinking
up
that
into
too.
a ship. That's weird.
What's the implication there?
Yeah. I wonder
That's
if
bizarre.
people are surprised to learn that Star Wars was doing trans before Kathleen Kennedy. Oh.
Oh. All right, moving on from the Vader fair or foul. We've got a couple Luke Skywalkers here that you could just say don't really look like Luke Skywalker. Is this one of the ones that you gave to Mark Hamill? Is this the disguised one, Jeff, or no? Different.
No, that doesn't. So that is the same concept, but mine looks more like him.
This one is supposed to be, I believe, post trash compactor, where his hair is wet and slicked back. But it
Oh,
just
that
looks
would make
weird.
sense.
Just looks weird. Obviously, that's the original Kenner there that I believe Mark Hamill calls Lemonhead Luke because they gave him just straight yellow hair. That one, I guess, is close. The one next to it, coming with the Moisture Farmer contraption, that's like almost
The Moisture
hilarious.
Collector.
What kid wants the Moisture Collector? Then you've got the evil Luke. I think that might be Luke.
Luke, baby.
From the extended trilogy. The face on that one is just strange. He looks more like Theo Vaughn than Mark Hamill.
Dude, shout out to Luke, by the way. I didn't know about him until we were doing that episode. It was Luke is
Yeah, shout out to
incredible.
the bracket this week, also Star Wars themed.
Yeah, we did. Do you know about Luke, Robbie?
No.
Luke.
He's the evil
to
clone.
use.
He's a clone they made out of DNA they extracted from Luke's hand that they took off Cloud City, and they made an evil clone of Luke, and his name is just Luke with an extra U.
And he is like
Never changed,
legitimately like maybe like one of the main villains in the best extended trilogy stuff, according to everyone. The Timothy Zahn, like the trilogy he made right afterwards. People love this shit. And they got mad at Disney for retconning it all when they bought the properties. They were like, I can't believe you got rid of Luke.
This,
Also, the Luke next to the Moisture Farmer, that one just doesn't look anything like him in any way.
No. That is
this Luke on the right, the Kenner one, I didn't that is one of the ones I don't have. It's in
Wow.
it's like him, and it comes with a Darth Vader where the helmet comes off, which makes no sense because when does his helmet
Yeah,
come off in
That ain't
the
canon.
first movie?
No.
Well, I like
think
the
we even have
shrugging.
more. Or no,
return
this is a this or that I have for old people. Would you rather the Darth Vader crying shower head or the AT-AT Walker Extendo. So this is, I don't believe an official Star Wars item, but you can buy these AT-AT legs to put onto a walker.
I gotta see this.
And
How
I
great would
kind
that
of,
be, though, if
I
you
kind of
had-
loved them.
What if you lived in like a retirement home though, and you had like one of like the little electric like wheelchairs, and you put a string around it, and you wrapped it around the person with that walker, and you knocked them over,
Yeah.
just topple them over.
You almost
bingo.
need to do that to break them in. You know, you got to see if they topple over face first, ass up like the normal ones do.
Dude, walking in on your girl cranking it with the Darth Vader shower head would be that's something you don't come back. You don't come back from. You don't come back from that.
The shower, the water coming from the eyes is just too on the nose with Vader. Like, I don't even think the people making that product realized how perfect that is, actually.
Yeah. He is like he's a crying guy. He has
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of shit going wrong in his life, to be fair.
He's an emo guy.
Yeah.
The next one I have on here, Angry Birds Star Wars costumes.
That's terrible. Those are bad.
Just
Those are
who's
bad.
wearing these? Listen, I don't mind you playing the Star Wars version of Angry Birds. I played that version. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's fun stuff. If you're dressing up for Halloween, either dress up as the Angry Bird or dress up as Luke Skywalker. Either dress up as the Angry Bird or dress up as Darth Vader. Don't dress up as the Darth Vader Angry Bird. What's going on?
I don't
there?
like the brand mashups at all. I don't like it with Star Wars. Same thing with the Transformers. I don't like it. I'm too much of a purist with this.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you
This is
need to
disgusting.
have your kid make up a decision here. Like this, it's one or the other. It's one
Are you
brand
an
or
Angry
the other.
Bird or are you a Star Wars? Make up your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Mark in the chat said showering with the Darth Vader shower while sucking on a Jar Jar sucker.
The saddest sentence ever read.
How about this? A Star Wars Celebration 5 exclusive Slave Leia perfume. What do you think that smells like?
It's nothing that will get you something banned off YouTube, probably.
It's just sweat. That's all it is. It's just a
Like,
bottle
there's
of
no
sweat.
way, yeah. No, in no world did Princess Leia smell good as a slave, and in no way did Jabba's palace smell good, in no way did Jabba's skiff smell good. So what is this trying to emulate here?
They could have just said Leia perfume too. They didn't have to specify it was slave Leia. Like
They really should have, but they wanted to put, if you notice, they put the collar and the chain on the perfume bottle.
Yeah.
I think someone got that idea and they just committed.
I didn't even see that. Like that, her slave collar is on the fucking perfume. That's crazy.
And again,
It is amazing.
this was
like,
not widely available. This was a Celebration exclusive. So you know there was a fucking line out the door, probably an hour deep, lined up for Slave Leia perfume.
Oh,
These
yeah.
got to exist still in the box, too. I assume if you were at Celebration buying Slave Leia perfume, you were buying one to take out of the box, one to keep in the box.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, I kind of want it. I wonder how much is
they'll
it?
do like the
Gross.
makeup too sometimes. Like
Yeah.
they'll do like the makeup lines, which
Yep.
is like who's buying the makeup?
Again, I think if you're trying to buy makeup, I think you're like, I either want something Star Wars or something legit, not half-assing two things there.
Mm-hmm.
But there you go, Slave
I got
Leia
the
perfume.
I got the smell.
What is
Oh,
it?
you have it.
Yes. Includes floral top notes of white peach,
Oh.
lily, bergamot, heliotrope, and raspberry that dry down to a warm, sultry mix of
Is that a
cashmere.
Star
Basically,
Wars
no.
word or is that a
Musk.
real word you just said?
The musk is what we were waiting for.
Musk. That's
Musk
what we were
and
waiting
night
for.
blooming jasmine. So these are just a bunch of sexual innuendos.
Yeah, it is.
More powerful
Blooming
than
musk.
a thermal detonator, yet more comfortable than a metal bikini.
Okay,
I'll tell you
that's
what,
good.
I
like
don't
that.
want my perfume to be more powerful than a bomb.
Mm-hmm.
It's only
That's not
$30
really-
though.
$30 you could get it?
Yeah, that's actually very surprising.
Oh, damn. Fucking inflation. Palpatine's climate. Palpatine's economy.
Gonna go buy slave Leia for $30. I think she would
All right.
demand a higher market.
Now, this is my favorite part of the presentation.
Oh yes.
The greatest line of bootleg Star Wars figures ever. These were released, I believe, in the UK around the release of The Phantom Menace. When the Phantom Menace mania is going crazy, you got some figures that, okay, they look pretty accurate, where you've got Padme, you've got Jar Jar. You could tell the figures themselves are cheaply made and painted and everything, but at least they're getting some things right. You've got Padme pictures on all three figures, so you got a Jar Jar Binks with a Padme figure, a pod race droid with a Padme figure, but at least they get some of the names correct. Others, they come close, okay? So they don't get the names
Was
correct
that
all
last
of
one
them.
on the last one? Was that my guy Gasgano, my favorite
It
my
was,
favorite
I
pod
think.
racer?
I think that might be Gasgano with the Pitroid.
Yep, legend.
Then you've got some names that just come close. You've got Toby 1, you've got Flygon Jin, and you've got Mace
Yeah.
Window. Just Window. Again, the
Always
figures
liked Mace
themselves
Windu.
aren't like the worst to the worst as far as bootlegs go. If you showed me these figures, I'd be like, all right, that's him, that's him, that's him. You've got the non-canon lightsaber colors, which is tough. You've got purple for Toby 1, red for Flygon Jin, and yellow for Mace Window.
Like, it's so weird to me that like they left the branding on everything else. Like it says Star Wars on it. Like
It
you're already
does.
in the shitter. You're in the
They're in the-
jackpot.
It's almost like if these didn't come out in 1999, you would think this was some kind of AI mistake. You inputted them to AI, and AI just got things slightly wrong. Others that are slightly wrong here, R2-3PO and the Emperor Daft Sirius, which I think is kind of like, I know it's just reminding me of Daft Punk, but I
that's a
feel
cool
like that's
one.
a DJ name. Yeah.
I
Daft
kind of like
Sirius.
R2-3PO.
Yeah.
Like they did.
I
Like
do
the-
too. That
the
kind of works.
Insinuation that they did like a fusion dance and like became one being. Kind of like that.
Like you only have money for one toy. Well, here you go. You get 2 for the price of 1.
And coloring wise, it kind of works. It's 3PO
looks
with
like
R2
Ultron.
colors. What's that? Oh, did you guys hear that too? We got a subscriber and Vader's breath just hit. That was
Oh,
awesome.
really?
Hopefully George Lucas don't sue us for that one. That's a theme of this stream, by the way. Shout out Jane Silent Bob Strike Back, Chris Rock with the great line, George Lucas gonna sue somebody. We're hoping George Lucas doesn't sue somebody on this stream.
Hey, that'd be great for you. That's
would be
like
great, actually.
notoriety.
And shout out George, by the way. We haven't given George enough of a shout out right off the bat. This is all his brainchild. This is all his imagination sparked this off. Don't give him too much credit because that's how we get the prequels. But give him a lot of credit. Marcia Lucas or Martha. Re-edited the entire original, fixed the original. We're not here without her as well. Continuing along the bootleg line, though. Others are questionable. You've got Chiari Mundi. They just give him Conehead. And then we've got Boss Nass. They give him Upright Slug. What the fuck? That's a slur. That's
That's
a
a great-
straight slur towards Boss Nass. Upright Slug?
That's an accurate description of him. That is maybe not a good name,
of
but an
those.
accurate description.
I'm not gonna lie, the Conehead thing kind of works because as a child, that was Conehead in my brain.
Yeah.
I did
Conehead
not learn
Jedi.
that guy's name.
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck what does Boss Nass have in his hand? Is that like a staff?
I was thinking of that. It's a staff. Did he have a staff like that at the end when they have the fucking orb and they're doing the little thing with Anakin? He's got the Padawan braid. I
Oh,
think he
yeah,
might have had
yeah.
a staff at that point.
Non-zero chance someone's used that as like one of those cocaine things.
Oh, a scooper? Yeah, for spice.
Yeah.
Up next. What?
That's accurate. That is accurate.
I like that
Hell
one a
yeah.
lot. I like that one a lot. We've got Watto, and it's just, what? And they didn't really know what the accessories that came with him are. So I think this could have been one of those things where they have the molds somehow, like the factory still has the molds around, so they make them. I think they thought those were like some kind of weapons. They're his wings that they just jet blacked out. Not exactly like Watto looks. Oh, another
Recently-
subscriber.
Recently, falsely thought to have been murdered, Watto, by
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Darth Vader.
They did the
turned out he
Chewbacca
wasn't.
Rise
He
of
was
Skywalker
alive.
thing with him, kind of. They made us think Watto was brutally murdered, and then he wasn't, which was interesting. Like, I thought they could have just left that up to interpretation where they're like, I don't know, he saw it as a dream. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But they made it very clear at the end. They were like, no, you idiot. He didn't fucking kill Watto. Why would he? It's like, I don't know. Watto was his slave owner. He wasn't the best guy to Annie, young Annie. And then the final figure on this bootleg line, my favorite, my personal favorite, which I've saved for the end of the PowerPoint presentation, Dennis.
Hell yes.
Just Dennis. Darth
Fuck
Maul
yes.
himself. The painting is not bad on the figure, but wrong lightsaber color, just a straight red head. It's like Darth Maul if he didn't get any head tattoos. It's just straight smooth head Maul. But Dennis. Everyone loves them some Dennis, yeah?
Purple saber too.
Do you think this was The Menace reference? Dennis the Menace?
Yeah,
The
I think
Phantom
so.
Menace.
Maybe.
Wow.
That's a great
It
call.
could have
Good
been.
call.
That lost in translation somehow. They're like, It's called The Phantom Menace. He's probably the menace. He must be Dennis.
Exactly.
Whoever was making this thought that this was a movie following up the series that had Dennis the Menace. And there we go, the end. Shout out to the subscribers still coming in. So that was just some of my favorite. Of course, there's plenty more that's bad. I mean, the most accurate joke in the entire Spaceballs movie is probably the Spaceballs, the flamethrower scene, where there is Star Wars everything. You could find Star Wars branding on everything. I even have some stuff that I'll show tomorrow morning when we're making Star Wars breakfast. That is Star Wars tied into promotional items. They were tied into barf bags and oranges and the most ridiculous shit you could imagine. But that was the presentation on the bad merch, the bad toys. Dennis the Phantom Menace, they're saying in the chat. I like that. And I thank you guys for joining the stream, making some time on May the 4th for Star Wars.
Of course. Thanks for having us on, Robbie.
Nothing like waking up and drinking water out of your Captain Phasma cup.
Oh, nice.
Beloved character. Legend.
You guys have any Star Wars plans? You guys watching any Star Wars today to celebrate? Playing any Star Wars video games?
Catching up on Andor.
Oh, nice. Perfect way to celebrate. Good stuff.
We got original
Andor
trilogy today, and I think I'm going to go through. We found all these cards in the attic. I don't know if you will see them. The old school, like 1970s trading cards. A crap ton of them. And they all have like weird.
Yeah.
This one has like the original, what do you call it? Macquarie art tops.
I love the Macquarie art. I love that. Frank the Tank actually came in recently. He said he has the boner card. The C-3PO, boner card. Yeah, he's gotten an OG copy of it. Frank, I also sent the invite out to Frank. He's doing a 5K in Tampa, I believe. So we'll maybe get him zooming in at some point. I know people will be asking for Darth Tank. But he is in the video that we recorded in the office this week. So look out for that. And I'll let you guys get to celebrating on May the 4th. We're going to start playing a little Lego Star Wars over here. The OG, hitting that nostalgia bone for everybody.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right.
I saw a video of Frank's hanging out with Jason Kelsey as we speak.
Jason Kelsey?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's got more important shit going on than the May the 4th stream. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Or see you later.
All right. Great segment. Great presentation there. Great panel. I've been calling these panels in the preparation as I've been prepping with Jake Bass and Nick Hamilton. We've been saying maybe schedule it like panels where it is like Comic-Con. So as a little preview, I won't reveal everything we're doing. I want some things to still be a surprise, but I'll talk a little bit about some of the panels that are coming up. Coming up, we're going to play A New Hope on Lego Star Wars, the original trilogy, not the Skywalker saga, which I love. Don't get me wrong. I beat the Skywalker saga as soon as it came out. The open world stuff is amazing. The next gen capabilities with the Lego games are phenomenal. But I want to hit that nostalgia bone. I want to play a game I haven't played in probably 15 years, the original Lego Star Wars. And I think it'll hit that nostalgia bone for everyone else out there. While we're playing, we're going to be joined by a guy named HondoSupply. His name's Mike Forrester from HondoSupply. Great guy I've known for years. He's in the 501st Legion, and he makes a ton of Star Wars costumes. He's part of the crew that runs Mosh Isley, which is a Star Wars-themed emo night. They have an event tonight in Las Vegas. And he hosts Thank the Maker Pod, which we'll talk about. Then later on, we're going to be joined by a friend of the basement, Alec Sulkin, who played a major factor. He was a writer on the Family Guy Star Wars parody. Still plays a major factor in Family Guy, executive producer, writer, all of that stuff. We're going to recap the Disney Boys trip. We're going to look back at some of the videos we've shot at Star Wars Celebration through the years. We'll go back. We'll play some Empire on Lego Star Wars. And at that point, we'll be joined by Connor Griffin. Empire is his favorite Star Wars movie, so I figured we'll bring him on to just give Empire their flowers, just talk Empire, glaze Empire for a little bit. Then at 6, Eddie will join and recap his Empire experience. At 7 p.m., I'm really excited for this. Get ready for this. Clear your schedule, 7 p.m. I want the Last Jedi haters in the chat. We're doing a call-in segment. Debate me. Healthy debate, you could even say. Shout out Rico Bosco, where I will be defending The Last Jedi for an hour. And we'll have it healthy. Like I said, a healthy debate. I want you to call in and tell me why you don't like The Last Jedi. I want you to tell me what you hate about it, and we'll talk it through. We'll try to get through those feelings, because I know it comes from a place of passion. I understand that. After that, Nicky Smokes will join and defend his Attack of the Clones take. He said you could make the argument Attack of the Clones is the best Star Wars movie. You cannot make that argument, so he'll defend that. And then we'll cap off the first portion of the 12-hour stream with a little Lego Return of the Jedi. So the entire original trilogy we'll dive into a little bit on Legos. And then we'll break, because YouTube you have to break for every 12 hours. We'll go down for a minute, pop right back up, and we will watch Revenge of the Sith together. How about that? So you'll have the time code on the stream. It's the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. Today, actually, is the 20th anniversary of the video game coming out to this day. I figured that's going to be a fun thing at 11 o'clock midnight. Watch Revenge of the Sith together. We'll quote it together. It'll be very fun, kind of like a movie screening. Then I'll build a Lego set. We've got a 1,000-piece Baby Yo Lego set. I'll play a little Battlefront 2, OG Battlefront 2, again to hit that nostalgia bone. And then we've got some fun stuff for the morning that I'll save to announce later. For now, let's get into Lego Star Wars, the original trilogy. Again, I haven't played the actual version of this game that we're going to play today in forever. It's been, God, again, maybe 15 years. The OG was one of my favorites as a kid and one of the hardest games as a kid. If you remember the pod racing level. When I say the OG, I mean the prequels they put out first. The pod racing level was so hard. I had to have my older brother beat it for me. Shout out Mike, the guy that introduced me to Star Wars. Also, should I kill the sound on the TV if they play Star Wars music? I don't want them to friggin' C&D us. Options music off. I know the music is a big part of Star Wars, but C&Ds are a big part of Barstool, so we got to be careful with that, okay? And here we are. Oh, my God. The nostalgia that this brings me alone. Just this. Why is this remote not working for me? It's working when I press that. Oh, here we go. Just the nostalgia of being back in the cantina. Being back with all the characters we know and love. God, that sends me back to my childhood. And look, we already got the time started. The OG was so hard. It was legendary, though, and they only put out the first 3 games. It was brilliant to get us all, just our appetite, get together. And then by the time the original trilogy came out, I actually remember, not the best thing to bring up, but a real thing to bring up. I'm being real. I got this when, my parents were splitting up. It was like, listen, we're splitting up, but we'll get you the original trilogy Lego. And I was like, all right, that's an eye for an eye. That's fucking even. And let's get into it. Story mode, of course. And listen, I'm not going true Jedi. I'm not finding all the fucking mini kits. I'm not going back and doing all of that. I'm just trying to get my appetite wet a little bit with this. I'm trying to get you guys remembering the good plans that you had, or the good plans. I read secret plans on the screen. The good times you had playing this co-op with your cousins growing up or your friends. God, I would play these co-op with my cousin Kenny growing up all the time. And me and my cousin Kenny, Star Wars obsessed, would go to my grandma Fox's. And I told this story before, we would take her wrapping paper tubes and we would unwrap all the wrapping paper. We would just take crayons and color in the cardboard until they looked like lightsabers. We would clash. We would start the lightsaber fight. The second you hit them, they would flop over and get flaccid immediately. It was so much work for so little reward. It was like eating crabs, That's how I feel about eating crabs, spaghetti and crabs. But then we would start playing Lego Star Wars, specifically the prequels. I think we played the prequel game more than the original trilogy game because it had so many characters we loved to play as. Jango Fett, General Grievous. I remember saving up our studs for General Grievous, playing free play over and over again just because we wanted him. General Grievous was the definition of aura. When the Revenge of the Sith was coming out in 2005, everyone thought, oh, he's the coolest toy, he's the coolest Burger King meal, he's the coolest everything. And then he was, a guy with asthma. He was COVID patient 0. He was all right. And the Clone Wars made him better, for sure. Was it Tales of the Sith they did last year? Or was it Tales of the Dark Side they did last year? That made him a little better, for sure. He had a cool episode in that where they just made him a predator, essentially. By the way, did I get the shoes on the stream? I'm wearing the New Hope ones from Vans. The shoes and the socks. How about that, too? I get the Baby Yoda socks on. Thought about wearing my Darth Vader underwear. If we're being honest, they're not as comfortable as my Tommy Johns. I got to be here for 24 hours. I said, fuck it. I'm wearing the comfortable underwear. But yeah, I got the shoes. I got the socks. I got, again, a lot of wardrobe changes. I brought a suitcase full of stuff like I'm going on a long trip. I'm not. I'm just doing 24 hours in a galaxy far, far away. Someone said, oh my God, you're putting in extra work on a Sunday yesterday. I replied to him on Twitter. I said, it ain't work if it's the wars, okay? It's just joy. I would be doing this in my apartment. I'd be in my apartment in my underwear explaining the intricacies of The Last Jedi and it's how polarizing it is to my dog. Shout out Faith. Maybe she's watching at home. I also have so much. I said, oh, maybe I'll take a picture. Like, I have pictures. I'll probably upload one today of Faith wearing her Jedi robe. She's got a Jedi robe and everything. And then I was like, oh, maybe I could put her in the Padawan jacket instead. I was like, or I could put her in the Padawan Academy shirt. I realized that my dog Faith has 3 different Star Wars themed outfits. That's a lot. I know it's a lot. By the way, a nice blue stud in Lego Star Wars. Nothing better. I know it's basic as hell. Why did that close? I need to be a fucking Sith Force user to open that. That's how they get you to replay it in free play. You got to get the mini kits and all that. Right off the bat, let's murk these stormtroopers. Let me hit a 360 no scope. Boom. See that shit? Clip that, chat. You don't actually have to clip that. Of course, there's the famous scene in this. I don't know how to get to it. I don't remember how to get to it. It might be right in there, a C-3PO, where you open a door and there's a bunch of stormtroopers chilling in a jacuzzi. I love that. That's a classic. Everyone loves it. Now, I know Fortnite has Star Wars shit going on right now, and it looks awesome, I'll be honest. We could try to play that at some point as well. I'm not a Fortnite player, but I did download it just in case people are itching for that. I also saw Fortnite now has their own, like, Lego game. It's like Lego Fortnite, but all of the Lego stuff is in it. I'm curious about that because I saw they put the stormtroopers in a jacuzzi in that game as well. So someone explain that to me in the chat. Shout out everyone in the chat right now, by the way. Adam Coleman, happy Star Wars Day. Robbie, did you ever look into Star Wars cards? I had Star Wars cards growing up, but I haven't looked into them recently. You think war stops on Sundays? The Star Wars never stop, exactly. Shout out Mark Walker for that comment. Laxum says, shout out Faith. JC says, what is spaghetti and crabs? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's spaghetti and crabs. That's a Mama Fox classic. Down the shore, we would have a day. We would go crabbing. We'd catch all the crabs ourselves. And then she would make that nice Sunday sauce, that Sunday gravy, as the Italians call it. And we would eat the spaghetti with the crabs. And it's a great meal, don't get me wrong. One of my favorites. But when you're popping open those crabs, there's a very little amount of meat in there. So you gotta work for a little bit, but it is what it is. Spaghetti and crabs are always worth it. Oh, shit. First death of the stream. I was thinking, should I, like, take a shot every time I die? I would be taken off YouTube very quickly. Because I don't think you could do what they call binge drinking on there. The only thing we're going to be binge drinking, maybe I shouldn't even use that phrasing. We're going to be drinking Stella Blue on this stream. I can't wait to be drinking Stella Blue. Had a cup right before we went live. I'm jacked up for this 24 hours. I'm wondering if it's going to be hard to stay up in the late hours or if it's going to be easy. I've stayed up for 24 hours before, but I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm not as spry as I used to be. If I fall asleep, then punishment. Ebony's coming in and tasing me. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that. We're not doing a taser. I actually didn't get a lot of sleep last night, I'll be honest, because UFC was on, and they had a card that wrapped up at like 1 in the morning. So I went to sleep at like 1:30, woke up at 7:45. Not the most sleep I could have gotten, but not the worst either. Like, the actual sleep I got was fine sleep. I also don't have any recollection, really. I tried to look it up, and I got a rough idea. Is this where the stormtroopers are? It is. It is, isn't it? No, it's not. It's the garden one. Damn. I don't have much recollection of how long it takes to beat one of these. Like, one of these levels. So I might play this until I beat it. I might not. Oh, look. There's the scene where he chokes out his comrade. I might beat it. I might just play a majority of it. Give you guys a taste. Give you guys the feel of what the game was. Already, this is nostalgia for me. I love that the graphics aren't 1080p. The graphics are a little blurry still. I also think if I tried to do the whole Skywalker saga instead of the original, I think that would take a really long time. Nicky Smokes in the chat. Shout out Nicky Smokes. We'll be joining later. We'll be talking Attack of the Clones with him. Hey, Nicky Smokes, if you're in the chat and you're listening right now, can I give you another assignment? I was thinking about this. I would love for Nicky Smokes to bring his top 5 hottest Star Wars characters, and the rule is no humans. No humans allowed. They have to be at least an alien species. So you could use like a Twi'lek, which is a human with the extra ears, the Togruta. You could use any of that, but no straight humans. But I'd like to know your top 5 hottest Star Wars aliens, and that's my way of making sure Nicky Smokes doesn't get us canceled or get himself canceled. I love Nicky Smokes, but you got to be careful with him talking hotties. Walk up to friendly characters. So I might have to take control of 3PO here, right? And then, yeah. This is, I'll tell you what, it really is like riding a bike. I know it's just a Lego game. It's not necessarily playing Skyrim here, but I feel like I'm right back to being however old I was when this came out. When did the original trilogy come out? Not the complete saga yet, just the original trilogy. I'm going to guess 06. Because I think the original was 05. Am I right about that, Jake? Oh, I am right. 06. Look at that. He still got it, folks.
September 11th.
Oh, September 11th, 2006. We never forget. Here we go. And you want to know something weird? I mentioned the Revenge of the Sith video game is 20 years old today, May 4th, 2005. That came out before Revenge of the Sith, the movie. How bizarre is that? As did, like, you know, the soundtrack and the novelization. Back then, you could read the novelization before the movie. Spoiler culture was so different. Oh, I walked right off the map. What a dope I am. Spoiler culture was so different. I mean, even The Phantom Menace, famously, they put out the soundtrack before that movie came out. Arguably the most anticipated movie of all time, I think you could say. 2 full weeks, yes. And the soundtrack came out with a track that said Qui-Gon's funeral. How about that? Everyone was like, Jesus Christ, Qui-Gon's funeral? I guess he's dead. Spoilers for anyone that hasn't seen The Phantom Menace that is watching this. Oh, I gotta go pick these guys up. The Claw. The Claw. I played this on OG Xbox for sure. And I believe Game Boy SD? Is that what it's called? SP, yes. With the split, yeah.
I played Revenge of the Sith on.
Yeah. I think I actually had that one on Game Boy and original Xbox as well. I was Sega was my first like hand me down and play Mortal Kombat on my brother's old Sega. And then we went to PS1, True Jedi on the first one. How about that? We went to PS1, then we went to PS2, and then once the first Xbox came out, we were pretty much Xbox through and through.
I feel like most people went like GameCube somewhere.
Yeah. We never went GameCube, actually. That was the one that we never had.
You'd go PlayStation 2, Xbox 360.
Yep.
And then Xbox. And then probably PS5.
I went PS5 this generation. It was the first one. Like, even last gen, I had Xbox One, and then eventually when Spider-Man came out, I was like, I guess I need PS4. I got a PS4. And then for this one, I never got the Xbox Series X. How do I do this now? I gotta use... Oh, I think I know what I gotta do. Okay, I got it. Never mind. I gotta turn into a rebel. One of my favorite things, by the way, and I'll show this video. This is a moment in our first Star Wars Celebration video. I go up and interview a guy that's dressed as this rebel right here. He's dressed as a rebel, but he's got a red shirt on. And in the movies, they don't really wear red shirts. They wear blue shirts, powder blue. So I went up to him. I said, hey, talk to me about what we got going on here. What are you dressed as? This is a special kind of rebel? And he goes, oh, yes, I am the rebel from the first level of Lego Star Wars. If you play co-op, one will be normal and one will be red. And I'm the red one. And I was like, oh, brother, you are the nerdiest fucking guy here. But I love it. That's why we love Star Wars Celebration. And if you haven't been to one, I highly recommend it. The next one is 2027. It's going to be Anaheim. It is the nicest group of people you'll ever find. I know that Star Wars fans are notorious for being toxic and whatnot. I'm telling you, at Celebration, it's only good vibes. It's only positivity. I saw an old man fall at Celebration, and I think the entire convention stopped to make sure that this guy was all right and they could lift him up. When you see, hated characters, Kelly Marie Tran, who played Rose Tico in The Last Jedi. I know a lot of people really hate her character and maybe didn't even like the job she did. I thought she was fine, and I think it's fine if you didn't like the character as well. But she got a lot of insane hate, where it was so sad to watch, because it's like clearly she was so passionate about Star Wars and passionate about the role that she filmed and all of that. At Celebration, she comes out and she gets greeted like she's fucking Han Solo herself. Standing ovation. Ahmed Best, Jar Jar Binks, standing ovation. Hayden Christensen, he came out, he didn't think people would like him. It was like, Hayden, not only do they like you, they love you. For so many of us, you were one of the heroes of our entire childhood. So it's just good vibes. Again, the next one's in Anaheim. I won't miss the next one. This year was Japan. It was WrestleMania was going on as well. So it was tough to go through that. But next year, or not next year, 2 years, Anaheim, it's the 50th anniversary of A New Hope as well. So it's going to be a huge one. And that'll be one that we definitely try to drag Dave to. The Disney Boys are going to try to get Dave to a Star Wars convention, because you think Disney's nerdy. Oh my God, Star Wars Celebration gets even nerdier. I think you could pretty much pick your escape hatch here, can you? Is one of them the jacuzzis? No, you pick your escape hatch. All right. I couldn't find the jacuzzi. Sorry, guys. Oh wait, maybe this isn't the escape hatch, because these are rebels in here that are waiting to be saved. 3PO's is held by that. I love the Blue Harvest scene. Oh, there it is! There it is! I found it! The jacuzzis! The trooper in the jacuzzi. I love it. And then you gotta kill them, because they'll kill you if not. Changed? Yeah, there. Boom. Oh no, they did kill me. The jacuzzi troopers, just a great part of the Lego games. And I think the Lego Skywalker Saga went back on, the originals didn't have dialogue, and the Lego Skywalker Saga said, all right, we're going to throw some dialogue in there. I was okay with that, but I love the charm of the original not having dialogue. And just being like the I am your father scene, which we'll get to later, has the fucking, he shows a Polaroid picture to try to explain who he is. Hit the escape pod there. Opens up for 3PO. But what I was going to say, the Blue Harvest scene where 3PO and R2 get in the escape pod, and he's like, you still got that bag? Where did 3PO go? Did we abandon 3PO somewhere?
I just rewatched that to prepare for this. That is
Blue Harvest?
one of the funniest, hands down.
You could say it's one of the greatest parodies of anything ever. Like, in terms of, like, take Weird Al, obviously he's got the great parodies. Like, I love all his Star Wars things. Robot Chicken is such a great one. But Blue Harvest, I mean, all three of the Star Wars ones I love, but Blue Harvest in particular, legendary. It's one of those things where when my brother showed his wife the Star Wars movies, the way he was able to, like, break them up and make them really enjoyable for a non-fan, he was like, we're going to watch A New Hope, and then we're going to watch Blue Harvest, and then we're going to watch Empire, and then we're going to watch something Dark Side. And then, he did It's a Trap third, and it really is such a great way to, like, show a new Star Wars fan not only the movies, but what we love about them, what we joke about them, what we make fun of about them. They're so great.
Also, before they even get into the Star Wars aspect of it, the joke, the Phil Mickelson golfing joke being in the opening of that episode,
yeah.
is that's one of the hardest I've laughed at Family Guy ever.
Are these numbers accurate? Do we have 411 people watching on YouTube?
Yeah.
Holy shit, guys, thank you very, very much. Thank the maker that you guys showed up. I was genuinely a little nervous for the stream that nobody would watch, that I would be streaming and having a good time, of course, but I'd be doing it for no reason. I was really nervous that Nick Hamilton and Jake Bass were going to put all of their time and energy into a stream that people didn't tune into. 400 is amazing. And we're on all platforms, too. That's just on YouTube. We're on YouTube. If you got to leave the house later and you say, I can't watch on this, we're on Instagram. We're on TikTok. We're on Twitch. Anywhere where you could find My Mom's Basement, pretty much, you could find this stream, all thanks to Nick Hamilton setting everything up. He's the tech wizard of the crew. Look at that. We've got a trophy earned already.
I wanted to get a 3PO costume, but I couldn't get here in time. I didn't know how to do R2. Like, just throw a garbage can over me.
A garbage can would have been good, yeah. Shout out to the chat. Andrew, thank you. Bob, may the force be with you. Bob says Caleb, Wire, W, Rob Fox, Ryan, W, Stream. Another Ryan. Well, I've seen a bunch of Ryans. Hey, Flatland Fox, that's my Uncle Den in the chat. Shout out to my uncle. And listen, without my uncle, I might not be a Star Wars fan, because my uncle was the one who really introduced it to my brother, who then introduced it to me, of course. Like, my dad, my mom, not big Star Wars fans at all. Like, I think my dad, the only Star Wars story he has is, like, I remember taking the kids to see Attack of the Clones. I fell asleep. Like, could care less about it. So without my Uncle Den, my Uncle Kev as well, huge Star Wars fan himself. I love it. I love the good vibes we've got in the chat right now. Someone said, shout out EO Sky. Why EO Sky? Oh, it's Sam Lauderdale said, shout out EO Sky. Continue the story here. Oh, it uses a memory stick for each save. How about that? It still has the memory stick on the stream. I love that. Yeah, we'll save the game. I'll save as we're going along just to make sure we don't lose anything here. Do we want to save? Yeah.
The fact that commits and you can't auto-save is crazy.
I love all the W's for my uncle in the chat. He deserves the W's. Absolute legend. Robbie, did you watch Tales of the Underworld? Not yet, but I'm very excited. I talked to Ken Jack about it. Ken Jack had the screeners, I'm sorry, and he watched them. He said the Asajj Ventress stuff was fine. It's whatever. It's stuff that we've unfortunately seen before. I don't want to spoil it with that. But he said the Cad Bane stuff is badass. He said Cad Bane stuff straight up Western, which is what we want out of Cad Bane stuff. Cad Bane, one of my favorite characters from the Clone Wars or any of the non-movie stuff. Just a badass Western alien. Getting some text. I'll be checking my phone periodically. I'm trying not to too much. Oh, Lady Fox said my dog appreciated the shout out. And she sent me a picture of my dog watching the stream. Oh, that's adorable. Can I show this to the camera? Will it show up? Yeah. Look at Faith watching the stream. Dubs in the chat. We love Faith. All right.
Stella Blue, dogs.
Yeah, shout out Stella Blue. Stella Blue, of course, supports dogs. That was part of the original pitch that, obviously Big Cat wanted Stella to be a big part of it. And now they donate to Paws Chicago, it is, right? Where he got Stella from originally. Paws Chicago does great work. I love the office visits there. That's the one thing that I'm maybe most jealous of in Chicago. I know they got the Star Wars pinball machine is a big one. I'm jealous of that. They got the golf simulator. I couldn't care less. I don't really play much golf. Sorry, foreplay. They got all the fancy stuff over there. What am I jealous of? Their trips to Paws Chicago with Stella Blue. Because who doesn't love a trip to meet some friggin' dogs? Old Ben Kenobi joining the stream. Welcome, Ben Kenobi. Anyone in the chat out there have dogs named after Star Wars characters? That would be fun. I'll shout out your dog if they're named after a Star Wars character. I know Matt Frivola, UFC fighter, Big Stoolie. I believe he has 2 cats, both named after Star Wars characters. I think he's got a cat named Mace Windu, which is pretty badass. I remember, what's so funny? The nostalgia this game brings me. I remember playing this level specifically at my Aunt Laura's house. That's where I played this. And I was over there. Why? Do we remember our homework from earlier in the chat? Because my parents were divorcing. It's all true. It's all true stories here on the May the 4th stream. You get that down, then you're up. And it's all good, guys. Luke Skywalker, his parents didn't get along. They did until they didn't. Here we go. I want to turn to old Ben. I want to murk these sand people with some fucking lightsaber blasts. Send their blast back. Now I got to be careful how I talk about sand people on this stream, because in the past we thought they're just these savages out in the Tatooine desert. If you watch the Book of Boba Fett, they're like, no. They're people just like us, all right? And I kind of liked that about Book of Boba Fett. I think they spent too much time with the Sand People. I think a lot of people agree about that. I would have liked to see more badassery. Oh, I went up there for no reason. I got those people down. I would have liked to see a little less Sand People, a little more mob boss Boba Fett, but I like him becoming a sand person as a storyline. And them kind of like reviving him back to life. Reminded me of like the Fremen. One of the many things that Star Wars has stolen from Dune. Shout out Frank Herbert, by the way. I don't think we'd be here without him either.
Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, free today on Epic Games.
Oh, shout out. Who said that? Quack Attack. I wonder if that's my guy, Quackenbush, who I was at Star Wars Celebration Orlando with. If it is, shout out Quack. I was with a group of guys. How about this? Star Wars Celebration Orlando 2017. One of the big highlights of the event is it's going to be the first time anyone sees any footage from The Last Jedi. First Last Jedi trailer. Everyone's like, holy shit, this is it. Everyone lines up the night before just to be in the room when the trailer premieres. It's going to premiere online, same time as it premieres in the room. But everyone just wants to be in the room with the cast. So I get there the night before, my Star Wars pajamas, my Star Wars snack bag, my Star Wars sleeping bag, and the line is way longer than I thought it would be. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't think I'm even going to get into the room. I start filming, which we could show later on in the stream as well, because they're all on Twitter. Start filming lightsaber fights in the line, and they're amazing. People like have choreographed fights. People have fights where they've got blasters behind their back and they don't see it coming. It was amazing. I felt like I was at a wrestling show. And eventually I see this group of stoolies that are like, Robbie, come sit with us online. A bunch of great guys. One of them was a weatherman in Alaska. One of them was from, I believe, Long Island. I think they're Mets fans. Some dads, some bachelors. It was like such a good group of guys that made Star Wars Celebration their boys' trip. And every year they get together. The one from Alaska, they see him once a year when he shows up. I still follow a bunch of them on Instagram. Great guys, and I wound up spending, 16 hours with them, I think, online. Ryan Johnson wound up coming through. He bought pizza for people online. He signed autographs for people. This was before he was as polarizing as he was. We were all just like, we have faith in you, Ryan Johnson. We love you. Worked out well for me. I love that movie. Not for everyone else online. But yeah, we wound up watching the trailer with everyone else. That was the trailer that ends with Luke Skywalker saying, it's time for the Jedi to end or to die or whatever he says. And we were all like, what? Is Luke gonna fucking go down the dark side in this movie? Is it gonna be dark side Luke? Like, that was honestly, when we're talking favorite memories as a Star Wars fan, that is high on the list for me. High on the list.
It is not the same Quack Attack.
It is not the same Quack Attack. Oh, different Quack Attack.
It is not that guy, he said.
Shout out to both quacks. You're not that guy, pal. Shout out to my freshman year marketing teacher, Mr. Quackenbush, as well. I know a couple quacks. Good guy, Mr. Quackenbush. I went back. How about this? I went back a year into my Barstool career to judge a New Jersey marketing competition for high schoolers. Because he was like, yeah, you were good at that competition. It was called DECA. If anyone out in there in Jersey remembers DECA. I was a judge of that while I was at Barstool, which was awkward because kids would like recognize me and start asking like how much Big Cat gets paid while I was trying to judge their work.
Do you think that's the most asked question by Barstool employees?
How much does Big Cat get paid?
Yeah.
Is Dave cool?
Dave?
Yeah, I get do you know Dave all the time. And then it's always weird because I'm like, yeah, he's my boss. But at this point, of course he is my boss, but it's not like, when I say that, I think people think, oh, you report to him, you deal with him directly. It's like, the only thing me and Dave talk about at this point is Star Wars. It's like, he'll text me about Star Wars pretty frequently. He's not the biggest fan of the first 3 Andor episodes this year, actually. He texted me and Jeff and said, did they change the writer from season 1 or something? What's going on? It's so slow. How do I get those? Do I pick up Luke with the Force and fucking put him up there? Making the Jawas drunk over here. I think that could get Ben Kenobi canceled. Ben Kenobi, he must have been he's a bit of an old creep, for sure. No doubt. Oh, I remember this. So Ben Kenobi has to go like this. Use the Force on... No, keep that up. Ben Kenobi goes here. Uses the Force on that. We swap to Luke. Oh, I gotta... use the Force and then keep the Force. For Luke to go up here, and then we go like that. Ben uses the steps. Attaboy, Ben. Oh, he's got to go there, though, right? Yep, we swap. This was my favorite thing, probably, about the Lego games initially. Was I don't think I had ever played a game at that point in my life when I'm, 8 years old when this comes out. I'm 7 years old when the first one comes out. I don't think I'd ever played, like, a puzzle game in my life. And this opened my world to, like, oh, shit. It's fun having to, like, sort of think about the things I'm doing in video games. Not just point and shoot, point and punch, stuff like that. It's like, all right, you figure this out, and then you see, we move on. We need two of us to do that, right? Yeah.
I do feel like Star Wars is like a brand that has very good variance in like their media.
Yes.
Where like you have this, which is like more puzzle based, and you have like Battlefront, which is more like Call
Even
of
just
Duty.
the video games alone, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Republic Commando or
Yeah.
the old Republic, more of a single player like RPG, what you would expect.
They have Mario Kart basically.
Yeah.
The pod racing
Yep.
game.
You've got racing games. You've got. Can I break in there?
I was looking in to see if the pod racing game had a simulate function where we could just bet
Oh,
on
simulate
it.
races.
Bet on it like the Derby.
DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yeah. Bet on the Boonta Eve Classic. Is the Derby going on today or was it yesterday?
That was yesterday.
That's how out of the loop I am on that. I knew it was going on this weekend though.
I was playing golf yesterday, and part of my foursome was like random guys, and we finished the rounds, and the guy goes, I missed the Derby. He's like, I've never missed a Derby once in my life. And I said,
Damn.
I was like, but you booked the tee time.
It's like his fault, yeah. He's the only one that had control of it. What am I supposed to do here? Do I gotta go up here and then go back in maybe? Do I have to go a different way? What's the chat saying? I know Jar Jar has a humongous wiener. That's the first thing I read from there. All right, up here. There we go. Get that extra blue.
Old Sardine also said Jar Jar Binks should be the next pope.
Jar Jar's the next pope. He does wear that nice robe in when he gets elected to fucking Congress or whatever he gets elected to in Attack of the Clones. He wears a robe in that and Revenge of the Sith. All right, go back up here, maybe. Turn to Ben Kenobi. Trapped. I get the hiccups. All right. That was nothing. Maybe this one. Huh. What am I supposed to do on the sail barge? Does anyone, not the sail barge, the Jawa ship? Does anyone remember from your childhood? This is where we're just fighting off sand people and then probably go up in that cave somehow, but how do I if it's... See, I'm sliding down every time. How do I get up there? Do I gotta, like, get on this? Oh, do I have to walk up on it on this? Maybe that. Maybe the Bantha could get up. Still laughing at when he called Ben Kenobi an old creep. I mean, how much time did he spend in that hut, you know? Or just going to fucking Mos Eisley. No, I can't get up here either. Bob, you gotta use the Force, they're saying. I mean, that's probably accurate for most of this. I'm stuck! I'm stuck! He's sliding. Use the Force, but where? But where do I use the Force, you know? Put this back down, use it on this. This might be part of it. I might be getting stuck at various points. And I'm going to rely on you guys to look up Let's Plays and tell me what I do next. There, onto the elevator, and then up. And there's nothing to use the Force on up here. Going to Disney this summer, first time since they've added Galaxy's Edge. Any recommendations? Of course, try to get a reservation at the Cantina, and try to get a reservation making lightsabers. Both are super fun experiences, but you gotta like add on to the experience with that. I didn't do the droid maker. I heard that was great though. I didn't get a Ronta wrap, which is their food item. I heard that's been great. What else is there to do that I didn't do? I didn't have blue milk. That's my number one. Like, I can't believe I didn't try the blue milk when I went there. We're gonna have some Stella blue milks on this stream for sure. What the fuck do I do?
I'm gonna pull up a walkthrough.
Pull up a walkthrough and
Do you
see
think?
where I'm going.
Do you think Alec Guinness? I always think about this with like, do you think that Robert Downey Jr. was like, oh, I'm gonna do Iron Man and become like the biggest star in the world? Do you think Alec Guinness was? Because I'm looking at his IMDb and he had an incredible career leading up to it.
Yeah, so he very much is on record not really understanding Star Wars.
I feel like
Maybe even
no
not.
one did.
You could argue not even liking Star Wars, but he was like a legit West End, acclaimed, like classically trained actor, and he became most known for this silly thing that he didn't even really like that much. And as the time went on, like when he came back to do Empire and Jedi, he understood it, I think, a little more. But yeah, not the biggest fan of Star Wars.
I'll tell you what. There's another guy in this movie that doesn't really like Star Wars.
Jump up the vacuum hose. Another guy in this movie who doesn't really like Star Wars?
Yeah, he was just a red president. Harrison Ford.
Oh, yeah. Harrison Ford is every Star Wars fan's favorite curmudgeon.
You have to get inside of there. So you go to the roof and you break all the things.
Get inside. What
and
the
then you pull both of them down at the same time and it sucks you up in.
I break them all first and then pull it down?
You pull them down at the same time and then it sucks you into the thing.
All right. Come on, Ben, you old creep. Get up here. We're putting these back. All right, I see. We got to do both of these. Do it. I thought we did it, though. We did it.
Pull them at the same time.
They're already pulled.
So then it should suck you up into the thing.
Should suck us up?
You're at the way bottom.
Oh, on this?
Yeah.
Oh, it was that easy. It was that easy. I'm an idiot, chat. I'm an idiot. L's in the chat for me.
Gotta go down that hole. Holes. Can you do an Ahsoka double lightsaber?
Not in this game.
Someone said blue milk is mad good.
Oh, I think they mean at the Star Wars world.
Oh, no. I don't think you can buy the Ahsoka sabers at one of the lightsaber shops. They also have a lot of cool shops. Yeah, it's just cool walking in there. Because you'll walk in there and they have I remember one of the things we saw was like a sarlacc, but it's like you could see through to how big a sarlacc is under the sand and shit. I just got a text from a guest who I did not know would be joining the stream. How about this? Dan Katz said if you're looking for people to hop on stream, I'll hop on for about 10 minutes later and make a little appearance. Stella Blue's namesake, well, not the namesake, it's Stella herself, but Stella Blue's creator, Big Cat, will join at some point during the stream. Star Wars, gigantic Star Wars fan, Big Cat. Let's break all this shit. Let's get some fucking studs. Let me see, I'm getting more texts about the stream. Some streams. Shout out Nate, said have a good stream. Oh, shout out my uncle who I mentioned on stream. How about this? This is his wall in his house. All the weapons, Rebel logo, badass. Star Wars runs deep in my family. My brother named his firstborn Luke. How about that? That's how deep it runs.
If you have any photos that you want to put on your computer and then bring them
I'll
up,
present them on the computer.
I could flip that quick.
That'll definitely be easier.
If you had to get one more Star Wars tattoo, what would you get, if anything?
I've thought about it. I'll definitely have more Star Wars tattoos in my life. I've thought about having each of my legs done. What's up, guys? 24-hour stream. We're live. You could hop in if you want. Noah, get in here. The people have been asking for you the whole stream.
No lives. Get in here.
Noah, get in here. Chicks in the office. Noah, Gia, get in here. We got, please. I feel weird saying that to Gia. Felt like normal with you, and then I was like, Gia, get in here.
Happy May 4th, everyone.
Coming in to record?
Yes, we're going to the office.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I'm filling in for Rhea.
Very
Look at
nice.
this guy.
Is this the new version?
This is the OG. I'm trying to hit that nostalgia bone for people.
I love that.
You know, bring it back to the PS2 days.
I love that.
And
How many hours in are you?
we're 2 hours in.
2
Oh
hours
shit,
in.
you got a
2
lot.
2
Way
out
to
of 24, 22 to go.
Yeah.
That's
hot,
awesome.
Hot start. We did
Yeah.
some, went through some merch history.
Yep.
Wow.
The history of Star Wars merch. We've had Clem on. We've had
Wow.
Gooch on. We had Ken Jack, Jeff D. Lowe.
W Noah in the chat.
And I've been getting
Finally
stuck in a
Noah's
lot of
here.
Lego Star Wars.
W
merch.
Noah.
That's
I'm,
my mom.
I'm gonna.
Robbie,
watch-
someone said you should get a giant Jar Jar Binks face tattooed on your back.
Well, we could talk about Jar Jar back tattoos when we talk to the director of Fanboys later on. How about that? Kyle Newman's joining the stream.
Wow, star-studded.
The question was, if I got another Star Wars tattoo, what would I get?
Oh.
I've been thinking Baby Yoda eventually. Like, I think it'd be cool to get Baby Yoda peeking out from another
That's
tattoo.
so cute.
But I also feel like I got to give Baby Yoda some more time. I feel like it's like getting a Khaleesi tattoo season 4, and then by the end of the series, you're like,
You
I don't
never
know if
know
I
what
should have
they're-
got that tattoo.
You never know where Baby Yoda's gonna go.
I could see myself getting something Han, maybe his blaster, maybe the Millennium Falcon, something like that. Noah, what Star Wars tattoo are you planning on getting?
Definitely would be Darth Maul, I think.
Oh, Darth
I'm a
Maul!
What's
guy.
your favorite
Yeah.
Star Wars movie?
I don't know like the names of the movies,
Oh.
but like,
What?
I've seen them.
All right, fair enough. Gia, if you had to get a Star Wars tattoo, can I guess?
Yeah,
Something Rogue One related?
for sure. But I don't even know what I would get though.
Stardust,
from
maybe?
Rogue One. Oh, I like that.
Something like Jyn
I would
Erso's
get
nickname?
like a little Baby Yoda too, honestly, not to steal your vibe, but I love
We
Baby
get matching
Yoda.
Baby Yoda tattoos.
Okay,
The
so
whole office goes out, gets Baby Yoda tattoos. Dave is in.
that would be awesome. I'm gonna watch Rogue One though tonight for sure, and I have to watch the most recent episode of Andor, episode 6. I think.
Seems like that's how a lot of people are celebrating tonight, catching up
Yeah.
on Andor.
Good
Noah,
luck.
thank you. I'll
I
let you guys
gotta
get to recording.
Have
I'll
fun.
stop by on the way out.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that, yeah.
Have fun, guys.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
We'll take all the guests we can get. Anyone that comes into the office, I'm going to try to drag him into this room. Talk Star Wars for a little bit. It's like a Royal Rumble. You never know who's going to be next.
AC guy is gonna be next.
Yeah, probably the AC guy. He's here
Sparky.
very frequently.
Sparky.
Sparky comes in, he can sing a song. My toys make noise. Everyone here knows Sparky's song. All right, I gotta push this. Yep. We gotta get R2 out.
A year from now, we'll be looking at the Mandalorian. Oh! A year from now, we'll be looking at Mandalorian and Grogu film, Avengers Doomsday, and GTA 6.
Hell yeah. May 2026 is going to be awesome. Now, I will say, I don't think we're getting Avengers Doomsday next May. I've been on record
shot.
saying that's going to get delayed.
A year ago, people were saying we're gonna get Kang Dynasty, GTA 6.
Yeah.
And also, I think that same all 3 of those were like scheduled for this May.
Someone like tweeted there was like a photo of like the whole cast and crew. They like watched Thunderbolts together. Someone was like, they're just now filming this movie.
Yeah, yeah. Like the CGI is not even partially complete. You know, they're not even started on it.
But Mandalorian and Grogu, they definitely. But I mean,
It's done filmed.
It's done, yeah.
They're done, and the trailer they showed at Celebration Japan looked fucking awesome.
that's the big joke is that Pedro Pascal is just like the hardest working human being like
Yeah,
of all time.
yeah.
He's in literally everything.
He's gonna work his ass off for like 5-6 years and then just sit on piles of money.
Yeah.
He's. I mean, he's.
I guess it's been like 7 years. He's been
True, since Thrones, if you want to say it starts at Thrones for him.
Who was he in Thrones?
Oberyn.
Oh,
He gets his
my
head
God.
squashed by the mountain.
Oh yeah.
a scene I've watched once and never again.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they had a scene like that and reminded me of it, at least in Daredevil. Yeah.
I
was like,
won't.
oh
I
my
won't watch
God.
that. I won't watch that ever again. That was worse. That was way worse.
That was awesome.
All right, we got in here, and then we gotta go this way. Why
I
do
said
you
we
always keep
teased
bringing
Disney
me the
too
other
hard. Like they're not gonna make it gory. They're-
Oh, I keep
they're like-
fucking
Yeah, they
this up.
literally were like, I wish you would.
And
What's the
then I
most
remember this.
gruesome death in Star Wars?
Probably Anakin, and at the end of 3 is the most gruesome anything in Star Wars, I would
Yeah.
think. Just how gory it is. There's something about the originals when like an arm gets chopped off and there's blood.
Yeah.
That's a little more. Oh, I see. I gotta put this above 3PO.
I think I was talking to you about it, Robbie, but that guy getting erased off the planet in Andor when he gets shot.
Yeah.
Like he just leaves his boots. I was like, that was crazy for Star Wars.
Turn into R2. There we go. R2, let your buddy out. There he is. Everyone's favorite protocol droid, which is my dream role in a Star Wars movie. I would love to be cast as a background extra. I don't want any lines. I don't need any lines. I don't really need much screen time. I just want to walk past the screen once, which would make my character canon and give me a Wikipedia entry. And I would like to play a protocol droid, so I have an excuse to have arms as tiny as they are. I need to say, you know, I got to keep my biceps this size to fit into a protocol droid suit. I know it would be tedious. I know it would be uncomfortable. I know it would be hours on set on my feet in this tiny tin costume. I would still have fun with it, goddammit. But if you're listening, Jon Favreau, Kathleen Kennedy, Dave Filoni, anyone in a power position, Sean Levy, however you say your last name, no disrespect meant by that, I'll take any role I could get. It doesn't have to be a protocol droid. I'll take any role.
Someone's not wrong. They said Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen's death.
Yeah, that's a brutal one, actually. When you can see the skeletons.
Their skeletons are smoking.
They're smoking still when he arrives. Yeah, that's brutal. That's really brutal. My favorite Star Wars game is the original Battlefront 2, that or Republic Commando. Hey, I'm with you. Battlefront 2 is probably my favorite Star Wars game. You could argue it's my favorite game of all time in general. We will be playing that later on the stream as well, because that remaster came out last year, I believe it was. And it's great. I love the remaster. I know it's got glitches. I know it's got some bugs here and there. It's very good for what I wanted it to be. I wish the servers just lasted longer. Like, the servers were pretty hyped for a while, and then they went away. France up. We build this for Luke, and then we need, oh geez, these sand people. These damn Tusken Raiders. You gotta build this for Luke before I get shot. They shoot me every time I freaking try. Always like the sand people with the snipers when they're like watching the Boon to Eve Classic go down. They're just like, fuck this race. Send Luke up there, get that mini kit. That'll be first mini kit of the stream, right? I'm not getting all of them, but boom. 1 of 10. Another great thing to just make people go back and replay it with the mini kits. Some of them only being accessed by certain characters.
They're talking in the chat now about all the different video games. Quack Attack says Star Wars, the Clone Wars duels on GameCube was goated.
Yep.
Shadow of the Empire, I played the shit out of that.
Shadow of the Empire classic, OG.
Force Unleashed is great. They
yes.
need to make a Galen Merrick canon.
Yup. I loved Force Unleashed.
I was let down big by Star Wars Outlaws. Had big hopes for loving that one, says Ben Campos.
So I was planning on playing that one on stream, actually, because it is the newest Star Wars game to come out, and I mentioned it on one of my streams. I was like, oh yeah, I'll play some Star Wars Outlaws, because it's the whole reason why I bought a PS5 was Star Wars Outlaws. I still have yet to crack into Star Wars Outlaws, so I was like, this will be the first time. And I got so many people being like, yeah, don't do that. They're like, it's probably like the most repetitive Star Wars game, so it might not be good for a stream.
Oh, it's got 7 out of 10 on Steam.
I think it looks good to me. Like, personally, I think I'll like it. But people were saying just for the stream, it might not be the best.
But that's people just complain about anything.
True.
You know, not to say, you know, anyone in the chat, but like I downloaded Hogwarts Legacy on my Switch because like I wanted to play something when I was on the train into work, and all the comments were like, this game is awful on the Switch. It's all outside of like the hair pixels.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
Yeah. People are just picky about shit like that.
I hate the FPS people who it's like, oh, this is
the FPS is down. I mean, look at the game I'm playing right now. It's got fucking look at how pixelated that texture looks on this. You know, look at the studs. They're pixelated. I'm having a blast with this. I don't need everything to be 4K 1080p.
Just think about growing up and playing like Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank and all those games, and it's like, it's just
more time on story, less time on
Shadows of the Empire. That's another one where it's like, you don't need that to be a fucking high def game.
Assassin's Creed Star Wars Edition.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
That would be amazing.
That would force choke people from the rooftops.
I liked those games growing up, the Assassin's Creed games. I was pretty big into them. All right. Here.
Outlaws.
Here.
I might just get it for the Cad Bane DLC.
Oh, yeah.
shit.
I mean, you're telling me
That's
Cad
awesome.
Bane's in a fucking outlaw game? Yeah, how could that suck? How could it? Go up here, get that blue stud. You know I love me some blue studs.
Shout out Max Rebo.
Yeah. Shout out Max Rebo and the Jizz Whalers. Don't forget about the Jizz Whalers.
That being the band
Yeah.
name.
No one tuned into it. The Bracket did a great episode last week.
It's so good.
It's so good.
All right, use the force here. All right, now I'm getting going. It was, I know I had a couple moments where I was just walking around like a dope with my thumb up my butt, not knowing where I was going. Now we're back. We're cooking. We're advancing. Ben Kenobi using the force on motherfuckers. Shout out to my nephew Luke, as I'm playing as Luke here, or with Luke here. And my niece, whose middle name is Rey. Big Star Wars naming
Big Star Wars
family.
naming family.
Love it.
It is funny, like you said, like the Grogu. You get like imagine getting a Grogu tattoo and then he just becomes like
Yeah.
he like
Everyone's like he becomes Jar Jar.
he's the next Sith Lord.
Yeah. But that's why like the Falcon's an easy one where I could see myself getting something Falcon related, something Han related. Ken Jack's got a cool Star Wars tattoo. He's got the targeting computer that Luke has where it's like what the Death Star, what you see down the trench run, the Death Star.
Isn't it upside down though?
I think it is. Well, from a certain point of view.
Or it was like something. I thought something was wrong with it.
He got it on. It's like on his forearm where it could be upside down or right side up from like either perspective. I guess
That's what it was.
Double land speeder. By the way, this is a fun thing to look up if you haven't seen it before. It is a classic thing. So if you're a big Star Wars fan, you already know this. But the way they did the land speeder effect in the original was they basically had a car, and where it was supposed to be hovering, they put a mirror. So you were seeing the reflection of... So can I drop this off with Luke and then we could both be in land speeders? Something like that. Hop in, Luke. Or is it like, I gotta fucking... Maybe it doesn't work like that. What you were seeing was the reflection of the ground in the mirror, and then it was able to... They were able to make it look like it was levitating, hovering. Oh, I gotta play as Luke to get over there. But I gotta play as Han, or as Ben to use the Force. I guess that's not a Force one, that's just a regular build. There we go. Put this in the ground. Or not in the ground, actually. It's gonna float around there.
Did you know that early drafts of the script of A New Hope had a different, instead of "May the Force be with you," something different?
Was it something more "This is the way"?
May the force of others be with you.
May the force of others be with... Yeah, they definitely made the right call doing the Facebook thing. They said, cut the. They were like, let's fucking...
Drop the...
Yeah.
Drop the.
They definitely made the right call going with that. It was also Star Wars in the Journal of the Wills.
Really?
Or it was the Journal of the Wills, Part 1, Star Wars. Luke Skywalker in the Journal of the Wills, I think it was called. Which is referenced in... Well, I didn't even have to do all that. It's referenced in Rogue One when they're talking about... I think it's Chirrut and his friend. They're like, oh yeah, they're the protectors of the Journal of the Wills. Star Wars does a great job of recycling. Recycling old ideas, old characters, anything that they didn't use, old concept art especially, anything that they made for the original trilogy but didn't use, they'll get to eventually. Alright, this is time for Luke Skywalker to get his first lightsaber, eh? How's the chat feeling? 370 in the chat. Thanks for being here. Make sure you like the stream. Tell your friends. There's going to be a 24-hour stream going on till tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Someone asked earlier about the mostly sports stream. Did you hear anything about that? Did Connor tease anything?
Yes. So that is why originally we were going to do 12 to 12 because I was thinking this year it's Revenge of the Sith 20th anniversary. We'll celebrate the Revenge of the 5th as much as we're celebrating May the 4th. So we were going to do 12 to 12, and then they said we're doing obviously the Star Wars murder mystery again, which was great last year. I was a small part of it, just a cameo. I might make a cameo on it this year. I cannot confirm or deny. That's obviously big Lucasfilm secrets over there. But we are going to be a lead-in to the Mostly Sports Murder Mystery. So as soon as this stream is over, the Star Wars content doesn't stop. We're keeping it going there. So he did tell me, I won't give out too many details, but there's going to be Star Wars Celebration stuff involved, maybe a new location. Very excited to see what they have planned. I haven't seen it yet, but maybe I'll make a cameo. Maybe I'll be added to that Wikipedia. Continue the story along here.
Oh, hello.
Oh, they did say, Quack Attack said Mexican Star Wars mystery, so they've already said that. Oh my God, friends,
Whose
that your
dog is
dog? Oh my God, what's his name?
Adopted a puppy this weekend.
Oh my God,
Oh
this
my gosh.
weekend?
Congratulations.
Congrats.
She's brand new.
What's her name?
TBD. Her name was Sarah.
Okay.
I'm changing it. I don't
Fair
like
enough.
Sarah.
TBD. For this stream,
What about Padme?
we could give her a Star Wars name.
So,
Yeah.
she's totally a Padme. Come here.
Dog in the street.
Hello.
baby. Oh, so sweet.
Hello there.
Oh my God, dogs in the stream. Dogs in the stream. W dogs.
Exploring. Get
Nope,
out of
no
there.
Pink Whitney for you. Adorable friend.
Thank you.
Look at that, adorable.
Nothing like dogs, man.
I love dogs, man. Dogs are the friggin' best.
What do you have on deck for fuel for the midnight to 6 a.m. portion?
We've got Stella Blue dark chocolate espresso bars. We've got Stella Blue dark roast. We've got the Miss Peaches blend. Shout out dogs. Right now we've got the Miss Peaches Stella Blue. Again, a portion of the proceeds go to Paws in Chicago. So it's gonna be a lot of this. Water too. I gotta remember to hydrate. I'm always bad at hydrating.
Yeah, you're gonna be talking a lot.
Yeah. Put some Stella Blue milk into the Stella Blues. I brought food coloring for the milk. Mos Eisley. Most wretched scum, or the most wretched hive of scum and villainy in the entire galaxy. You could say the same thing about the Barstool New York office.
Someone said no dogs in Star Wars. There's gotta be at least one sort of cameo.
There is a dog in Star Wars. I had to think about it for a second. I think there is a dog in the episode with Jack Black and Lizzo. Am I wrong about that? Of The Mandalorian?
You might. That sounds right.
Or am I confusing it with House of the Dragon, where there was randomly a pug in an episode?
You could be
and
confusing.
we were like,
it-
where the fuck did that pug come
Are
from?
you confusing it with the original Dune? The David Lynch. one.
Yeah, there's dogs in that too, right?
Yeah, there's just a pug.
They're just holding
There is that like.
Grogu. That's kind of all I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
They,
maybe.
they kind of hold Grogu like a dog.
I'm confusing it with House of the Dragon then.
There's Loth wolves in.
Yeah,
Rebels.
Loth cats. Loth cats are very close to dogs.
There are various dog-like species in the Star Wars universe. Obviously, these can include domesticated canines like Luke Skywalker's dog on Tatooine, species like Sharhound, Akdog.
There's a lot of wolves. Like Ahsoka has wolves and shit.
Sharhound looks like a Houndoom. Pokemon.
I thought I was in a good spot where they weren't going to be able to get me from there. I need to change the loop with the blast.
Dogs, also known as hounds, were a classification of non-sentient, omnivorous. I don't have a great education. Quadrupedal, or sometimes hexapedal species of canines in the galaxy.
Oh.
They're on Antelope.
Is this from Wikipedia?
Yes, from
Yeah,
Wikipedia.
you know it's accurate.
That's the best website.
The Fanpedias are the craziest things of all time.
Yeah. And that's my dream, is to one day have a Wikipedia page for a character that I played in any Star Wars project. Doesn't have to be a movie. I'll do one of the shows, I'll do animate, I'll do a voice.
Here you go. The term dog could also be used as a word for contempt. While C-3PO's head was temporarily attached to the B-1 series battle droid's body during the first battle of Geonosis,
yeah.
he was heard shouting, "Die, Jedi dogs."
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Additionally, the phrase "wet dog" was used by Luke Skywalker to describe an odor he smelt while on Koopa.
These stormtroopers are lighting me up. These stormtroopers have better accuracy than the fucking better darts player in the world. The best darts player in the world, excuse me. I need to just... I need to. They keep coming. How do they keep coming? How many stormtroopers are they? I know they're clones, but Jesus. Shoot them from back here. Yep. Here we go. Oh, come on, that didn't hit him. These are online. I gotta go on the stairs to hit him, don't I? And now more coming. They're like the Samoans in the WWE. Every time you think you've seen the last of them, there's another one. Boom, ramp. There we go. And I need a stormtrooper to access that area. So I need 3PO to access this area. There's 3PO. Bob Fox, you are the man, says Patrick Beard. Thank you. Appreciate that. Still holding strong in the chat. Appreciate you guys for being there. Any Star Wars questions or topics or anything, throw in the chat. We'll talk about it. I've got a chat screen right in front of me that has all of the chats aggregated. So I could see YouTube, I could see Twitch, I could see Instagram, I could see TikTok, I could see all of them. Got eyes everywhere. Shout out Lady Fox for taking care of Faith for 24 hours while I'm fucking off with stupid Star Wars stuff. Means a lot. Here we go. This is the area of Mos Eisley I remember very well. The wide open area where you could just start murking fools. Also, this map in Battlefront 2, which we'll get into later. Playing heroes and villains on Mos Eisley, however you want to say it. Oh my god, it's the best.
What's your favorite ship? And you can't say the Millennium Falcon.
Favorite ship, can't say the Millennium Falcon. It's a chalk answer, but I've always been such a big X-Wing kid. I love X-Wings. X-Wings, I also love the Naboo Starfighter, the yellow Naboo Starfighter that Mando now has like a chrome version of in the show. Always loved that. I mean, TIE Fighters are classic, obviously, but I wouldn't call them like my favorite. The Razor Crest itself. The Razor Crest is a fucking great Star Wars ship. The Ghost from Rebels. That one is one of those like. It's almost like, again, to make a wrestling analogy, sometimes they say the wrestler makes the title or the title makes the wrestler. Sometimes the project can make the ship. So like the Ghost in Rebels is a fine ship, but I think I like it so much because I like the show Rebels so much. It elevates it in my mind. Oh, this is when I fucking build an ATST and then destroy it or something? Or use it to destroy that blockade, I think.
The Starfighter is just like so prequel.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you think about like the color palette and the scheme.
Oh yeah.
And like the overtly CGI, it's just like so early 2000s.
Also, in about 15, yeah. Oh, he is ready. Oh, he's here already. All right, I was gonna say in about 15, but I believe he's in the back end. So I'm gonna throw headphones on, and we're gonna be joined by our next guest of the stream. I'm very excited about this. Is he ready?
Yeah, he's up
Mike
there.
Forrester, aka HondoSupply. Hondo, what's going on? Mike, what's going on?
Robbie, I've been watching you, man. You are jamming. You
I
are
am?
absolutely jamming.
You're
on
enjoying it?
It's great, man. It's great to talk to you.
Well, it's
Happy
great
May
to
the
talk to you.
4th.
Yeah, May the 4th be with you as well. It's great to talk to you because I've known you through Twitter and social media for a few years now, but we haven't gotten the chance to do something like this. So I have a bunch of stuff that I want to plug for you right off the bat. Host of Thank the Maker Pod with
Hey,
Ryan
that's
from
us.
Yellow Card. I've had Ryan on the podcast before. He's talked about that. You also host it with Adam from Story of the Year, Nick from Bayside. So it's the perfect, honestly, for My Mom's Basement fans. It's Star Wars and pop punk. That is right up everyone's alley there. It's not the only Star Wars pop punk thing you do, because Mosh Eisley is part of your repertoire. I don't know how involved. I know you're very involved in that, but are you the creator of Mosh Eisley?
Yeah, so it's kind of like Thank the Maker adjacent. You know, that for us, we wanted to, we realized that the guys have a big following of just people who love their music, right? And so we wanted to kind of do a party that was, we had a lot of people that were like, hey, are we going to do a Thank the Maker meetup? This is very common with people who have Discords and Patreons. And we said, why don't we just like throw a a punk emo party that has lightsabers at Celebration because everyone's already in our gear anyways. And so we were kind of like, let's just straight up call it a party. Let's tell everyone to bring costumes, bring their lightsabers, and the community like went hard at it. The emo, pop punk mashups of Star Wars have been incredible, and we've been able to do. Gosh, I think tonight is in Vegas.
Yep.
And I think this is our 8th one that we've done.
Wow. All over the country.
Dude, all over. It's been awesome. It started in Anaheim, then we've got to do one in New York for New York Comic Con. We really try to make them like con adjacent because we have a lot of people who are there anyways for the conventions. They're in our network anyways, and it's been super fun to see people come out, share their story, almost make like a custom. We've seen punk troopers, and our buddy Hunter made a custom like punk R5 unit. And so it's got spikes and it's got all these references to screw the Empire, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. So it's been amazing, but it's always been a community effort for us, and for this is what we grew up on, right? If you're a millennial, you are like soaked up in this culture. So it's the perfect blend of all these things. But absolutely, man.
That's awesome. And are there tickets available if people are watching from Vegas? Can they come tonight still?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's at House of Blues in Las Vegas, and it's a pretty good sized venue. I know that we were debating between doing it on a Saturday night, but I guess Post Malone was in town last night, and House of Blues was like just the way that they're like just the way that the traffic and the congestion is very real. Obviously, you guys on the East Coast get that, but there's definitely, they were like, May the 4th, let's do a straight up May the 4th party. So we've got a local brewery called Beer Zombies there that's like brewing custom beer, and then the party, of course. Vegas is no stranger to weirdness. That's what I love about that place. So it's a perfect place perfect opportunity for people to come out, wear a costume, and scream your favorite tracks of your elder emo heart.
I need to make it to one. Like, this is absolutely a bucket list thing for me at this point.
Yeah.
I've got a couple bucket list things that I feel you're also associated with, though, because another podcast you do, it's called Armor Party, where you celebrate the costumes and the costume makers behind Star Wars. And I think the first exchange we ever had was like, hey man, it's a bucket list thing for me to join the 501st Legion. Where do I start? And I still haven't started, and it still pains me that I haven't made my first costume and joined the 501st Legion. But you have a ton at this point, correct? How many costumes do you have in terms of like your 501st stuff?
Man, I think I'm at 5 or 6. When all this fan stuff kind of started to take off, it kind of put it put a lot of my time, because building takes forever. My current work that I'm doing right now is Empire Strikes Back Boba Fett, and that costume in particular is the white whale of Star Wars costuming, because for a lot of people who don't know, Star Wars was in a weird spot because George is still self-funding Star Wars at this point. And they loved that costume so much, but they didn't really totally understand exactly that Boba Fett was going to take off and be the fan favorite that he became. They knew he was cool, but there were so many different versions of Boba in the prototyping stage where they weren't exactly sure how they were going to bring him to the screen. And so by the time we saw basically V3 of Boba Fett, the Empire Strikes Back edition, it doesn't exist anymore. They actually repainted the armor for Return of the Jedi. If that tells you how just weird they were at a time, because now everything is archival. Everything goes to the archives at Disney after they've made every version of it. We've got Stunt, Hero, but the Empire Strikes Back version is truly the white whale for many people, because all the little parts, and what's crazy is we're still finding things now that some people have been able to say, oh, my uncle worked on that. I found this, this was this note that I had in here, where you find that, someone had this one part of a record player that they end up using this nut. And of course, these crazy people in the 501st are like, we've got to find this nut on eBay, so they're buying stuff and putting it together. But it's an incredible costume. The paint is incredibly difficult. We have people who are replicating it all the way down to the original model train paint that was used, and they're finding this stuff on
model
eBay.
train paint for Boba Fett? That's a fun fact.
Yeah, absolutely. So the railroad, if I had more of my stuff like accessible here, I would show you exactly I have the color chart of all the paints that were used with the swatches, because that's just how, you'd go through. I mean, mind you, in Light and Magic, I'm sure what you've watched.
Yeah.
These are just they're like a bunch of 20-year-olds putting this stuff together. You
Bunch
know
of
what I mean?
nerds, yeah, like in the truest, like greatest sense, that they were just so passionate, but also on a time crunch of like, hey, we got to figure out what works for all of this shit. You were talking about breaking down things. I mean, I think a lot of people know this, some may not. The original lightsaber from A New Hope. At the end of production, they were like, break it down for parts. Like, that doesn't
100%.
exist, the original Luke Skywalker lightsaber, because they were like, yeah, we're not going to need that again, right? We'll just make a new one. Nothing was archived at that point. It's so fascinating to look at it through that lens. I can't believe they're still finding out new things about, like, the Boba Fett costume. That's insane.
Oh, it's one of those things where, you're kind of looking at, especially from our standpoint, where you've had a lot of things that were kind of deconstructed over time, and you're also trying to look at them through a 1976 film lens, right?
Yeah.
So, and there's dust on the lens, and there's stuff where people are like, wait, is that a paint mark? No, that's dust on the lens, because that's literally some of the only references we have. And what's funny is that when you're building costumes, to make them more accurate, you actually have to make them look worse.
Yeah.
Like the Sand Troopers in A New Hope have duct tape on their packs, on their filtration packs. But a lot of people, when you build it accurately, because sometimes you'll find these little behind the scenes, and you'll go, wait a minute, that's the same captain that, where are you going with these droids? Like, you'll find a behind the scenes shot of these guys, and you're like, that guy's got duct tape on his back. Like, now I got to go back. I got to make my costume more. Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's funny how, this hobby has really made people absolutely neurotic about this stuff. But I always tell people, the reason that we're so dedicated to making details, to make the details work, is because we're actually honoring all of the people who worked on this franchise, because you'll get the littlest thing that'll end up becoming something of lore, and that gets added on to some 40, 50 years later. And, for a lot of people who don't understand the power of costume, I think in our lexicon of breaking down and understanding what we see on the screen, it's like people who don't understand that the actors don't write their own lines. It's the same thing that actors don't pick their own costumes. The fact that people know what Han Solo looks like but don't know who John Mallo is one of those things where that's what I'm trying to do with a lot of these shows, and what we try to do with our podcast is just highlight people who have been a part of this universe that might not necessarily get the same love as the people that we come to see the final product. So that's always what it's been about for a lot of people in the 501st, and also about kind of some of the way that we have our shows, and just bring people kind of into the spotlight a little bit, because we think just like yourself, Robbie, right? Like, everyone, all these details matter, man.
The details are like our favorite part. Hearing stuff about, like, the duct tape stuff, I'm like, oh, that's so cool. That's the stuff we don't get. So you said you have 5 or 6. Take us through, like, your roster of outfits. I assume regular Stormtrooper, Scout Stormtrooper, stuff like that.
Yeah. So I'm in Michigan. I'm in Upper Michigan. So, the Snow Trooper, without a doubt, from Empire Strikes Back is one of my favorite suits to wear. And then I've got a Scout Trooper. Scout Trooper was the first one that I made, and growing up as a kid in Michigan, Endor was my setting, right? Where you can go up in woods, and you remember getting those. You get the toys and you bring them outside, and you're getting dirt in the Scout's knees because you're flying your speeder bike by. And so that was one of my costumes that I remember being like that, and I still maintain that it's one of the coolest costumes in all.
It's my
Star
favorite
Wars.
Trooper for sure. Yeah,
100%, because they just kind of almost have this like baseball cap looking helmet, and everything about it was
the
just
snipers
awesome.
too, like they're the marksman troopers and everything like that. About them made it cooler to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So everything about that costume is awesome. I had the Sand Trooper that I ended up selling fairly recently to get a friend back into trooping. I've got a Stormtrooper that's almost ready to be submitted for building. I've got a Imperial officer, and I'm thinking, man, there's got to be one more. Oh, the Narkina 5 from Andor.
Yeah,
that's one of the easiest kits to get in the 501st with. But we ended up doing that run at Celebration, where all the prisoners run through the Celebration Hall together, chanting "One Way Out." Actually, when we were in Japan for Celebration, Tony Gilroy called us out because they put us all together, everyone in those white Narkina suits, and he comes out, says hi to everyone, and looks right over at our group, and he's like, "See, this is what I'm talking about. This is this is the fandom of this franchise right here. And that was a really cool opportunity for, I think, for him to also see, you know, there's plenty of people in Hollywood too that contribute to Star Wars as just they're a writer on a project, they're a director or something. They move on to other projects, but to go to Celebration and see all these people who have recreated your costume, who have like totally immersed themselves into the world that you build. I don't think a lot of people in Hollywood get to really experience that until they get into Star Wars.
I think you're right. And Celebration itself is such a unique thing because it's not even like you're doing a panel at a Comic-Con where you might have a big crowd. It's like we are all here for the exact same thing. I love the 501st Legion. I always have. I absolutely will join at one point, and I'm sure I'll hit you up for advice and help and joining and all of that. I'm actually having my friend join. My friend Vinny is joining later on because he will be the scout trooper at Yankee Stadium today for May the 4th with the 501st, and he's going to join and recap the whole experience.
Yeah, I got Vinny. Vinny was reaching out to me. He's like, you know, because we have a mutual friend in Danny K from the All Time Low Camp, and you know, he's played guitar in our band for a couple of months while we were trying to figure out our next move. And so when you know we got all this circle, and you know, Danny reached out and goes, man, my buddy Vinny's he's into this stuff, man. So we ended up getting him a costume for his wedding.
Yes.
And so he was like, yeah, you know, I really want this scout. So I'm walking him through it. And then once he got approved, man, he was like, dude, I get it. I see what it's all about. I see why you guys are fanatical about this. Cause you just get this sense, I think, for a lot of people within the club, you know, I think we know ourselves well enough. And this is how I always refer to myself, is like, I know that I might not be a soup kitchen kind of person. Like, I'm not going to go and ladle soup and say, hey, that was my good charity. But like, if I can go and help raise money for my community in some sense by putting on the costume and doing a Star Wars themed fundraiser, visiting a children's hospital, doing something that makes people happy, I'm all in, man. I'll wear that costume for hours on end. And that's where you find a lot of 501st are really into that sense of community, because they know that it brings people so much joy to be able to have Star Wars come off the screen for them. And if we can suspend that magic for someone, if we can make them just forget for a second that the world isn't the place that it is right now, that's a job well done. And so I think that's why you find that connective tissue about why people build a costume. They get so passionate about just being a part of Star Wars. It's truly one of the coolest things that you get to do once you get over yourself of saying, is this too much? It's like, you're not. You got 15,000 people worldwide that are cheering you on. So when you make that community a little bit smaller, it truly does make you feel like you're part of a family, and it's amazing. And I'm part of the Legion staff, and our commanding officer, who kind of runs the whole show, is right there in Jersey City. So
really? Wow.
Yeah. So he's right across the way, and just became the CEO of Roosevelt's, which is what I'm rocking here today. I put on my best suit. Great just merch for you, Robbie. But they're over in Hoboken. So I mean, you got a lot of connections right over there.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it, Star Wars Celebration Japan. You were lucky enough to go this year. Tell me about that experience, because I went in Orlando and Chicago. It was amazing. I loved every step of the way. But Japan, was that a different animal?
I mean, I think, you know, I've done Anaheim, and are you guys planning on going to LA?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Trying to get there. I said I will change everything in my schedule to make sure I'm there.
Yeah. Get the whole crew. I mean, honestly, I would say anybody at Barstool who's even considering going, you have to go just to be a part of, like, just to see what it's like. Because I think for some, in all the, you know, all the noise online about what, you know, Star Wars is dead, all this stuff, just people who are just angry for some reason, you go to Celebration, and it is truly one of the most incredible experiences of being able to stop at any point with any person walking by you and go, yo, what do you think about that panel that we just saw? And all of a sudden, you've got 12 people being like, yo, Ahsoka's coming back. We're getting a mall trailer. Like, this is crazy. And it makes you realize that the part of it that I love, and I hope your experience is probably the same, Robbie, but like, you're standing in line with all these people, and you see old dudes, young kids, all in this like hype for everything that's there. And it is truly one of the times where you look at it and go, this is why this franchise is special. Because Luke Skywalker is still the same character that he was in 1977. Darth Vader is still the same character. And everyone, whether you're 75 or whether you're 7, you're agreeing Star Wars is awesome. handshake, right? And Celebration is just truly the magnification of that. And to answer your question, I mean, Japan was amazing for a lot of reasons, because part of not just the convention was you really got to almost kind of see a little peek into what George was thinking when he was so influenced by Kurosawa films, and just the idea of Japanese culture and philosophy and approach to things, because you're walking around Tokyo going, man, this almost feels like a different world in terms of their approach to architecture, their philosophy to, not being afraid to, throw 33 million people in Tokyo, 8 million in New York, you know what I mean? And you're like, how do they move all these people around? How do they do all this stuff? And so I think from a standpoint of walking around and seeing some of these temples and these shrines, and just kind of their approach to making sure that beauty is a part of their everyday life, it makes you understand a little bit more about the decisions that George made when he was informing, Ralph McQuarrie about, hey, what about this? What if this building looked like this? What if this planet looked like this? The scene between Morgan Elsbeth and Ahsoka Tano in Mando season 2, man, I think I went there. You know what I mean? I know it was a set, but I think I went there. So it was incredibly cool to see that. A lot of amazing art. Really
the artwork
cool
for this convention. Yeah, I was going to say the theme was my favorite theme Star Wars Celebration has ever had.
Insane. I met the artist. I actually bought a couple prints from the guy who made the badge art. All of that kind
that's
of like
the stuff that I loved. Yeah, I want prints of that stuff to hang up. Yeah.
I might have an extra Ahsoka one, so reach out to me after.
Okay, I will.
It's a beauty, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah. I hope you get the chance to get everyone that you can to come to LA, because I think LA for the 50th of Star Wars is going to be I think on a level in terms of just accessibility, for not only them to did you go to Anaheim? Were you able to do that?
No, so I only did Orlando and Chicago. Orlando was the 40th of A New Hope.
Yeah,
it felt huge. We had Force Awakens had just come out. We were looking forward to Last Jedi still. I think we're going to get like a similar vibe with the 50th. That's what I've been saying. Like, obviously we did the Disney Boys trip with Dave, and I was he wanted to dress up for that, and then didn't know Disney has these rules about what you can and cannot wear. We're going to tell him like, oh, you could go full Darth Vader if you want, helmet on, all of it. And we're going to try to drag him to it, because that would be great to have like Dave at Star Wars Celebration. Would be hysterical.
Well, I think from the standpoint, and that's like, I think a lot of people, it's like even Dave's like approach to things is like, he's still relatively like a new fan in regards of going like coming at it from an adult lens, which I think is always fascinating, because in some ways, I think part of the reason that we talk about this on Thank the Maker all the time, sometimes we get this interesting dynamic between people who are judging Star Wars knowing that it's a film, versus when you grow up with it, you treat it like a philosophy. And so when we have these, I always find it really interesting to talk to people like that, because you kind of, you get little insight as to like what they think is believable, or what they think is like, I can connect with this because it maybe reminds them of a different character in a different franchise. But I think just seeing the hype for Star Wars at Celebration is truly unmatched. You get a lot of people who are like, I'm buying in. I'm after this, dude. I am a fan. And I think in Anaheim, they had this thing called the Mandalorian Experience, which was where they brought all of the props, all of the costumes in this giant, in one of the halls. And you got to see the Bantha from Book of Boba Fett. You got to see the Rancor head from Book of Boba Fett. You got to see literally Din's N1 that was sitting in the garage that Pelimato's working on. And they had a working, Legacy was in there working the Grogu to like wave at you if you looked at him. And you got to see how they made Cad Bane's face and how they actually made it work. It was this like exploded view. And I think for people who have to remind themselves that Star Wars' philosophy is built in practical effects. They want to make as much of this stuff as they can and not just have it be a CGI schlockfest. So from my standpoint, when we're in the heart of Hollywood, we're there. So I think we are going to get a display that we have never seen on that level.
I didn't even think about that factor. Yeah,
100%. And in combination with George's actual museum opening, it's going to be. I'm almost like I should book a trip for a week and just go.
Yeah,
and just go.
Because everyone's going to be trying to see the George Museum as well.
100%. And I hope that people also understand that like that museum in particular isn't just going to be a Star Wars museum. It's going to be, you know,
all
a nod
film
to
and arts, right? Like, yeah.
And the stuff that inspires him, right? Because it's not just you know, it's not just Star Wars. It's all of the things, his love of World War II films, his love of you know, muscle cars and all of those things that inspired a lot of the motifs within Star Wars. I'm like trying to figure out how I can just move out there for 2 weeks and just go, I'm saying yes to stuff. You know what I mean? Pop-ups everywhere.
What was your favorite thing you got to see at Celebration this year? Were you in the room when they showed the Mando trailer?
Oh man, we were lucky enough to get invited this year from Star Wars with the show, and so we got to be put in the VIP spot, which is really great. And I definitely like, you know, we always try to do a thing where, you know, we show appreciation for a lot of people who aren't able to be there, because we know how difficult first of all international travel is, but also just people who, we had a friend that was supposed to go that unfortunately lost his home in Altadena. In the wildfires. And so you had a lot of people in California that weren't able to go because they just couldn't make that call. So we tried to, you know, kind of be as open and you know, sharing stuff as much as we could just to make people feel like they were a part of it. But we, you know, when they brought Sean Levy out, I was like, okay, all right, we're getting a little bit of a peek into what we saw, but I had no idea that they would bring out Gosling. Yeah. And you know, so that was super fun, because like I'm a, you know, as much as Star Wars is my thing, you know, I maintain our buddy Ryan Key from Yellow Card was like, here's the thing I like about this, because you got some people who are like, oh, these big actors in Star Wars, it doesn't, you know, I hear it. That guy doesn't make a bad movie.
I'm with you on that. That was one of my main
mean?
things, like his taste in what he selects to make.
His
like that
scripts,
puts
script,
faith
yeah.
in this for me, where I'm like, oh shit, like this must be good if he's signing on to it. Yeah.
And I watched Blade Runner 2049 on the way over, because I'm like trying to kill 13 hours, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and you can kind of see the sense of when they brought out Starfighter, I was like, okay, so obviously our speculation is starting to turn. We're like, man, is this the Rogue One movie? Or I'm sorry, is this the Rogue Squadron movie? Is this kind of an adaptation of that? Is this Drive in Star Wars? You know,
oh my God, that sounds awesome. Hook that into my veins. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you know, that was really exciting. You know, just seeing you know, we were in the animation panel when Dave was talking about you know, what's next for animation. Sam Witwer comes out, just chews on this Maul,
right?
That's,
yeah,
man, it was awesome how hyped we were to see that, because we had speculation that there was going to be a show, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't think anybody expected that we would literally get both. From my understanding of it, is we're actually going to get some stories of what George Lucas's concept of the sequel trilogy was in this show.
Wow.
With Darth Talon, Maul's apprentice, and wherever she goes. But again, what I love about Star Wars is, man, whatever happens in this show is going to open up future possibilities for where we continue to take Star Wars. So, you know, Asajj Ventress from Tales of the Underworld today. Are we going to see more Cad Bane? I mean, like, I'm just like, you know, where's Darth Talon going to be in this? Like, dude, the doors are open, and I love this franchise for doing stuff like that.
I was just mentioning on stream, I said Star Wars is the best in terms of recycling. If there's any piece of concept art, if there's anything from the original trilogy that went unused, they'll get to it. One day they'll get to it. And they'll do it well. It's like, I love that stuff. That's one of my favorite factors about Star Wars in general. What was now I've seen the bootlegged version. I probably shouldn't say that. I'll get hit with a Death Star strike. But I've seen a version of the Mandalorian trailer. What was it like watching that in the crowd? That's my favorite part of Celebration is, you know, I was there when Ian McDiarmid came on stage and it was revealed he was back, and it was like the Undertaker came out at a wrestling event, you know? It was like amazing.
Sure.
So what was the reaction like after that amazing teaser trailer played?
I mean, I think, you know, that for that group in particular, you know, Mando and Grogu has kind of become the face of Star Wars since 2019, right?
True.
And you know, I think to get the heavy hitters like Sigourney Weaver on as you know, they showed some behind the scenes of her. She didn't make it into the teaser trailer, and actually that teaser trailer for the most part was shown at D23. They just added a couple more scenes. So it was definitely, you know, the opening starts off with basically Din inside of somehow gets into an AT-AT, and he's just putting the womp. This is Lateef Crowder dos Santos just doing what he does, and it is literally every kit in Din's arsenal in terms of like the vibro. He sticks a vibro blade right into this guy's chest. He blasts this guy with the with his flamethrower. He just like roundhouses this dude. It is straight up, if you were looking for like, man, I feel like Din was just going on a bunch of adventures. Well, the adventure found himself as John Wick in this one. And I think for a lot of people, the excitement of going, and what's cool, of course, is like, we're in that 5 years after, right? So even the AT-ATs have made some adaptations a little bit, right? So don't be surprised if you see a couple things of what they've learned, what the Empire has learned, to maybe say, oh, last time we had these things out at Echo Base, they figured out how to take us down. We're going to make sure we don't do that. The one thing they probably didn't prepare for was to have a Mandalorian get inside of the house.
Yeah.
But what's awesome about it is just the thrill of people really kind of experiencing that this is going to be Star Wars back in the theater is what I took from it, because I think for a lot of us, having Star Wars as part of our almost like our American lexicon of what Star Wars means to us. Revenge of the Sith back in the theaters, right? Like the hype is unmatched seeing it on a screen that it's deserved to be seen on. And so I think this is really where the excitement is coming from, not just in where the story is going to take us, but also just the fact that it's going to be a classic cinema experience with Star Wars.
Dude, I was going to bring up Revenge of the Sith because I had this tweet about it where I went to see it last weekend. And as I showed up to the movie theater, they said, hey, just to let you know, the AC is broken. It ain't on in there. It's pretty hot. So if you want to go in there and come out and get a refund, we totally understand. We went in. It was pretty warm in there, but we were like, it's Revenge of the Sith. We're going to stick it out. We're going to see if we can stick it out. Everyone in the theater stuck it out and sat
100%.
in that hot theater, and they
Like
would rather
hotter
pay
than
$20.
Mustafar, baby.
Yes, and they would rather pay $20 to watch a 20-year-old movie than sit at home comfortably on their couch and watch it on Disney Plus, because it is a different experience. And when you hit the fanfare and you hit a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, chills every time. Like, I'm not able to sit in a movie theater, see that on the big screen, and not get instant goosebumps and feel like, oh my God, here we go. We're about to go to this galaxy far, far away. And then I want to know your favorite Star Wars memory. I know you've gotten to experience so much over the years through the podcast, through your fandom in general. Do you have a favorite memory that sticks out?
Man, that's a great question, Robbie. I think for me, when I look at the memory, it's actually, I think when I go back to, I use this as an example of like when I built my first costume in the 501st, you've taken your steps into a larger world. There was definitely a part of it where I realized that I was, I think for a lot of people and my mom's basement and all these things, like you take a risk putting yourself out there as going, sure, people knew that they loved me about this, but like this kind of takes it to a level where you're like, I want people to know me for this. And so I think when I built a costume in 2015, 2016, I got approved in 2017. I had a 1-year-old, I think she was 2 at the time. I was kind of saying like, yeah, I'm going to sign up for, maybe actually instead of going to the movie theater on opening night, I'm going to go and work. I'm going to be in a costume representing Lucasfilm, and I'm going to interact with people and have this kind of just change my approach to the Star Wars fandom. But really what that did was that just opened me up to being like, I'm kind of embracing this. I'm embracing the fact that, I went to an all boys Catholic high school for most of my time, and like being a Star Wars fan in the early 2000s, like wasn't that cool, man. It was a lot of sneaking away to be like, yeah, I'm going to go see a movie tonight. People are like, what are you going to see? Like old school? I'm like, yeah, exactly. Of course. I think it's called Attack of the Clones, but definitely old school for sure.
And it's definitely my third time seeing it in theaters.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, yeah, hey Frank, yeah, she's okay.
Yeah.
But looking at it from a standpoint of kind of really just like choosing to embrace who you are, and that's where I think the coolest part about being authentic within yourself has led to all these amazing opportunities of just connecting with other fans. And from there, it's turned into a podcast. It's turned into Mosh Isley. It's turned into having the opportunities to see your friends work on the shows, and then to be able to talk to people that you would have never thought you'd be able to connect over. But it kind of opened the door to starting this kind of connective mainline, this connective telephone conversation between all these different people. And so I think building the costume, joining the 501st was probably that moment for me of kind of embracing the fact that you're going to, yeah, you're now going to be known as the Star Wars guy in your community, which I think at one point was almost gave people reservation because it was like, quote unquote, my mom's basement, right? Embracing that and letting people really just say, hey, man, what else do I have to lose? If this makes me happy and it's not hurting anybody, like, be part of it. Be yourself. Be stoked. At this point, like, if there's anything in the world that is making you happy, there's probably other people who agree with you and they want to be a part of your crew. And that's really what I've taken from joining the 501st, but then also just finding all these other amazing people within the Star Wars fandom is the passion for it, the drive for it, the amount of excitement for it is endless. And I think that's what keeps me going in a lot of times. And it feels good to be at 2025 stoked about more Star Wars coming to theater, stoked about Andor, stoked about maybe getting a Skeleton Crew season 2. I'm like, all of it, I'm here for it. So that's my long-winded short answer.
No, it's a great answer. I'm in agreement with you about all of it. I'm right there wanting to be in your crew. I think everything you got going on is the coolest shit imaginable, which I'm sure is a flip from what you thought it was in high school or whatever in the early 2000s. But HondoSupply, that's your handles on everything. We've got it on screen now so people could see. A must follow if you're a Star Wars fan. Absolutely. Thank the Maker Pod. Check out all of your stuff that you have going on. Mosh Isley, as we mentioned tonight in Vegas. Thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate the time. I appreciate you celebrating May the 4th with us today.
Absolutely, Robbie. Thank you as always. And of course, like, we got to have you on the pod. We'll talk about, over the summer, we're going to have a little bit of a drought. So I think for a lot of people, we're going to look at, a little bit of speculation, but also maybe going back and kind of saying, hey, man, how did we get here? So we'd love to have you on the show. Come talk with us. And then when I'm out in New York visiting a couple friends, I'll make sure to hit you up and
come by. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great. So appreciate you, man. May the 4th be with you. And to all the crew over there, make sure your lightsaber doesn't go red.
I love it. Thank you, Mike.
Cheers.
Big W to Mike in the chat. We're already getting the W's to Mike in the chat. I see Andrew hit the W, Mike. Again, very sick outfit. He mentioned it's from Roosevelt's. I didn't know that they were in Hoboken. I like that company. Brandon Walker's constantly wearing their stuff on Mostly Sports. He's actually, I saw a picture. He's wearing their stuff on the stream that we're going to throw into. On the Murder Mystery, he's wearing a Roosevelt shirt. So there you go, a bunch of Roosevelt stuff. Can we throw to another one of those interview clips? Because I have to go pee. I was trying to think of a funny Star Wars way to say that. I have to pee. That's it. We'll do Ryan Key. All right, perfect. We'll throw to Ryan Key, one of Mike's co-hosts there.
Now, I'm also a huge Star Wars fan, massive Star Wars fan. I'm inked up with the lightsaber on the arm and everything. Does the Yellow Card tour end right before Ahsoka on purpose? Was that your scheduling there?
No, but thank the Maker it does, Yeah, I can't wait, man. I've watched the trailer like 15 times already. I'm so excited. I've had this incredible I don't know what you want to call it. Just thing happen in my life where at the very beginning of 2020, right before the pandemic hit, I sat down on a plane. I was on a Delta flight from LA to Orlando for the weekend to do some emo night shows, and I got upgraded on the flight, and I sat down next to a woman wearing head to toe Star Wars like sweats, like really nice vibey Star Wars like sweatsuit thing, R2D2 carry on suitcase, and a Mickey Mouse hat. And I sat down next to her on the plane, and we got to talking on the flight, and it turned out it's actually Ashley Eckstein who voices Ahsoka Tano in the Clone Wars. And my now wife, like, this is how far our relationship has come, Ashley and I. My wife and I were going to have a proper wedding. We decided to elope instead. But when we were working on planning our real wedding with guests and everything, Ashley was going to officiate our wedding. Like,
oh my God.
So Ahsoka is like truly my friend. She's such an amazing human being, and yeah, we've just connected and bonded over her husband too. He's an amazing dude, and we've just really connected and bonded. And we go to Disney World together all the time, and it's amazing. So I've been on the ride with her, like preparing for live action Ahsoka and everything that she went through with the production of it, and like not being in it, and just it's crazy to be connected with someone who's really in the universe like that, on the eve of such a big event for the franchise. So I know a lot about it. I know a lot about what's going on and like how, and just it's dude, as the level of Star Wars fan that I am, the real connection I have to the Star Wars universe now is I never dreamed possible. It's crazy. So I'm very much looking forward to the show, and yeah, I wish my wife was on board with the Star Wars thing, so that we could have like a big family Ahsoka night. But she fully supports me and my nerd, so
Nice.
she knows that night I'm fully focused.
All right, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the May 4th stream. We're back here with Lego Star Wars. Shout out to HondoSupply, Mike, for joining the show. That was a great interview. Such a great guy. Just a really nice guy. I like the way he talks about Star Wars. Very educated Star Wars fan, obviously. I mean, he told me that they used train paint for Boba Fett's costume. Didn't know that. Didn't know that before this stream. You're learning new things. Even me, a big Star Wars fan, I'm learning new things. I was going to wear the X-Wing helmet. I'll wear the X-Wing helmet when I get to the trench run, all right? I can't wear the X-Wing helmet the entire time. It gives me like that Steven Seagal glasses effect. Do I have to destroy more stuff to start building the ATST? I probably do. Destroy this. No. Oh, blue stud. Don't leave a blue stud unturned. Matt said W interview. Great guest. Sam said Paper Walls, one of my favorite pop punk albums. Talking about Yellow Card, of course. I love it, guys. The vibes are up. We got good vibes in this chat today. I appreciate all you guys. Make sure you like the stream and stuff if you haven't. That'll help us out. Another mini kit. Oh, what is that? And HondoSupply, his stuff, he makes a bunch of stuff too. He makes fucking name tags and a lot of cool shit. Oh, I gotta go here first. R2. I gotta hop up. Oh, it worked. All right. And then back to old Ben. That old creep Ben Kenobi. I don't mean to be slandering old Ben. Someone in the chat said it was funny, so I ran with it.
It is. That's to tease the next guest. That's the Star Warsification.
True. Yeah. Jake makes a great point. He said to tease the next guest, because in Blue Harvest, old Ben is an old creep. We go in the cantina yet? No. Oh, 3PO needs to do this door. I see. 3PO and R2. Hop up there, 3PO.
Oh, so Mostly Sports did it because it's Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
That's why it's in
Cinco
Mexico.
de Mayo Star Wars murder mystery.
That's why I didn't even put together that's why it was in Mexico. How do we get 3PO up on that platform? R2 could definitely get it. Everyone else could get on it. If I go as someone else, can 3PO jump up there with me? Oh, I see. There's his little ramp. C-3PO, you kind of build them like handicap ramps in this game. You gotta make everything 3PO accessible.
Let me tweet out the full podcast. Or the video.
Cool. Build that, and here's the final piece. The head of the AT-AT. AT-ST. I'm sorry, such a fucking noob move out of me. Call this an AT-AT. Trust me, I know my fucking ATs from my STs. He's gonna hop in, and then we gotta make him shoot it. Or we're like, shoot this over here. Or just use the force on it. Just use the force on it. All right, Robbie, you're making things too complicated. Oh, he stomped on me. Oh, he got me again. Oh, he stomped on me again. He's flattening me. Fuck, he humped me that time. There's a hump in there. Damn, do I gotta change to Luke and go blaster on him?
I'm getting fucked up by this guy right now. This guy have lag switch on?
Aimbot.
He is aimbotting me. Oh, there it is. All right, that was easy. Easier than I made it out to be. Now I stomp on you. In the words of Johnny Drama, we do the fucking. I love this. I love when you could just go Godzilla mode in a game. The Skywalker Saga, if you picked a Rancor, you could basically just do this. You just walk around and fucking stomp on shit. Coins everywhere on Naboo. Oh, still getting stomped. I looked down at my phone for a second. Don't drive in Jedi. Don't text in Jedi, I mean. Don't drive in Jedi either. This is crazy. The amount of stomping they're doing is crazy. Quick. And the next guest, Alec Sulkin, will be joining us at about 2:30 to talk Family Guy, Blue Harvest, all of that stuff. It's going to be fun. Oh my god, another one got in while I wasn't looking. And it blasted me to smithereens again.
We're 3 hours in.
3 hours in, 21 to go, 3 hours in. I gotta say, from my perspective, the 3 hours have gone by in a breeze. Excuse me, I burped in the middle of that. Breeze. It's gone quick. Didn't feel like 3 hours to me.
No, it has gone fast. It worries me.
Yeah, we're gonna hit a wall soon.
Yeah.
What are the vibes in the chat 3 hours in? Has anyone been here for all 3 hours? Has anyone started the stream with us and you're still here? Where are the droids? Did they not let the droids in? Oh, we gotta take that down. I see. Force? Or just destroy? Or backs them up. How do I get the fucking droids in here? Luke, can I shoot them down? Yeah. Alright. Oh, I punched Ben in the process. He took his saber out too. He squared up. Alright, there they are. We all hop on one of these gimmicks. We're here, Bob. Been here the whole time. Been here since the beginning. I'll be here till the end. Been here from the start, Bob. Let's go. I'm riding with Bob all 24 hours, Luke says. W stream. Plan to go wire to wire all 3 hours with you as I shop and do chores. I just joined. I was taking a fat nap. Respect to you too, Smacky Jables. Taking a fat nap. You need a fat nap sometimes. May the 4th nap. Hey, even Grogu needs a nap every now and then, you know? He uses the Force, he needs a nap. Here's where he's like, I don't like you. My friend doesn't like you either. Great scene.
Shake Shack?
I'd be down for Shake Shack, yeah.
Shake Shack? Buy one, get one right now.
Let's go.
Can you do a very plain burger?
Mhm.
Like, no pickles? I'm okay with the Shack sauce.
Alright.
Shack sauce, cheese, and lettuce. That's it, though. Please.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Shake Shack. I know they're a Barstool sponsor. They're not sponsoring this stream, but they are a Barstool sponsor. And look at this! It's Han Solo. Maybe the greatest introduction to any character ever in the Cantina. Not only the conversation with Greedo, not only the conversation with Luke and Ben, and getting a little insulted that they think the Millennium Falcon's an old hunk of junk and all that. Not just that. But when he leaves, and he flips the bartender that coin, he was sorry about the mess. Ugh! There's never been anyone cooler. I mean, you could do this in the canteen. You could just start fucking shooting people, and then they start coming after you, and then it's just absolute chaos. It's like the Wild West. I would just do this and see how long I could make it. It's like the Lego Star Wars equivalent of getting 5 stars in GTA and just riding it out. Can I make it? The answer for me in Lego Star Wars is usually yes. Fucking sorry about the mess, and I get right out of there like that. Here we go, Han and Chewie. Everyone's favorite duo, right? In the whole friggin' galaxy. Now here's a fun fact. You see that spy we're chasing there? So that spy, his face looks like a penis if you don't know who I'm talking about. His voice is distorted audio from a John Wayne movie. So it's John Wayne audio that's distorted, and some people, I don't know if you could really consider it this, some people consider it John Wayne's final film role. Because technically, he gets a little credit, I think.
He was one of my first Star Wars toys, actually. I remember my mom and my brother brought home a spy. I think they said they were going to like ShopRite, and then they were really going to Toys R Us just to get me a new toy, and they got me that spy, penis face spy. Great figure. Came with the cape and everything. Come on, keep pushing it, Han. Keep pushing it, Han. This is back to Harrison Ford's old days as a roadie for the Doors. He was a carpenter and a roadie for the Doors. How about that? And allegedly, he was the Doors weed dealer. How about that?
I believe it.
Harrison Ford had the good stuff, apparently. Why didn't that work? I'll put it on there. Do I have to do something else now? It said 3PO uses that. If I go back, something here, nothing in there. Buildable here. Can I build something here? No buildable. Maybe this is buildable. Oh, there we go. I just had to blow it up. Sometimes you just gotta blow shit up. You know? The spy, when you can't see his penis face, you can kind of see it there. When you can just see the back of him, it kind of looks like Kylo Ren. It looks like, I know timeline-wise it wouldn't make sense, but it's like the future memories of Ben Solo are haunting Han Solo already. I always loved this little cameo Easter egg type thing. Lego Star Wars playing in theaters over here. If you have R2-D2 in free play mode, you could get back to that. You can go inside the theater, I believe. Ooh, we've got some blue studs back here. You know we love our blue studs. Again, a shout out to Max Rebo, the bluest, the studdiest.
All right, cheeseburger, just shack sauce.
Cheeseburger, shack sauce, and maybe some lettuce. Make it healthy.
Perfect. Bang, bang, boom.
And then some fries too, maybe.
Oh yeah.
I like their fries. Crinkle cut. Wash it down with, of course, Stella Blue coffee. Get yourself some Stella Blue coffee. StellaBlue.com, is it? Or is it just the Barstool store?
Amazon.
Amazon, of course.
StellaBlueCoffee.com.
Amazon's
Amazon.
easy.
Store.barstoolsports.com. The works. The motherfucking works.
Get on. Do I have to do this? And
It's like
then
Barstool.
jump on?
Is it just Barstool.com?
Do I have to go like this and then? Yeah.
Say it
there
3
it is.
times, that guy pops up in the chat.
Boom! Oh, look at that! Great, great Easter egg. What does that button do? It puts a fucking Indiana Jones hat on Han Solo. That's tremendous. It's absolutely tremendous. Now, what do they want me to do over here, though? Alright, that's where it came from. We killed all the stormtroopers over here. We went back here. Do I gotta hop up there somehow? Probably, right? I gotta go through a door that gets me there. Does door come out on the other side like that? No.
Smacky Jable said, "Are there really any valuable Star Wars Lego toys out there?"
Oh yeah, Cloud City, the original Lego Cloud City is one of the most valuable Lego sets in existence. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any others that are specifically really valuable. Cloud City is the holy grail for Lego Star Wars fans,
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh shit, that's like $8,000.
8,000, yeah. And like, it's very rare to get it in good condition. A lot of people will have it, but the box is messed up or it doesn't have all the minifigures.
There's a Darth Maul head, and it's going for about $4,100.
$4,100 for a Darth Maul head?
Yeah, because it's
Holy
retired.
shit.
Retail,
Yeah,
it was
retired
$150.
sets. That's the thing, is they'll retire sets, and that's when the price goes crazy.
2005's Death Star number 2 goes for $3,200 right now.
3,200.
oh, I can just hop up like that. What a dope I am. Every time I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? It's the simplest solution. It's like, Robbie, these games are made for children. Toddlers at times. Some minifigures can go for hundreds. I actually believe someone shouted out the Force Unleashed before. There was a Force Unleashed set that's now retired, and I think the Star Killer minifigure goes for a lot of money. I think they made like a Darth Raven even, like maybe Darth Bane. I know they made some of the extended universe figures that are worth a lot. Lighten up these stormtroopers. I know I could be getting more studs. I know. Probably backseat drivers out there being like, why are you getting all the studs? I'm trying to, you know, make this a quick playthrough, not a complete playthrough. But also, chat, let me know. Robbie needs to get Sam Witwer on the pod. Trust me, we would love to get Sam Witwer on the pod. I would like to know, so like after I interview Alec Sulkin, which is at 2:30, my plan was hop onto Empire Strikes Back and start playing Empire Strikes Back. Would the chat rather me hop back onto A New Hope and just try to beat like A New Hope, or move on to the next movie? I feel like the next movie will be like, all right, change of pace, change of environment. You get a vibe for the entire original trilogy. If I play it to beat some of the games, I might not. Oh my God, I killed the spy that quick. He's the worst boss of all time. You might not get every game if I play it that way, you know. But it's chat's choice. This is a democracy, unlike the Empire. This isn't how Liberty dies to thunderous applause. It's to thunderous chat ovation. We could call audibles, you know, based on what the to a degree, based on what the chat requests. Raven goes for hundreds. I was correct about that. The gold 3PO is 3K, Quack Attack says. How about that? I'm sure some of them that I had back in the day would be worth a lot, but I would never keep the figures or the sets like in the cases or in the boxes. I was one of the kids that I would want to build the set and then put it on a shelf. Like, I wouldn't want to break the set down after it was built.
Yeah.
I very much was like specific about that. I had the original like pod race set, I think, which that could be worth a lot. It had like 3 pod racers and a bunch of minifigs. And it might not have been the original pod racer set, but it was like 05, 06 probably. You've got 20-something hours to kill, Robbie. Either works, says D-Nerd. You're probably right. You're probably right. And we're getting some next game. Keep the episodes coming. Move right along to Empire. Okay. I'm glad. Shout out Sam Lauderdale in the chat. Shout out Caleb. Shout out Luke. I'm glad we're thinking probably the same way.
And like with Empire, you'll have Eddie, you'll have...
Exactly. Eddie to talk Empire. We'll have Connor Griffin to talk Empire. I want to be able to play the Battle of Hoth, you know. First thing I ever stole was Legos, says Matt. Tough. I actually never stole anything. Still to this day. Except your attention for this stream, am I right?
Nailed it.
Never stole that, but yeah. Never stole Legos. How do you steal Legos? They're giant clunky boxes. Oh shit. Is it time to start killing TIE fighters? Did Eddie watch it already? I'm not sure. Probably not. I texted him. But he'll watch it before tonight. Nicky Smokes also texted me his flight's delayed, so he's getting in a little later. His segment will be a little later, but just stay tuned. That'll be moving, Liquid.
Nicky Smokes After Dark makes sense.
Yeah, Nicky Smokes After Dark, exactly. You got to put the kids to bed, and then Nicky Smokes will come on.
Refill.
Another refill. Should we do a sell blue cam?
Still blue too.
I was gonna text you guys and be like, should
Refill
I bring?
cam.
Because what I do with my coffee, I have like a grinder. I do like a full like homebrew set. And I was like, should I like text him and bring it in? And I was like, I'm not.
I forgot we skip over killing TIE fighters in this game.
Oh no.
We go straight to the Death Star. So I don't need the helmet yet, but I will need it for the trench run, obviously. All right, so I'm actually, if we're on the Death Star already, I got to be close. In the words of Luke, almost there. We're almost there. Can't really do a Mark. I can't do a young Mark Hamill impression. You could do like, pick up the power converge at Tashi Station. Like whiny Luke. But Luke's a hard voice to just do normally. Light these guys up. Does Luke have a saber yet? No, of course not, because he doesn't have a saber on the Death Star. Now I gotta put on some trooper disguises for Luke and Han. I'll play as Han here, because he's the cool one, right? And then we go like this. Hi! It's me, Stormtrooper. Here's where we're gonna put 3PO and R2-D2. Blew our cover right away. And we're gonna go down to the trash compactor if I know my Star Wars like I know my Star Wars. I was saying it the other day, I think the funniest scene in any Star Wars movie is still in A New Hope when they're trying to disguise themselves and bring Chewie in as prisoner and everything. And they get the, like, how's everything going up there? And Han just hits the, like, fine. How's everything with you? And he blows up, boring conversation anyway. That's so good. That's so fucking Star Wars. 3PO is on one arm and no arms and one leg. He's had better days. Sam Goldfinger says, awesome stream, Robbie, you're the GOAT. We need to do a My Mom's Basement Mook Can't Sleep collab. I like that. I like the idea of that. When Mook comes back to New York, we've talked about that, doing a Mook Can't Sleep with me on. I would love to do that. I watch Mook Can't Sleep. I love it.
Oh.
Sam Lauderdale with a $5 super chat. Bob, Favreau gives you the keys to the kingdom, and you get to make a Star Wars movie. What are you doing? Expanded universe stuff, expanded character. Great super chat. Thank you, Sam. Great question in general. Ooh, that's tough. For what I'm thinking right now, the first thing that comes to mind is I think I want to make a prequel era movie that's just great. Like a movie maybe like Rogue One that maybe you could get like a cameo here and there. Rogue One has the great Darth Vader cameo obviously at the end and everything. But a movie that puts us in the prequel era. Let's visit some planets that we visited back then that they were afraid to go back to in the sequel trilogy because they didn't want to put a bad stank on them. And let's do something like that. Like, actually, I had an idea for a Star Wars movie a while ago that is sort of Skeleton Crew adjacent, where I thought it would be cool if there was a Star Wars movie where it takes place in, like, post-Order 66, a planet with no Jedi, not experienced with Jedi at all. And there's a slew of, like, murders that starts happening, like serial killer. And they're like, we don't know how these murders are happening. Like, it's a weird fucking weird mark, a weird cut on all of the victims. And then you call in an expert, and the expert reveals a lightsaber did this. And they're like, oh, shit. And there's someone out there that has been taking artifacts from the war, the Clone Wars, and killing. And then it's up to, like, a fucking rogue scoundrel to figure it out. How do I get over there? Am I going to do something over here first? Oh, I do have to do something over here first. I see. So that's an idea. But again, if you gave me more time to think, I would maybe come up with a different idea. I mean, I'm not like opposed to doing an original trilogy story, obviously. But we have a lot of what feels like original trilogy vibes in the Star Wars universe right now, even if it's a little post like Mando. So I'd like to experience a time that we haven't gotten as much as. So even a sequel trilogy story, like I think a sequel trilogy story could absolutely work. I think a post-sequel trilogy story could work. That's where they're going to expand the universe now. I'm in on all that shit. Oh, there's our guy, Ben Kenobi. Let's give him a hand.
Did the text-to-speech not sound off with that super chat?
Oh, I don't think I heard the text-to-speech, actually. I didn't hear it.
Got a special sound for that one.
Oh, special sound. Maybe they heard it on stream. They probably did.
I don't think so. I think I had it turned low because I didn't want it going off during the interview.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because, we don't want to get a Jerry After Dark thing happening.
Yeah. You gonna stream Tales of the Underworld? I'll watch that for sure at some point.
I just saw it.
What planet would you want to be from the most? Naboo's the easy answer, right? Naboo's fucking Italy. It's gorgeous. There's a sub.
Shout out to the subscribers. This is kind of we could call this a subscribe-a-thon. We're on for 24 hours. I would love to get the subs up on this stream. Not down there. What about a Chewbacca origin story? He's hundreds of years old. Much that. What was that?
Austin Vincent tipped
Oh my God!
and 99 cents through Super Chat. Robbie, who is better, Jimmy Eat World or Yellow Card?
It's got a seismic charge super chat. Did you guys fucking hear that? Nick Hammy's the goat on that. Who do I like better, Yellow Card or Jimmy Eat World? I'm more of a Yellow Card guy myself, to be completely honest with you. I love Jimmy Eat World. Don't get me wrong. Love Jimmy Eat World. But I was always more of a Yellow Card guy. Ocean Avenue, I think, is arguably the best pop punk album of all time. So yeah, I would have to go. Do I need to go fucking? I need to go get a Stormtrooper helmet. I've seen Jimmy Eat World live a couple times now. We were on the same festival as them, Ocean's Calling. Got to stand side stage for their set, which was badass. Naboo is doped. So hyped for Thrawn to be back in the main galaxy. I'm with you there. Planet Hollywood Planet. Let's go back here. Now I've got the helmet on. Another sub. Shout out to the subs. Alright, now... What are we doing this for? Wasn't this Obi-Wan's job? Turning off the fucking shields? I guess you could say it's not really what we're doing here, but it looks like it. Only gripe with Andor is not enough B2 emo. I'm with you there. I love B2 emo. Bix, as he says. He's got that little stutter that I love. Bix. All right. And then just drop down. Yeah. Oh, look at this. We're in disguise. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. Casual day on the Death Star. Definitely not going to blow up later today. Oh, our cover's blown. Our cover's blown. Let me do it quick. Hi, it's me. Yep, it's just me. Yep. All right. All right. Here we go. And then this is where you get to go fucking John Wick, basically. This is where it's like, all right. Fuck the Empire. At the same time, we're going to need a helmet at some point. She got turned into a brick, my man. They turned her into a brick, and then Brasso used it to fight the Empire. Am I gonna need that, or can I just get on this elevator? Tell me I don't need the fucking helmet again. I don't. Okay, good. All right, yeah. Start lightning to these guys, and then here's where you do the fucking boring conversation anyway. And then we're gonna go meet up with Princess Leia, who is going to insult Luke right off the bat. Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Another great Family Guy Star Wars bit. All right, why don't you rock, bitch? And a little fun fact for you here. If you didn't know this, you might know it if you're a Star Wars fan. Princess Leia is found on cell block 2187 on the Death Star. That might sound familiar because Finn is FN 2187 in the sequel trilogy. It's a little Easter egg about where Princess Leia was found in the cell block. Come on, Chewie, fucking help me out here. We gotta do it at the same time, yeah? Did we leave someone back there? We need 4 of us. Who got left back? We didn't leave anyone back. There's 3 of us. Oh, now I just opened the door for more than... Great. I got a bad feeling about this. First one of the stream. First one of the stream. Alright. Should we all do this every step of the way to check? Oh, you gotta check every one, I see. Come on, Han. Alright, not in there. It's probably gonna be the fucking last one, right? She's on this side of the hallway, I know. And a great flip itself on its head, you know, thing where they go to show up to save Princess Leia. There she is. And in reality, she ain't need saving. She's the one that saves them.
Is there something in the Star Wars universe you want to see explored in upcoming TV movie project? I'm always down for more of the underworld. There was that game concept Star Wars 1313 that never got made. That looked awesome, and it was like rumored to be like maybe an origin of Boba Fett even in the underworld. I love the underworld stuff. So this Tales of the Underworld thing, right up my alley. More Cad Bane stuff. I want more fucking Cobb Vanth. I want more of that Western vibe that Star Wars has sometimes. Robbie, what order of albums or tracks do you recommend to someone who hasn't listened to much Oasis? The order they came out in, probably. No, I would say your first Oasis album should be What's the Story, Morning Glory, which is their second album. Because that's got the hits that you'll at least know. It's got Wonderwall, it's got Don't Look Back in Anger, Champagne Supernova. Then go back to their first album. Definitely, maybe. You could argue it's an even better album. Then from there, check out like the Master Plan and Be Here Now. Then you can kind of go in chronological order.
I say watch the doc first.
The doc, yeah. I mean, watch Supersonic, the doc, and that'll make you a fan. That made me a fan.
Yeah, that's what did it for me.
I keep pressing the wrong start button there. Hi, we're all good up here. How are you? They say in the chat. Great. Yellow Card is goated. I agree. And Yellow Card, as I interviewed Ryan Key, you saw, he said it was always cool to see a rock star in the pop punk world that had Star Wars tattoos, an entire Star Wars sleeve. He's referencing Star Wars in his lyrics. He has a tale of do or do not, because there is no try, is a lyric on Southern Air. He's got a lyric on 10 about showing his kids Star Wars, how much he wants to show his kids Star Wars one day. Do you have a favorite funny moment from the Star Wars movies? Convo with Han on the front desk in that previous room. That is my favorite. But there's plenty of funny stuff. Honestly, I think the sequel trilogy is super fucking funny. I think the line in The Force Awakens where they show up to the Death Star and they don't the Death Star, basically the Death Star, Star Killer Base, and they don't really have a plan. They were just riding on Finn previously having worked there. Finn's like, yeah, we'll get there and use the Force, right? And Han hits him with the, that's not how the Force works. That's one of my favorite lines. I think that's hysterical. There's a lot of good comedy in the sequel trilogy. I know it's going to get me a little bit of hate for saying that. There's even just the moment where Rey is training to be a Jedi on Octo, and she slices up those rocks, and it cuts to the fucking, me and Clem call them the little old Italian ladies, the fish people on Octo, and they're pushing that cart, and the rocks just take it out entirely, and they look shocked, they look scared. That stuff is really funny to me. Chewbacca eating a porg in front of a porg is funny to me. Oh God, that was, I literally went right into the middle of all of them. It's like the scene in A New Hope when Han goes into the room full of stormtroopers and just has to run the opposite direction. That's another great comedy moment in the original. There's great stuff with Yoda and Empire, obviously. Your introduction to Yoda is very comedic. Spin this around. Gotta fix it first. I think the sequel trilogy is the funniest, Ben Campo says. You might be right about that. As a sequel trilogy stan, as someone that really enjoys those movies to this day, I think you're onto something there. Oh, I see. Need to go up at some point, so I could go up here. And then up and across, though? Or no? Can I push this, or maybe I just get on this early? Prequels are the most meme funny, for sure. I mean, like, if you want to talk funny moments, the prequels have a ton, not intentionally. The intentionally funny moments in the prequels, not so good. That's more the Bantha Poodoo shit. The unintentionally funny stuff we'll talk about when we watch Revenge of the Sith later, especially. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. Shit like that. Master Skywalker, there's too many of them. What are we going to do? That shit. That shit's funny. Oh, I see. I see. You go like that, then you lower it, and then you put someone on it. I'm with it now. Are you with it? Are you not with it? Good segment for Ryan Whitney. Oh, and even better. It's time for our next guest. He's in the back end. Ladies and gentlemen,
a basement friend, a recurring guest, but we haven't had him on in a while. It's Alec Sulkin. Alec Sulkin, do we have him? Is he through?
I'm here.
I could hear you. Alec, what's going on, man? How are you?
How are you, buddy? I loved coming in on that last little snippet of you breaking down the comedy of the prequels.
Yeah. And you are, if I recall correctly, not a big prequel guy.
Well, here's the thing. I've been thinking about this in advance of our little discussion today, and I'm starting to get this new appreciation for them. I'll tell you why. To me, the prequels are like Kobe.
Oh.
It's like the further away we get from them, the better they get.
Perfectly said.
And also, given the sort of LeBron-ish nature of the newer movies and projects, like they're flashy and they look beautiful and they're big and they make a ton of money. They're really successful, but there's something soulless about them.
Yeah.
So yes, there are definitely chunks of the prequels that I love.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that you were there with the prequels. I thought that you were completely out on them.
I've always been there with the prequels, and and my contention is I do feel like Revenge of the Sith is a better movie than Return of the Jedi.
Oh, wow, that's a hot take for sure. But like, I don't hate it, to be honest. I love Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, that opening sequence in space with the long journey, it's just cool. And
like
then
the war drums you hear coming in when they go over that shot. That opening is actually like my test subject, my test drive when I get a new TV. I'm like, oh, let me throw on the opening of Revenge of the Sith. This is gonna look awesome.
Great test drive. And I love Grievous.
Oh, Grievous is awesome. I said before, he is the definition of having aura. He steps on screen, he's got aura. Does he do a lot with it? No. But he's got the aura when you see him. It's the Boba Fett type thing, which is, I saw someone tweeting about this. Maybe it's a George Lucas character type where it's like a badass that you caught past his prime. They're like, yeah, he used to be badass. He looks badass, but he's just a little past his prime. I love the sports analogy. The basement is known for usually Clem taking Star Wars or Marvel or anything nerdy and being like, I'll tell you why this is like the 1980 Giants and breaking it down like that. Of course, I want to talk to you about Blue Harvest and the Star Wars Family Guy parodies or episodes. We've talked about them in the past. We talked about them years ago on My Mom's Basement. I want to ask you this to start. Were you more tired of making the Star Wars Family Guy parodies by the time you got to It's a Trap? Or are you more tired of talking about them now? Because I know everyone always wants to ask about them.
Well, that's a great question and an easy answer. We were definitely more tired of doing them.
Okay.
I enjoy talking about them. I think they are so fun and funny to look back on. But I do remember going through that third one. We were all just, we were running on fumes, and I think by the end of that, any idea of doing the prequels was like, well, we can't. We learned our lesson from the last three.
I am curious. I know there's the joke, like the Cleveland show joke for the prequels. Was there ever an urge or like an ask to do more once Disney and everything like came under one umbrella?
No, it's interesting. I would say things actually got way more difficult when we became sort of one company, and that I know that doesn't make sense at all. But I think the advantage when they were separate and it was Lucasfilm and it was George Lucas, that Seth was able to deal with George Lucas directly, and so it was just like a person and a very important person who gave it the thumbs up, and everyone was like, okay, let's do what George says. Now with Disney, it's like, this giant company, and there are a lot of people who want to protect this and protect that, and we can't do this because we have that project in 6 years, and we can't do this. It's like everything is like a third rail that we can't touch right now.
Yeah, and dealing with George directly, like you met George doing this, right?
I did, yeah.
And you got to go to Skywalker Ranch and everything?
Yep.
That's crazy. I mean, as a Star Wars fan, like you said, like nowadays even, there's not like one person other than George you could meet where it's like, you are the guy. You could say like Kathleen Kennedy, I guess, or like Jon Favreau. But like, obviously, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen now. At that point, it's just George, and you get to go to Skywalker Ranch and meet with him.
It was awesome. It was so cool. And he was incredibly nice, a little bit, I guess, nerdy. I guess that makes sense. And soft spoken, as we know, with his little squeaky voice. But he was very human. I remember when we were all meeting him, of course, Seth MacFarlane was sort of the centerpiece of that. So it's like I'm sort of a couple people over, like leaning in, going, "Yeah, that sounds great, boss." But he was surprisingly candid, just saying aloud casually in conversation. He was asking us, did we want to watch a Star Wars movie in his special theater there, Lucasfilm Theater? And we were like, of course. He said, well, pick one, and we picked Empire. And he said, yeah, the prequels aren't as good. He just said that. He just threw it out there. And then I felt like I had to defend him to him. And I'm like, no, Revenge of the Sith is actually
And is that, when you're meeting with him, is that before Blue Harvest is made, or is that like afterwards to like show him Blue Harvest, or when was that in the process?
It was after it had been made, before it had aired, and we showed it to him. So that was another incredibly cool part of it. It was in that theater I just described. The first thing we did is we all sat down with him and watched Blue Harvest, and it was he was sitting here, Seth was sitting here, and I was sitting next to Seth. And when I tell you, he laughed at everything. He was like such a good sport. He just like from the beginning, from the opening crawl to the, I remember he let out such a big laugh at the Bush Cheney sticker.
The bumper sticker. We were just talking about that the other day. That's such a great little joke to kick that off.
Oh my God, it was perfect. I did not write that. I can't remember who did, but somebody added that, and it's perfect. But he just let us know right away, like, oh, I'm here to buy. I'm not here to like kind of look down my nose at what you guys are doing. And it was great.
That's so awesome, because I'm sure everyone can relate to even the experience of having a video you think is funny that's 30 seconds long, and you're showing a friend, and 15 seconds into it, you're like, they don't think this is as funny as I did. I need to abort. To watch an entire like hour-long special with him, that is also just making fun of his life's work of course, coming at it from a fan's perspective, you could tell. But it had to be tense, and the fact that he laughed at everything is amazing. Do you remember, did he have any like notes, or did he have any specific take that out or put that in?
No, I don't think, not to my memory. I don't know if he ever mentioned anything to Seth, but it felt like it was just all incredibly positive. And, then he signed shit for us, stood for photos with us, and then left us to watch Empire. So it was great. And we stayed, and they have these little cabins on Lucas Ranch where we all stayed, and we actually went back there, myself, Seth, and my writing partner at the time, Wellesley, when we were outlining maybe Ted. Yeah, it would make sense that it was Ted, because that would have been a couple years after Blue Harvest. So I think that's what it was. Seth was like, we'll make this our writer's retreat, and thinking it was very, kind of cool, and it was.
I love that. Multiple people have stories like that. Like, I know Kevin Smith, when he was mixing audio for Dogma, went to Skywalker Sound to start doing it. And I guess he tells the story that he had gotten his now wife pregnant, and they were like, okay, we got to get married. And they were like, can we get married on Skywalker Ranch? And George was like, absolutely not. So one day they just showed up and with a priest and did it. With no permission, they were like, we're just doing it. And it was just the three of them. It was the two of them and a priest, because he was like, I just want to say I got married on Skywalker Ranch.
I don't know why, if George Lucas explicitly said no, that he would do it.
They snuck on, yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you have a favorite scene or moment, or even casting, quote unquote casting, from the Star Wars Family Guy trilogy, even, that you could look back on as your favorite?
Well, I mean, I love what we did with Meg, which was make her like a little monster in each one. I mean, that seemed like kind of a fun runner. But it's interesting, my casting in my mind, when Seth first said we were going to do a Family Guy Star Wars thing, why don't you write it? And I remember first thinking of who I would put where, and I think I had it different. I don't think I mean, I feel like my casting was significantly different, and then Seth said no, it should be this, the way that it ended up
Yeah.
being. And of course, once again, he was right. But I mean, people loved Herbert as Obi-Wan. I think that was certainly a very fun scene with their like dirty dancing moment before he has the duel with Vader.
The lightsaber igniting, Herbert having the flaccid saber go up too.
Yeah.
That's a gift that will live on for decades. I'm still
Yeah.
using that gift to this day.
That's just good old-fashioned comedy right there.
Good old fashioned dick jokes. Every
Yep.
now and then you hit one that hits just right, and it's like, I'm going to use that for the next 15 years.
And that was it. That was the one. Yeah, so I would have to say, Herbert was great. Everyone was great. It was great having Seth Green as Chris, as Luke, just because he is also a huge fan, and so he really captured the whininess
Yes.
of Luke in a funny way. So yeah, I mean, I think and obviously when Seth has his mindset on like Stewie's going to be Darth Vader, like he gave him like some of the best line reads about like getting estimates on the whole. Let's get estimates. Yeah. Like Seth really digs into those things, and it was all very good.
It's so good. I remember talking to you about something Dark Side, and about the casting specifically, and being like, yeah, we used all of our characters in the first one. So it was like, all right, Yoda is going to be Chris's boss, and it's going to be like stuff like that where you just have to put them in these slots where you're like, I guess we're going to give a smaller character a pretty big role here, but I kind of love that about them too. I feel like everything like fits into, weirdly, the Family Guy Star Wars galaxy in a very nice way. Like it all makes sense as a Family Guy Star Wars galaxy. I think that's part of the reason why people were clamoring for more.
Yeah, that's probably true. And I mean, obviously, we got pretty lucky just circumstantially that the first 3 Star Wars movies are mostly white men. And it's like that's like most of our characters. And I think we find that in our regular shows when we're like, well, Lois can be out with her friends, and we're like, and who are they again? Like we just don't have very many female characters, and so to use the smaller characters, as you pointed out, like Carl, the convenience store clerk, as Yoda. I mean, at the time, it felt like, well, that's all we got, but it was definitely, it worked out. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We've got some people in the chat. Was Vader Stewie the easiest decision of all the Family Guy characters? Basement Meme says. I guess if it was Seth's, if he had that in his mind, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, well, Seth had that in his mind for sure. It's interesting. I think the way I was thinking of it at first was even having like Brian. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, well, obviously Brian and Stewie are 3PO and R2.
Oh,
like,
interesting. Yeah.
They're just like bickering with each other. It's got to be those two. And I thought Vader would be Lois's father, Carter, because he's just kind of an evil older guy anyway. But obviously, Stewie in the helmet and just his performance was totally the right way to go.
You almost made like a third iconic Darth Vader helmet. We've got the original, we've got a dark helmet from Spaceballs, and then you've got Stewie, like the football-shaped Darth Vader helmet. I feel like that's like very on the money.
Yeah. Don't forget the slightly burnt one from the new movies.
True, yeah. Which always I've said for Dave Portnoy loves Darth Vader in general. I've always said he should have that as a prop on his desk. Just an intimidating burnt Darth Vader mask. You walk in, you're like, okay, I know what we're dealing with here.
That's the right one for him to have.
Also, I guess not Star Wars related, but I just brought Dave up. We just had Dave make an appearance on Family Guy and a full pizza review. We can't talk to you without bringing this up. How instrumental were you in that cameo? Did you write that?
There's another. I may have suggested it. Because I knew that we were doing the story where Chris and Stewie open a little pop-up pizza shop in their backyard. So I think I suggested maybe Dave Portnoy should come and do a review, and then that became part of the plot of that story. And the funny thing was there are a few stoolies on staff for sure, and there's another total masshole who wrote that episode and who actually ended up doing the voice of Dave. So it's an interesting thing because Dave obviously heard about it and then posted like, "Oh, they didn't ask me. It wasn't quite a slam. It wasn't totally nice," which is right on the money. And by the way, we slam people way worse than that.
Yes. And that's what I said in my blog about it. I was like, listen, this is like very, very nice slamming in Family Guy standards.
Yeah, this was a pillow fight.
Yeah,
and,
you could tell it was written by a fan for sure.
Yes, totally. And so an interesting thing was, I believe we've done him at least once before, and in the previous time, what I found out, because Dave was saying like they didn't ask me to do the voice, and in my mind I was thinking, yeah, we did, but apparently what happened was we had asked him to do the voice the previous time, we had heard back no. And so this time we figured, well, we'll just use our guy again. But it's good to know that he would be interested in doing his own voice, because I'll certainly just reach out to him on Twitter.
Yes.
Say,
Probably the most like professional way to reach out to Dave is just like send him a tweet or even get him on Ramble. You've got a new app. We could get Dave on Ramble one of these days.
I would love, that's the dream. So yeah. I would love to do that. Very nice of you to mention, and thank you for coming on Ramble.
Of course, to plug Ramble really quick, it is a new app that Alec is behind where it's basically group chats in an app. So you could like hop into a group chat, read people's group chats. There's Family Guy writers in it as well, which I find that to be like a very fun part, is like you guys have a little like writer's room Ramble and everything. That's really cool.
Yeah, and I appreciate you get it. You're a younger person. So I figured you would understand.
Hello, fellow kids. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I feel sort of like Daniel Plainview about texts. I'm like, they're a vast, untapped resource that only I can control them. But I do feel like you summed it up very well. But if we all could have seen that famous Avengers group chat, that would have been awesome. Like you would have had millions of people, lining up to see that. And I really do feel like this app's usage lines up with Barstool's sort of content very well. It's like if you picture that hilarious mini golf tournament that they do every year. Like I could see leading up on Ramble, Portnoy calling Minahan, everything in the book, trash talking back and forth. Then they have the hilarious tournament, and then you have the post-tournament, yeah, I told you so kind of shit. Not to mention you could have like Portnoy texting his underlings like what to get for this stupid golf tournament. It always looks so weird, like all the frantic nature that goes into putting something like that together. But yeah, I appreciate you mentioning it. I appreciate you being on it, and I'll make my very scared approach to Prez at some point.
Of course. One of the things we're doing on this stream in general is asking a lot of our guests what the first exposure to Star Wars in their life was. Do you have a story for this?
Yeah, on my dad's lap at the first Star Wars.
In 77, you were in theaters?
Yeah, I was 4 years old. So, I believe if it wasn't the first movie I saw, I think it was maybe like the first kind of non-animated movie that I had seen in the theater. I remember sitting on my dad's lap. I remember, that the opening with he was whispering, reading to me in my in my ear, and then that big spaceship came over, and I was just in. It was awesome. And then my mom was nice enough to take me out of school to take me to the premiere of Return of the Jedi when I was 10.
You had to feel like the coolest kid in school when you get called Alec to the principal's office, early dismissal.
And I was such an asshole too. Like when I came back to school, I'm like, yeah, he is his father. It's confirmed. it's definitely confirmed.
Yeah, because going into Jedi, people thought maybe Darth Vader was just fucking taking one over on Luke, and he was lying about the whole thing, right?
Right. So it was like an unanswered question.
Oh, that's amazing. That is so great. And then, I mean, talking about watching the opening crawl, I feel like the opening crawls are also some of the best parts of the Family Guy parodies, going down to the third one getting brutally honest if we don't want to do this anymore. Were you writing those ones as well?
Well, yes. So, we have a lot of Star Wars fans on staff, and even the people who weren't Star Wars fans actually added hilarious stuff, because can you imagine not having seen Star Wars until you're like 40, and then you watch it and you're like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, no, I think I remember I definitely took a shot at writing the by myself the crawl for the first one, and I think parts of it were still in there, like about space stuff, and like then this happened. Like I kept it very brief and like minimal, and people kind of added to it. So I remember that being the process for each one, where it was like somebody would get a funny idea, like the funny idea for the third one of like, let's just say what we're feeling, like let's just say that this is awful torture, and like then having 15 very funny people like adding to that idea. So it became pretty collaborative.
I rewatched the second one last week. Just was looking for something to throw on. I was in the Star Wars mood, and I love the elephant bit in it, where it's like we're gonna spend $58,000 on a dancing elephant that has nothing to do with the plot, and then it runs past the screen. It's like, see, wasn't that stupid? Like that's such a stupid bit that makes me laugh so hard. I think my favorite joke in all three of them might come from the third one. It might come from It's a Trap, where they're laying out the plans to destroy the Death Star again. And Peter's just like, yeah, that's what's so fucked up is we did this already. And just the bluntness he has about that. And it's exactly like if you're showing someone the original trilogy for the first time, I think they get to that scene in Jedi and they're like, wait, we did, like, this is the exact same scene. We're doing this again.
We're getting it again. Yeah. One of the things that I don't know why I end up singing it to myself a lot is from the second one that you just watched, the Empire one, where they go back to get Luke and they play the disco, turn the ship around, Leia knows where Luke is. Like that's always in my head.
That's so good. And when you were actually making them, was it like was there an agreement in place that we're gonna do this? And like if you would have went and screened it to George that day and George was like, I fucking hate it, I don't want that going out. Like, was there a plan in place of like this might not go out? Well, or at that point, was it agreed to of like, no, I understand they're doing this and sign off on it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm so glad that didn't come up. Even hearing that scenario gives me anxiety. I don't know what would have happened in that scenario. Like if we had screened it for him and he had been like, this is unacceptable, like you're shitting on my life's work and left, that would have been a big problem. Like I mean, I can say with certain, because also I know who Seth is, and Seth wouldn't want to do that to George Lucas if George Lucas felt that way. Like George Lucas is not like Paris Hilton, where it's like, well, who the fuck cares what she thinks? We're telling the joke anyway. So yeah, that I think that probably would have pulled the plug on it, which would have sucked. But I do believe that they were both so far down a road, and I think George knows how much work goes into making, X piece of entertainment. And I think even if George had a little bit of that in him, I think he would have been too almost embarrassed after handshaking and saying no problem and I love it, so I'm glad it didn't happen.
And maybe I'm sure the door was cracked open a little bit with all of the Star Wars references and Family Guy before this. I remember seeing some of the behind-the-scenes stuff on the Blue Harvest DVD talking about that. Like, there's so many random jokes throughout the years leading up to that, where it was, again, clear that, yes, you're making fun of it, but from such a fan point of view, where it's like, you have to be a diehard fan to make fun of this, basically.
Right. Like, only a diehard fan would have noticed this thing to make fun of.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
And then as far as the future of Family Guy, I was curious if you have anything you could share. I remember the last time we did one of these, and I'm not asking for you to share something this breaking news wise, but you told us about Mayor Wild West was joining Quahog for the first time.
Yeah.
Is there anything fun for upcoming Family Guy we could look forward to?
Well, the episodes have been really great recently. Like we've got a lot of stuff coming out. There's going to be, for our 450th episode, which I think airs next season, so like, fall of 25, spring of 26, we have our 450th. I can't give away too much about it, but it's a great Stewie and Lois story that we have not seen anything like before. And it was really exciting. It's very well written by Travis Bowe, who's one of our best writers. It's going to be one if you're a Family Guy fan, you'll definitely want to tune in for that one.
All right, I'm stoked for that. I'm very excited for a Stewie Lois. We haven't gotten a Stewie Lois story in a little bit, I feel like.
Yeah, it felt like we'd kind of played out the I want to kill you dynamic.
Yeah.
And Stewie has become much more of like a hilarious gay guy over the years.
Yes.
And this is kind of like, I don't want to even say it's like a return to form, because it's not. It's not just like I want to kill you. It's much deeper than that, and it's great.
Yeah. I love that. I mean, looking back at some of the early Family Guy episodes, it's funny sometimes and jarring. We've had so many seasons of Stewie as a funny gay guy, as you called him, where you watch those back and it's, damn you and damn that woman and destroy the world and ray guns and shit like that. You're like, oh yeah, that's how this started.
Yeah, it's true. And it's great because he still has that in his arsenal when we need it for a story. Like, he can still have
time travel, anything gadget wise, you got it in the bag. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's much funnier to play him as a guy who wants to go to Mykonos, every summer. Like, it's just
much funnier. Agreed. Yes.
Yeah.
Alec, thank you so much for joining the stream and chopping it up about Star Wars with me, talking about, again, Blue Harvest, which I'm sure you've talked about 1,000 times, but I really appreciate you making the time.
I love talking about it with you. You're a great interviewer. You have great questions, and I love that you're doing this 24-hour thing. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. And enjoy the rest of the day. Celebrate. May the 4th be with you, my friend.
I will be, sir.
Everyone, you can follow along with Alec, of course, on all his social media, but get on Ramble to follow him, because that's where he'll be the most. I assume that's where you'll be the most.
Thank you, sir. I'm always watching, like Mike Wazowski.
I love it. There you go. Alec Sulkin, ladies and gentlemen, talking Blue Harvest, talking something Dark Side, talking It's a Trap. They're all on Hulu. So if you want to watch those tonight, that's a great way to celebrate May the 4th. Check out the Family Guy parodies. There we go. What an interview. W. Alec. W for Matt in the chat. Thank you guys. Great chat, says Ben. Alec's a great guy. I've known Alec for years now. I mean, early on in my Barstool days, obviously I'm a massive Family Guy fan, like one of my favorite shows of all time. So I knew he was already a friend of Barstool from the old rundowns that he had done. And I think I reached out pretty early and was like, hey, I'm a fucking gigantic fan of yours. Can we do My Mom's Basement someday? We've done My Mom's Basement together. We've done movie commentaries together. During COVID, we did a couple movie commentaries. On my channel right now, you could go watch The Karate Kid with a commentary with me, Clem, and Alec Sulkin. You could go back and watch the original trilogy with a commentary from a big group of us, the Lights, Camera, Barstool guys, Clem, Alec Sulkin. We did Raiders of the Lost Ark with Alec Sulkin and David Goodman from Family Guy, who knows more about Indy. He's forgotten more about Indy than I'll ever know. So go check those out. Great time talking to Alec. Great catching up with him. As I said, it's been a while. Our food just got here. I'll try my best to not eat too much on stream, but I do have to eat. It's 24 hours. Oh, yeah, you know what? We're going to throw to a video. I'm going to scarf down this food as quickly as I can, and we'll be back on the other side of it. Topher? Yeah, Topher Grace. So we're going to throw to this video you might have seen, kind of went viral on my stuff recently. An interview I did with Topher Grace from That 70s Show, or Spider-Man 3. You've seen him in a bunch of stuff, Black Klansman. He went and re-edited the Star Wars prequel trilogy into one movie, kind of went viral as a story back in the day, and here is him talking about it for you. There you go, Topher Grace. I am sure. The Star Wars thing that we kind of referenced earlier.
Let's do it, bro.
You are, I would say, up there in terms of like when people think celebrity Star Wars fans, they think Topher
Here's
Grace.
The thing, I'm not that big a Star Wars fan. I like Star Wars a lot.
Isn't that funny?
I don't know the
though,
names of any of the planets.
People kind of associate with you, I assume, because of the fan edit.
Well, first, my character on 70s Show was a huge fan of Star Wars, and I think kind of in the way I am, where I think it's probably our greatest franchise, or one of them. No, it's probably, come on, let's be real. Like in that, Harry Potter is great, or but like in terms of like
throw
just
Lord of the Rings out the window. There's
only
one
culture.
return. It's of the Jedi, not of the King.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, I don't hate it. It's a good movie.
Yeah, fuck it. Too much walking in those movies.
I liked it, and so I would reference it as my favorite thing, but I'm just not really that into it beyond, like, I've never read any of the books or watched the cartoon.
You don't have the lightsaber tattoo.
No, I got a replica lightsaber in my office, and I like it. You know, it's cool. But like, what happened was I did a movie that I produced, the first movie I produced about 10 years ago, and I gave such bad notes in editing. I didn't know what post was. I thought I knew. You know, I've been into post before, but I gave terrible, terrible notes, and I felt so awful about it. My penance was I got a Avid editing machine off of eBay and cut Atonement. You remember that movie Atonement? Probably not. It's a Joe Wright film from 2007 or something. It has all these flashbacks, and I reordered them, and I learned to cut while I was on it. So I would show this version of Atonement to my friends, but it was like 26 minutes long. They're like, good movie, but like, whoa, that is like short. And I was like, all right, I need like way more material. So I was looking at trilogies, and the trilogy with Natalie Portman in it, I was like, this feels like there's one movie in there that's really tight. And, sadly, it's 3 films long. So I took all that footage. I put all the deleted scenes. They have all the effects done. So I put all the deleted scenes in. So I had like maybe just shy of 10 hours of footage in a row and just molded it over a year. And it was not, again, it wasn't a Star Wars thing. I mean, I do love Star Wars, but it was more like, to be honest, I didn't like the prequels that much. But it was just coming from a place of like, how do you tell the story and how do you learn how to edit and when a scene is over? And so I got it down to like 80 minutes, which is really something from 9.5 hours.
Yeah, especially with those movies.
Yeah. And then I did a screening at the Soho House in Los Angeles, and my friend invited 2 bloggers. One blogger won't set the internet on fire, but you get 2 bloggers in there.
Yep.
And
it's going to be talked about for 10 years.
It is still being talked about now. And I was just so tickled about it because I really loved editing. But I'm sad that the thing that comes out of it is that I'm a Star Wars fan, which I am.
Yeah.
But what I really loved is the learning about editing. And I have no yen. I should say this to any directors listening. I have no yen to edit my own stuff. It's more just like, if you are working at a restaurant in the kitchen, you go work the counter, and you know what I mean? Like, you just learn something about everything. And it was very instructional for me as an actor, really, to do. And just now I understand when I'm giving an editing note how to not look like an idiot.
Well, it's funny that you say that you're not like this diehard Star Wars fan, because so many of the diehard Star Wars fans are like, all we want to see is the Topher Grace cut.
Well, I appreciate that a lot, and
myself included. It starts. Is this confirmed? It starts with the Duel of Fates, and most of episode 1 is cut out.
I'm going to tell you what I did. Yes, starts with the Duel, and I had someone animate the pan down, and it has a new crawl. It actually the crawl starts with
the crawl.
Yeah, it starts with it was all a dream. Like, none of that happened. That's like a kind of a funny thing. And then it talks about, I forget exactly, but it starts with, for some reason, it makes it okay that it starts with this amazing lightsaber battle. And then it cuts to Yoda telling him, you have to take care of this kid. And then he's with the kid in the elevator, just kind of jumps into the next movie.
Into Clones, yeah.
And then, by the way, I cut a lot on the action too. Like, there's a lot of, it was very like the way that movie is shot. It's not like I heard that the original. I guess Marsha Lucas, George Lucas' wife, was an editor on the first one, and I think her and a team really kind of saved that movie. It was
That's
maybe
what
more
people say.
Kind of like exterior, mid shot, like close shot. And what she wound up doing was going from like the exterior just to a close. Like weird stuff that you wouldn't know. Also, I think in that first movie, they weren't about to blow up the planet the Princess Leia was on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's that. There was like.
But think about the tension that scene wouldn't have if you didn't think she was going to die if they didn't blow up the Death Star. So in this one, I cut the action down. It's just really tight, and then at the end, I reordered the ending so that it ends with him getting the helmet on. And this crowd, man, it was so. Because you don't need anything beyond him.
You cut the no. You cut that.
Oh yeah, because it ends with this thing like, tss, and then you hear the breathing, and then this whole crowd just started going.
That's the end.
It goes to the credits, and people started cheering. It was such a great moment, just because, like, once Disney bought it, I was like, oh, I'll never show it. Don't worry. And I should know they are my parent company too, by the way. But it was such a fun experience to. I think at that point, JJ hadn't even signed on to do it yet.
Yeah.
So it was like. maybe they thought there was never going to be any more Star Wars, and it was great to have a room full of 200 people go nuts. It was really, really fun.
Yeah. Well, they can't see that, but they can see your Star Wars trailer. So if you're like itching for a little Topher Grace Star Wars editing, you could check out the
buddy of
trailer
mine.
on YouTube.
Yes, we cut a 5-minute thing that is called Star Wars Always that you're welcome to go
pretty
watch
awesome.
on YouTube. But that's me with my wife and his wife were away for a weekend. And that's what's going on, guys.
That's what the boys
Once
were
you have
getting
kids,
into.
you were like, let's go crazy.
Bachelor weekend.
He's an editor too, so it was like, I mean, he's a real editor, and we had a lot of fun. But yeah, I've really enjoyed producing the show I'm on. I enjoy editing, and now it's like sometimes now I like ask the set designer about set. I think if you want to be doing essentially the same thing your whole life, you have to be doing actually different things.
Yeah,
within
little
that
different
thing.
aspects of it. Yeah, I like that.
All right, welcome back to the stream. Back here with A New Hope. So we're a little ahead of schedule. I decided I'm going to beat A New Hope, and then we're going to move on to the next segment, the next panel, which will be a Disney Boys / Star Wars Barstool content through the years. Look back commentary, all of that. That'll be next after I beat A New Hope, though. I said, let's beat A New Hope. We're on the Death Star. We know we're close. How do I get up there? Do I got to make it even a little shorter? Even a little shorter? Or do I got to use, like, Chewie? Does he have a better jump than everyone? He has a worse jump than everyone. He doesn't even have a double jump. Shout out again, Mike Forrester, HondoSupply, Alec Sulkin. Great guests right off the bat. Shout out Clem for joining, kicking off the stream with us. Shout out, of course, to the Lights, Camera Barstool guys for doing that merch segment with us. Been a very fun stream for me so far. I've been loving it. Shout out Jake and Nick, also on engineering duties. Nick waved. There's no camera on him. He's here, though. Jake is also here.
I'm not an idiot. I didn't wave.
Again, I'm trying to think of a cooler Star Wars-y way to say that they're working. Like, engineer, I know they need engineers on the Millennium Falcon, but like, oh, do I go like this? Oh, yeah. I gotta go like this and move it a little, right? Onto, like, the next platform. Some shit like that. Yes. So you go like this. All right. Now we're in business. Come back up and then do it one more time. And then it should get me across all the way. How about that? A little Family Guy tease, too. If you're a fan of Family Guy, episode 450, coming up in months from now, maybe even like a year from now, you were saying possibly spring, a Lois and Stewie story. Oh, but I fell off. All right, but I know what to do now. A Lois and Stewie story. I think they did for the 100th episode way back in the day. I think that was when finally, like, Stewie was trying to kill Lois but didn't.
When he threw her off the cruise ship.
The cruise ship, right? Yeah. That's a classic. All right, everyone's getting on at the same time, and they're fucking mosh pitting me off of this thing. Give me a second, you know? Give me a fucking break. Oh, no, I fucked that up. Now they won't go on it. They won't show me the way. They won't show this is the way. Why do they have rails in this game? That's a good fucking question. No rails in Star Wars. See, we're all getting mosh pitted off. How does this work? Should I push it closer now? Does another character need to push it closer from the bottom? Like it... Oh, that didn't work. Like, do we... Oh, I didn't lift it first. What an idiot I am. Every time I mess something up, it's the easiest solution. There it is. I'd like to think I could cut it in the Star Wars universe, but there's a chance that I would just be one of those fucking poor souls. That'd be Red 5, but in Rogue One, when he just dies to make room for Luke to have that call sign. Blow that up. Down into the basement here. Hit one of these little carts. Little Star Wars Zamboni head ass. go light all these up, right? Woo! Yeah, so we have, for context for everyone out there, we have this thing pulled up that's supposed to aggregate all of the chats. So I'm live on so many different platforms today that there's a lot of people in different chats chiming in. Over the past maybe 10 minutes, it has been taken over with some insane, like, I believe Nigerian politics about imprisonments and stuff. I'm still seeing your messages. The bots in this game, I tell you, Robbie, God bless, brother, I still see it. But I'm also getting, like, crazy Nigerian politics.
I just went to go block him. I almost made him a moderator. Oh, boy.
This thing is hard to do, by the way.
Alec was a W.
Do I gotta just put this on one, and then... I feel like it's like I'm on ice, guys. I can't stop it. I'm just gonna put one on, and then there's 4 of us, right? And we could get the other buttons. So I just gotta go like that. Nope. And now it's off. All right. Chewy, you fucking take the wheel. We ain't a Jesus take the wheel guy. We are a Chewy take the wheel guy. Come on, Chewy. There it is. Okay, and now it's off. I must be doing this the wrong way. There must be an easier way to do this. Turn it around. Turn it around. Put it in reverse there. All right. Every time I do that, it's off now. All right, what if we all just do this? I get on one? No, see, they won't do it because that's the wrong way. Oh, seismic charge from our pal Tom Talks Rubbish. Thanks for a great conversation. Could it be shared on your community tab? Maybe. I don't know how to do that myself, but I was on Tom Talks Rubbish this week. Wrestling podcast, mostly wrestling we talked about, and it was a great time. Shout out Tom Talks Rubbish. It came out on Friday. Oh, I was one away. I think I just got to do it quick. People are probably watching me being like, is this guy challenged? Is this guy...
We should bring on Dan, maybe, for the Disney Boys stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Big Cat?
Or, like, Star Wars history.
Come on, that did that not fucking do it? That should have done it. Do I need more of these, maybe? If I go back up. Can I hit that again? Maybe get a couple of them? Yes? No. No, incorrect, I guess. I respect you, sir. Nope, that's for Nigeria, not me. You live in NYC, we know you don't drive, Robbie. Guess what? I actually live in Jersey, and I do drive. Not well. I famously totaled my mom's car. But I've got my own car. My car is actually called R2 because it's blue and it's got an R2 sticker on it.
That's
Come on now. You just got to do it quick, right? I might need one of you guys to pull up a Let's Play.
Hey, I still got it. I got it up.
See if you could get to this part. See, I just miss one every time because I'm telling you, you can't drive this thing straight. I know the backseat drivers in there are probably saying, no, this guy just stinks. Oh, I did it! It was awesome. The joy I felt in that, I might as well have gotten a victory royale. You keep speaking like a child. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if the chat's from me or Nigeria. It could be either.
I figured out how to block him.
Now we need a stormtrooper helmet. Jesus Christ. Where's the stormtrooper helmet thing? We got to go back now?
Blocking spree.
Ooh, hidden blue. Where's the thing to put on the helmets? That was like the previous level. Is there one in here? Doesn't look like it.
I'm not seeing them on here. That's.
Is it down there? Is that the stormtrooper shit? No. How do I get a stormtrooper helmet back on? Up here and then back? So I gotta go back in the previous level? Oh yeah, there's one. All right, we're fine. We're fine. Are they still saying I'm like a child?
No, someone just commented, hey, is this a place for the Nigerian politics talk?
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Oh, we gotta make this taller again. This is the wild. This is not what I anticipated from the Star Wars chat. We were talking wars for a while. Now we're talking different wars. I don't know if we have the say to talk about these wars really. All right, where's my Stormtrooper Han? There he is. We're almost onto the trench run, guys. It's almost time to destroy the Death Star. All right, we're back now. Professional driving there, Robbie. Ryan Copeland said. Scared of Aquarius. I heard about this. They built a car out of Legos that is able to drive. 430,000 piece Lego. Oh, look at this. We could do window cleaners. Oh, no, we can't. They got us. We could do window cleaners here though. A great little Lego Star Wars thing. Window cleaners. Help them out, you know? Oh, and that's how you get the mini kit. And then they come and try to attack you. It's like, I thought we were boys. I was helping you out. We rid ourselves of the Nigerian politics. We said if you're talking wars, they got to be galactic. Boom, get these guys. Quick, nice. And then a double. Probably need Leia's help there. Yep. Again, boom, 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 boom. Quick. Oh, they got me right at the last second. Pick up those blues. Don't let those blues expire.
No, because see, like this is different than this. Like that's
Yeah, the chats are slightly different. All right, I gotta fix this. So we're gonna fix it over here. Am I wrong about that? I think I'm wrong about that. Robbie, what are you thinking about the Andor dropping 3 episode strategy? Feel like it's gonna be over quick. So I do agree with that. I think it was the right call because Andor's a slow show. We like to call it methodical to give it some respect, but it's a slow show. I think if they were dropping these week to week, people would be like, I don't know if I have a full season of this in me. I think getting the full arc at once is nice. The only thing that's not nice about it, it's a lot of what almost feels like homework for people, especially when we're doing like the podcast. And we want to be the first to have the Andor recaps up. At the same time, we know there's a decent chance not everyone has watched 3 episodes opening night. So I go back and forth with it. I think it's smart for storyline purposes, but I think it's intimidating for casual viewers. We gotta do these all at once, guys. Here we go. As a Jersey resident who drives, are you pro congestion pricing or anti-congestion pricing? I'm pro because I don't drive into the city. If I'm coming into the city, I'm either taking the path or I'm taking an Uber, which gets real pricey, but I don't like driving into the city. The city's where I totaled my mom's car famously. So I'm out on city driving. And because of that, it makes Ubering in very easy. So I'm pro because of that, not because of any other like political reasons, just because it makes my Ubers easy. Oh, we dropped that and then we got to build it down here, right? Yup. And then we've got an elevator. There we go. Got them all on the elevator like my name's Steve Rogers. I just had a Shake Shack burp. Tastes better going down than it does burping up. You know what I need? is maybe some Stella Blue coffee. Get that taste in my mouth because it's the best tasting coffee on the market. Get it at the Barstool store, Amazon, anywhere you get coffee pretty much. They've got it for you. And we're hopping up again on the elevator. Everyone get on. When I say everyone, I don't mean everyone. I mean everyone but the stormtroopers. And then back up. Get on, Han. Get on, Leia. Oh, they didn't get... And Luke hopped off. What the fuck, Luke? Oh, we need a helmet again. All right. I gotta go get the helmet back. Kanan X-Pac or Kanan RVD? I love that question. I'm more of a Kanan RVD person. I love that you asked, because most people would just love Kanan X-Pac. I'm more of a Kanan RVD person. Now, I'm more of an X-Pac person on his own, or with DX, for sure, than, like, RVD. And we had Sean Waltman on earlier, clip, played from one of our earlier interviews. Big prequels fan, big Star Wars fan, big Return of the Jedi fan, specifically. God, they keep shooting my fucking Stormtrooper helmet off. Excitement level for the Gosling Star Wars movie, 1 to 10. I would say a good, like, 7. And I'm trying to be, like, trepidatious with my excitement, because still with Star Wars projects is like, are these even going to happen? I think them flying Gosling out to Star Wars Celebration Japan means it is going to happen. I think that's them being like, trust me, this one is the one. But we'll see. Boom, 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 boom. I like lighting them up right away. They don't even see me coming. Head in here. We got to build this and swing across. Is Leia going to give Luke a little smooch on the cheek? A little smooch on the cheek for Luke, who you don't know yet is your brother. Going to make that a little weird in Return of the Jedi. They didn't know, though. I hate when people are like, they knew, blah, blah, blah. They didn't know, you know? Here we go. Here we go. Now we swing across again. Get these guys. I think we can hit a full swing. Do I need to get another fucking Stormtrooper mask? Or can I hit a full swing and we're fine? Oh, wrong swing. Supposed to go over there now? No, yeah, I need another Stormtrooper mask. I gotta go back, gang. We have to go back. All the way back? Shit. All the way back here. No Stormtroopers over here now, though. We cleared them out. So that'll make it easy. Should I put one on Luke, too, just in case one of us gets their Stormtrooper helmets shot off? By the way, someone mentioned Skywalker Saga. Someone in the chat mentioned before. Not this game, but the Skywalker Saga, which you could argue is the better game, is free today. Definitely worth a download. Even if you're not the biggest Star Wars fan. I mean, imagine if you're watching my crazy 24-hour stream, you probably are a big Star Wars fan. But even if you're not the biggest, Lego games are just fun. I think they're fun for everyone. Oh, no! That's why I put the helmet on Han. That's why I put the helmet on Han. Don't get it shot off, though. Alright, alright. Use it here, and then I think we're on to the final level after this. We're in, on the other side, almost on the final level at least. Very excited. At 4 p.m., we're going to be joined by Kyle Newman, a fellow Jersey guy. A fellow Oasis fan. Oh, this is where Han runs back, right? Or not Han. Yeah, Han. This is where he's like, oh, fuck. Kyle Newman, though, you might recognize that name because he is the director of Fanboys, one of my favorite movies, one of my favorite comedy movies for sure. He's also the producer of A Disturbance in the Force, the documentary that came out last year about the Star Wars holiday special. I believe it came out on Hulu. I think it was on Hulu. Fantastic as well. I love the Star Wars holiday special. I could say I love to hate it. I don't hate it. I watch it every Christmas Eve, actually. It's just genuinely the worst thing you could ever imagine. Like, it makes the worst whatever you think the worst Star Wars movie it is, it makes that look like Empire Strikes Back. Just wanted to say I'm a huge fan of your stuff, Robbie. Even if I'm not a Star Wars guy, I listen to everything you do in the basement with Clem. Peace and love, brother. Keep him killing it. I love that. Thank you, Travis Rand. That's very nice. You think Cal Kestis will be in a show or movie first? I could see him being in a fucking movie. I could see him being in Mando and Grogu. Maybe he survives through the original trilogy. He's pretty young through the original trilogy. We get an older, more hardened version of him. That'd be badass. You ever play Knights of the Old Republic? Yes. Enjoyed Knights of the Old Republic. When it came out, I was a little too young for it, so I wasn't good at it. But enjoyed it a lot. Loved the story, of course.
I like this debate. 100 Ewoks versus 1 Wookiee.
I was going to get to that. I love Smile Mark. Said 100 Ewoks, 1 Wookiee. Of course, playing off the 100 people, 1 gorilla. I think the Ewoks are scrappy enough to get it done, to be honest. And I'm not sure that a Wookiee... Nah, Wookiee is definitely as strong as a gorilla, right? Wookiees fucking rip the arms off human beings. I'm gonna still go Ewoks. If Ewoks could take down the fucking Empire... Oh, and there's the battle. We could watch Ben Kenobi meet his demise. Rest in peace, old Ben. If they could take down the fucking Empire, they could take down 1 Wookiee. They're scrappy. They're scrappy fucks, those Ewoks. And they eat humans. People forget. Only bounty hunters can access. Oh.
3 feet 3 inches tall. Chewbacca.
7. Yeah. You're gonna listen. You're gonna need all 100, and there's gonna be casualties. Don't get me wrong. Ewoks will die. But in the end, I think that Wookiee dies too. I think we have a lot of dead furballs at the end of that fucking battle. We all gotta get on knees. Oh god, I'm gonna need another fucking car. I'm gonna drive my car into the friggin' barricade again. This is gonna be embarrassing.
Like if you're in Tatooine.
Yeah.
I think
Great point.
you know, if you're
Environment matters.
you're in Endor, like,
Endor, they got it. That's a home game. We're good. Tatooine, the Wookiee's killing them. And we're also saying, like, it's just a Wookiee. It doesn't have the crossbow. It doesn't have anything like that. I mean, if it's got the crossbow, the Ewoks are fucked before they even get there. Where's that car? Where's that car that I hate to drive? Do I need to get, like, 3PO or R2 over here to unlock the car? Probably. R2. R2, Clem's favorite character. He was on the stream before talking about him. Okay, this is a great thing in the chat. Robbie, did you ever watch the Ewoks animated show, Tough Watch? Totally a tough watch, as were the live-action Ewok adventures. There's 2 of them, Caravan of Courage and one other for the Ewok adventures. We filmed this video earlier this week with a bunch of people in the New York office and asking them, oh, you like Star Wars? Do you know this Star Wars? Do you know that Star Wars? Our friend Gaz, not a Star Wars fan, was familiar with the Ewok adventures, which was stunning. I texted him later that day, actually. He said, I'm still in awe of you bringing up the Ewok adventures just out of nowhere. And he said that was the only thing he watched as a kid, which is crazy. Who's here? R2 again, and then this one's going to be a Stormtrooper. Let's go R2 here. Hopefully the car's in here. I need that car, that Zamboni that just rides on ice. Has no traction. There it is. No 4-wheel drive. Can 3PO drive this shit? It'd be funny if he could. No, of course he can't. Can't do anything, can you, 3PO? No, I don't mean to get on 3PO's case. I know a lot of people get on his case. Oh, I got a 4 out of 5. All right, here we go. Here we go, Chewie. Chewie, I just think, has to be a good driver. He's a co-pilot of the Millennium Falcon. Drives that AT-ST and briefly in Return of the Jedi takes it over. All right, let's get over there. Let's get over there, Chewie. This thing, you know what I would compare this to? You remember the RC cars where the remote would just be a wheel? And it was like, how the fuck am I supposed to drive this if it's just a wheel? That's what this is like. And you got to do it fast, too, which makes it all the harder. Oh, no, and now I drove it into a closet. Move out of my way, guys. I legit can't get this going. Turn, yeah. Then straight, straight, up, straight, up, straight. See you guys. Did it, right? Did I do it? Did that work? son of a bitch. Did it not work? It's got a railing, too. It's supposed to make it easier on me. Up and then over. I feel like a real idiot doing this. This is tough. This is a tough showing. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, that's all 5. There's the Millennium Falcon. Now we can make our escape on the Death Star and then plant... Wait, what? I have to do that 5 times? No fucking way is that true. They shot me in my car. A reverse drive-by. Oh, I popped his arms off. Look, Chewie could pop all these guys' arms off. Oh, I'm on an arm-popping spree. This is amazing. Look at this. Kilimanjaro Halo style arm popping. Boom. Yeah, the Ewoks might be fucked. The Ewoks might be cooked. It depends on what Wookiee we're talking about too, because Black Krrsantan from Book of Boba Fett's way bigger than Chewie even. All right. Do I have to do that 5 times? There's no way, right? But it only has, I see 2 out of 5 are green, and they're all red over there. All right, maybe that did work. Go up here. Take like Luke up here. And then, oh, 3PO is the one that. Oh, I see. I see what we're doing now. It always takes me a second. Now, 3PO goes up here. Uses his little special effects. Scene from any movie that brought you the most tears. For me, Chewie howling as Han Solo gets got by Kylo. Good question. Most tears is going to be The Last Jedi. Watching Luke Skywalker fade away. Knowing the sacrifice he made for the rebellion. I know some people don't like that scene. They're like, I wanted Luke to be there in person. I wanted him to be a badass. I wanted this. I wanted that. I thought Luke Skywalker force projecting himself across the galaxy to save the rebellion was as Jedi-like and awesome as anything we could have got. Where it was like, yes, what does a true Jedi do? He only uses the Force for knowledge or defense. In that moment, he used the Force for defense. And I thought that was badass. And he was being a little petty with Kylo. Luke was being a little cunty, as the kids say. Alright, now that 3PO got that. But I remember watching that in theaters the first time. I remember it made me tear up. In theaters the second time, I was bawling and it was embarrassing. Now, can someone grapple hook up there? I thought I was near the end. I didn't take into account that I'm also a dope. So it's going to take me longer than the average person.
The Robot Chicken Boba Fett stop motion puppet was just sold at auction for $5,700.
Holy shit. I mean, that's a cool one too, because you're like, that's the one that's in the show. Like, yeah. You're basically like getting the actor. Bounty hunters can access these areas. There's got to be another spot in the map that maybe this unlocks a different one with the camera, or is this still the Stormtrooper one? Stormtrooper. I've got all but one figured out, it looks like. It's just this red one? Can one of them maybe magnetize or something over here? Where's that grappling hook? Used because there's no hole for it. How do I create a hole for it? Dream blunt rotation in the Star Wars universe. All right, Han Solo's in there. I said Harrison Ford used to be the Doors old weed guy, so he's got to be in there. He's supplying. Lando's, of course, got to be in there because he's the coolest. He might steal your girl by the end of that blunt sesh, but Lando's in there. Need an alien of some sort, right? You need like Babu Frick. Give me Babu Frick. And then like maybe a fourth Give me Claude from The Rise of Skywalker. I know Claude isn't everyone's favorite, but if you look at him, he just looks like a stoner to me.
According to Star Wars, what is the weed equivalent of Star Wars?
Spice. Gotta be spice.
Probably-
Spice is kind of all drugs, I think.
This is probably Markham. Markham was an herb that when smoked could be used as a mild euphoric drug and sometimes smoked in hookah pipes by huts and was often rolled and smoked in cigar wrapping by humanoids.
Oh.
Whatever Jabba was smoking for Jedi.
I might need help here. I might need the Let's Play. I just don't know. I don't know where I would go in here. It's like
so
an
you
empty
go
ass.
R2 in that back corner, which you did.
R2 in the back corner?
Back left.
I used R2 over here.
Yeah. So then.
Use them again?
Now you're going around, then you break down that door, which you did.
Maybe I can use them again here though, and move that a little further.
In this walkthrough, there's nothing. You walk in there and you push it with Chewbacca. So you go in Chewbacca and you go into like that back area.
Oh.
No, you walk. I think you walk through that.
Oh. Well, I could. Well, I'm thinking, is the door up here? Oh, that was stupid. I was looking down. I didn't look. Sorry. I don't know who I'm apologizing to. Chewie. Do I go through this wall? No.
No, I think you like enter through there, and then walk behind it. Can you not do that?
No. Oh, now I can. Weird.
And then you go to the other side and push it.
So I jump up here. Oh. There we go. I can't believe they make these games for kids. Shit's hard.
Is there a female hut? Yes, Mom of the Hut.
Yeah, Mom of the Hut's a female for sure. The grandmother of Jabba. Check out the bracket this week for more Mom of the Hut talk. And there's the Falcon. Finally, we got the fucking Falcon.
That Mom Hut trail portion.
That was good. And we're getting a buff hut in the new Mandalorian and Grogu. Did you see it in the trailer?
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of a hut gladiator. Pop these arms off. I like the Lego popping sounds for the arms. Good stuff.
According to this kind of walkthrough that I'm kind of helping you with, A New Hope is the longest one.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
Empire
actually
is the second longest, and then Return is the third longest.
that's actually a good sign because it hasn't taken us that long, considering the little breaks for interviews and stuff. Mom of the Hut, wood. Mom of the Hut is my guiltiest wood. Oh my God, we have a horny chat right now. Oh, rest in peace, my dog, Ben Kenobi, the old creep himself. He's gone. He'll be a Force ghost for the rest of the stream. 320 people still on YouTube. That's impressive. I'm proud of that. That is good stuff. That's good concurrence. 300. I was hoping we would maybe have 100. I was like, it'd be cool if we had 50 people in the chat at a time. 300. Nice.
We maxed out at like 450, I think.
450 we had at one point. Oh, someone's got a blunt rotation in the chat. Smile Mark says Obi-Wan, Rey, Mace, Jyn Erso, and DJ. That's a good one. It's a serious one, though. You're getting a lot of people that are going to be fucking serious in that.
I feel like Yoda.
Yeah, Yoda would be a great one. I
Gotta
mean,
burn with Yoda.
Yoda was definitely passing the time on Dagobah, one way or another. Been watching all day, Bob. Thank you. Yavin 4. The Rebel home base here. We got to put together some plans. Get Luke in an orange jumpsuit. Get him in one of these guys. The Force is strong with you, Robbie. Thank you, Ryan, and with you. What time is Revenge of the Fifth again? Or Revenge of the Sith. So Revenge of the Sith is going to kick off the next portion of the stream, probably around 11:30. I would imagine 11:30, sometime around then, we'll be doing Revenge of the Sith. Oh, Eddie. How about this, Eddie, in the chat? Eddie Golda says, when is the first Midway cheesesteak of 2025? He knows my favorite cheesesteak on the Jersey Shore. That's a true basement boy right there. I would say, I don't think I'm going down the shore for Memorial Day weekend this year, so maybe the weekend after Memorial Day. All right, here we go. If I recall correctly, this shit's hard. All right, I gotta go up.
I remember playing this.
Yeah, this shit is hard. All right, torpedoes. I gotta blow that shit up. Oh, that's where I get the torpedo, and then I go through. All right, this is coming back to me now. This is coming back to me. It's like when I used to shoot Womp Rats, fucking back in my T-16, whatever he says. You know the line. You've seen Star Wars. Oh, I need more than that, eh? Oh, blown up first time. All right, all right. Let's take care of the TIE fighters first, and then worry about everything else. Great shot, kid. Now, don't get cocky. Or as they say in Blue Harvest, great shot, kid. Now, don't get penisy. I need another torpedo. There it is. Oh my god, this is chaos. The trench run is absolute chaos. I think I'm hitting torpedoes at the wrong shit. Yeah, alright, now I got it. Shields first. Yep. I got a Y-wing backing me up. Shout out to that Y-wing. Blow that up. We keep it going. We're not in the trench yet. We're just on the surface. This is just Battle of Yavin, which, if you're not familiar, is how we keep time in Star Wars as well. This battle, the Battle of Yavin, is kind of the BC AD after Christ of Star Wars. Things are either called before Battle of Yavin, BBY, or after Battle of Yavin, ABY. So that's your way of, all right, Mando, when does this take place? 30 BBY or whatever. I don't know if that's the exact one, but when does Revenge of the Sith take place? 19 BBY. Mando's obviously ABY, I want to say. Boom. All right, got those shields down. On to the next one. A lot of stuff to kill here. A lot of stuff to take down. Torpedo. Thank you for the subscribe. Shout out to all the subscribers, new and old. If you've been with My Mom's Basement since the beginning, I appreciate you. If you're watching for the first time and subscribing for the first time today, I thank you very much for that as well. We do a normal show here. It's not always 24-hour streams. It's usually just a weekly podcast with me and Clem. Right now we're breaking down Andor and The Last of Us. We're usually breaking down whatever the big show is on TV at the time. Or if there's a big movie in theaters, comic book, Star Wars-wise, we're breaking that down as well. There's a full spoiler-filled Thunderbolts review on the channel now. One more torpedo here. Oh, not even. Didn't even need one more. Start breaking that down now. Boom. Oh, that blew me up. I was actually wondering what BBY stood for. Thanks for clearing that up. Of course, that's what I'm here for. Big, beautiful Yodas. I like that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's destroy some more shields here. This kind of reminds me of the final level of Halo 3, which might be a weird comparison, but it's like the whole game, you're playing one way, and then the final level, they're like, all right, let's start fucking driving, dude. Which I never had an issue with. I fucking love Halo 3. Shout out to the subscribe happening there. Oh, I need these guys. Okay, I see. That's one. I'm dying a lot, but thank God. I mean, my coins are horrible. I have 20 coins. Studs, I should say. Coins is kind of a noob thing to call. One more. Did I get it? Yeah. All right, we move on. Jack Porkins at some point during this battle is about to lose his life. Rest in peace to that brother. Agatha is a good watch, actually. I agree with that. I don't know where that's coming from, but I agree with that. First time, long time, brother. I lurk, you're a real one. Always been a fan, says Rick James. Thank you, Rick James. All right, here we go. This is the real trench run. This is the real trench run here. I've got my torpedo on me, trying to go back and forth so they don't hit me. I'm gonna go under here, right? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hit a fucking maneuver on them there. They didn't see that coming. Put it in reverse tear on them. Robbie is as a founding member of the Disney Boys. Does your boss dive into Andor in the Star Wars ride side shows? Yes, he does. I was saying before, he wasn't thrilled with the start of Andor, season 2. Han makes the save. What a moment! And that gives the clearance for Luke Skywalker. Boom! Oh, I missed! Luke didn't miss in real life. Oh, okay. I feel better about missing now that I realize you have to destroy these things first. I was like, how did he just miss? In the movies, it's like there was a fucking magnet pulling it in there. But I do have to go back and get a torpedo, right? Where's the torpedo? Do I have to go? I'm going backwards in the trench run. It's like Ready Player One, the beginning, where it's like you actually got to go backwards. There it is. All right, torpedo time. Juke these guys out. Whoop, 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 whoop. And then just straight shot, right? Straight shot. No! Why isn't it going in? That's what she said, I know, but... Luke Skywalker with the aim of a stormtrooper. I gotta go back to the start. This would be so embarrassing for Luke if he told everyone, I was shooting womp rats that size in fucking Tatooine. He shows up, 3 torpedoes in, he's like, I'm fucked. I need more ammo. Alright, now I've got 3. Should I destroy all this shit first and then wait for the objective to give that to me? Or should I just go boom, 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 boom? They blew me up! I have to destroy all these first. Okay. Makes me feel better. Because the shields are up still. I see now. I see. I wasn't looking at that blue shield gate because I've got this X-Wing helmet on. It's making my view all impaired. I got to turn off my targeting computers and just fucking let her rip. Like this. Oh, I toilet bowled it. I somehow toilet bowled the torpedo to kill the Death Star. And there it is. A New Hope completed on Lego Star Wars. The nostalgia. I hope that nostalgia hit for everyone as much as it did for me. Here we go. Great stuff. Stormtrooper goes flying. Han and Chewie with a quick high five. Chewie just fucking pushes him. He wants the spot because he's not getting a medal. And that was fucked up that they didn't give Chewie a medal. Vader spinning out. Brilliant. Something that I wish more of the Marvel movies did, to be honest. Instead of killing your villains, spin him out. Have them defeated, but keep them around, you know? There we go. Level complete, free play unlocked, and that is putting the death in Death Star. They don't do the throne room scene in this, but I could fucking toss on, you know, when Luke blows up the Death Star. He gets this piss yellow jacket. That's his wardrobe change. And he wears this yellow jacket for his medal ceremony. What else do we got in the chat? What else do we got in the chat? Dream guest for the 24-hour stream. George Lucas, Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, rest in peace. Obviously, like, unable to get her as a dream guest, but she would be up there. Finished story. Oh, do they do the throne room thing? They might have a little throne room cutscene here. They should, right? Yeah. Okay, we're doing the throne room. There he is! Luke in his yellow jacket. ugly jacket. Ugly. I ordered this jacket for Mark Hamill's star on the Walk of Fame ceremony. And it showed up, I think it's from like AliExpress or something from overseas. It smelled so bad. I had to like hand wash it. It was a whole thing. Robbie, is Sinners your movie of the year so far? Yes. Let me think about that for a sec. But yes, I would say yes. And there it is. We got our medals. We got our fanciest attire on. Dun 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 dun. And there you go. A New Hope. Great stuff. Enjoyable to play, as it always is. Not too long. Could have been a lot shorter if I was a lot smarter. All right, are we ready to get into the next panel, guys? Are we ready to get into the next segment of the May the 4th stream, which will be a Barstool Star Wars watch back? We're going to be watching back some videos from Barstool history that involve Star Wars. Who else deserves a medal, Bob? How about everyone that survived that battle? It should almost be like a Purple Heart. I think fucking Wedge deserves a medal for that shit. Biggs Darklighter, he survives that, right? Does Biggs? No, Biggs dies, I think. Biggs Darklighter, death. Yeah, he was killed during the Battle of Yavin. Yeah, he's the one killed by Vader himself. But, you know, as they say, right, as soon as you look him up on Google, it says he died serving the cause he believed in. They get real serious about Biggs Darklighter. All right, so what's the best way for me to do this? I'm pulling up the videos on my computer and presenting them, right?
He has the Dropbox of the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dropbox that he has.
I think the first one we should do is me and Clem at Star Wars Celebration Orlando in 2017. So this is in between The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi coming out. This was my first official company trip. I had just gone to WrestleMania before this, but I had paid for the whole thing because I was going to WrestleMania whether I worked at Barstool or not at that point. So this is the first trip that Barstool ever sent me on. And one of the first clips for Clem, obviously he had Latvia before this with Hank and everything. He had some crazy trips. But our first time spending a lot of time together, we went down to Orlando. We were staying at a hotel called the Rosen Shingle Creek. And I remember that because it was one of the first hotels I walked into, and they had my name on the TV. And I was like, what an amazing hotel this is. I don't have the card in my wallet. I still have the key card from this trip, actually, because I loved the hotel so much. If you're staying in Orlando, I recommend the Rosen Shingle Creek. It sounds horrible. This was an office manager, Brett, was booking our travel. And we were like, Brett, you booked this in a hotel called the Rosen Shingle Creek? Like, it sounds like you booked this in a cabin. Wound up being a great hotel, marketplace downstairs. It's on a golf course. You could watch people play golf. It's got a pool. Good stuff. And then we went to Star Wars Celebration. So this was multiple days. We filmed this video over the course of 2 days. And in between those 2 days was when I did the overnight stay and saw those people doing lightsaber battles because we just were in line for the Last Jedi trailer. Another fun fact about this video, the original video, back in the Wild West days of 2017, we were just using John Williams scores for Barstool videos. We were like, throw John Williams on it. That'll give it the Star Wars vibe. We're not allowed to do that anymore. So we were able to, Jake actually was able to use an AI program and take out the music from this. So it might be a little weird with no music. It'll probably be kind of normal, but originally just picture we had some music behind it. All right, am I ready to present? There we go.
Oh, I gotta shut off the video game sound. Oh.
And then I'll throw headphones on to hear it so it doesn't echo, right?
It should be fine.
Okay. All right, here we go. Robbie and Clem take Star Wars Celebration Orlando. Is that working? Did I turn the sound on? I don't hear it. I still hear the sound of the credits of this. Sorry, guys. Hyperdrive malfunctions sometimes. You got to hit that Falcon, make sure the hyperdrive is kicking.
I know what it is. I don't think I put that. Oh. It's manual. Give that a test again.
All right.
All right,
Robbie
yeah,
and
hyperdrive
Clem,
malfunction.
we're at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando, day one. You excited?
I'm excited. I don't even know what I consider you right now.
I'm a 12 out of 10 excited. This has been a dream of mine since I was very little, much like my why not tattoo. Just fulfilling all the dreams here at Barstool.
Robbie, I feel like Robbie's pants aren't going to be dry until we get back in New York.
They're not dry. I think I'm going to meet my future wife here.
I'm excited. I don't even know what I consider you right now.
I'm a 12 out of 10 excited. This has been a dream of mine since I was very little, much like my why not tattoo.
Video, you can hold nothing
Just
back
fulfilling
to
all the
Rob
dreams here at Barstool.
I feel like Robbie's pants aren't going to be dry until we get back in New York.
They're not dry. I think I'm going to meet my future wife here.
I'm excited. I don't even know what I consider you right now.
I'm a 12 out of 10 excited. This has been a dream of mine.
I have it open, yeah.
You have YouTube open on your computer.
Oh, yes, that's what it is. I exited out. That was on me.
I was going to say that delay was wild. Okay, give that a shot.
All right, we're going to give it another shot. Starting from the beginning.
Star Wars Celebration in Orlando, day 1. You excited?
I'm excited. I don't even know what I consider you right now.
I'm a 12 out of 10 excited. This has been a dream of mine since I was very little, much like my why not tattoo. Just fulfilling all the dreams here at Barstool.
I feel like Robbie's pants aren't going to be dry until we get back in New York.
They're not dry. I think I'm going to meet my future wife here.
Not the thing you, by the way, not the thing you want to say if you want to meet a future wife. I don't think that's the thing that women are looking for. Even a Star Wars Celebration, they're not looking for my pants aren't going to be dry till I get home. There's Clem, by the way, just hugging him some R2-D2. This was such a wholesome moment. We walked in, he saw a real-life R2, he just wanted to give it a hug and a kiss.
Thank you.
That's
I got to be honest. If my Uber driver ever showed up in this, I'd come myself.
Yeah, there was music behind this to make it.
We're here with Han Solo.
Check out the jacket.
How long you been practicing being Han Solo?
Luke Skywalker.
Luke Skywalker? Is he in the movies?
I was in all of them. Well, I wasn't in the prequels because I wasn't born yet, but I was in the original trilogy.
Revenge of the Sith. You were born in Revenge of the Sith.
You know what? Yeah, I was in Revenge of the Sith for like 5 seconds as a baby.
Bam.
Oh, that's tough for that guy. Tough for Luke Skywalker. He thought he wasn't in Revenge of the Sith. Bob put him back in his place. Now, here's my Lego Star Wars friend I was talking about. So watch this exchange. This will play right off Lego Star Wars, what we were playing here.
Why are you wearing red instead of the traditional powder blue?
This is actually from a Lego Star Wars video game. In the original one, you could drop in as a co-op second player on the Tantive 4 level, and it would put you as a red-shirted trooper instead of the blue one, so you could tell who was playing as who.
Boom, roasted, Rob.
And then I got roasted there. That was immediately, oh, you think you know your stuff. Well, I'm actually the co-op rebel that when you drop into the Tantive 4 on the first level of the original Lego Star Wars, that's who I'm cosplaying as here.
Clearly came in costume.
No judgment.
As a Lego Star Wars character that was available in one level.
Level 4, you fucking idiot. How did you not know that one?
I'm the chosen one.
Neo from The Matrix?
No, I'm the chosen one. I was in Anakin Skywalker.
Jesus Christ, our savior?
No, I'm Anakin Skywalker.
You don't look like him.
Jesus. Well,
Anakin wear basketball shorts?
Well, I was earlier wearing my.
I was a little mean to that guy. I retract that. He said he was Anakin earlier. He had the scar on his face. You couldn't see there, but he just had the scar and then the basketball shorts and a t-shirt. Here's a steampunk Vader.
Me, daddy.
Oh, you said choke me, daddy?
Earlier wearing my.
Choke me, daddy.
Pretty good.
Bounty hunting don't sleep, but it does eat. You are 0 for 8,700,882. Do you think you will ever hit a target? This guy kills Han Solo, shows up at Star Wars Celebration.
So this was right after Force Awakens came out. We were still very, very. The wound was not healed yet at this point with the Han Solo.
Like he has any right to be here.
Kills Han Solo in front of his best friend. Fucking sad.
Are you a Muppet?
I am not a Muppet. I am Glubo from the other rim. I can get you whatever you want for a certain fee.
Get me whatever I want?
Whatever you want.
Is that a Star Wars, sex thing?
If you're into that, yes, I can.
Oh my God.
This is the money shot coming, folks.
Wow.
Look at the prices.
$1,200 in original Kenner Han Solo.
Crazy is
Steal of the
all those
century.
are quintupled.
Oh, they're probably
Clem?
way more.
Yeah? Robbie?
The fuck is this?
Throw it in the garbage right now.
Star Trek. You see that? Out of everything at Star Wars Celebration, there was one Star Trek item.
A lot of great costumes here.
We should have dressed up in costume. We should have brought some costumes with us.
Yeah, we should have.
This part of the video had the music over it originally. No music there.
Sup?
It's
gonna be a long day with Clem.
the whole day. Me trying
That's
on a
fucking
snowtrooper
sexy.
helmet.
I don't care what anyone says. That is sexy.
See you, Noah.
Sick. Hey, eyes are up
Get
here.
home safe.
Eyes are up here.
Get home safe.
That is disrespectful,
Look
sir.
at that.
I've never
Impaled
seen
Han.
anything like that in my entire life. Who wore it best?
I did.
So this guy was a spy in A New Hope, and his face looks like a penis. Who wins in a fight, a cop or a Jedi?
Probably the Jedi.
10 times out of 10. Not probably. 10 times out of 10, a Jedi kills you. He's got a lightsaber.
Yeah, we'll do our best. I don't think my armor's good enough.
Definitely isn't. No, like, not even close.
You see my underwear?
Yep.
I don't want you to see my underwear, so I snuck it in.
Oh, she looked. Oh, she stuck a
She
look.
knows it. She snuck a look. She snuck a peek. She snuck a peek at the butt. She's looking BB great.
Oh! Again, I was single at the time. Shout out Lady Fox. She's watching the stream. She's the best. I would never say a thing like that now. I was a bachelor at the time. Can't be held against me. But that was a good, smooth pickup line there, the BB-8. And then I think we should go right into Star Wars Celebration the next year. Oh, is it 4 o'clock already? Yeah. Oh my God. We're 5 hours into this stream, guys, and we're going. We might be joined by Kyle Newman in a sec, which would be awesome. Again, Fanboys director, producer of A Disturbance in the Force.
Who shot that first video? John Kelly?
That first video was shot by freelancers in Orlando. Nobody that worked at Barstool, actually. Yeah. And it was hard to describe to the freelancers, like, who Barstool was, the kind of video. I remember we kept telling them, like, we would say something funny, and we would look back, and they'd be like, when do you want us to film? We were like, I thought you were filming the whole time. So it was a lot of that.
I felt like that had John Kelly, just like John Kelly vibes written all over it.
John Kelly. Actually, you know what? John Kelly might have. Did he shoot it as? I know we for sure had freelance audio guys. John Kelly might have shot that. I think John Kelly might have shot that. We'd freelance. John Kelly definitely shot the next year in Chicago.
Yeah.
It was me, Ken Jack, and John Kelly for sure. But yeah, Orlando was so much fun. It was like my first experience like that at all. Like my first experience like going on a trip for Barstool. My first time going to Star Wars Celebration. My first, a lot of firsts on that trip. My first time sleeping overnight or staying up overnight, trying to sleep on the concrete floor for a trailer. Oh, I think we got him. All right, we're gonna move on to the next portion of the program, guys. Gotta put some headphones on so I could hear our next guests. But we are going to be joined now by the director of Fanboys, a producer of A Disturbance in the Force, and of course, Kyle Newman. He is here. Do we got him? Kyle, can you hear me?
Of course. How are you? Happy Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you as well. And of course, a Jersey guy, I was going to say, and an Oasis fan. I didn't know you were an Oasis fan until you mentioned that recently. It's nice to meet you. This is kind of our first time meeting for real.
Nice to meet you too. Quick Oasis aside, I saw them at their first ever U.S. show. They played the Wetlands in New York City for like 200 people. I dragged 5 friends from school. I was at NYU. I was like, you got to see this band. They're going to be the biggest in the world. They only had like one single out in the U.S. No one knew who they were.
Holy
They performed
shit.
the whole album. They got to the end of the album. They saw some guy with a Manchester United jersey. They were like, and they only gave us Rock and Roll Star again as the encore, but even better. It was like
Oh, I
this
love
incredible
that.
show for a couple hundred people.
And you're a Jersey guy. Where are you from in Jersey?
Chester, New Jersey, near Morristown. So I
Oh,
went to
shit,
Needham
yeah.
High School, and tiny little town. My dad was the mayor for a couple of years there.
Oh,
Little
wow.
sleepy, you know, Revolutionary War historical town.
I love that. So I just want to give you your flowers for a second because Fanboys is legitimately one of my favorite movies of all time. Like, I don't even say like one of my favorite comedies of all time. I have watched Fanboys a countless amount of times. I've showed it to friends. I've showed it to family. I've stolen jokes from it. The amount of times I've said Kirk Love and Spock sucker in my life. Like, it is truly hilarious. It's got so much heart. You could tell it was made by true Star Wars fans. It's just brought me so much joy over the years. So thank you for making what is now one of my favorite movies.
That means everything to me. You know, we didn't have a huge release when it came out. people have discovered it. It means something to a lot of people. It's wonderful when I hear like, someone like yourself telling me how much it means to you, how many times you've watched it. That's what we made it for. It was made by fans for fellow fans. And it was really there to honor a movement in time. Like, we like do fans right. There were so many negative things about fans, like late 90s, early 2000s, what it was to be a fanboy. There's a lot of negative connotations. We want to set it right. There's a well-roundedness to these guys. They're just people. Just like if you love sports, you wear your heart on your sleeve, you're all about it. You play fantasy sports. It's the same as loving fandom, so I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
And I know you're a massive Star Wars fan, but were you instrumental in like the writing process? Were you involved in the writing process on this, or did it come to you as a, hey, we need a director for this project?
It was a lot of everything. So I got the script. So I was at college at NYU. Like I said, it was 1998, maybe. I read on Ain't It Cool News about a script called Fanboys that Ernie had wrote, and it wasn't a period piece. It was about a movie he was trying to make in 1998 about these guys going to see Star Wars. His mother had cancer, and he had this idea in his head, what if something happened to me and I missed this movie because it meant so much to him? So I read about it. And then 6 years later, the script fell in my lap. And now it was going to have to be a period movie. And it needed work. And, because he had, done a draft and tried to get it out there. It never happened. So it just was sitting there. And I did work on it. Producer Matt Pruniciara did work on it. We brought on Adam F. Goldberg, the creator of the Goldbergs. He hadn't done that yet, but big comedy writer. Adam had done some work on it, and another friend from NYU, Dan Pulick, had done some work on it as well. So it was really a contribution of many people, but I was there consistently through every draft since I got involved. A lot of that is me.
Yeah, and I know
I pour myself into all those characters. So there's a lot of jokes in there that came from me, but it was a real team effort, and that's why I think the movie speaks to so many people.
I think fans of the movie probably know that the production process was kind of crazy, especially compared to a lot of movies, a lot of reshoots or rewrites. There was even talk of removing the cancer storyline from the movie at some point. Is it true that you had 36 hours to assemble a cut of the movie with the cancer storyline put back in it before it premiered at Comic-Con?
Correct. So I screened this movie. It was like 2007 Star Wars Celebration in London. We got like a 5-minute standing ovation. I showed the video to Harvey Weinstein, head of the studio then, and he was like, incredible, this is great, the whole thing. Everyone was so excited about the movie. We kept testing really well, but they wanted like that super broad mainstream thing, and we were really like trying to making like an under $5 million comedy, very specific, and it did have cancer in it. Isn't the most mainstream subject. So they said, let us try a few things, and they kept trying to change the cut. They tried taking cancer out and making it so like one of them was like, it's just a joke, I don't have cancer. I'm like, you just kill the heart of the movie if you do that. But they did some stuff to ruin the movie. They tested it, and the test numbers they plummeted. They were like down in the 60s. It was trash. They did it again. It's tested in the trash. But I don't think they wanted to say they were wrong. So what they did say was like, write a letter. I think we had to write a letter in the Hollywood Reporter and say, Harvey Weinstein is a Jedi Master, and he's giving us his film back. So Dana Bernetti, who ran Kevin Spacey's company, Trigger Street, was producer, and I had to sign this thing. And they said, if you do that, we'll give you 36 hours to go into the edit room, recut the movie. But you have to do it from our shit ass cut. You can't go back to your cut, which tested 30 points better. And if you want to sleep, it's on you. And if you want to eat, it's on you. Anytime you take out that 36 hours, that's your loss. And so I couldn't go back and put every detail back in. It would have been, it's weeks of work. What I could do was go put the broad strokes, the emotional broad strokes back in the film, and put the cancer back in. I know it sounds weird, put the cancer back in, but really it's what brings these people together.
Of course.
They give you a terminal question. It's like, what does it mean? Well, what is all this stuff? What does life mean if you only have so much time to live? And it's really about friendship. And so that was so essential to the movie. It was the core, it was the heart of it. So we got to put that stuff back in, the broad strokes of stuff and some of my favorite jokes. And in that process, I stayed watching all the cuts, and sometimes you try something I've wanted to try all along, and that joke works and tests. So I'm like, there's the justification. I'm putting that joke back in. So I did get to make like a very good cut of it, but it wasn't the perfect cut. It was you have 36 hours with a shotgun to your face cut,
That's
and
insane.
I'm happy with it. I live by it. I would have preferred to do my cut, which I know was superior and tested the best, but the movie got out there, and here we are talking about it 15 years later.
What are the would you be willing to share any of like the big changes that your cut has from the cut that we got? Like, what are the major things that are differences?
Okay, so their opening crawl was fanboys. It's a term for losers who can't get laid and live in their mother's basements. It basically, from the first second of the movie, alienated Star Wars fans as opposed to embracing them. So you get the tone of it. They were trying to get me to do a naked wrestling scene. I have Seth Rogen in this movie in 3 roles. Probably the best deal in Hollywood history. I think I got into this movie for like $5,000 for 3 roles. And he's a god. So that's the best. But he wasn't like household name yet, but he was like amazing. They wanted me to go back to Seth and get him to dress up in a woman fat suit and naked wrestle the guys for car parts. They wanted one guy to get allergic to shellfish and vomit into someone else's stormtrooper. It was like the worst ideas in the world. Their template was Deuce Bigelow. They kept saying Deuce Bigelow trailer, Deuce Bigelow trailer. We want to hit that Deuce Bigelow trailer. And these guys at the time, they were just their comedies. They were known for not another teen movie, spoof movies. They were trying to put Harry Potter jokes into the movie, and Harry Potter in 1998 really wasn't a thing. So it lost sense of time period. It was nonsensical. It was malicious. It was just an unfortunate thing. And also you get to the end of it and it's like a gut punch, like cancer's not real. Like the guy was just joking. You're just kind of like, you asshole. So on so many levels, it was wrong, and most importantly, it deviated from our agreement with Lucasfilm, which was we're celebrating fandom. And that's why, George Lucas specifically gave me permission to shoot at the ranch and do these things because we were real fans and we were trying to speak to fandom. And their cut was leaning more R-rated, which was something that we couldn't do either. And Star Wars is a family brand, and we had some strict protocols that we had to remain PG-13. So on every level, it was just an abomination.
What was that approval process like? You mentioned that George gave you the sign off and said, willing to
They
shoot
read
on
the
the ranch
script.
and all that. Yeah.
We had to speak to him
in person,
and that was it. There was phone calls. I've met him, George, numerous times now and since, and always supportive. That after we did the movie, they would include it in like all their Comic-Con booths and stuff. They'd just keep playing our movie. They really embraced it. And like I said, they let us shoot at the ranch, was a rarity at the time. I think, other than some architectural digest shoots and stuff like that, no one other than a George Lucas production had shot anything at the ranch. And
That's
here
awesome.
we do. We roll up with that van,
Yeah.
Bucephalus, and like some makeshift crew and some gear, and we're like lighting up the main house at Skywalker Ranch and shooting all the roads and doing whatever we can with 50-cent budget. And like telling the studio, like, they're letting us shoot at Skywalker Ranch and you're not renting us lights or anything. Like, what is happening here? So we were lighting that scene with Linus coming out off the steps with car headlights.
Oh my God.
That's how
just like the cruise cars.
What'd you say?
Just like the cruise cars.
Yeah, just park 2 cars and try to create a lighting setup since they wouldn't pay for lights. So they really didn't have a lot of so we didn't have a lot of support. It was just kind of like, oh, they'll figure it out, they'll get it done, let's spend our money on some Oscar movie. And we pulled it off. I was very, very proud of it. But George was always complimentary. And I think he got to the end and he said, I support Newman's cut. This is not what we signed up for. So he rejected their cut. I think ultimately that's why Harvey Weinstein had to go. All right, you get your movie back, nerds. Nerds win.
Yeah. What a seal of approval that is, huh? George Lucas being like, Newman's cut is the one.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
and
cool.
It protects his brand too.
Yeah.
So for numerous reasons, it was a better cut, but it's also made Star Wars look better. And for numerous reasons, they had to, I think, endorse that to protect their license too, because we weren't here, crapping on their license. We were celebrating it.
In the midst of all of this, were you worried that the final line of the movie was becoming too meta and it's just like, what if it sucks?
Absolutely. I contemplated taking my name off of it when there was
Really?
these bastard cuts. It was awful. I mean, they were shooting stuff during the writer's strike. I wasn't there at the reshoots. I was out of town on a honeymoon. They specifically did reshoots while I wasn't present.
That's crazy, dude.
Super duplicitous.
It's a miracle that we got the movie that we did, it feels like.
You know what it is? It was our persistence. The team, the actors, the cast, the crew, the the producers, writers, everybody banded together, and we're like, we believe in this movie. We know there is a better movie. We've seen it. We made it, and everyone was steadfast in that. And I think that resolve helped us get it over the finish line to at least get the version out there that was close to what we were happy with. But if it was just any other movie, it wouldn't have mattered. But we knew we were making something special and something that meant something to us. Like it changed our lives, it changed our childhoods and our adulthoods. So we could not let some strange, awful cutout into the world with our names on it. That's making fun of Star Wars fans. But here we are, like, hey, everybody, come lend your time, be in this movie. All those extras at the end of the movie coming to see the Phantom Menace. I mean, we put out these flyers. We got hundreds of people in Albuquerque, New Mexico to come down, dress up, recreate opening night 1999, and people with those Jedi mullet braids, everything, like rolling in with lightsabers. It was hundreds of people. Could you imagine if the movie was just like making fun of them all? You get all these people to lend their time, their collections, their resources, and then you go shit on them all. We would not let that happen. So we definitely felt an obligation to make sure this movie got out there in a good way.
And you mentioned the Seth Rogen triple role, and I love Seth Rogen in this movie. The first time I showed it to my roommate Trent a couple years ago, he could not stop laughing at the tattoo reveal scene where this arm is the dark side. It's so fucking funny how he plays it. Was that always meant to be, even if you didn't get Seth Rogen, let's say, was it going to be the same actor playing multiple roles, or did that just come about naturally?
Seth loved the script, and he was down there, and I asked him, him stepping in as those two roles, yes, he was always going to be Admiral C. Schultz, and he was always going to be Roach. But adding him in as the Klingon body door guard was like, hey, I'm around, I'll do something else. And we fitted him with this, forehead prosthetics and stuff. And that was just like a bonus. And then the studio started to get greedy. It's like, well, let's get him to a fourth role, maybe a fifth role. I'm like, he's never going to do that because he hates your version.
Yeah. He gave an inch, they tried to take a mile from him. And then as far as cameos, there's so many in this movie. There's so many great ones. Were the cameos like locked before you started shooting, or was it the kind of thing where you'd be like, so-and-so is available, let's try to get him in the movie?
It was an evolving process. So like the Star Wars luminaries, Carrie Fisher, Billy D. Williams, Ray Park, Darth Maul, those kind of things were locked prior. A lot of the cameos, it was hard to get people to line up with our schedule, shooting in New Mexico, not a lot of money. But William Shatner was also locked beforehand. Some of them, came about as we're flowing. Some of them were reshoot added, so different phases of reshoots. So it was a mixture. But for the most part, we had a pretty good plan as to who we wanted, especially those, movie icon luminaries going into it. And those people were set in the schedule.
And then as far as like a disturbance in the force, we just got a disturbance in the force. Our motion lights turned off for a second. A documentary that I loved, and I speak very glowingly as you can about the Star Wars Holiday Special. I watch it every Christmas Eve. It's like a tradition for me. When I get home from all the festivities, I'll fall asleep to it. And it's the worst thing of all time. But again, like Star Wars fans, we find the positive in that. And A Disturbance in the Force is a great documentary to kind of show a non-fan, hey, this is all of the craziness that you missed and the craziness that went into it without having to endure the entire runtime of it. Do you have to get something like Lucasfilm approval on that as well? Or is it, no, it's a documentary, whatever?
Well, we did go to them and we said, here's this doc. It's awesome. And they said, this is awesome. We love this. Oh my God, we want to do this. And then we waited a little bit and they came back and said, forget that we said we liked it. Kathleen Kennedy says, don't make it. We said, too bad, we already made it. It is public domain. We obviously went through, legal review and all these things. And we're using clips, we're commentating on them. There's context. And really, it's more about, the documentary is a lot about the movement throughout the 70s in variety television. Star Wars didn't invent variety television. Star Wars Holiday Special was just plugged into a really horrible format of television. So we do a lot of explaining and lampooning of the format, not just making fun of the Holiday Special. But you get that context and you go, okay, Star Wars was plugged into something that was what was going on then, And I think because it had such a broad look, it gave us a lot of protections. Internally, people at Lucasfilm have, written, called, and said this thing's spectacular. We love it. How'd you get this footage? Can you send us your copy of this? Like, we have a better copy of the holiday special than Lucasfilm.
Holy
So
shit,
we
really?
sent them our copy because George, I think he literally did destroy all copies. But our copy came from Smith and Hemian. Smith and Hemian produced the Bing Crosby, David Bowie Christmas special, Little Drummer Boy. They were producers on this. They got a copy, but they were barely involved. They got pushed out, but they were sitting on master tapes. So we were like, we got those. And that's kind of what became the crux of the footage we used. We then cleaned it up. There was some AI cleanup of it. And then we would kind of vacillate between versions. Whatever scene looked the best is the version we went from. And then we made like a really good master of it. And that is superior to whatever they have in their archives up there.
Wow.
So if you wanted to see clips of the holidays, our documentary is the best. You go to YouTube, it looks like someone, used toilet paper, with the footage. It's awful.
It's bad.
You watch this
I
version,
know.
you're going to see the best clips you can get. And again, it's not the whole special, but it is highlights of the special.
Yeah.
So if you've never seen it, I would say watch the documentary first.
I agree.
And then
100.
It's like 90 minutes.
I don't know if you'll be
made
able
it.
to make it through the actual holiday special. Like, genuinely, I'm the biggest Star Wars fan you could find.
It's
hard
rough.
to make it through. It's the first 9
It's
minutes
rough.
of
It's
it. You
not
get
even
no
like
dialogue.
watching
It's
ironically.
Wookiees talking.
It's just rough.
Yeah.
There are good parts to it, but it is rough. And so I think that you watch this first and then you go experience it. It's going to give you like the context you need going into it. And it's genuinely funny. Like I produced this thing. We had great directors, Jeremy Kuhn, Steve Kozak did a tremendous job. Every time I sit and watch this thing or we're in a theater, I laugh out loud. It's a genuinely entertaining and funny documentary, which is rare when you're watching documentaries. It's not always funny. They're informative. You smile. This is funny. Everybody from Kevin Smith and Seth Green and Weird Al and Patton Oswalt, they're all in this thing. It's very colorful. It's alive. Everyone loves Star Wars. You feel that. And you get these, this wonderful look at something which Lucasfilm and Disney has basically tried to erase from existence. George definitely doesn't want it to exist. So I think at one point I was staying at the ranch and I showed George's kids the holiday special. I was like, let's watch the holiday special. And they're like, what's the holiday special? I was like, your dad made a Star Wars holiday special. And they're like, no, he didn't. And I was like, yeah, here it is on YouTube. And they're like, what is this? And I think they told him, and he's like, why would Newman show you that? What an idiot. Like, he didn't want his kids to know it existed.
I know, that's ballsy. I was going to say, did you ever hear back? Like, I can't believe you did that. I was trying to destroy them all with a hammer.
And that is corroborated in there. He told that to Steve Sansweet, his former head of fan relations. He's the owner of the largest Star Wars collection on Earth. Steve was like, yeah, I asked him that, and that's the quote. He told me that in Australia. So that was verified in our documentary. George wanted to destroy every.
Amazing though is I just had Alec Sulkin on, and we were talking about the Family Guy Star Wars parodies they did with George, and he said almost the same stuff you're saying of absolute complete support from George Lucas. Where he's like, he watched it, he laughed at all the jokes,
best.
he loved it. Yeah, it's nice to hear that he was totally fine with people poking fun at his life's work and the way that they were, and he was actually supportive of it.
He's a tremendous human. You have to think he changed the film industry twice. Sometimes people get lucky and have a revolutionary moment. He changed the film industry in 1977, and then he created, the basically nonlinear editing and the digital revolution and everything again in 1999. And he's put so much back into the industry. And he's a student of film, and he celebrates film and education, and he's a brilliant guy. On top of that, he has a great sense of humor. And I sat next to him once at a screening of Star Wars: A New Hope, and it was the Academy in LA honoring the greatest movies to never win the Academy Award. 1977, a great crime happened. They gave Annie Hall Best Picture, one of the greatest crimes in history. Total heist. No one's going to Annie Hall Con. We still go to Star Wars Celebration. It's changed our culture. It's changed the industry, and it is the better movie. I love Annie Hall, but Star Wars is better. So I sat next to George and his daughter, and they were making fun of the movie the whole time. They were making fun of all of George's dialogue and he was like lampooning his own movie, and I was like, wait, what? He's ruining the movie for me because he's like, oh, it's terrible. You know? Like making fun of his own film while it's being honored before he goes up on stage to be interviewed by Christopher Nolan. And it was just like, oh wow, he has a sense of humor about this whole thing. You know, he
Yeah.
knows there's flaws, and knowing the story of making it, that was a crazy journey. You know, and that's why he did special editions, and that's why he never felt like directing was hard, and it wasn't. He didn't feel totally supported, and he had to make a lot of concessions. So he had to go back and kind of fix the movie and align it with his vision, so he could keep making more Star Wars. But you know, in that process, you realize there's a lot of things that he felt he didn't get right, and there is a sense of humor to poke fun.
I love hearing about that side of George, because you don't get that side of George from a Lucasfilm produced Star Wars documentary. You know, it's very serious, it's very pointed, it's very just George the way we picture
as you
him,
understand,
yeah.
it's corporate, but he has to have a sense of humor to make those kind of movies.
True.
Like
They're
the
such
jokes,
fun movies.
the way
Yeah.
he names characters, they're so literal
Yeah.
and basic. And he's making, you know, he's making family films. He's making content for stories for all ages. From 3 to 93, and yeah, it takes like I think a special person to do that kind of thing and do it so well. To have like those mythological and religious tones underneath a complete fairy tale that speaks to
Absolutely.
people around the world. And that's
Yeah.
why we're here on May the 4th.
I love it, and every year we'll be celebrating on May the 4th. Kids, when the Phantom Menace came out, are now going to show that to their kids, and those kids are going to show it to their kids, and it's all going to create this not revisionist history, but like, I'm a kid of the prequels. I love the prequels. Like it's just one of
I
those
love
things
hearing that.
where it'll always
You
evolve
see
like
Hayden
that.
Christensen on stage, and these guys like Sam Jackson are getting standing ovations and stuff. The prequel actors, I would go to Star Wars Celebration, like Celebration 6 and 7, and I would do these panels, like prequel appreciation panels. Like I had to go do these panels to like get people to look at the prequels in a way they should, because it was calibrated through all this negativity in the media. Oh, it's so digital, it's awful. Like the Phantom Menace has more model effects in it than any other movie in history times 2. It's like literally the movie with models. Yet, you watch The Force Awakens, and it's almost entirely digital, but they have one practical effect and they put it on stage. And you're like, it's a practical effect. And you're like, the whole third act is a CGI cutscene. I like the movie, but it's just the way they market it. And so I would do these panels, right? And Dave Filoni's on the panel, and I invite Dave, and we have all these great people talking about why we love the prequels. And we get people to come, and people, support it. But you look now, like 15 years later, and everyone's like, oh, the prequels are the best. It's interesting the way time changes people's perception of things, because there was a lot of negativity, and there's a lot of bitter people. There's a lot of people that want Star Wars to have grown up with them.
Yeah.
It's like, I watch these edgy things now, and I need my Star Wars to be edgy. It's a selfish way of looking at it. Whereas what's respectable, he went and did the prequels, and they really sit in line in terms of the way he photographs them, the way, there's like an omniscience to it. It's not a lot of subjective POV stuff. He's not like doing modern late 90s, early 2000 techniques. He kind of approached it in the exact same way he approached the original trilogy, so they could be compatriots. And that restraint and that commitment is rare. So that's something great about it. I think we're seeing that now with Star Wars. There's all these new versions of Star Wars, and then you're like, is that really the same? Is that Star Wars? When you watch these Disney Plus shows. And George, endeavored to make it all one thing and give it a real tone.
Well, it was great talking to you, Kyle. Is there a place specifically where they could stream A Disturbance in the Force, or should I just say rent it?
It's out there. It's Vice has the license to it. Vice probably is doing something today with it.
Yeah.
Also, it's Apple, Vudu, Google,
YouTube. I see it right in front of me.
Amazon.
Google Play.
You can rent
anywhere
it
where you could
anywhere,
rent a
buy
movie.
it.
Yeah.
It's also cheap on Amazon if you want the physical copy. Pretty cool, Blu-rays and stuff. There's a great soundtrack too. Carl Purser did a soundtrack. It's kind of Star Wars vibe. Everyone did it with love. So it's a cool one. Check it out if you can. 90 minutes. It's Star Wars Day. You will not be let down by it. I think
I would say it's a must watch if you're a Star Wars fan. Truly think, like, if you're a Star Wars fan, you haven't seen this yet, must watch. 90 minutes, like you said, it's quick. Celebrate May the 4th today. And watch Fanboys as well. Celebrate Fanboys. 15 years, right? It's the 15-year anniversary. We passed the 15-year anniversary now.
16
Yeah.
years.
But just a fantastic movie that I'll be going back and rewatching and showing my kids someday. Again, thank you for making that and persevering through everything you needed to get out a good cut of it.
Thank you, and thanks for having me on. So good to finally chat with you. Star Wars,
Of course,
Oasis.
yeah. I know, this is great. Jersey, we got a huge connection here. And I appreciate you making time. I know you had other stuff going on. Oh my God, that's a badass shirt too.
Metalheads, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
Kyle,
great
thank
to
you
see
so
man.
much. It's so great
Thank
talking
you.
to you.
Be well.
All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Newman, director of Fanboys, producer of A Disturbance in the Force. We're getting straight up George Lucas firsthand stories. Not just from Kyle Newman. Alec Sulkin's telling stories about George going, the prequels aren't that good. Then Kyle Newman's, we're going to leave this stream. George Lucas might be the most likable man in America. He's going to be Timothy Chalamet in his prime here, with every young boy in America being like, we got to be as cool as George Lucas. I mean, that was awesome.
The stories of the holiday special never get old. Like him being that upset, like you show my kids the holiday special.
That's amazing. That's one of the greatest stories I've ever heard someone tell, Star Wars related. He showed George Lucas's kids the holiday special when he wasn't supposed to. That was awesome.
It's like someone at Barstool showing someone else's kids, like, hey, look at this video your dad.
Look at this picture of Dave looking ugly, basically. Like one of the, like, has Big Cat been on? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't gotten a text. I think he's probably going into the office later to do a stream of some sort. He said, when I go into the office, I'll let you know. I said, would love that. Just let me know. Last I heard from him. A lot of W, Kyle in the chat. Again, if you haven't seen Fanboys, that's also a must watch. So good. Like, none of my plugging of those things are like just to make him happy. They're two genuinely great things. W interview says Matt. Kana G says, Robbie, great job with these interviews. Thank you. I tried to prepare, this might sound ridiculous, but tried to prepare less for these interviews and make them more like casual conversations than, because I know these guys, especially Alec Sulkin about Blue Harvest, Kyle Newman about Fanboys, they've answered so many questions about these things for the past 15 years. I didn't want to make it just boring and repetitive for them. I tried my best. Probably passing an extra kidney stone before his appearance. I saw that he just had to pass another kidney stone, Big Cat. What's going on with him at PFT? What's going on over there? They can't stop passing kidney stones. Every time I text him, it's like, hey, PFT, want to record this guitar track? Sure, after I pass a kidney stone. And he's not making an excuse. He's serious. Crazy shit. Good stuff with Kyle Newman. Great finally getting to talk to him. I think we connected on Twitter last year, probably for the 15th Fanboys anniversary. I think I tweeted one of my favorite movies, and he threw me the follow, and we kind of made the connection through there. I would love to get him back at some point as well. I'd love to get him back in the basement and do a full interview with him about other stuff, not just Star Wars. He's directed stuff for A24. He's worked in the movie industry a long time. Just a great time. Good vibes still on this stream. Just nothing but good vibes, and I love it.
I feel like you could dive in with him the way that you do like the album breakdowns with artists. You could do
Oh
that
my
with
God,
him.
about movies,
Just,
yeah.
Like go through episode 1 through 9 or whatever. Like,
all right. I want to get back into watching some old Barstool Star Wars content. We can get back into it with me and Kenjack at Star Wars Celebration Chicago. This was, I believe, just the next year. I don't think it was 2 years later. I think it was the year after, post Last Jedi, though. I think this is, at this point, we have seen The Last Jedi. The fandom is a bit frayed. Had we seen Last Jedi at this point?
I think so.
Yeah, we had, because this was the one where we got Rise of Skywalker stuff announced.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready?
I am ready. And shout out this one directed by John Kelly. The last one might have been too. I kind of forget. But this one definitely for sure was. We went to Portillo's beforehand. Good time. Here we go.
Star Wars Celebration Chicago?
Got a lot of stuff planned, but first I'm pretty sure we gotta fuel up.
Fuel up. First stop is Paisanos. Paisanos? Paisanos.
Cantina's not open yet, so gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, so we're gonna hit this up. Heard the thin crust pizza's good. Deep dish could suck our dicks. And then we'll head over to the convention center.
I remember this. I don't know if it's Paisanos or Paisanos. Do you know, Nick? You're more of a Chicago guy. Paisanos, whatever it is. This was fucking delicious pizza. I don't remember it being in
City of Lights.
I haven't watched this in years. But we filmed everything.
I don't think people realize how happy I am and how happy I'm gonna be on the floor. I might cry when we get on the convention floor. I'm just gonna be the happiest person in the entire world. This is my favorite place in the world. Just surrounded by nerds like me.
Robbie, in the house right now.
Just burnt my tongue off. This pizza's fucking delicious. It's so good. Shout out Chuck.
Big shout out.
I love some of the best pizza I've had in a long time. A long time.
So I love that. That's another thing about Comic-Con and Star Wars Celebration. It's not like, hey, no weapons in here. It is no weapons in here, but there's just a weapons check. They're like, let's just make sure your weapons are fake. Young Bob Fox was crass. What a beauty. I was a little more crass back then. It's before I met Lady Fox. She mellowed me out, made me a nice guy.
Robbie is obsessed with Rey, and 2 Rey cosplayers just walked up right behind him.
Oh, right as I mentioned Lady Fox, he's talking about how obsessed I am with Rey.
Look at that grin.
I'm gonna meet the woman I marry this weekend.
I said that in 2 videos in a row. What the fuck was young me thinking? Lady Fox, I love you out there.
If you don't think that's
She's a big Star Wars fan, by the way. She's a huge Star Wars fan. Not like goes to conventions and dresses up fan, but she's a big Star Wars fan.
You're crazy.
If you leave and go out,
Look at this line. Do you see this line? You know what this is? That's for the store. That's to get into the store. Do you realize how genius George Lucas is? That he created something that all of these people are waiting to spend money on? There is nothing better, and I mean nothing better than Star Wars Celebration. Look at this. Let's go in.
So that line, that crazy merch line, it was hours long. They would cap it off. There would be a guy at the end that had a sign that this is the end of the line. And they would say, we're not taking anyone else today. It's going to take 4 hours for you to get through. We're not taking anyone else. Me and Kenjack said, fuck it. Let's see if we could flash our badges. We got credentialed for this one. And we flashed our badges to the front. They let us right in. We were like, oh my God, this is a breeze. Easy. We got right into the store, skipped an hours-long line. We didn't realize we got all our stuff, got online to check out. The line to check out was over 2 hours long. And we were an hour into it. Like, I guess we can't leave. We're an hour into it already. This was one of the shirts I bought. This is a Star Wars Celebration Chicago exclusive Return of the Jedi Japanese poster shirt. There's a fun fact for you. That wasn't planned. And let's get into the convention stuff. More of the man on the street stuff. Tattoos being done there. I don't want to discourage anyone from going to a convention and getting tattoos. I have heard it's the #1 way to get an infected tattoo. Snoke, right after he died. Remember all the Snoke theories? No snoking sign. That's good.
It's goddamn hot in here!
Classic Star Wars humor there. Hoth Trooper saying it's hot in here.
I don't want to be rude, but Homeboy got wrecked in The Last Jedi. Wrecked.
They got fucked up. Kylo and Rey.
He hit him with that.
Yep. The force grab.
I was Django for Halloween when I was 7 years old. How about that? Star Wars football. Well, someone bookmark this. When Big Cat comes back on, we'll just show him this. Say, you like what you see?
We might have to put a leash on Kenjack because we've lost him like 3 times now.
I'm really sorry, but I had to stop and make an impulse buy.
Okay,
I just spent $140 on a lot of different shirts.
That was
really quick. Speed Racer, Revolut.
Unreal.
The Imperial jacket we saw earlier. Just
The Adidas one?
Yeah, the Adidas
That's
style
awesome.
one that makes it look like a Slavic mercenary or something.
Yep.
And then this is just like a Star Wars tour date shirt.
With the one on the...
Yep, with all of the release dates on it.
Good purchase. Good purchase.
This is
amazing.
Must buy.
What a big part of Star Wars Celebration. You don't judge anyone for spending too much money. You see your boy spent $140 on a couple shirts, you tell him good purchase. Good start.
Put a start to the weekend. I'm gonna
Put a
buy-
start to the
I'm
weekend.
gonna buy so much stuff. I'm gonna go into severe credit card debt.
It's a standard XL shirt. I should have realized.
Oh, I
that
remember this. He was swimming in this shirt. He got an XL shirt, the biggest XL ever made.
in a Star Wars convention, you should probably size down. Because this is essentially a
You could fit 2 of me in there for
This
real.
is
3 maybe.
Extremely large.
Hold it to the side. It's like look, I'm Jared, and this is how much weight I've lost on Subway.
This is
Oh my
absurdity.
God.
All right, let me.
Bad references on the stream so far. Harvey Weinstein was fucking up fanboys. Kevin Spacey was fucking it up, and now we got a Jared from Subway reference. We've hit the trifecta.
Let me go try it on really quick.
Here he is.
Mom said it's my turn to play the Xbox. I mean, this is just.
All right, we're back at the hotel. Just got back from day 1 of Star Wars
Day one
Celebration. Your
recap
first time
before-
ever at Celebration. What'd you think?
Yeah.
Just merch. Oh, how about this? I bought
Look at
that for
And
Dave.
Falcon pizza delivery.
Check the back.
Look at the back.
I mean, that is
He
Dave
actually
written
wore
all
that in
over
some
it.
pizza reviews as well. I remember him wearing that.
I feel like I've definitely seen him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fire.
That's you being an altruistic.
Frankie,
Let's go back to the convention now. Back to day 2 of the convention. Oh, we only have a quick clip at the end with the convention. This video, we were putting out videos like throughout the week that were all different. This was the man on the street. I guess it was a little shorter than I remembered.
See you tomorrow, Dad. What's that? I have 2 eager hands. One here, one here. I learned it from a guy in a Vader.
So they're down here?
Yeah, I got them in the pouches.
Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you just fine, yeah. Which I'm actually surprised by, because I usually can't hear anything in here. You got it? Yeah, like they did in the, there were like 2 of them in there. Yeah, I tried that. Yeah, it just worked out better.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Say again?
I said, you look great, man.
Oh, thank you, dude.
Yeah,
You were over here earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember. I recognize your voice.
That's amazing. That's just Boba's talking shop right there. Boba's talking shop. They had no idea John Kelly was filming him. That's amazing. All right, now pulling the Dropbox back up. I think we're going to go on to Disney Boys now. Is that one in here?
I think we're just gonna go to YouTube for that one.
Oh, I'll pull up the YouTube. Go to Disney Boys. Of course, everyone's favorite Barstool Star Wars content thing. Oh, I just typed in Disney Boys. I got to type in Barstool.
He's got put on a list, brother.
Yeah, I might have. That's bad.
Confession time. I have a confession.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, I started it a little early. And this will give a little bit of the context, but I'll pause it and give more context as we go along as well. All right, here we go.
Confession time. I have a confession. It's an embarrassing confession. It's a confession I didn't want to make. I've turned into a big Star Wars guy. So I'm in Orlando. People say Rise of Resistance, best ride of all time, Star Wars Land, Edge of the Galaxy. There are billboards everywhere. It's the hardest park to get in right now because of Star Wars. I've been to Super Bowls, front court, Kentucky Derbies, World Series. I've done it all. Finally, I get the hookup to go to Disney World. Shout out Mitzi, gets me tickets. First thing we do, we go on this ride, Star Wars. I love it. When we did the ride, I was like, oh, I thought the line would be longer. It was like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We do the whole park. Tower of Terror, the Aerosmith roller coaster ride was down. We go to Toy Story Land. Somebody is like, only Dave would take a picture of Star Wars, but non-Star Wars land. So I'm walking around, I see this big Star Wars thing. I'm like, oh, they must be in there. Pretty unimpressive, if we're being honest. We walk in, I'm like, oh, that was a dud. We walk in circles. I'm like, is this it? And like, yeah, we walked the whole park. I text my guy, Robbie Fox. Then he asked me, did you go on Millennium Falcon ride? And I'm like, what? Literally, like, like, what do you mean? There were 2 Star Wars rides? I went to Disney World, and I was bragging how good Rise of Resistance is and how good the Star Wars thing was. I didn't go to it all. I didn't even go into that other part of the park. I think I'm the first person ever who went to Disney World just for Star Wars, the new attraction, and just missed it.
So he gave the context there. Yeah, he texted me. He pulled the text up in the stool seams. I remember getting this text from Dave and just being so jealous. Being like, I can't believe I'm the Star Wars guy at Barstool. It's been years. Star Wars Land is open, and I still haven't made it to Star Wars Land. Where are the texts? There they are. Said, I think you die on Rise of the Resistance. It's amazing. I said, that's definitely what I'm most jealous of. Heard it's the best theme park ride ever. And he said, if you like Star Wars, it's amazing. It's over in like 3 seconds, but amazing while it lasts. And I was thinking, that's interesting, because I heard it's like a 20-minute experience ride. So then I said, did you do the Millennium Falcon ride too? And that's where he was thrown off and was like, I didn't know there was a Millennium Falcon ride. I was like, that's really weird, because that's like kind of the centerpiece of the Star Wars Land is the Millennium Falcon. So here we go into, oh, we got a little ad. No free ads, no free ad, but you know, you're getting YouTube ads anyway. We go into our own opening crawl. 1 year ago at a theme park far, far away, Dave Portnoy completed a treacherous journey to Star Wars Land, only to leave and find out that he was never in Star Wars Land at all. What he did was he just rode Star Tours, and they call it like the launch bay, the Star Tours launch bay, but that's been there, I believe, since the 90s. It was there when I went, and I was 4 years old. So it's at least since 2002. And Star Tours is great, it's fun, gave me crazy motion sickness, but it ain't Rise of the Resistance, it ain't an immersive Star Wars Land, and that's exactly what we wound up getting to do, is Dave took us all to Star Wars Land. It opens with actually a little bit of rough and rowdy stuff. And I remember we felt bad because we were talking about Disney, how excited we were for Disney in front of Frank the Tank, which was sad. I think
Disney coming up, right?
When Tuesday we get there.
Fly there Tuesday.
I think he made dinner for Tuesday night. We're at the Disney Yacht Club. Very weird reservation, Jeff D. Lowe.
The whole thing there's interesting Jeff D. Lowe things because he's like, we got this VIP tour, it's gonna be amazing. We're gonna go super early in the morning. We'll be done with Star Wars by like 8 a.m. And I was like, wait, what? I think we're supposed to be in the park at like 7 a.m.
He also kind of started off by being like, I have connections, but we just paid. He really kept saying, I got a guy.
That was, I forgot about that. Jeff kept telling Dave, I know how to do this VIP thing. And Dave was like, great. What there was miscommunication about was Jeff was basically like, I know how to pay to get a VIP tour. And Dave thought he was just getting in for free. So eventually came time to it, and Jeff was like, all right, we're ready. Here's your credit card. And we went into it there. And Jeff had a laminated sheet. We were giving Jeff shit. We were like, oh my God, you're going to be like a class mom on this trip. We were all real thankful for Jeff D. Lowe's due diligence once we got there.
Your guy wasn't a guy. Your guy was Disney.
Jeff's telling us all to get the bracelets. He said he's getting one for you. So we all ordered these, like, Jeff made us order these like $70 bracelets on the Disney website to be fast.
Are you sure the hookup's not just going at 7 in the morning on your own?
Oh, we're going before the park's open?
I believe, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The sound on that still scenes of Frank walking past.
How are you, Frank?
All right.
You're doing Disney Wednesday?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We're going before the park opens or something? Like super early?
That's kind of cool. So who all is going?
Me, Jeff D. Lowe, Robbie, Clem, and Ken Jack.
All the guys that like Star Wars?
Yeah. We're going on Star Wars.
All the guys that like Star Wars.
Who am I forgetting?
Frank, do you like Star Wars?
Yes, I do.
The immediate yes I do from across the room is so funny. It's so funny. And this is pre-Frank Walks, post-Frank Walks. Maybe he'll be on the next trip. But I remember at the time Dave saying, like, I don't think we could legally make Frank walk around the hot park the entire day.
Was this the R&R that Jenks fought in?
It might have been.
I think it might have been.
I think it was. I think you're right about that. I think this was Jenks versus an Able brother, last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank, you got a fucking way with your timing.
I thought you were saying you.
No, I've never even seen Star Wars.
Ken Jack's on. I've said 3 words to Ken Jack in my life. I didn't do the invite. That's the Jeff D. Lowe.
That's top.
You're still down to go with him after the whole Yodels thing?
Yeah, he's just wrong about that.
Oh, we got into a big fight backstage at this Rough and Rowdy about Yodels versus Devil Dogs. It was
What a Drake signature product. A snack cake is 2 long chocolatey cake sandwiching a layer of cream.
That's East Coast, Clem. This is you.
Yodels.
I mean, yeah, Yodels. Final answer. He has it. Done.
Devil Dogs. I thought you had the ones, but they have sandwich with cream inside.
Oh!
The debate was the question said sandwiched, and the devil dog looks like a sandwich. The yodel is more of a burrito. It's just cream inside.
It looks like a yodel, the description.
The
snack cake is
long
too...
chocolatey cake sandwiching a layer of cream. That was one cake rolled up.
But there's 2 of those yodels in a package.
The argument went on legitimately all week. Me and Dave argued about it for probably an hour because I more agreed with Jeff that the devil dog looks like a sandwich. That's not what we're here for. We're not here for rough and rowdy. We're not here for any of this. We're here for Disney Boys. Let's get back to Disney Boys here.
He's like a stopwatch. He's like, that just cost us 10 seconds. We have like a $10,000 VIP tour, but he made us buy these wristbands just to make sure we go a little faster. So that watch keeps you from what? Pulling a card out of your pocket? Exactly. Jeff D-Lo don't have time for credit cards. No, not Disney. He's running the D stands for Disney.
He does stand for Disney.
The magic bands? Is that what that is?
It was the magic bands, which I will say, I think Jeff was right about all of this. I think he was 100% right that we needed these. They were hotel key cards. We were all giving him shit. We thought he was being the class mom about it. He was being correct. Jeff was justified.
D stands for Disney. Tweets like, get me on the Tron ride, then sends it to the group chat. He goes, boost this guy.
I forgot about that. The Tron ride hadn't opened yet, so Jeff would be like, it'd be so awesome if we could just get a preview of the Tron ride, and then he'd text it to the group chat and be like, make sure you retweet this, see if anyone from Disney could see it.
Me, Dave, Austin, Jeff, Ken, Jack, and Clem. That's the Disney Boys. We all got matching shirts. We're going tomorrow. Jeff told us we're gonna like get in at 7 a.m. and he's like, we could stay in the park till 1 a.m. So it's gonna be a long day, I think.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is.
We also got matching shirts that didn't show up in time. So we've said for the next Disney Boys trip, we have to get the shirts that look like a family vacation, families going to Disney, or like even like a corny bachelor party type thing.
It's not good. Like, this is a dude whose shoulders.
That's for a kid's ride.
And you know how they like.
There's no loops or anything. Look up the rise.
That is crazy. Yeah, that's bad. One of those bumps, both his shoulders are going to be at his ears.
I don't do roller coasters, but I have made a vow to do any roller coaster that the boys do this weekend.
I would quickly go back on that vow. I said I would do any roller coaster the boys did. I tried to do it, and then like one roller coaster in, we did Slinky Dog and Star Tours, and I started throwing up everywhere. I did do Guardians too, though. The Guardians that's what made me throw up.
Adults can't wear costumes at Disney because of pedophiles.
Right, we want the pedophiles to blend in. We want them to blend in with the rest of them.
Originally, we were going to all wear
Nick's long hair. He's got the rock star hair in this clip.
costumes, but then that's a big no. Adults can't wear costumes. Because if you see an adult in Han Solo, the kid's just going to go with him.
Yeah, you're right.
Disney has a lot of anti-pedophile rules, which kind of makes sense.
That's good. No, that's good.
Out of all the places, it's probably the...
I'm going to...
This is 7 a.m. sharp. The night before Disney Boys, I hadn't flown in yet. I think I was flying from somewhere to Disney. The rest of the boys went to a nice dinner. They went to a nice steak dinner. It was Jeff, Austin, Ken, Jack, and Dave, I think. I don't think Clem was there. You know, Clem was there. I think it was Clem as well.
Organized to keep this non-confusing because
Well, you got an accent.
I'm Aussie.
Yeah,
That's what everybody calls me. So I'm
Aussie Dave?
Aussie Dave.
All right.
Very cool. What are we celebrating?
Aussie Dave, our tour guide. He's a DJ at Star Wars Celebration.
Disney Star Wars.
The boys trip.
Yeah, just,
Love it.
Yeah. So I went to Disney like a year and a half ago to go to Star Wars, and this is a revenge trip.
He left the park, he came back, yeah, and he said it was great. Star Wars night, he loved it.
Like, you know, there's an entire like section after that. Yes.
That's why we're here.
Fantastic. Sounds good.
Dave, can I just say thank you?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Dream come true, Dave. Very grateful.
What's hashtag are we going with for this? Disney Boys?
Disney Boys. Disney Boys.
Where'd you get that? Really? I had it from Disneyland. I had like a laminated sheet. It's not. It's just a slip sheet. Come on.
Well, it is laminated, but you didn't make it. Oh, it's in a thing.
Yeah, it's in a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in a thing. Of course it's in a thing. You think Jeff D. Lowe's bringing loose paper to Disney? No. It's going to be laminated.
I feel like I'm Mickey Mouse right
All right, we're going to stop here for just a moment. Star Tours, the ride that you went on, a great ride, and a very old school ride when we think about Disney attractions. Disney then started to take this idea of telling a story and said, okay, what if we put you onto the planet before you even get to the ride? And we built an entire planet that you get to walk onto, okay? And we're about to head onto the planet of Batu. Let's go!
Why absolutely no time? Try to white coat for your mind right now.
Alright, and that's the part is we want you to walk in here and be like transported onto the planet.
It's a galaxy far, far away.
You walk into a corner and exactly, you're in a galaxy far, far away. Right away, you're seeing spires, you're seeing ships, you're seeing protocol droids, you're seeing mech droids, astrotech droids. Look at that. The Falcon, as the park was just opening, not a lot of people out there yet.
Oh no, oh, so cool. I'm in a staring contest with that motherfucker.
Oh, he's asking you to come forward. You gotta walk towards him. Talking to the kid? Oh, no, he's talking to the kid.
Big mistake there. A lot throughout the day, we thought the stormtroopers were talking to us. We were like, they're talking to us. We got to go over there. They were always talking to kids. 100% of the time, they were talking to a little kid that was in front of them.
I see you. He's pointing at me.
Oh, he's asking you to come forward. You gotta walk towards him. Talking to the kid? Oh, no, he's talking to the kid.
Kid. Oh, that sums up the Star Wars trip.
It's about us. It's about the kids.
We are about to go and fly. We need 2 pilots, 2 guns.
Shout out Clem socks. He's got the Baby Yoda socks on. Down to the socks.
And 2 engineers to fly the Millennium Falcon. Fortunately, I got 6 of you.
We got the
right
perfect
number.
squad.
Yeah.
Nothing feels cooler than the right before you go on to the Millennium Falcon ride. They let you they're like, yeah, it might be 5 minutes till you get let on. Go explore. Go have fun. And you're on the Millennium Falcon. You sit at the fucking Djarik table. You could grab the little ball that Luke did Jedi training with. You could take pictures wherever you want. It's awesome. Immersive. Fully get the vibe. You could walk in there and go, Chewie, we're home. It's fucking awesome.
That's where, yes, that's where. What? What's going on? Who broke it? Who touched something? Fix it. Push the button. Push the corner. Press the button. And then 2 pilots over here. 2 gunners right behind. And then 2 engineers in the back.
You play the back. Pilots, line up behind the train. Engineers, you are to that precious cargo. Come on, my friends.
Awesome ride, by the way. I know they're adding in like another mission to it now where they'll involve Mando and Grogu. I think that's brilliant. This should be one where it's almost like Star Tours. Every time you ride it, you should have something different. And maybe something goes awry, maybe a button, engineer thing goes differently. I know when the Baby Yoda stuff is added, they're adding like a new job. Instead of engineer, you're going to be like the babysitter, essentially. This is fun stuff, though. And I think it's Hondo is like very involved in this. And Rise of the Resistance as well, I think he's involved in. He is, right?
Yeah, he's in this.
He gives
one.
you your mission.
Yeah, when you walk up and you wait in the beginning, he stands there with.
Yeah, it's an animatronic Hondo, and you're like stealing coaxium, or you're preventing coaxium from being stolen, I believe.
Yeah.
Me and Dave were not Han and Chewie on the controls. We crashed into everything we possibly could have crashed into. Even something as simple as seeing the hyperspace effect from the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon, I could get goosebumps watching this now. Not even being there. I could get goosebumps watching it. John Cornelius in the chat says, how much control do you actually have? So there's 2 pilots. One controls up and down, one controls left and right. So I think I had left and right, and I think Dave had up and down. And then there's a gunner, which I think was Ken Jack for this, or Jeff. And then the other one is an engineer, which that one they got to do a better job at, because that one I believe is just a panel of like lights. One lights up and you press it, and then the next lights up and you press it, and the next lights up and you press it. Kind of a boring one, where the other 3 roles have more of a job, I guess.
I'll say the engineer is fun the second time you do it, because you get to sit back, like you actually get to sit back and see the ride. When you're in it, it is so hard to.
You're just focused on like, let me not crash, let me not crash.
Yeah,
like,
no,
yeah.
I took that thing down, and then the last time I'm like, let's just enjoy this. Like, let's see what it is. Yeah, no, it's fun for that.
Cheer, and this was another big thing. Anytime we did something good on any ride, it didn't even have to be Star Wars, the boys would get lively. Even Dave.
The moment we blew up that train was maybe the greatest moment of my life.
That's a great ride. That's not distinctively better than the other one.
Different merchandise options across Disney.
These jackets are ridiculous. Those are awesome. Those are kind of cool. Does it change the whole vibe though if you go villain?
I love this. The face that he makes here is the I know I'm gonna buy this face, and I don't know how to feel about it. Because he was saying, would it be weird if a couple of us got Rebel stuff and I got an Empire thing? We were like, Dave, you're Dave. You could get whatever you want. So that's him asking us, but you could see the look on his face here where he's just like, I'm gonna do that. Right there. That look, that little side eye gives, he's buying it.
Does it change the whole vibe though if you go villain? Yeah, I don't know if I want to go villain here. No brainer. I think you got it. I think you got it. Well, yeah, I'll take this, and then if I switch, I switch. I'll take it.
There we go.
So there I was filming an Instagram Live. I was doing Instagram Lives throughout the day. I think they're all still saved. We could watch those later if we wanted to. But Dave immediately started getting mistaken for a park employee. He started thinking, like, this isn't good for myself, because he felt like he looked like a Nazi. It was very funny. There was the costume that Ken Jack was wearing at the beginning of the stream when we were talking about it. Unreal. All right.
Here's next day.
Or outfitting.
Well, it's so much fun coming to Disney with Dave's pocketbook. It's ruining Disney for me. I'll never be able to come back.
By the way, we all bought jackets, and it was probably 80 degrees in Florida that day. Look at that reaction. Incredible. Like they met Mickey Mouse himself, Walt himself. Look at that face. That guy is stoked. And Dave was the belle of the ball in Disney. I think more people stopped Dave for pictures than Mickey Mouse. And even to the point where we had the VIP tour with Aussie Dave. Halfway through the VIP tour, he called in the big guns and was like, hey, we have like a real VIP here. We can't go through the park. We were going through the back doors of everything. We went into a trailer. We saw Mickey take his fucking head off and smoke a cig on the end of a trailer. It was the real shit. Mean cut by the editor of this Stool Scenes. Cut to Frank at his desk. Made us to have to be the Empire. Made us to have to be the villains.
You're not rooting for Seton Hall, are you?
Yes, I am.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Get it?
Yep.
Like pirates?
Yep.
Tried.
Spider got no sold there. He was trying.
I thought Frank might appreciate the dad jokes.
Pete's Pranks. You have been pranked. Someone sent you a prank mailer. To see if they left you a message, visit
So it's not going to explode.
And I know the next part of the trip that's coming up is a very good part of the trip. It's when we actually met Mando. This was one of his first months, I believe, where he was part of the park. They were like, we added Mando and Grogu. We're excited about it. We really wanted to meet him. Dave specifically wanted a picture with Mando and Grogu. So Aussie Dave was like, I know he's coming out of the door at this time, brought us over to the door, and here it is.
It just says you've been pranked. As if that wasn't evident. Wow, showed me.
Hands of family strikes again.
No. Imagine paying money to do this.
Why? Why?
You look a little nervous. You on the run? Good.
That was also, I don't know if Dave knew that the characters at Disney have like a pad where they have like 20 phrases they could cycle in and out of. So he says, "You look a little nervous." And Dave goes, "I am." And he goes, "You look like you're on the run." And Dave was like, "I'm not on the run." He's like really talking back and forth to him. I remember too, he reached and he pet Grogu in the satchel right away. And I don't think he was supposed to do that because Mando like reaches away.
Your whole thing I've got my hands full. He's a pretty special little guy.
Super special.
Good luck in your quest.
Good luck.
Keep fighting a good fight.
Hello, friend.
We met Mando. If there's one thing I could go back on and change of this day, the hair was too curly. What's going on with that sideburn? What is that? What is that? What is that sideburn, Bob? That's also post-ride. My hair's going all over the place.
Keep fighting a good fight.
Hello, friend. Come forward.
And I loved that Mando said hi to Dave and us before he even talked to any kids. It's like, the kids gotta wait. I gotta talk to Portland.
Yeah. That looks like what I gotta do. Power control.
I don't think so. Nope. It's different. But I know what you're all thinking.
It's a good exchange there. Dave wanted to know if they were hard to build, and then Dave immediately became mortal enemies with the person next to him, who was a child. He was about 12 years old. And I think someone walked over and in character was like, "Who's the leader here?" And the kid was like, "Me." And Dave was like, "This kid ain't the fucking leader. He's a child. What are you talking about?"
This all looks like a lot of old junk. Some of it is new junk as well. Now, I'm assuming that we're all familiar with the legend of Luke Skywalker. We hear that there is a new Jedi. Does everyone know her name? Rey. Rey, that's right, yes. And that's why you...
That was me. I knew the answer right away. Maybe a teacher's pet move, but I was there. I was ready to support Rey. Listen how quickly I answered that.
A new Jedi. Does everyone know her name? Rey. Rey, that's right, yes. And that's why you're all here. To look ahead.
and Dave looks back at the camera like he's lost at this moment.
That's right, yes. And that's why you're all here. To look ahead. To build this. A lightsaber. It is now time for you to select your kyber crystal, the heart of your lightsaber. Everyone close your eyes. Which color do you see in your mind? Which color is yours? Now open your eyes, everyone, and select your crystal.
So you see here, Clem is at my station. You see Clem in the background. Since we only had spots for 2 of us to build lightsabers, the group elected me. They were like, "You care about this the most. You build the fucking lightsaber with Dave." I had, you choose different pieces. It's like, all right, here's a selection of bases. Pick a base. All right, now pick a knob. Now pick this. I had me and Clem swap out. Every other one we would swap. So I would pick a piece, Clem would pick a piece, I would pick a piece, Clem would pick a piece, and we built together. To answer Dave's question, no, they are not hard to build. Very simple to build.
Perfect. You are all right.
And if you go to Disney again, I would highly recommend this. I know it looks silly, it's whatever, you're watching it on a video, I'm sure it's a kiddie thing. I'm telling you, you're in that room, they're playing the John Williams, they got the special effects going, everyone's in the zone. Nick just did it. Nick just went to Disney more recently than I did, obviously.
Yeah, no, they sync up the music to the guy
talking.
Yes. And like, at one point they say Luke Skywalker and it hits the theme.
Yes, like the Force theme. Yeah, it is so awesome. I mean, there's like special stuff. I don't even want to spoil some of the stuff that they have about it.
It's awesome.
Really worth it. It takes 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think it was like 20 to 30.
Maybe like you wait in line for a little bit, and then this is like 20, 30 minutes. It's great.
Have you decided the Master Apprentice? Okay, there you go.
I'm the master.
There you go. There you go. A classic prep school face from Dave there.
Apprentice, okay, yeah, there you go.
I'm the master.
Reach out with your minds and feel that connection. Everyone step back. The final stage is upon us. The bond between Saber and Builder is about to be forged. Builders, are we all ready? Yes. Then come forward, everyone. Hand on your hilts and activate.
Is done for him, didn't he? I'm gonna go back on that. That is funny. They're like.
Good, now go ahead, builders.
No, I think it was one of the workers.
Got it.
Raise your sabers and activate. Congratulations, travelers, to the spire.
Really? Yeah. Dave, I don't even think wanted to do red, but once he put on the outfit, he was like, I have to do red. I'm a Sith for the day.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that's great. That kid next to me, I noticed him when he took the red stone. I was like, that's weird. And then he's like, who's the master race? Like, well, I'm the master. Like, no, I'm the master. You're like 6 years old.
I like that guy. This was fun. We all got, I believe the name of the drink was the Fuzzy Tauntaun, right? And the gimmick or the kind of thing they tell you when you order this, it is alcoholic. I think it's alcoholic, right? Yeah.
You can get it virgin, but yeah.
It makes your mouth like tingle, makes your mouth fuzzy. And they're like, oh, welcome to Batuu. So on this planet, we have drinks that make a normal human mouth make it feel weird or something. They had a fancy line about it, Star Wars wise. And we were living it up in the cantina here. They have DJ droid going, bumping music for you, cantina vibes. Would it have been okay if they just built the Mos Eisley cantina and said, hey, we got a replica on Batuu? Sure, but they built their own thing. They made it unique, and it's fun. Also, is that saber over there? Show it off. So this is the Disney Boys saber here. Well made. It's like pretty fucking heavy. Feels heavy. The blade comes out of it, which I didn't know till like last week. Nick Hamilton was like, the blade comes out, right? You could have just the hilt there. And if we put new batteries in it, doesn't have batteries in it now, it would work. It's got a switch and everything. Yeah, Nick built a different one too, so they'll give you different classes to choose from. So it'll be like a defense and power class, a Sith expertise class, and then Nick, you had the new or the High Republic class.
Yeah, it's like High.
Show that thing off, yeah. This thing, obviously, when you compare it to mine, is way more gold, bronze. It's got color to it, whereas a normal lightsaber generally doesn't. But the High Republic stuff is pretty dope. They've got books going on right now, comics as well. Oh, Nick's turns on. There you go.
My dog is definitely afraid of it. I took it home and lit it up, and she ran away. I kept telling Chrissy because she hadn't seen it yet. It's because Biscuit's only seen episode 3.
Jeff bought a Darksaber that day. First time seeing a hologram in real life. That's dope. And then this is the main attraction. When you go to Star Wars Land at Disney, it's Rise of the Resistance is what everyone wants to do. It's amazing because you go on this ship. You walk onto a ship, and it's almost like you're staying still, but it's like flying in space and whatnot. You think, oh, we're just going to come out the other door. You come out the same door you came in, and you're in a different spot. It's like it blows your mind. And then you come out onto this Star Destroyer with tons of stormtroopers to take pictures with. And the employees on the staff of the Star Destroyer are talking to you like they're part of the First Order. They're like, ugh. If you sneeze, they're like, ugh, cover your mouth, rebel scum. Like shit like that.
Out on one because of that.
Because they yelled at a kid?
Yeah, they yelled at a kid, and the guy was ready to throw hands.
Yeah, it's like, come on, you're at Disney. Like when I went to Disney Universal when I was little, I remember I had the autograph book. I went up to the Grinch. He put my autograph book in his armpit, threw it on the ground, stomped on it, and I wasn't like, Dad, go beat him up. I was like, it's the fucking Grinch. That's what I get for asking for the Grinch's autograph. also a trackless ride, which was a big thing Jeff kept hyping up to us throughout the day. He's like, this ride won't have tracks, no tracks. And it's all magnets underground and shit. It really makes you feel like you're on a Star Destroyer. It takes you through all these different rooms, kind of puts you in the world of a Star Wars with Kylo Ren coming after you. You're the Resistance being saved by Finn and Rey. And as you'll see, I'll press play, there's an awesome, like, drop moment that we reacted like crazy to.
Sick. That's pretty sick. That was a fire ride. I think the other Star Wars ride goes absolute toe-to-toe with it.
We'll see.
In fact, I may say I like the other one more. The other one more? Yes.
We got to ride it. Yeah, you're making me excited.
Yeah. You've never been on it?
I was, but it's 4, so I barely remember.
I'm going to do my park rankings. It still may be 1. I may have enjoyed that more.
What?
Yes. Yeah.
I loved Aussie Dave turning around there. He couldn't believe it. Because we're talking about Rise of the Resistance is a full experience. The line is part of the experience. The Stormtrooper stuff, the getting talked to by First Order stuff, all of that. It's part of the experience, and then it takes you on a Star Destroyer. And it's physical. You could see an AT-AT above you. You could see mannequins, all this, that, and the next thing. Star Tours, you go and sit in a room, kind of like this room, and there's a screen, and your seat changes with the screen. And it's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's a great ride. Really great ride. But it's just like, you can't really compare it to Rise of the Resistance. I don't think, at least. But here we go.
Unless I'm remembering it wrong.
Yes. As we walk in here, here's what I need you to remember, okay? Is that already, not at all. And now we're going to go back and do what Dave thought was the Star Wars experience on its own. We're headed into Star Tours. Let's do it.
We'll see. I don't want to. Listen, I like the old one. We'll just see.
Promises made, promises delivered. I can't wait.
I may have built it up. So far, I don't know. It's a little different looking.
What's the first reaction?
You can tell it's older. I'm right.
That was awesome.
I'm right.
It's a great ride.
It's the best ride in the park.
It's still an awesome ride. I don't know.
Yeah, it made Robbie throw up.
Robbie puked in his mouth.
That's the one that got me. Out of all the rides, it was the one that wasn't the craziest, like, motion sickness one that really fucked me.
Yeah, puked in his mouth. That's it. He can handle it.
It was awesome.
I don't think the 2 in Star Wars Galaxy were like in a different realm. I did think they were more fun, but they weren't like a different league. I think I'm gonna throw up, but I'm not gonna not do the Guardians ride. Puke and rally.
Yeah, I don't feel great either.
That's a good transition there.
Great
We lost Bob.
So this ride, before we went on, shout out to the guy in the Kiss shirt behind me there. Before we went on it, I was like, I'll be good on this ride as long as it doesn't go backwards. Half the ride is fucking backwards at the speed of light. You're in the darkness too. You're going as fast as you can. They told us, take your hats off because your hats will fly off. I took my hat off. I strapped it to my like waistband, and then I had to hold my glasses on. So while I'm on the ride, I'm like, holding my glasses onto my face. Clem is having the time of his life next to me. He was like singing Earth, Wind, and Fire, fucking, do you remember? I'm puking. It was crazy. Do you remember what song? I don't think it was Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know what I think it was? I think it might have been like, was it Maneater? Did we have Hall & Oates? I think it was a Hall & Oates song or something.
You look terrible.
Oh my God.
It was the most intense roller coaster there's ever been.
It was a long.
This put me out for hours, by the way. We went out and got pizza and Epcot after this. I couldn't eat any of the pizza. It was bad.
What are you doing?
It was pretty sick.
It was sick.
This slinky dog right here.
Yeah, we're dropping our stuff. It's gonna be our own. You don't want to do it?
You know, like roller coasters, you came to a roller coaster, like a theme park, and you don't like it. My 3-year-old loves it, so.
That's tough. Dave didn't want to do Slinky again because it really scared him the first time, and Aussie Dave said his 3-year-old loves it. It is known as the one family-friendly roller coaster in Disney, in all of Disney. Like the one where it's like all ages could enjoy it, and it's, you know, it's not the teacups. It's like a roller coaster for real.
Yeah. Disney World not like roller coasters?
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure, because I don't really like roller coasters. I didn't do a lot of them. I did the Star Wars rides and the Guardians ride, and this one, that's pretty much it. And we were there all day. Like, I would definitely go back to Disney, not do rides, and still have fun.
Can you do the, like, Avatar thing?
I didn't because it was after this, and I didn't know if I would be okay with it. I know that one, the smells and fucking all that.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to. No, I'm not going to shame you into it.
I'll shame you into it. I mean, this is a roller coaster for 3-year-olds.
No, listen. Everybody when I posed it said it's the most underrated scary ride of the month. This one.
It's more intense than it needs to be. I will agree.
This is 1,000 times harder than Tower of Terror. This is a fraud. That guy's face is a fraud.
I'm nervous.
Dave having a grudge against Slinky Dog is something I did not see coming.
I did not. That was not on my bingo card.
I didn't know we were like doing this.
This shot, like a Christopher Nolan behind the back shot, where the Joker's about to fucking go rob a bank, but you just see Slinky's face pop up in the fucking corner.
I remember I swore like crazy most of the time. I can't believe we're doing this. My shoulders already hurt. This sucks. I can't believe we're doing this.
Someone in the chat, Luke says in the chat, in Dave's defense, it's kind of rough. I didn't think it was, to be honest. Like, I did it, and I'm not a roller coaster guy. I'm really not. But I thought it was like exactly where I want to be with a roller coaster, where I got a little adrenaline rush, but I was like, I could do that. It's fine. Someone in the chat also said Slinky Dog did hold the record for fastest coaster at Disney for a little while. Fair enough. It's not a 3-year-old ride. For sure it's not. We're joking that it is. But it is like a 6-year-old ride. Like,
I don't want to grew up there. No chance. I must have grew up in my mouth a little bit.
How do we get that picture?
What picture? What picture?
They took a picture of us in the last turn.
There it is. Good stuff.
Can you say go HFU lacrosse?
Go HFU lacrosse.
It's a great day. I think I loved Rise of the Resistance, but the original doesn't get the shine it deserves. That still stands the test of time. The roller coaster, I'm not a roller coaster guy. Jeff D. Lowe was kind of like the dictator and like made us go on everything. I thought we were just doing Star Wars and bouncing. I didn't know we had the full day.
I knew Jeff D. Lowe was up to Jeff Disney Lowe when he said we'll be done with Star Wars by 9 a.m. and I was under the impression we were here for Star Wars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, we made the lightsaber. Now, how am I gonna get that home?
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
What?
The whole trip.
Oh, yeah, you guys are welcome.
So next year, we might have to do Star Wars Celebration Orlando. Full cosplay, and that's where the nerds, they'll like unveil a new trailer and people start crying, bawling, and go nuts.
Got it.
You know how groups of people get weird about particular things? Yeah, we've all got that friend that's weird about something. Yeah, the group that I belong to as tour guides, we get weird about a couple of things, and one of them is plaid. We love plaid, it goes on our shoulders. The other thing we love is something that we get to wear that nobody else gets to wear, because everybody in Disney World gets to wear a name tag, but not everybody gets to wear a cool pin. Maybe we should organize a cool pin for those people that come on tour. It comes on a plaid background. It says that you got to be a VIP here in Walt Disney World. It's a cool little memento to say that you got to have some fun running around Disney World with all of us. Thank you so much. It is a whole lot of fun, and I've got one for each of you to say thanks.
Wholesome stuff. Disney Boys 3/8/23. God, I can't believe it's been over 2 years already. And a little behind the scenes, that's what we're doing this for. Fun fact, this was not the last we saw of Aussie Dave at Disney. This was only the last we saw of Dave and Austin. Dave and Austin had somewhere to be. We had Aussie Dave for the whole day, so Dave and Austin got the fuck out of there. We all went back to the park after this. We went to the Avatar world. We went to Magic Kingdom to see the fireworks show at the end of the night. We had a reservation. We got dinner at Disney. We got the Dole Whip. Jeff and Kenjack went on a bunch more rides while me and Clem were like the supportive parents cheering them on. But it was a long day. You could see all the stuff that I've got in my friggin' hands in that picture. I bought my niece something. I bought my nephew something. I had lightsabers to head home with. I bought myself a Babu Frick that day. I had a ton of shit. I still have that VIP pin on my shelf behind me. It's in the frame for every episode of My Mom's Basement, actually. And yeah, that was Disney Boys. Actually, a little of the episode is out of order. I want to say we went. I think we did. No, I'm wrong about that. I was gonna say I think we did Slinky before some of the Star Tour stuff. But I think Slinky was before Star Tours. So it was reordered a little bit for the video, obviously, and hopefully we'll get back there one day. We've been teasing it. Dave said he will take me for my bachelor party. He said we'll do another Disney Boys trip for the bachelor party, which is great. I can't wait for that. We just want a way to make it different than this video. You know, we can go and ride all the Star Wars stuff again, which we'll, of course, do. But how do we make it different? Maybe we tack on an extra day, do the Universal Boys. They just opened Epic Universe. Dave loves How to Train Your Dragon. They've got a whole world for that now. Obviously, everyone loves Nintendo World. I don't know if Dave is a big Nintendo guy, but how could you not be? Maybe we'll do Universal Boys, because the day after this, me and Clem did extend our trip one extra day, and just me and Clem went to Universal, and we made some stuff. We actually went with Sam Lauderdale, who's been in the chat today. He was in Orlando, like coincidentally, basically, that day, and we had a Universal Boys trip to ourselves. We did the E.T. ride. We did all the Marvel, like, shops, that universe they've got over there. We did the Harry Potter train ride, which was badass. It was awesome. But that is the Disney Boys portion of the trip. Hopefully the first and not the last in terms of Disney Boys. Do we have a video we could throw to so I could once again hit a quick pee? I can't think of, I need a better Star Wars way of doing that. Is there a 3PO? Like, I need to get rid of my oil? But that sounds like I'm shitting. And I ain't shitting. I'm just peeing. All right, let's throw to a video.
To the grind. But yeah, it's been one thing after another.
And now you're going to end your day talking Star Wars with the nerds, the basement boys.
Which is fun. I like talking Star Wars. You're my guy, Robbie. When I have Star Wars issues or questions or whatever it may be, I'm quick to reach out to you.
So I know the sequel trilogy kind of like kickstarted your Star Wars fandom.
Yeah, I'd say that's
the
fair.
Movies with Rey and stuff. You love that. But The Mandalorian obviously hit at the perfect time after that. Baby Yoda became the center of your heart. Seemed like you always appreciated Star Wars before all that, though. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I always appreciated Star Wars and was kind of fascinated by it. And I'd seen all the movies like a few times. But you're right. Yeah, chronologically, like the new ones with Rey, I loved. Like, and I would tell people, it's like, you don't even have to like the old ones. Like, they can almost stand by themselves. I thought they were that good. And then Mandalorian came along at the right time, and I've been consuming everything new really since then. I do have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know how long they've been doing it, but the beginning of the Star Wars on like Disney, when they show like the different helmets, like that's the best like beginning for anything ever.
It's good. Yeah.
How
they
long
change
have
it up
they
with
been
the shows
doing
too.
it?
Just since Mandalorian.
They're so good.
Yeah. I mean, the Star Wars has a lot of good beginnings, though, with the long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, the scroll.
But when you turn the lights off and you're on your Disney Plus and that thing comes on, it like locks you in.
No, agreed.
I love thinking of Davey Page, who's just turning on the Disney Plus and he just gets sucked into the and the little things going on.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I don't want to get too involved in your personal life, but is this the sort of Star Wars, the sort of thing where you're like, honey, come over, we're watching Star Wars?
No, I watch it alone.
Just alone. Just you go into the bedroom watching nerd shit.
She is not into the Star Wars stuff.
No. I love that's a basement boy move.
Yeah, she kind of likes like the Baby Yoda like cuteness, but she's not watching the shows with me.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Who doesn't love Baby Yoda, to be honest? You're a psychopath. I think the one thing, we pointed this out last week, that proves you as a true Star Wars fan is you never took a shot at the Star Wars logo on the Dragon Pizza Guy's shirt. I think a non-Star Wars fan would be like, you fucking nerd.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing that? You just went with the size and the, you know.
Yeah, I had no
fatso
problem with
count.
this. I wish he was not wearing Star Wars, to be totally honest.
Same. I disavowed.
Yeah, that was tough that he was wearing that logo because it does fit the stereotype of a negative Star Wars fan. But I obviously am a Star Wars fan, so I did not go after that low-hanging fruit. Let he who cast the first stone. I can't go. That wasn't the issue there.
Speaking of fat Star Wars fans, I remember back in the day, this was before I even started part-time, you said, I want to get a big fatso here that loves Star Wars just to cover Star Wars. You go, I don't even really get into Star Wars. I just love how much they love Star Wars. And that was when, you know what? I said, you know what? I might be able to make it to Barstool Sports one day. I'll be Dave's fat Star Wars guy.
Yeah.
And now you have a skinny Star Wars guy. I mingle in it, but Robbie's a skinny Star Wars guy. But you have to be happy. You have coverage here of the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. No, we definitely do.
I mean, at this point, we have a crazy amount of Star Wars guys in the company. Like we put together a whole Disney trip based around the fact that we have a bunch of Star Wars guys.
I mean, it's super cool. Like the whole, that's what I love. That's a lot of my question to you, Robbie, is like, well, how's this fit into the like overall arch? Because I haven't seen like Clone Wars, which I know, and like the live action, which this Thrawn guy is from that world. So like, I don't know who Thrawn is, except that he's coming in, he's gonna like be part of Ashoka. But other than that, I had no idea. Like
is that real?
Ashoka, Ahoki, whatever her name is. And now she appeared in Mandalorian because she had Baby Yoda for a minute.
Yeah.
But that was the first time I saw her.
So she was from the Clone Wars. She was Anakin's apprentice in the prequels. And, you know, spoilers for Ahsoka this point forward. If you haven't seen the most recent Ahsoka, we're going to spoil some shit. When you see Hayden Christensen as Anakin Skywalker in this episode, does that move the needle for you? Are you like a prequel guy and that like, do you even care about that?
Because that was a bad he's part of a bad Star Wars. So it's like, I don't like Anakin. I don't like that. Like that did nothing for me, really. It didn't move me like when you see a Luke pop up in Mandalorian or things like that. Didn't have the same impact. And as I told you, I'm not all in yet. I really hate this, the girl who got killed.
Sabine?
Yeah, I hate Sabine.
Stinks.
Clem
Hate her
does
too. I didn't watch there's a cartoon behind this, and anyone who's watched Rebels, they're like jerking off to this show. I think me and you, I feel like I'm watching someone else's show. Like I've liked some of the lightsaber things, but other than that, I'm like, these people stink. And I feel like
Are
I'm
you
watching
still
someone
not
else's
in on it after episode 4 though?
It was the bad guy's good. The
Yes.
main bad guy is a good bad guy, but Sabine, like, I don't even know what her point is. She's the least talented Jedi ever. Yeah, she's acting like it. She's get sliced and diced every time she's in a battle. Like she basically just gave the thing back to she's useless.
Now, I don't know if you knew this. Sabine in the cartoon is the person who gives the Darksaber to Bo-Katan from The Mandalorian, which kind of starts that whole, like, the curse of the Darksaber, basically.
Say that again.
Sabine from Ahsoka gave the Darksaber to Bo-Katan. Before all the Mandalorian and all that shit, before Moff Gideon got it from her. But they say maybe that started the curse because she didn't win it in combat. She just handed it over. She felt like she wasn't ready for it.
Wait, now who's Bo-Katan?
Bo-Katan's the one from The Mandalorian, short red hair from the last season.
She ended up with the Darksaber at the end. She's kind of like the main.
Yeah. She's the leader.
So it's all connected.
Right, which is why I'm paying attention. And that happened with Boba Fett, which kind of sucked. And then it switched into Mandalorian and became must watch.
Yeah.
So that's what they do. That's what they do to you. Like this could happen here.
I can't believe you're still not like fully in on it after episode 4. Cause I thought I love the cartoons. Obviously I'm the biggest nerd there, but the first 3 I thought were good. And then the 4th, I was like, holy fuck, that was great.
Nah, I don't know.
Sabine just like leaving with the dude, and I'm like, come on, show some fucking heart, Sabine. Go down. I guess she did take a lightsaber.
But that's
through
Star
the gut.
Wars. You know, Luke goes on Return of the Jedi, goes up with Darth Vader into the Emperor's palace. Then the Last Jedi, Rey goes, surrenders herself to Kylo Ren. That's kind of a Star
but
Wars
Luke
poetry.
didn't get cut in half like the episode before.
That I'm not going to defend. That was crazy.
And then
and
in
we
this
all
recent episode, the recent episode, the lightsabers we're chopping up houses just by like a missed shot, and it's like, you know, so the world was getting cut in half on a missed blade. It's like, we can't forget Sabine got cut in half 2 episodes ago.
Yeah. Did you know Darth Maul, who gets cut in half in The Phantom Menace? You know, they brought him back after that in the Clone Wars. It was actually like pretty popular.
You told me that.
Yeah, Qui-Gon dies with a hole in him. That same exact hole, basically, that Sabine had, and he died. Yet everyone's just getting chopped into pieces, and they all just walk away unscathed, basically.
Right.
Happy as fuck.
And I do like Ashoki, but she's not my favorite Jedi.
All right, welcome back to the May 4th 24-hour stream. It is Robbie Fox, and I'm going to be joined by another one of the biggest Star Wars fans I know. He's over in the Chicago office, Connor Griffin. Welcome to the program. Oh, wait, not yet. Connor Griffin, welcome to the program.
There we go.
There he is. Oh, my God, that saber, the strobe on the saber.
It's going crazy. I don't know how to handle it. I'm gonna turn it off. It's not even making the noise right now. Yeah, it's not making the noise. It's a dud of a saber, but I wanted to at least have it on for the visual. There we go. How's it going,
Connor,
Robbie?
may the 4th be with you. How you doing?
May the 4th be with you as well. I'm doing fantastic, man. Thank you so much for having me on.
Of course. Thank you for joining. Of course, I said this is the 24-hour lead-in to the Mostly Sports Murder Mystery. What can you tell us about the Mostly Sports Murder Mystery? I know it's been recorded. Don't tease too much, but give us just a taste.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much, because you and I talked like early on in the process. I think you were supposed to go an hour later, and then you bumped it up to like help us out. So it's the perfect lead in, and I want to say thank you for that. Yeah, it is something that's been pretty much a year in the making. We did our first Star Wars murder mystery just kind of like randomly, didn't know if it was going to work out. I definitely was like shitting my pants when we did it last year because I wanted it to work so bad, and thankfully it did. It's been one of our most popular episodes. And then ever since that ended, it was moving on to this upcoming one that's, yeah, like you said, pre-recorded, coming out tomorrow. So I've been working on putting the finishing touches on that today. I like how it's pre-recorded because you can maybe add some more stuff in and edit it and just fine-tune some things, cut out the fat. But at the same time, it's driving me crazy because I'm such a perfectionist and I want to make sure it's absolutely perfect when I hit send tomorrow. But I'm feeling really, really good about where it's at. And I think it's going to be an amazing story that a lot of people will love. And it's a bunch of fun moments as always.
Well, the good news is if it's not absolutely perfect when you put it out, in a few years you could put out the special edition, add some more CGI. You could always go back and fix it like the Lucas way.
That's true. That's very true. And yeah, it is like, because I saw some people freaking out, if people could freak out over the mostly sports Mexican Star Wars murder mystery, if they're that passionate about it, which if they are, I appreciate it. But I saw some people saying like, oh, it's pre-recorded. It's not going to be the same. Like we recorded it as if it was live.
Yeah.
And then the stuff I'm doing right now, we went a little bit over 2 hours and we have to be under 2 hours in order to lead into the act. So I was like trimming that stuff out and making sure it was all good. But it is, very, very special to me. I think it is much more produced, much higher production value. We have more cameos, we have more surprises, and we have overall more moments where you're like, what the fuck is happening? And I'm very excited to see how people respond to it. One moment in particular, I think people are going to be either, they're going to hate it and they're going to hate me, or they're going to be like, oh shit, this kind of rocks. So I'm very excited.
Oh shit, you're saying you made the Last Jedi of Star Wars murder mysteries?
We are in the sequel. This would be the episode to do it. There are chances that are being taken, Robbie, and we'll see if the audience appreciates them. But overall, yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just going to be a very, very just like laid back, fun, like, what am I watching? Just like this is just a bunch of dudes like completely goofing off and having a good time. And it's a feel good type of event to be a part of. And I appreciate everybody who's been looking forward to it. We've been promoting it like crazy today. And I think it should be really, really solid. And I am very fortunate that we have you guys. I mean, you're 24 hours, like you've been getting the people fired up for Star Wars. and now they'll be coming in hot, ready for us. So I could not appreciate it anymore.
We just got a super chat, and our super chats are hitting seismic charges on the stream. So I'm sorry if that cut anyone off, but it says calling yourself a perfectionist is weird. I don't think it's that weird. I don't think. I think people are perfectionists. They exist.
This is, and it's part of the reason why I like how Mostly Sports is live every single day. Because if we weren't doing it live, I'd be thinking the whole time like, oh well, we could like trim that out. We could trim that. Like I just like to put stuff out and have it be out there because I'm really into like brushing over everything with a fine tooth comb. And yeah, this is my baby. Like this is the day I look forward to the most every single year is Star Wars Day. This year we're doing Mexican Star Wars Day because it falls on Cinco de Mayo. So yeah, I've been looking forward to this for months, and I really need to make sure that everything is the way I want it to be. And that's why like people got a little bit upset because we recorded it on Wednesday. I took Wednesday's show off, the actual live show that we did that morning. And I was like, guys, like I gotta prep. Like I gotta make sure all my ducks are in a row. Like I was in such like a fog that day, just like my mind was racing, and I'm like, I need to make sure that this is absolutely perfect. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how people enjoy it, but thank you for everybody who tunes in.
I can't wait for it. I'm very excited to watch as a fan, get surprised myself by all the cameos and appearances and whatnot. We are entering now the Empire portion of the stream, where I wanted to bring you on because I know you're an Empire guy just like myself, where we could kind of just gush about this movie. I said we'll glaze this movie as much as we need to. Empire's your number one, right?
Correct. I just tweeted out my rankings about 30 minutes ago to get people pissed off.
Oh, shit. Nice.
And, yeah, Empire is still number one. It always will be, unless, Kathleen Kennedy and the crew over at Disney right now come up with something out of their ass and just completely stun us with a breathtaking film that's damn near perfect. But I don't know when that will be.
So part of the Empire portion of the stream will feature me playing it on the original Lego Star Wars. Were you a Lego Star Wars guy originally, the OGs?
I was a little bit. I never owned the game, but my buddy Jared, shout out to Jared, I would go over to his house and we would play it on his PS2, I believe.
Were you a big gamer in general growing up, like Star Wars games?
I had Battlefront 2 on the PS2, but I really was not into any of the video. I never really played a whole lot of video games when I was growing up. I would play Madden. I'd play like NCAA football, but that was pretty much it. I really was not into video games that much as a kid. But then when they came out with the Skywalker saga a couple years ago, whenever that was, I think I was back in college, and I snagged that first day, and I blew through that game, which was a ton of fun. But the OG, I think I had it as an app on my iPod years.
Yeah, like the iPod Touch, yeah.
Yeah, on the iPod Touch, and I would play it on my iPod Touch too. But yeah, I was never really into it when it first came out, unfortunately.
What was your first exposure to Star Wars? I'm getting started here with the Hoth. What was your first introduction exposure at all? Do you remember the first time you saw Star Wars?
That's a great question. Oh, I love this crawl. Also, by the way, before I get into that answer, huge shout out to the graphics. Whoever put all this stuff, I'm assuming it was Nick Hamilton played a role. If you didn't do the
Nick Hamilton, Jake Bass. Who made the graphics too? Another Nick?
Nick Pippin.
Nick Pippin. Yeah. Crushed it.
Oh, Pippin. Oh, perfect. Shout out to Jake Bass. Pippin helps me out a ton with Mostly Sports and the yak and everything. So huge shout out. This looks awesome right now. The whole stream has. I would say my first experience, I mean, my dad showed me the movies when I was little, but the first memory I really remember was Revenge of the Sith. I was 5 years old. I didn't go see it in theaters, but I got it on DVD at the store, and my mom let me go up to the cashier and hand the cashier the movie, and that was a big deal because I was so scared to do that at the time.
Yeah.
But for me, that movie, like, I needed to see that movie because I had seen the previous 5 just with my dad. And then I was like, oh my God, I need to see the last one. Like, this is the end. And so I went and I got the movie, put it on the cashier desk, and then walked away with it. And I was obsessed with Revenge of the Sith. That was probably my first true, like, pinpoint. I remember that clearly, that moment.
that was so, like, I could completely relate to that story because that was so much of my childhood was Revenge of the Sith. It was getting ready for Revenge of the Sith. It was getting hyped for it. I remember the DVD release date where my brother, I think, wanted the widescreen version and I wanted the full screen version, so we made my mom buy 2 different versions of Revenge of the Sith on DVD. I did go see that one in theaters, and I do remember bringing the popcorn, or they were found in cereal spoons. They were cereal spoons, but I brought it for popcorn, the lightsaber spoon. And I was just obsessed. That whole summer afterwards, recreating the ending battle over a pool with lightsabers, and the pool was the lava and all that shit. Attack of the Clones, I think I might have seen in theaters, but I was way too young to remember it. I would have been like 4 years old when that came out. But Revenge of the Sith, did you see it on the re-release recently?
I did, and it was my first time seeing that movie in theaters with an audience, and it was awesome.
Good.
I was so tied up with planning everything out for the murder mystery, and we filmed it that Wednesday, this past Wednesday, the 30th. It was the last day, the very last day that Revenge of the Sith was in theaters. So I had gotten, I don't know, maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours of sleep the night before. And then we filmed the murder mystery, and I was like, okay, well, now I have to get to Revenge of the Sith. It's the very last showing, but I was like dead tired. So I fell asleep briefly.
Oh no!
Right before I know I was pissed, but it was right before we got to Order 66. I then woke up, and I was right into it. Which thankfully, I woke up in time. The guy next to me had a nudge.
Shit.
Yeah. But like I think I missed Anakin looking out in the distance of Coruscant with the tear in his face and everything. I think I missed that. But regardless, I saw that. Packed theater, by the way. It was a Wednesday night for a movie that had come out 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was going by myself. I could barely find a seat. And it was because everybody was dying to see that movie. I'm so glad it did so well in the re-release. And just seeing it too, you realize you pick up on so many moments that you think personally are funny, and then it's so nice to see, like, oh yeah, like other people are laughing, or I think this is really cool, this little niche moment, and other people, like when Yoda goes to confront Emperor Palpatine and he uses the Force to throw those 2 Imperial guards to the side, that got like a massive uproar from the crowd, and like people were laughing, people were cheering, and I was like, oh, I haven't viewed that moment like that ever. But it was cool to see how other people interpreted it. So it was so good. I know we're supposed to be talking about Empire, but I love
that moment in the movie got a huge response in my theater too. And it was funny because I almost expected my theater to be laughing at some of like the meme lines, and my theater was packed, and they watched it like it was The Godfather in silence. Like there was a couple laughs here and there. Also, we got a super chat. I guess you can confirm or deny from MM. They said Connor's favorite music is jizz, and he drinks blue milk.
Make that case. I do it. We had the blue milk last year for the murder mystery.
I remember that.
It good.
Yeah.
It tasted really good. I do like the blue milk, and I won't comment on the first part. But yeah, no, Revenge of the Sith was awesome, and shout out to my buddy Jared once again. We would play that when I was growing up. I would be Darth Vader. I had the costume and everything because I went as, I think, Darth Vader for Halloween one year. And then his mom had made him like stitch together an actual Jedi robe from scratch, like handmade. And he was Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was Darth Vader. Granted, I guess we skipped a little bit ahead in the timeline because I was wearing the suit of Darth Vader, and that wouldn't have been episode 3. That would have been episode 4. But regardless, we would act out the Mustafar scene. It was not canon. It was not up to snuff. But it was still like, we loved that movie so much. And it was so cool. I texted him immediately as soon as I got out of the theater on Wednesday after seeing the re-release. And I was like, dude, this movie is awesome.
I love that. And speaking of Empire, I don't know if you saw before, but Eddie reached out to me. And he said, how about we do something where you throw every single Star Wars movie on a wheel. Whatever it lands on, I will watch. He hasn't seen any of them. It wound up being Empire. And he's going to join us around 6 to recap it. He texted me just now. He said he's watched it. It has been watched. We didn't know what would be best. You know, it would be funny if he watched a quote-unquote bad one. It would be funny if he watched a great one. But for him to watch the all-time great, go into it, his first Star Wars movie is 2. You know, not 2 literally, but Star Wars numbers are all fucked. I think this is going to be great. Hopefully he liked it. I'd be depressed if he hated it.
I can't wait. Yeah, I'm always I'm torn, and like I have a friend right now who I really want to introduce to Star Wars. He's never seen it, and I'm like, dude. First of all, we're watching, but like, who is Luke Skywalker's father? Like, because I try and use that to judge where I'm gonna start him, but I don't know. I really don't know the correct order because you don't want to start him off with Phantom Menace because I feel like a lot of people would be tuned out. But also, even though I love A New Hope and it's my second favorite movie, that's even kind of slow because it's from the 70s and like there wasn't a whole lot of budget behind it and everything. So I'm trying to figure out. I'm almost teetering on the fact like, do I start him with Rogue One? Like, do I start him with that?
That would be I mean, you could, but it would be like as a big Star Wars fan, just feels sacrilege. Like to start with. I'm such a release order guy, but I do know what you're saying about like A New Hope for a new fan. I showed it to Trent when he watched it for the first time as an adult. He just couldn't get over that, like, people just accepted that Chewbacca existed. He's like, what do you mean, like, the talking dog? Like, people are just okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I want to show it to my friend, like, it's, the way it was intended. Like, this movie came out first, so you should watch it first, but I don't know. And then there's also the machete order that gets thrown out.
I know, the machete order's crazy. You got to be a diehard Star Wars fan, but if you are, it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
The machete order, if you're not familiar, is... You watch 4 and 5, and then when you get to like the big ending of Empire Strikes Back and it's doom and gloom, you go back and you watch 1, 2, and 3 to get the backstory. It's almost like after you find out the big reveal, the backstory is then told to you.
Yeah.
And it's pretty famous. Like people do enjoy watching the machete order.
I see some people cut out Phantom Menace entirely from that order.
I've seen that as well.
Yeah. That is.
'Cause you don't need it.
I don't want to spit any takes or anything like that. I just want this to be a fun-loving, let's enjoy some Star Wars. I think there were many mistakes that George Lucas made in the prequels, even though I love the prequels as a whole and I love every single Star Wars movie. Having Episode 1, Anakin being a kid, that was the biggest mistake.
Yeah.
You could have just had Hayden Christensen in there for all 3 movies. You didn't have to do kid Anakin.
It should have been way more about the relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin than it was just about we're doing all of Anakin's life.
Correct. And I thought Jake Lloyd, did a fine job, but it's just that shouldn't have ever been the thing. But when it comes to Empire, I think it's a damn near perfect movie. And that's not just in terms of Star Wars lore. I think that is one of the more perfect movies ever made.
I agree. Do you have a favorite like scene in Empire or even sequence? Like I kind of think of Empire like planets.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Cloud City stuff on Empire is my favorite for sure.
Let me think. It's a good
question.
question.
Look at this. I'm wrapping up this AT as we speak. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that.
That's exactly how they do it in the movies. Boom. See ya.
Here we go. You got him.
Yeah, that's right.
Down?
Took one down. Let's get the second one here. I mean, the opening with the Battle of Hoth, also one of my favorite things in all of Star Wars. Like, the Battle of Hoth is so amazing.
And just setting the tone like, oh, my God, the good guys lost.
Yeah.
Like, you know exactly what you're getting in for. Oh, no, the lights are going out on me. Hold on 1 second. Okay, they're back on.
A disturbance in the Force.
Yeah, no, seriously. You stay in this studio long enough and it just forgets that you're here. I would say the thing that first comes to mind, I mean, every single scene has a quotable line. I love the reveal that Yoda is actually Yoda.
Yeah.
And, Luke goes, I'm not afraid. And Yoda goes, oh, you will be. You will be. I love that. Everything with Yoda is so good in that movie.
Dude, Yoda lifting the X-Wing out with the John Williams score. Holy shit, that gives me chills every time.
And just when Luke says, I don't believe it, and then Yoda says, that's why you fail. Like that.
Yeah.
Everything is so good with Yoda. That's also, you talk about taking chances. George Lucas and Irvin Kershner deciding we're going to make a Muppet.
Yeah.
Like the central piece of this story where he is going to be the wise man. He's going to be the smartest person in the movie. He's going to talk in this like dumb backwards way and it's going to work. What? And the fact that it did is so perfect. And it's Darth Vader is my favorite character in Star Wars. Yoda probably is too, which might be a little bit chalky, but I think everything with Yoda is great. And then I love Lando's character in Empire, and I love it when I don't know why, but it's the scene I always like quote it or at least think back to it, where after Han just was interrogated, or not interrogated, he was just tortured by the Empire after they're caught on Cloud City. And Lando comes in and he's like, you know, I've done all I can. And Han goes, yeah, you're a real hero. And like they sock each other. I don't know. I think that's just a cool scene. I don't know why I think about that, but I love Lando. Just this guy who's kind of like trying to survive in the way. That's why I love DJ so much in The Last Jedi too. Yep. But I think there are so many. Every single character in Empire is good. Every single one of them, their character development is off the charts. And there are just so many good moments and so many great scenes all around. It's hard to pick just one.
I even love the scene on Cloud City where Vader takes him for dinner, essentially, and as soon as that door opens, Han Solo starts firing. Like, that's the coolest shit, where he's just like, fuck it, there's Vader, let me shoot him.
Yeah, Chewbacca with the roar and everything like that, and it's just, yeah. It is a... Obviously, it's not like a scary movie, but it is a chilling movie, and there are so many moments.
It is. I mean, when I was a kid, the Dark Side Cave scared the shit out of me.
Oh, yeah. Which is also a great moment, too.
Great.
Just, it's the best Darth Vader had ever been. You can make the case up until Rogue One in that final hallway scene.
Yes, agreed.
I think, you know, New Hope, Darth Vader, they were still trying to figure out what exactly he was going to be. He was, you know, very animated. The voice wasn't exactly there. They brought it down a notch and made it deeper and darker in Empire. He was more of just, yeah, like a chilling character, and the dialogue was spectacular, and he's the one who's the big bad guy who wins the day, who reveals, I'm your father and everything. And then Return of the Jedi, I think kind of, that version of Vader isn't necessarily my favorite, because I think the lines, a lot of it is like, you know, something, dark side. You will know the power of the blah, blah, blah. Like, it just felt like very recycled lines in that one. But I love Vader in Episode 5. And that, when I think of Vader, I think of Empire.
Jake, what were you going to say about Clemmer?
So Clemmer had a really good point that A New Hope comes out, and it changes cinematic history.
Yep.
And to follow up 3 years later with an even better movie is crazy.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to make a movie that people didn't consider disappointing after A New Hope was like the greatest thing anyone on Earth had ever seen is insane. So impressive.
I would love to know Clemmer's perspective, though, because I've seen a lot of stuff. Or did you say Clemmer or Clem?
Clemmer,
okay. I've seen some people in documentaries, or I can't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure I saw this, where people were pissed at the ending because of the reveal and everything. But
majorly polarizing. Honestly, the reviews in the time weren't amazing. They were good, but they were pretty polarizing. Oh, we just got a super chat. Best part of Empire is Yoda meeting Luke and acting like a total crackhead. Just excited to see another person. True.
Luke fails tipped $4.99.
I like that moment as well. And he's eating the snacks and he's batting R2-D2 on the head with his cane and everything.
Yeah.
It's one of the best gifts I've ever gotten. I have a coffee table book of every single New York Times article written about Star Wars.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's hundreds of pages long, and it has all of the clippings and all the pictures and everything. I have to go back and see if there are any articles written about the end of Empire Strikes Back. I know there's a bunch of stuff in the lead up to Empire Strikes Back, like, oh, George Lucas is back with another Star Wars movie. I'm curious if there's aftermath articles with people talking about the ending. I've got to check into that.
There's a great book. I forget what the actual title of the book is, but they allowed a journalist on set for Empire Strikes Back, and he was able to write a book about the experience, and he's got insane behind the scenes stories and shit. And it was kind of I don't want to say a tabloid before tabloids, but it sort of was, because he was talking about conflicts on set and what George was thinking, and giving Irwin Kershner a lot of credit when people still were like, this is George's thing. And I got to look into it and find out the book, and I'll definitely send you the title of it if I find it, because I know it'd be right up your alley.
Yeah. Well, dude, the guests that you've gotten on this show have been crazy, by the way, sharing their insight and everything with Sulkin and Newman and everything.
I know, hearing George Lucas stories firsthand, I can't get over. Like, that's just crazy life to me, where I'm talking to people that have been in a room with George Lucas and know, like, what he thinks of things.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think that's partially why I respect Filoni so much, is because he is the apprentice almost to George Lucas.
The heir to the empire.
Yeah, which, oh, by the way, I got that book, the old, like, expanded universe version. I still have not read it. I have so much stuff to get to. You know, you're talking about the book that I should go get. First I have to get through Heir to the Empire, because I love Thrawn.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see what they do with him in Ahsoka Season 2. I'm assuming he'll also probably be involved with Mandalorian and Grogu coming out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I have to read that. But yeah, just Filoni, I wish that he was in charge of almost everything. I know he has a lot of input in terms of what goes down. I saw something recently from Freddie Prinze Jr., who was saying that Filoni was actually the one who stepped in, and we were talking about the Darth Vader hallway scene. He was the one who kind of directed that. And
I heard that. Yeah, I think I heard the same, probably from Freddie Prinze Jr., like the same interview. And
yeah,
like, honestly, I would buy it. I would believe that he's the guy to step up and be like, you know, what would really send this movie over the edge? Like, why don't we fucking throw Vader in here with a absolute terrifying hallway scene?
Yeah. And then, we was talking about, like, recasting the actor that they had, at the time, had as Vader. And then they were like, no, you're not good enough. We need to scrap you. And then went and got somebody else.
Yep.
I don't know. But just crazy, crazy stories. And
wasn't my interview, but he has talked about it in another interview, I think. I don't think it was my interview. Is it? Because we have a clip with Freddie Prinze Jr. from an old interview I did with him, of him talking Star Wars, that we're going to throw to at some point on the stream. It might be in that clip.
Maybe. I'll keep an eye out. That's a good tease, though.
That's
a good tease for what's to come on the stream.
Again, Connor, thank you for the time. Before we get you out of here, I do want to say again, Mostly Sports, tomorrow, 11 a.m., as soon as the stream is ending. Eastern time, 11 a.m. That's correct, right? 11 a.m. Eastern?
Yeah, 10 Central.
10 Central. The Star Wars murder mystery. It's going to be great. There's going to be a lot of cameos. You're going to see a lot of people that you know and love, or maybe know and hate. Maybe there'll be a Sith Lord that you hate. I don't know. I'm going to be watching it just like a fan, like everyone else. Connor, thank you for joining the May the 4th stream and giving us some time.
Thank you, Robbie. You are the man. I appreciate you, spreading love to all the nerds out there and doing this stream. Shout out to everybody behind the scenes putting it together. It's a hell of a time. I'll be finishing up the murder mystery, and I'll keep watching this because it's been a blast. Thanks, Robbie.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Connor. All right. That was Connor Griffin. And do we have Eddie yet? Does he have the Zoom?
He does have it.
All right, good. He said he would be down to join at 6, and we'll get his take on Empire Strikes Back. I mean, he's going to be getting deja vu, I think, watching me play this video game. He's just a few hours removed from watching it for the first time. Maybe not even a few hours. I don't know exactly when he finished. I didn't look at the timestamp. Then I got to destroy this with a bomb. Oh, the bombs I can't get. We got Ed?
Yep.
Eddie, welcome to the stream, my man. What's going on?
What's up, Bob? How we feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is, basically my Christmas over here. So it's nothing but joy, rainbows, light side stuff. It's all positive stuff. Now, confirm or deny, you have never seen a Star Wars movie before today.
So I have. I have. Yes. So I saw. Here's my evolution, though, Bob. I think you'll find interesting.
Okay.
So I grew up, and obviously when Episode 1 came out, that was like, it was the big thing when it came out. I saw that, except my buddy spoiled to me that Qui-Gon Jinn dies, so it was kind of, my back was against the wall heading into it. And then 10 years ago now, when The Force Awakens was coming out, I wanted to catch up and try to be ready and get in on the moment and everything. I finished A New Hope, and then I just popped on a stream for Empire, and then it went out. So I never did Empire. So I finally got Empire done. So it was still, a useful exercise.
It was. I didn't realize how perfect it was. It was like the Force put the wheel in a certain position and knew what was going on for you today. So this is way better, because the only concern I had, I was like, holy shit, it landed on Empire for Ed. This is great. The only concern I had was can you appreciate the greatest Star Wars movie of all time. If you haven't seen the original, you don't know what comes before it. So today was your first time ever watching Empire, which is, in my opinion, not only the greatest Star Wars movie, but like my favorite movie of all time. It's Empire and The Dark Knight. Those are the two for me. You see right now I'm playing Empire on the original Lego Star Wars. This is the Battle of Hoth, which you must have just experienced. Eddie, what are your initial takes on the Empire Strikes Back?
I like this part. This part was awesome.
Yeah.
This part was awesome. I enjoyed it, dude. I get the hype. I do get the hype. I think it's a good movie. The best compliment I could give to it, I think, is that obviously it ends in a kind of an open book manner because you don't know what is they're going to go look for Solo, and you don't know what's going to happen on the other end, and maybe want to watch Jedi next. So
that is the best compliment we could ask for out of it, is it made you want to watch the next one. Yeah, and it's exactly. The one where famously the bad guys win.
Yes, exactly. I did write down a few notes.
Oh, let's hear it.
Chewbacca's a mechanic. Didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he is. He fixes the Falcon.
How'd he get into that field of work?
I don't know. They haven't explored that in the Star Wars universe yet.
That was unbelievable. When I saw that guy working on the ship when I first popped in, I was like, oh my God. This guy's not just like a big hairy guy. He's useful.
Yep. Very useful. Also, in the opening, you might have noticed Mark Hamill, his face looks just a little bit different. That's because he got into a motorcycle accident between movies, and they added that scene where the Wampa fucks him up in the beginning because they were like, he's got a scar on his face now. We got to account for that.
Oh, okay. That didn't realize that, but it kind of makes sense. He did look a little rougher. I just figured it's because of the fight, but obviously that's why they did that. Han Solo, he's a hothead, but he's a good guy.
Yeah. At the end of the first movie, he comes and makes the save. You think he's all about the fame and fortune and glory, almost Indiana Jones-like. And he shows he's got a heart of gold, just like everyone else. He's got a heart of gold. He wants the rebellion to win. And this is the big Han movie. This is the movie where Han Solo is the coolest. It's where he's got the most lines. He's macking on Princess Leia, comes back for a kiss. All that stuff's great.
Yeah, no, he was very entertaining. The whole movie, it was a very well put together. Like, I was interested in what was going on with them. I was interested in what was going on with Luke. There was a good change of scenery when necessary. I want to say, they talked about Rogue 2, Rogue 3. Did they ever mention Rogue 1?
I don't think they do mention Rogue One because Rogue One is a spin-off movie that they made not too long ago, and that was the big, let's talk about Rogue One. Let's talk about what that was.
Okay.
And it's a great movie. Honestly, I think you would like that one because you don't even need to be a Star Wars fan to like that one. It's just a prequel to the original trilogy. It's just a sci-fi war movie. You don't really see many characters that you know from the original trilogy. You just get these new characters, gritty war shit.
It's just action. Okay. Makes sense. I have those elephant takedown scenes were sick, which you're playing right now.
Yep. What did you think of the Tauntaun scene where Han goes out to save Luke? He fucking takes his lightsaber. He throws him in a Tauntaun in the guts.
Oh, when he was warming him up?
Yeah.
I thought that was next level ingenuity. That was very smart by Han. Kind of disgusting, but very smart.
So gross. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
That was good. Who does this feels like a dumb question. It feels like I should know this, but who's the guy that Vader kneels to? I always thought everybody answers to Vader.
Bro, that's the Emperor. Have you heard of the Emperor? Emperor Palpatine?
Oh, I mean that. Yes, I have heard of Emperor Palpatine. That makes a lot more sense, but I always thought Vader was the guy.
No. The Emperor's the guy. Vader's his muscle.
Oh, all right. Okay.
And now, the prequels get into that too, how that all came to be, how he became a protege. We're actually watching the prequel where he became a protege later tonight.
Okay, so does it get more Palpatine in Jedi, Return of the Jedi, or no?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is the Palpatine movie before the prequels came around.
Okay. All right. Interesting. All right, so I got to get caught up on my Palpatine.
Yep.
It's interesting watching now, even though pop culture has already taught me so much about Star Wars, right? I already knew who Yoda was. I already knew that he was going to do the father reveal. I already knew that C-3PO was going to live. But I imagine those moments for people seeing them for the first time were much bigger because nobody knew, right?
We were talking about that with some guests earlier. I had Alec Sulkin on, big friend of Barstool and everything, and he said people were so pissed off after Empire Strikes Back, they didn't believe Darth Vader. He said, "I am your father," and they were like, no, he's lying. We're going to find out in the next one he ain't his father. And then when Jedi comes out and they confirm it, spoilers for Return of the Jedi, he is his father. That wasn't a lie. That wasn't a joke. That's when people were like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. So a lot of that stuff, the Yoda thing, I would imagine would be much more jarring, where it's like he shows up and meets this little crackhead puppet, and he winds up being the most powerful Jedi to ever walk the face of the galaxy.
How many of those three, what did you know before you saw it for the first time?
It's hard for me to say, honestly, because I watched them so young that, like, all of it feels like I've always known it forever in a weird way. Like, but Empire as a kid, I wouldn't go back to that often because it's the one where the bad guys win. It's a little darker. It's a little scarier. That scene where Luke sees Darth Vader in the dark side cave, he chops his head off, and then he sees the head as his face. Like, that freaked me out as a kid. I was like, I'm out on that. So I was more of a Phantom Menace kid. I was more of a New Hope, Return of the Jedi, good guys win. It's all peace, love, and rainbows kid. But as an adult, Empire is by far my favorite. I think it's by far the best one.
Okay. And a couple more questions I have just generally. Do people, is there a faction of the fan base that finds R2-D2 and Chewbacca annoying?
R2-D2 and Chewbacca?
Yeah.
Chewbacca, I would say no. There's definitely a portion of the fan base that finds C-3PO annoying. C-3PO's got his haters.
Okay.
But R2, I don't think so. And you better watch your mouth because R2 is Clem's favorite character of all time.
So I like R2, just to be clear. I'm an R2 guy,
Okay.
but I was watching with my girlfriend, and every time she was sitting, like, she wasn't paying attention, and she was like, "That guy's so annoying. Like, why does he just keep making those noises?" And I was like, "You know what? That's a good point. Like, if I wasn't expecting that and didn't know his role in the movie, like, I could see how his noises could be a little grating, couldn't you?"
Well, that noise is my text tone, Eddie, so I hear it pretty often.
But it was just like a random thought. I was like, huh. I was like, I wonder if people, if there is a thought in the fan base where it's like, yeah, they're great ancillary characters, and now they're legendary because of how big the franchise and how big the movies have gotten. But I wonder if there was a point early on where people were like, what are we doing here with these characters that don't talk?
Not as much with R2, but definitely 3PO. People are always just like, I think everyone wants to be Han Solo, so when 3PO is being anxious and shit, everyone wants to be like, shut up, 3PO. Don't tell me the fucking odds.
Yeah. And it's like, it made me wonder when they wrote the dialogue for these, like, how did they add in Chewie's, you know what I mean? Like, I would have loved to seen that sheet.
You want to know how they typed it out?
Yeah, like what? Like it's like, all right, we're gonna like. Was Lucas like, all right, you're gonna say this, then Chewie, you're gonna pop in with the noise, you know?
Well, I actually, funny enough, my senior year yearbook quote was and then I attributed it to Chewbacca. So I can show you how I put it on my senior year yearbook. But I don't know how it was written in the script. Chewbacca groans, Chewbacca moans. Then maybe they just wrote something simple like that.
I know. I just wonder how many times like they wrote it in. If they're just like, hey, just the whole scene, just like pop in and out with this Chewbacca. So.
And by the way, Chewbacca, played by a guy named Peter Mayhew, they had to find a guy back then that was like 7 feet tall because they were like, we need someone that fits in this Wookiee costume. So nowadays he's played by a guy named Jonas Sotomato. I believe that's how you pronounce his last name. And I think he played basketball overseas. He was like a basketball player. Might have even played college somewhere in America. And now he's Chewbacca for a living.
Oh, really?
He played at Penn State. Wow, look at that.
Oh, no
We
shit.
are Chewbacca.
And do we like Lando?
Yeah, we love Lando. Listen, Lando's a son of a bitch. He fucks us in The Empire Strikes Back. But you gotta watch Return of the Jedi. Lando also has a heart of gold. All the people in Star Wars you think they don't have any light in them, guess what, Ed? They got a little bit of light left in there, and you just gotta pull it out of them. We're big on Lando. Lando's just the coolest motherfucker in the galaxy.
Yeah, I liked him until, things went haywire. And then my question for you too, and then this is all I've written down, so we can go wherever you want after that. What's the best R2D2 collaboration product you've ever seen?
That's a good question.
Because I feel like that guy, obviously you think of a trash can when you see him, but I feel like that guy, they probably made so many cool things with his likeness.
They have. And you know what? Thinking back, the first thing that comes to mind, they made an Android, a phone that looked, it wasn't like circular, but the back half of it was white phone. The back looked like R2. And I think the camera almost looked like where his like little fucking eye would be. And I was so jealous because my mom needed a new phone at one point. She went to Verizon and they were like, you know, it'd be a cheaper upgrade if you just got this Star Wars phone. We're trying to get rid of him. So my mom got the fucking R2D2 phone. And I was like, Mom, you got to be kidding me. And she was like, I don't want the R2D2 phone. So she slapped a pink case all over the R2D2 stuff right away and covered it up. And I was like, no, if only I had the R2D2 phone. So that's still, to this day, like I'm an iPhone guy. I wouldn't have a droid. But there's part of me that's like, I kind of want that R2D2 droid.
Oh, man. Just no respect for Mrs. Fox on the R2D2
listen, shout out my mom for putting up with not only my Star Wars fandom through the years, but my brother's. She had to go through this twice. She's probably seen the Star Wars movies front to back more times than even some big fans of Star Wars have. So shout out to her. But yeah, you could have given me the R2D2 phone as well. Come on.
But yeah, overall, Bob, I liked it, man. It was a good movie, and I thought I definitely get the hype of that being the best one because while I don't remember much of the Phantom Menace, it's probably better than that, especially from what I hear.
Definitely is better than that. If you watched the Phantom Menace as an adult, I think it would be a little hard for you to get through.
Really?
There's a lot of trade, taxation, politics going on where it's like, what the fuck were they thinking following up the original trilogy with immediate taxation and trade routes and stuff like that? There is some good stuff too. There's pod racing. There's some fucking cool lightsaber battles. There's a great lightsaber battle at the end, very famous. Darth Maul is a great villain, of course. But Empire Strikes Back is a movie that I felt comfortable with you watching, knowing, hey, some stuff might not hold up. It was made, in 1980, literally. But for the most part, it's just a good movie. Like, you could follow it. It's easy to follow. The characters are good. The performances are good. Was there anything that you felt held up very poorly? And this is a safe space. You could say it.
I mean, here's the thing. If I didn't know it was followed by the third movie right now, I would have been like, all right, kind of a weak way for it to end with Luke going down a trash chute,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's how this is going to end. Like, we get to the final battle. But like I said, knowing that there's a third one, obviously I'm sure it cleans that up a little bit. I'm trying to think what I thought would be poorly, what I thought was poor. Honestly,
it's
not
good
much.
if nothing comes to mind right away. I feel like that's a good sign for the movie.
No, it is. Yeah, like the going into the asteroids, like that was a fun scene.
Great scene, yeah. That's a fan favorite for sure. Everyone loves the asteroid field. Great John Williams score during that part too.
Yeah, that was awesome. Was this the one with the famous stormtrooper who gets smoked in the head?
That's the original, A New Hope.
Oh, okay, that's the first one. Okay, makes sense. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. Oh, I guess dumb question, but so the Death Star got taken out in the first one, right?
Yep.
So then, what is Vader cruising in on this one?
Oh, interesting question. So the Death Star, more of a planet, like they fly the Star Destroyers to the Death Star, and the Death Star can move, but for the most part, it's not like a form of transportation. So Darth Vader has like his own TIE fighter, and he's got Star Destroyers that he's able to run in. But it is funny, they destroy the Death Star in the first one, and the entire goal of the one that follows Empire, Return of the Jedi, is to once again destroy the Death Star, because they just built it back up. So they got it. Basically, someone came over, knocked a pile of blocks down, they built the blocks right back up, and we were right back in this position we started with.
Okay, I found Yoda to be very likable. Like,
oh yeah,
I just like he's a guy that like he would be like if I bought a building and I had a basement apartment, like he'd be like a good guy to live down there. Like he'd be, you know what I'm saying? Like he'd just be a
great
fun
description of. I know exactly what you're saying. Great description of Yoda.
Yeah, like, what's up, Yoda? How are you? Yeah, you taking the trash out, just some small talk or whatever. He'd just be a great little guy to like make like quick small talk with,
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there was anything else Empire-wise that I wanted to ask you about. Obviously, the next movie's great. I would definitely recommend checking that out at some point, Return of the Jedi. Anything else Empire that I wanted to tell you about, Ed? There's not much. I mean, in the next movie you could look at, you could be eagle-eyed, just like in the first movie that Stormtrooper smokes his head. If you keep an eagle eye in the next movie, Return of the Jedi, you will see Carrie Fisher's coke nail. She's got one really long fingernail on her pinky. There's one scene where she's got her hand, I think, on Han's shoulder, and it's like, oh, that's the coke nail. And she, you know, when she was alive, God rest her soul, was like, yeah, I was doing a lot of cocaine at that point on set.
Oh, I guess that's a good point, Robbie. Like, Princess Leia, like, I guess I was kind of having a hard time following her. Like, if she's a princess, it doesn't feel like many people are, like, looking at for her or anything like that. Like, is that...
Well, she's princess at war. You know, she's princess, and that now all of a sudden she's in a general position.
Also, her whole planet got blown up.
Yeah, her whole planet gets blown up in the first one. So all the people that did respect her and claim her as their princess, they're not around anymore.
Oh, so she's on her own.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of them blown up by Vader.
Oh, that makes sense a lot, because you feel princess, it's like, I think Princess Peach, if she's driving around in a spaceship with a bunch of hooligans and a Chewbacca, like, people would be looking for that fucking lady, you know?
Yeah. No, it's a good point. It's a good point. And you know what I would recommend to you as well? Go back and watch the Family Guy parody of Empire Strikes Back now. And it is so funny. You'll get so many jokes, and you'll even appreciate Empire more. It's called Something, Something, Something Dark Side. I believe it's, because I just watched it. I know this off the top of my head. I think it's on Hulu as Season 8, Episode 20. Very, very funny. You'll be cracking up watching that.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, random jokes at the
I mean, they parody the entire movie. They make fun of stuff that you didn't even know would be make funnable. They poke fun at stuff from a fan point of view. I would very highly recommend that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. But overall, I was pleased. It wasn't it was an easy watch. I thought it was good.
That delights me, Eddie. That makes me so happy. Honestly, the idea in general made me happy when you texted me yesterday. I was like, that's a fucking great idea. People will get Eddie's take on a Star Wars movie he's never seen before. And I'm happy that you dedicated, you know, at this point, it's like 3 hours of your day has been dedicated to Star Wars combined.
Of course. Hey, listen, you're a friend, and I know Clem's a friend, and I know you guys care a lot about this stuff. So it's my honor to exert some of my time onto one of your passions. So
I love it. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate the time as always. We'll talk to you later.
See you, dude.
Oh wait,
quick,
Eddie.
Before you go, I have a copy of the scripts, assuming these are all real. It would just say things like Chewie lets out a long grunt of approval. Chewie whines and looks around. It wouldn't write out good.
There we go. Answered.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up, Nick. I needed that a little bit, so I was very curious.
No problem.
All right. Thanks, Ed.
All right. Good luck, Robbie.
Thank you. There we go. Eddie watches Empire Strikes Back for the first time. We're getting every perspective on this 24-hour stream. We're getting people like Connor Griffin, who have probably watched Empire. God, he's probably watched Empire dozens of times in his life, if he's anything like me, and I think he is. And then we've got someone like Eddie watching it for the very first time in their entire lives. Look at that. All Star Wars fans, all levels of fandom. It's good vibes on the stream today. W. Eddie in the chat. That's right, W. Eddie. Shout out Eddie. Shout out Team ZD in the dozen. Eddie and Clem, of course. That'll make his entire team happy. Dave and Clem. Everyone's celebrating. Everyone's celebrating May the 4th. All right, go like this. Put some more here. Get 3PO up. How do we get him up? Hop over here, 3PO. Oh, hold on. We got more people to take care of first. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, shit, they got me there. How we feeling in the chat? How we feeling? We got energy? We need Stella Blue coffee? How's everyone doing? These stormtroopers, how many of them are in that ceiling? It's like the friggin' 501st Legion themselves. They're all here. we get 3PO up on that ledge? We got to build him another one of his 3PO ramps. Where could that go? Like, we have an extra one of those. Do I destroy the extra and turn that into a ramp? No. Do I destroy some of this shit, turn it into a ramp? Can I rebuild that? How we feeling in the chat? Feeling great. Always need Stella Blue, says Callie Young. Watching this while also watching the original trilogy. I love that. Dual screen setup. It's not like you got two big games going on. Oh, maybe I could go like this. It's just you got two big wars going on. Maybe if I go like this. Can I destroy it? Can I destroy this thing? Oh, maybe I could destroy that over there.
Remarkably hungover.
Someone said so remarkably hungover. Connor, Jizz Wars. Robbie, you're crushing it. Building pod race Lego diorama and watching. Oh, that's fun. I'll be building Legos later on in the middle of the night pretty much to keep us through, keep us up.
I think you use C-3PO for that up there.
But how do I get him up there? That's what I'm struggling. He can't jump.
Those? What's that?
Or you drive him up and then you fling him up.
Oh, I drive him. Oh, on the car. He could get on the back seat or some shit.
See his face is right there?
Hop on, 3PO. Oh, like this? Oh, look at that. He goes on the fan. Boom. There we go. W. Jake in the chat. He knew what to do when we didn't. And then you change and... What the fuck? 3PO fucked that one up. I was ready. Why is he jumping out of it now?
Rosario Dawson and Cameron Monaghan took a photo together.
What? Oh, at Comic-Con. Why can't I get on the 3PO car now? There we go. Alright. Get over here, 3PO. You old bastard. Where'd the fucking guy go? Where'd he go? Where'd 3PO go? Yeah, Eddie's saying he wanted Yoda. He wanted to be Yoda's landlord, essentially. It was very funny. That's a great Eddie take. Where the fuck did 3PO go?
It is so like.
Oh, there he is. He wanted Yoda to be his downstairs tenant. Never heard anything like that.
He is kind of just like an old guy who'd be in your building. You'd be like, Yoda, what's up? He's outside smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
I had a doorman in my old building. His name was Ellie. He was an old French guy. He gave off Yoda vibes. Every morning I'd come back from a run. They'd be like, you understand the importance of stretching, yes? And I'd say yes, and he goes, that's why I'm so healthy and so young, because I stretch.
Why is that not working when I try to switch to him? It's like I almost...
So it seems like you drive head on, and then he flings up.
So I just drive into it, you're saying?
Yeah.
Just like fucking... Alright, let's do this, 3PO. Hop on. Alright, head on. Let's do it. He ain't flinging.
That's what you like drive into it.
It's when you jump off, he flings. I think. It happened before. Or like maybe when you
drive
switch.
into it?
No, I think like when you switch to him, it flings him. Yeah.
There we go. I had to press X instead of changing characters. I was pressing triangle.
Try to set up the...
Alright. Just checking texts real quick, making sure nothing is urgent. I think we're making good time on, yeah, everything else we're making good time on. Nicky Smokes would be the next segment, but his flight is a little delayed, so we got a little bit of time to wait for him.
We also got to debate you.
Yes. Oh, yeah. He's actually... Oh, shit. So that'll be first. So I'll play this for another half an hour. And then at 7 p.m. is when we will start taking calls for the Debate Me segment about The Last Jedi. If you hate The Last Jedi, if you don't like The Last Jedi even, and you feel like you've got some valid points to make, this is your time.
We're going to be tweeting out a number and then putting it in the YouTube chat as well.
All right. So stay tuned for the number as well. We're going to tweet it out and put it in the YouTube chat as well. Y'all got to go on this or we can slide down, yeah. Just hit as many buttons as we can sliding down. Is that how to do it? Get the whole squad going. Is Nicky Ham going to make an on-screen appearance? He's been walking back and forth, but he should because he's wearing a costume now. It's like when we originally did our House of the Dragon things and you were in costume and we didn't know.
Yeah.
There he is. Jedi Master Nick Ham.
Oh, shit. I broke it.
Oh, Brandon B says, about to watch Rogue One for the first time, recommended by chat. Enjoy. Come back in 2.5 hours and let us know what you thought, Brandon B. Charles W, most underrated droid. K2SO, is he still underrated, would you say? I think he is.
Probably.
And I love K2SO.
I think people have forgotten about him, and I think they're about to be reminded of him, hopefully.
Yeah. Congratulations. You are being rescued. Such a good line at the beginning of that movie. Please do not resist. Boom, got all the buttons. All right. Then can we go in here? Is that the next? Oh no, that's where it came from. So then can we go in here with all the buttons? Yep. Nice, nice. Shout out everyone who's been supporting. Very much appreciate it. Very fun stuff we're doing here. Everyone watching on Twitch, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter, on YouTube. We're all over the place. Double score zone. Wow, is this where Han gets called the scruffy looking nerf herder? Kind of looks like that room. Who are you calling scruffy looking? Luke goes in the Bacta tank back there. I think it is. I think that is this room. Go back here. We gotta hit all these buttons. Quick call test we're doing.
Real quick.
Check, 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 check for the call test.
Check 1, 2. That should come through.
I think I heard it up there.
I love The Last Jedi. I've seen it in theaters more than any other movie ever. I saw it in theaters 7 times, which is crazy. But I love something. I dive head first into it. And The Last Jedi is one of those things. I know for a lot of people, it was the worst thing you've ever seen. And I don't think you're lying about that. I think it was a movie that was like very much made with my thoughts and taste and interest in mind and maybe not yours. I didn't realize. I mean, I was shocked when I got out of the theater and saw that people didn't like it. I was like, what do you mean? It was fucking awesome. I was shocked. But it was just one of those things like Clem talked about before. It's kind of the dress. It's kind of the blue and gold, or the blue and black, white and gold dress. Which we're all seeing it from a much different perspective. And none of us are wrong, but we got different point of views on it. Hey, David Snyder said, you my nerf herder with the super chat. Shout out David Snyder.
$1.99 through super chat. You my nerf herder.
Bob, have you eaten during a stream yet? Yes, I had some Shake Shack. I didn't eat that much of it though, because I was worried, you know, I don't want to be fucking making bantha poodoo halfway through the stream. I'll be a snacker. I'll be a nibbler. I'll eat some of these granola bars we got in the office. I'll eat some of these energy bars with the protein in it from Stella Blue. These are lighting up when I go on them. So let's pull these down, and then what happens? That opens.
Check 1, 2.
Oh, the calls seem to work. I'm excited for this too. Have you guys become a part of the stream? Call in. Again, just talking wars, baby. Just talking wars. The good wars. The ones that are fun to talk about. Not good for, you know, the citizens of fucking Alderaan. I was trying to think of a different planet, but Alderaan is probably the worst one I could think of.
Hey, it's what it is. Shouldn't have been living there.
And it is tough that Leia was gonna give away fucking Dantooine in that moment. They're like, nah, it's fucking Alderaan. All right, we get on the Tauntauns, and that gets us on top of the Falcon. Is that how this is gonna work here? I love a good Tauntaun. Great robot chicken Tauntaun joke when they're the Star Wars fan is at like a Star Wars convention and sees George Lucas. George Lucas needs a way out, and he's like, hop on my Tauntaun. He's got this lisp and everything, and such a funny scene, such a likable like nerd character that lets George Lucas hop on his Tauntaun and they get out of there. The Robot Chicken Star Wars specials are so good as well. I've been talking mostly about the Family Guy one today, but Robot Chicken ones are fantastic. The skit in particular where the Emperor gets the call and finds out that the Death Star has exploded is so goddamn funny. There we go. There we go. Take down the laser gates, take down the shields, both sides. Tauntaun's gonna have to get out of my way. I need that Tauntaun out of my way. Yeah. Love Chewie. Love me some Chewbacca. Double arm pop. Double arm pop. Double arm pop. Hit the quad. Oh no, I didn't hit the quad. How do I blow this shit up? I blew up one side, didn't I? Again, shout out everyone that's been here. Shout out everyone in the stream. We've got more stuff planned, more fun segments, call-in stuff, non-call-in stuff. Nicky Smokes talking Attack of the Clones.
What planet is Bog and Mrs. Fox settle on?
I said Naboo before. Naboo would be the nicest one. I don't know if it's the accurate one. We're more of a middle class than a Naboo. What planet do we settle on?
How is Naboo doing after the Emperor's taken over? That's his home.
Yeah.
Hooking it up?
I don't know necessarily how the whole climate and culture's doing, but I do know there was that book that got released a few years ago where it said like Jar Jar Binks was basically banished to becoming a street clown because he gave away all control of the Senate and like doomed the fucking galaxy.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, probably wasn't great. There we go. Finally took him down. I love the arm pop. I can't get enough of the arm pop. Shit that Dave and KFC say. Get it? Because their shoulders pop out? And I gotta get on a Tauntaun to get on top of the Falcon because we're doing repairs on it. As Eddie said, Chewbacca. He didn't know he's an engineer. He's a mechanic. Do some Chewbacca mechanic work there. Get the turret back online. And then I think we're good to board the Millennium Falcon. There we go. All right, on to the next cutscene. Escaping Hoth. Hey, shout out my uncle, texted me, streaming on 3 devices, making sure the numbers are locked and loaded. Let me send these pictures to myself so I could present them. My uncle sent me some fucking awesome pictures.
Oh, airdrop.
Oh, airdrop them?
Yeah, you can do that.
To my computer, right? Yeah. Let me do that. I gotta show, he's got this sick coffee table, fucking sick Vader thing. One of his Star Wars tattoos as well he sent. Airdrop. This is fucking awesome. And this is as deep as Star Wars runs in my family. It even runs so deep that my sister, God bless her soul, isn't a very Star Wars fluent person. She's seen the movies based on me having them on in the background, but she's never like sat down and or at least she hadn't. Back when The Force Awakens came out, I wanted a big group to go to The Force Awakens with. She showed up dressed as Princess Leia. Like, I didn't know she was dressing up. She went the full 9. She was dressed in the robe and everything. All right, if I click this, this, and this, I airdrop it to myself. Oh, subscriber. Shout out to the latest subscriber. Airdrop, accept, save to downloads. Here we go. All right, three things to show from my uncle here. First thing, I got it now, is he's got like a pink themed, him and my aunt, such cool like artsy people. Green, expand. There we go. Looks way better now. They're such artsy people, so good with crafts they make themselves. So they actually made this Darth Vader helmet. They got the spikes. Actually goes back to what we were talking about with Mosh Isley. This is like something you could wear to a Mosh Isley's show. It would fit right in. So that's the first thing I've got. Now I got to minimize. Go here, and then let me pull up the next 2 pictures together so I can just go one to the next. This one and this one. All right, and then, all right, now I'm ready. Han Solo and Carbonite coffee table. How about that?
I've seen that online so many times.
Got the coffee table, and as you could see, Han's belt and DL-44 blaster, a thermal detonator in there as well. So badass. And then look at that tattoo that he's got. Shot first. Han Solo's DL-44 blaster as well. Just badass. More Fox stories. I like telling people about the Fox family. And that is the uncle who pretty much is the reason why we're all Star Wars fans. Shout out to my uncle. Shout out to my nephew if he's watching. Shout out to my niece if she's watching. Shout out to my cousin Rye if he's watching. I don't know who's watching, but I'm shouting everyone out. My sister sent me videos of her kids who are much younger, and on their YouTube right now, I'm right next to Baby Sensory Rainbow Stars Dance Party. It's baby here. I could show this to the screen. I don't need to airdrop this. There we are. There we are. Hopefully entertaining my nieces down there as well. I'm also the godfather of both of my sister's babies. And when I became the godfather of her youngest, they gave me this amazing framed picture where someone illustrated me as a Jedi, I think it was, and them as Padawans. It's badass. And it says, like, you know, Padawans and whatnot. I love that. Oh, Nicky Smokes. Unfortunate news for Nicky Smokes. He said his flight was canceled. So he is down to go whenever. Do we want to go right into Nicky Smokes? Do we want to go calls into Nicky Smokes? Tech-wise, does it matter?
Whichever.
Let me text Nicky Smokes. Let me see if he's around now. You want to hop on now? Question mark. My friend Dom. Shout out my friend Dom, who I grew up with watching Star Wars and playing Star Wars video games with. Said, you got to give us Battlefront on the stream. We will be giving you Battlefront on stream, but you got to stay awake for it because it's going to be late night Battlefront. That's right. A lot of respect for the table in the chat. That's big time. That table is legit. Nikki said 20 minutes. I'm almost home. All right. So you know what? I'll tell Nikki we'll do it after the Last Jedi segment.
Cool.
We're going to do... at 7, and then... Oh, and shout out Justin Kroll. My friend Justin Kroll just texted me and said, stream's awesome, dude. Keep kicking ass. Very nice encouragement. Mark Schellenberger, was Lady Fox into Star Wars before meeting you? She was, actually. She was a Star Wars fan from the first time we started talking. Not a diehard, like I said, but she's seen it all. Like, when we started talking, she was watching The Mandalorian, and she was watching the shows. Actually, for the Season 2 premiere of The Mandalorian, it was pretty early on in us talking. We were still long distance. She surprised me with these amazing cupcakes. I could probably pull up a picture of those as well. I don't even know where they were from, but they had slabs of Beskar on them. They had fucking Mando on them. Let me go search cupcakes on my photo. Oh, and they did pop up. Look at that. Holy shit. All right, I'm going to airdrop these to myself because these are worth showing on stream. And that was an early, oh, I'm going to marry this lady moment. I was like, I'm going to have to marry this lady because she's the best. I mean, the other night, I went home from a long day at Barstool. We were here late. We were doing late stuff. What did I get home to? she was watching Andor. She was catching up. It was awesome. These are the cupcakes that Lady Fox stole my heart with, ready to present whenever you are ready to throw off. There they are. Look at that. Even my name on them in the Mandalorian font. I don't even know how they did that. Happy birthday, Robbie. I think my birthday was either just coming up or just passed. You've got Grogu normal. You've got Grogu holding something. Maybe that's his little ball, or I forget what it was. I think it is his little ball. You've got stormtroopers over there. Slabs of Beskar. How did you two meet? I mean, this isn't Star Wars related, but just over Instagram. Slid into the DMs, you know what I'm saying? And then it was just as the world was shutting down for COVID. So she lived in Ohio. She's from Columbus. And I went and flew out, actually. I drove out there to meet her the first time because flights weren't really happening. So I took an 8-hour drive, took a chance, took a gamble. The Han Solo in me said, fuck it. I know what I'm talking about here. And it's happily ever after. Ever since. We're engaged. We're getting married in October 2026. Happily ever after for us. Better than Han and Leia, even. All right, so I'm going to keep playing Lego Star Wars for a little bit, probably for 20 more minutes, and then we're going to get on to the Last Jedi portion of the stream. I just got a text from Chris Clemmer, too. Your live stream's doing great. Love popping in and seeing the different guests. Thanks, Clemmer. Shout out Clemmer's streams as well. Have been crushing it at Barstool. 420 people watching? Yeah. Blaze it. Hit that Babu Frick if you know what I'm talking about. There's so many Star Wars strain names, by the way. Like, Skywalker OG has existed, I think, before I've existed. I think that thing's been around for 30 years. And there was one I remember specifically when I was just starting to get into spice. I got a Baby Yoda strain, and they came. My delivery person was like, we got this new Baby Yoda thing. The gimmick is all the nugs are super tiny. And I was like, oh, awesome. And I brought it in and I told Rowan, I was like, check this Baby Yoda strain out. All the nugs are tiny. He's like, that's not a good thing, bro. He's like, they sold it to you under the guise of it being like baby themed, like nice. Oh, here we go. Flying the Falcon for the first time on the stream.
Good name's OG1 Kenobi.
OG1 Kenobi's great. I definitely had an Emperor one at some point, too. I think it might have been just Emperor OG.
Darth Vader OG,
Those are a little, like, less creative, obviously, when you're just hitting OG at the end of something. I I would love if a strain was just called Babu Frick. Like, that's a straight name right there. You could name strains after planets, even. For real, W. Robbie sent me a Pup Punk poster for Christmas with a note. It was really nice. That's right. We did a special little thing for people that did Black Friday. I was sending out Pup Punk posters. I actually got to send out one to my brother still. I haven't sent that. If my brother's watching, I still have your poster. I haven't sent it out yet. I fucked that up. I forgot. It'll go out tomorrow. Actually, yeah, probably before I leave here. Or not before I leave. I'll have to go to FedEx to do it, but I was mid-bong rip as you blazed it. Nice. Good timing. This seems like, I don't want to, if there's kids watching the stream, I don't encourage any of this stuff. But it does seem like the sort of stream where maybe you indulge in some of that and pop it on, pop it off, watch a Star Wars movie, come back later. And I'm fine with that, by the way. I'm not trying to hold anyone hostage here and say you have to be here with me 24 hours. Nobody except Nick Hamilton and Jake Bass. They're the hostages. You guys, you want to pop in, watch a Star Wars movie here, watch a Star Wars movie there, maybe go watch that The Disturbance in the Force documentary we were talking about with Kyle Newman, watch Fanboys. It's a lot funnier than I am. But if you would like to keep the stream up in another tab, that'd be really nice. We'd love that. We would absolutely love it. Filmmaker Jeff, oh, this is my guy, tweets me all the time. I like this guy. Bob, you're a top 2 dude at Barstool, and I'm not talking about number 2. Wow. I appreciate all the content you put out, nerd stuff, MMA stuff, everything. W stream, shout out Clem. Thank you. Very nice. People are being so nice in the chat today. We got none of those toxic Star Wars fans you hear so much about. Only positivity, only good vibes. Nigerian politics at points. We got it all. We got it all on stream.
I want to know how they got in.
I had to update the app. I think it was pulling in some other short, all the details on that.
The only thing kids should be indulging in is milk. Milk, gang. That's right. Get the blue food coloring out. Get some milk. Get that boy some milk. Great viral video from back in the day. Bob has a blaster to my back, forcing me to watch this. This is pre-recorded.
My wife at one point did joke. She's like, "Oh, so you'll come home at like 1 and you'll go back in at like 7." You know, it's just 24 hours. That's just not how 24 hours works. Chase
Yeah.
was like, "So you go home after?" I was like, "Probably."
Yeah, shout out to all spouses, co-workers, friends, family members who are putting up with us doing this Star Wars stream right now. Very, very nice of everyone to be like, let the nerds have their fun. She has no idea this is happening. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time, a 24-hour stream. Like, going back a long time at Barstool, I've been like, that would be cool, but like, what would I talk about for 24 hours? What would I do? Then May the 4th, when I started doing the video game streams, I was like, that would kind of be a good excuse to just be like, fuck it. I could talk Star Wars for 24 hours. I could talk Star Wars for 36. You know what? Fuck it. We're doing 30. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing 36. I can't do 36.
Yeah, a lot more Stella Blue.
Yeah. Maybe if Stella Blue comes out with like the fucking Bantha strength blend.
No, I was texting a former coworker, Mikey Fowler, and I was like, I feel like it's a rite of passage to do 24 hours here.
Yeah, it is. Even just on the internet in general. Like, have you ever done a 24-hour stream? We want to be able to say yes. Shout out Mikey Podcasts.
This is my second or third.
You did the Fast and Furious, I know.
No, with Feidelberg, with the crashes.
I would say that's the only one that I really did. I feel like it's done before. But then he also did his 24-hour one, but we slept during it. Like, there was just a camera on him sleeping for 6 hours.
He fell asleep for a little bit of the Fast and Furious one, right?
Yeah, we did. We took like an hour or two nap, maybe. Yeah, we just hit a wall at one point. It was like, we can't go on.
I just watched Fast 5 for the first time because we have a little sneaky thing here at Barstool that's not even for content, it's just for the boys. Where one day I woke up and Owen had put me in a group chat called Movie Club. And it's just that group of us that sits in the corner and talks movies constantly. And he was like, why don't we streamline the conversation instead of just talking about movies in general? Why don't we pick a movie every week and we'll all watch it together? And I was like, I love this idea. It's like a book club camaraderie type thing. So everyone got assigned a week. The first week was Marty. He picked That's My Boy. We all watched That's My Boy because of him. The second week was Feidelberg, and he picked Fast 5. We watched Fast 5 because of him. And the third week was Bob Goochman, who joined the program earlier. And if you don't know Gooch, he's a film buff, a true film buff's film buff. If you have any questions about a classic movie or a foreign film or anything that you think you would need to be an expert to know, Gooch probably knows it. So he said, I'm picking a fucking artsy-fartsy movie, but not artsy-fartsy, really. An artsy movie that's for the boys. And he picked, I believe you call it Lahain. Is it Lahain? Lahain? I think it's Lahain. Classic movie that I'd heard of, but never watched, and I'm glad I have watched it now. It's about an hour and a half long French movie, and some of the shots in it are mind-blowing. They basically like reinvent the Jaws Vertigo shot, where you pull away and zoom in at the same time. They do an amazing like mirror shot that you don't know how they pulled off. They do a shot that looks like a drone shot from the fucking 90s. That, again, I don't know how they pulled that one off. That worked, thank God. I miss Owen on the yak. Listen, I respect that. I'm sure you do. I love having him in New York. He's a good New York guy. We can't afford any more going to Chicago. Dana Beers is out. Who was the other one that just... Bosco's talking about it.
He's in the portal.
He's in the portal. Do I go down there yet? I do go down there. Okay. I love this. One of the best parts of Empire.
Have you ever thought about doing Star Wars, like a movie, as your specific thing for the W? Your niche category?
You know what? I have thought about it, doing like a Empire Strikes Back niche or something, and I think I might have even done it at some point. We did the Dozen one-on-one tournament one summer. It was like an off-season thing, and when we did that, I definitely picked Star Wars. The issue is, Jeff D. Lowe is such a Star Wars fan that he has fun writing the questions, and he wants to make them like a little tricky. Where if I pick like all-time low as my niche, I think it's harder for him to come up with a hard question. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy for Jeff to come up with a tricky one for Empire Strikes Back. So it's like, it's tough because I want to do it, but it's like you're really testing your strength with low behind. It's like Stump the Schwab. Bosco's been talking about it for 2 years. Someone in the chat said.
Hey, scale.
Yeah, we know. We've been hearing about it here in New York for a while, too.
Scale.
Oblos.
He's got oblos.
Yo, why is Jadakiss as hard as it gets?
Do you know that? Jadakiss, the rapper?
I know who he is.
He's got a song where he's like, why Jadakiss as hard as it gets. It's kind of like an internet thing.
Oh, no, I didn't.
It's
See, I didn't know that.
Fun fact, stole Millmore's description, bio on Twitter.
Really?
I'm like 90.
Shout out Millmore.
I'm like 90.
I miss Millmore. I haven't seen him in a while. He's a great guy.
Yes.
Great graphics guy. Millmore shorts.
Why is Jadakiss as hard as it gets?
How do I get more fucking ion charges? I gotta go down here. There we go. Let me take a bunch back up
I'd
with
say once every 2 years I bump into Millmore, and it's a highlight of my
Oh, it's the
year
best.
every time.
It's the best. Millmore's so fucking funny. All right, we come up here. Yup. Yup. And then one more. Come on. See the flying stuff, the pod racer stuff. Oh, that fucking missed. Pod racer stuff, the flying stuff, the dogfight stuff. I think actually is the hardest part of the Lego Star Wars games. They made it a little bit easier in the Skywalker saga, but I mean this is just tedious. I'm making trips back and forth.
Big body
Producer
body,
knows
69.
ball. All our producers here know ball. We got ball knowing producers at Barstool. There we go. There we go. All right. Here's where we go through the real asteroid field. The real battle here. Oh, I see. I wasted that. There we go. Couple of them. Yep. Yes. Break that asteroid up. Here's a question, not necessarily Star Wars related, but space related. Is there a difference between an asteroid and a meteorite?
I believe an asteroid becomes a meteorite when it reaches a certain velocity.
Look at that. I believe that. That could be completely wrong, and I believe it. Is it a square and a rectangle thing?
Asteroids are larger, ranging from pebble size to hundreds of kilometers across, and primarily orbit the sun in an asteroid belt. Meteorites are smaller and are fragments of asteroids or comets that have survived atmospheric entry and impacted into Earth's surface.
All right, so I was right in calling these asteroids. These are fucking asteroids.
Yeah, see, that's an asteroid.
And then
in
when
a belt.
I destroy them,
And
I'm
it
creating
gets-
some meteorites.
And it enters Earth's surface or any other planet's surface that becomes a meteorite.
Look at that. Every day's a school day. Learn a little bit about space on this stream. Bet you didn't think that.
And that's how the symbiotes are.
And I believe another fun fact about space, there's a lot of sound in space. A lot of pew pew, a lot of bam bam. There's no sound in space for the kids watching. Don't go to your teachers and say, I heard Uncle Rob on the stream talking about sound in space. Just a joke.
Sounds like something you learn in Mr. Jerry.
Yeah. Shout out Willie Nelson in the chat. You think that's the real Willie? Turned 92 years old this past week.
He's going on tour, you told me.
Yep, going on tour with Bob Dylan and Sheryl Crow. It's an interesting bill because Willie Nelson and Bob Dylan, two guys who you want to put on the bucket list and say you've seen, but two guys who, you know, at this point, don't put on the greatest live shows. And I saw Willie a few years ago, probably 2018, 2019, saw Willie. And he was good. But you go for Willie to see his son now, really. His son backs him up, Lucas. He's fucking awesome. He did a lot of the music for A Star Is Born. I'm a huge Lucas Nelson guy. there going to be some jizz music at the Fox wedding? Absolutely. We couldn't do a Fox wedding without some jizz music. If Lady Fox is watching, that just means jazz music. It's just Star Wars version of jazz. But it would be nice to have a little, like, at some point, little fucking lo-fi cantina music while dinner's being served or something like that. Yeah, that would be good. I mean, we just got a wedding in Andor, and they have that fucking rave music. It's like Nymos, whatever they're saying.
I took a little spice before watching that. I was feeling that scene.
Oh, you could be feeling that scene.
Went online later, and everyone else hated it.
I'm sure that our wedding will have something Star Wars related, but we're not going to do that thing where you come out and have like a lightsaber battle instead of a first dance. Some of those are cool. If you really choreograph it, it's been cool. Some of those, I like feel bad for the guests. I'm like, oh, this is cool for the couple. This is really cool for the guy, the groom. But everyone else is like, what the fuck are they doing?
How was it Gooch's screener of Return of the Jedi, right?
Oh, at Revenge of the Sith. And that went super viral. Like, everyone was tweeting that, discussing film, this, that, the next thing. We actually did a video which will premiere at the start of the second stream. So we have to cut these off in 12-hour blocks because YouTube only allows you to stream in 12-hour blocks. So at 11, or around 11, we'll take this down and we'll start up part 2. And I'm expecting everyone here to hop over and join part 2 as well. That'd be awesome. And at the beginning of part 2, instead of like the crawl like we did at the beginning of this one, me and Clem shot a fan film with Nick Hammy in Central Park. And it was ridiculous. Kids are looking at us. We're fucking swinging lightsabers. We're saying Star Wars lines. There's hot dog vendors in the back. But this short fan, it's like a minute and a half, I think, right? Is that like a minute and a half, 2 minutes? Oh, super chat. Schmitty, $20? $20. Holy shit.
And 99 cents through
oh
super
my
chat.
God.
Robbie Fox appreciation post. Never paid for chat before. Hope the cash helps keeps the basement lights on. I've had the stream going all day alongside Star Wars on Disney.
Look at that. He said, Robbie Fox appreciation post, never paid for chat before. Hope the cash hope the cash helps, keeps the basement lights on. I've had the stream going all day alongside Star Wars on Disney Plus. Thank you for these last 6 years and happy May 4th, of course. Dude, I appreciate that. $20. I almost feel bad. I know Roan had the same thing. When Roan started Roan.com, people started donating. He was like, what the fuck? But I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I don't even know what to say. $20. I would love to see him. I use it as my second name. I've smoked a lot of weed in my life. Willie Nelson. Oh, yeah. We're talking Willie Nelson back in the day. What was I talking about right before that $20?
Wedding.
Oh, the wedding stuff. Yeah.
Oh, no, what you guys did in Central Park.
Oh, yeah, the fan film. So that's very funny. I think people will like that. I hope people will like that. Nick Hamilton crushed it on the special effects. He's ILM, a one-man ILM. All right. Do you want to get into the calls? Are we ready to get into the calls?
Yeah.
I know it might take a little bit.
Are you going to be playing video games during it, or do you want...
I was thinking solo.
Okay, cool.
I should focus on this for the people.
Alrighty. Let me take that off because it's covering your head.
Schmitty, thank you again.
All right.
Schmitty85. Big donation. Oh, and how about this? Speaking of donations, I was thinking about this. So a portion of the stream that will happen tomorrow morning, when we're still live, when we're in the what do they call it? The witching hours? The witching hours. When we're in the witching hours, I'm going to be trying to do a painting. I got a painting kit. And I don't know how that's going to work out, but I was thinking maybe the chat could design what I paint, or the chat could decide what I paint, and maybe the top donor can get the painting. I'll send the painting to you.
I like that.
Are you keeping like score against the chat? Like, are you going to be arguing against
Not
it?
really. We're not even declaring wins and losses here. I just want to talk this through with people.
Okay, cool. I had a scoreboard that I copied over just in case, but do not need that.
This isn't about winning and losing. This is about Star Wars fans coming at Star Wars from different sides and meeting in the middle.
All right. I'm going to head to the control room. People can start calling out. I'll start screaming. You'll start seeing them on here.
Yep.
And then Air 1 is what you'll click.
Awesome. I remember this back from my drive time days. I used to put people through on Barstool Drive Time. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hit a couple of those. Favorite clone, Robbie? I would have to go with a clone who is honestly not that great of a guy. He turns on the clones. But there's a clone with badass maroon armor, and his name is Commander Fox. How could I not say my favorite clone is Commander Fox? Eric, how you hanging in there, Bob? I'm doing great. I don't want to jinx myself. Knock on fucking Beskar. I'm doing good. I don't feel like it's hitting me yet. What was the AI art Clem did with the Rancor a couple weeks ago? That was, we did Punisher riding a Rancor. I don't even remember how that came up, but it was funny. It made us laugh. Certainly made us laugh. And the number is on screen for everybody there, so it's 888-786-6522. If you'd like to call in and join the program, talk The Last Jedi with me, call in, especially if you're a Last Jedi hater. We're trying to debate The Last Jedi. You know that picture? Is it Billy Eichner sitting at the table? He's like, blah, 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 prove me wrong. I'm sitting at that table right now going, The Last Jedi is not only a good movie, it is a great movie. Prove me wrong. Let's talk about it. And I'll tell you what, it's not everything about The Last Jedi I love. I don't love every aspect about that movie. I don't love every scene about that movie. I don't love every character in that movie. But I think as a whole, it's really fucking good. Just saw Thunderbolts. I liked it. Glad to hear that. Seems like word of mouth has been amazing for that. I expect it to have a good second weekend.
Have you heard about what they're thinking that Marvel might do? Is change the title.
Oh, because of the asterisk.
I think that's a very big mistake.
Yeah, I don't think they should. Have you done the puzzle with the missing piece yet? No. Did not do a puzzle with the missing piece. Fox is like $100 Lego figure. Thanks. I take that as a compliment. A rare one. I got you on one TV and Attack of the Clones on the other. I love that. 1,000 if misprinted. All right, I'll take that, Caleb. That seems like a good compliment there. All right, so I've already got some people on the air waiting to be put through. I think I know this first guy. I'm going to put him through. Air 1. David Snyder, do I got you on here? I can't hear him through my headphones. Hold on one sec, David. We're working out the hyperdrive kinks here, but I think I do got you because I heard you out there, I think. I heard him somewhere.
Yeah, I think Nick might have to push him through.
This is my guy, David Snyder. While we're waiting for a second so I could hear him through the headphones, I do want to say, David Snyder, Basement Boy of the Week. We said, oh, David Snyder's the best Basement Boy of the Week. And then his wife made him a shirt that says Basement Boy of the Week. Gave it to him for Christmas. We took a picture in it. Check. David, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, it worked. I got you. I finally got you. What's going on, David? May the 4th be with you, my guy.
May the 4th be with you as well. I'm building my mini Millennium Falcon Lego that I got for buying Chopper today.
Oh, nice. Is it the little one with like it's got Han, but it's like he's riding basically like a go-kart in it?
No, this is a free giveaway. It's not even as big as that.
Oh shit, real mini. Okay, I like that. So you're building Chopper, you said?
Yeah, Chopper will be a later project.
Nice. Are you a Last Jedi hater, David?
I am a Last Jedi hater.
Did I know this about you?
I don't think you did. I've expressed my frustrations with George Lucas to you, but I don't think I told you about Last Jedi.
All right, so let's hear it. What do you not like about The Last Jedi? What are your big gripes?
So I got to say, normally I'm a normal theater-going person, and I think I was the worst theater-going person for this. Like, laugh out loud when Leia Supermans her way back into the starship. But that's not why I don't like it. What I don't like about it is the inconsistency of it within the trilogy.
Yeah.
So you had The Force Awakens, which, J.J. Abrams basically loving recreation, almost shot for shot, of A New Hope, right? Practical effects, all of that fun stuff. Then Rian Johnson gets it and decides, hey, we're going to go in this entirely new direction. It's not the Star Wars Skywalker saga anymore. Rey's nobody. We are nobody. The kid with the broom at the end looking up, could he be the next Luke Skywalker kind of a deal? And outside of all the, Jedi stuff that we can argue over whether these are space wizard powers or not, the issue I have with it is that then Disney didn't follow through with Rian Johnson's vision.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, no. People want Skywalker. They want Skywalker. They want Rey Skywalker. And so if they had stuck with it, and gone with the Rey's nobody. She's just somebody who was connected with the Force, and anybody could be Luke Skywalker. It works, but they didn't, and now it's the black sheep of the entire 9 movies.
Yeah, when you put it like that, I do agree with a lot of your points there. So, like, the inconsistencies within the movies, I'm 100% with you there. I wish they would have taken The Rise of Skywalker and built on what The Last Jedi did, but what they really did was they built on what The Force Awakens did. It felt a lot more like a sequel to The Force Awakens than it did the conclusion to the entire saga. And I'm even a guy who will defend The Rise of Skywalker, and I know that really has its faults, but I'll still try to pick apart the good things about it. I gotta say, the one thing that I expected to be brought up on this Debate Me segment was what you brought up right off the bat, the Leia Poppins scene, I guess. A lot of people call it, like Carrie Fisher doing Mary Poppins back into the ship. And my first time watching that, I remember I was with Jeff at a screener, and I thought, that looked a little weird. And then the more I thought about it, and I went and saw The Last Jedi 7 times in theaters, and the more I sat with it, I was like, no, you know what? That's fucking badass as a moment, where it's, okay, we've never seen Princess Leia or General Leia Organa use the Force at this point, and she's finally using it in a life or death, fight or flight, I need to keep myself alive to keep the rebellion alive moment. And when I talk about it to myself like that, I'm like, that's badass. But I gotta admit, every time I watch The Last Jedi, and I've watched The Last Jedi a lot, I wish it looked a little different. There's something about it. I don't know if it was the CG, if it was the way the shot kind of follows her back into the ship. I think it looks goofy. I'm totally hand up admitting that. I like the motivation behind it. I like it on paper, but in execution, it's definitely goofy. And in the same scene, you take out Admiral Akbar pretty unceremoniously. And I know Admiral Akbar, the actor that played him, he passed away, so I think they were doing a respectful thing of he'll be the only one that plays him. But that is one of the gripes I also keep with The Last Jedi. With The Last Jedi. And for Rise of Skywalker, when they do the Rey Skywalker stuff, I was actually fine with it. I was more okay with that than I was the kiss, the Reylo kiss. But I'm with you. I think Rey as a nobody was a great story. Like, I think that was really cool. I think the Broom Kid thing. I know a lot of people hate on the Broom Kid. I liked the Broom Kid of like, hey, anyone in the galaxy could do this. It's not about midichlorians anymore. It's about your will, your hope, your drive, and all of that. So I'm with you on a lot of your gripes, I gotta say. Again, it's a Debate Me segment, but I understand where the Last Jedi haters are coming from for the most part.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this. You know, as we've gone on, I enjoy The Last Jedi for its moments. The Holo maneuver, the throne room fight scene.
Yes.
They're all awesome moments, right? But when we talk about the story at large, it just feels like it doesn't fit. But it's still the Star Wars. It's still our loving space wizards. And if it's on TV, I'm not going to turn it off, man. It's
there
still
you go.
watching.
Agreed. There's no Star Wars that I will ever scroll past on TBS and not think, let me at least click on this and see where they are in the movie, you know?
Absolutely. Well, this has been great, Robbie. Great stream. Keep it up, and we'll be watching.
Thank you, David. I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in. Say hi to the missus for me. Give her our love. And, yeah, we'll talk to you later.
Yep.
All right.
See.
Now I press the X, I think, and then yes. And then, all right, let's bring on the next caller right away. Luke, do I have you? Luke.
Hey, Robbie, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? Perfect name for a Star Wars stream.
Exactly. My exact thoughts.
What's going on, man? May the 4th be with you. Are you a Last Jedi hater as well?
I am mostly a sequel forgiver.
Okay.
I don't mind all of them. The Last Jedi, I do like it. I'll forgive that one a little bit, but there are just some moments, like the Lord David Snyder was just talking about. There are a lot of moments that I will forgive. But the one thing that I don't really vibe with, that I wanted to get your thoughts on, was as much as the changes that there were to Luke Skywalker from the original trilogy to this trilogy, and you heard Mark Hamill talk about it like he wasn't very happy with how they changed the character, like this didn't seem like Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
I don't think whatever darkness he was in and what he felt would drive him to nearly kill his own nephew. And I just wanted to hear if you agree, what your thoughts on the changes to the character were. What do you think?
Another gripe that I think is pretty valid coming from people where you expected the Luke Skywalker of legends, kind of like they were talking about him in The Force Awakens. And they went a different direction. And I have a lot of back and forth opinions on this, because I think to a degree, putting Luke Skywalker in that spot comes from J.J. Abrams. And that is almost the fault of The Force Awakens, where it's like, oh my God, they got a Star Killer base. It's basically another Death Star. What's going on there? And Luke isn't there for any of it. Luke isn't there for the death of Han Solo. That wouldn't even drive him out. And you had to kind of explain what they explained in The Last Jedi, where he shut himself off from the Force. Because that then gives you the okay of like, all right, I guess that's why he wasn't there to save Han Solo, or that's why he wasn't there to take down Ben Solo, where Rey grabs the lightsaber in the forest. A lot of us almost expected that to be Luke Skywalker. Now, him being a hermit, more of a curmudgeon-y character, I kind of liked, because that's how all of our great Jedis have gone down that path. Yoda, Ben Kenobi, calling him an old creep on Tatooine, the whole stream. Like, I kind of liked that. I liked that it subverted your expectations, which is another thing that I know people roll their eyes at now, because that's what The Last Jedi did at every turn, kind of. They could have subverted expectations there and not in a different place, and it wouldn't have felt so jarring, I think. But as far as the scene where he's standing over Ben Solo and he ignites that lightsaber, and you think, is he about to kill Ben Solo? Is he about to kill his own nephew? I love that scene myself, and I know it's like one of the more polarizing in the movie, because it's so shot for shot like the scene in Return of the Jedi where he's thinking about doing it to Vader, and he eventually stops. And I like the way that Mark Hamill describes it. I like the multiple perspectives we get it from, too. I think that's the Kurosawa thing, right? The Seven Samurai, kind of different perspectives or whatever. I like how at first it's told from Kylo Ren's perspective, and it's like, oh my God, he was about to kill his fucking nephew. And then it's told from Luke's perspective, and it's a little more nuanced of he saw everything that he ever feared coming true. Everything that he ever fought for in the original trilogy was his friends. And the future he saw was his nephew killing all of his friends, killing his friends and family, right? So I like the fact that we took that and we just made it, as he called it, a fleeting moment where he ignited the saber, and immediately as he ignited it, he knew it was wrong. And when Kylo Ren, when Ben Solo wakes up and looks at him in the eyes, he has that regret of like, holy fuck, did I do this to him? When I was standing over him with a lightsaber, he thought I was about to kill him. I thought that was a really good, intriguing, really like almost mysterious part of the movie that as I was watching it for the first time, I was captivated of like, what fucking happened there? Did Luke go bad? So I understand thinking Luke Skywalker, our main protagonist, should not be the guy fucking killing his own nephew, but I truly believe it was just to mirror Return of the Jedi, and there was no world in which he was swinging that saber. I think there was a world in which if Ben Solo didn't collapse the temple on them, he unignites it and is, oh my God, apologetic, I'm sorry. But that's, that's just headcanon. That's just up for debate. But I think it's a valid criticism, and that's obviously one that many people have.
Absolutely. And I kind of like the way you're thinking about it a lot better. I think I'm going to try to do that from now on. I'm going to try to think that way when I get to the sequel trilogy. I'm only on Return of the Jedi right now, so I'm going to have a long night. I appreciate you, brother. I'll be watching the stream along with the movies. Thank you for your time.
I love that. Thank you, Luke. Thanks for calling, and great talking to you. All right. We have one person on the back end here. I don't know if this is the real one. I don't know if this is the real guy.
It is.
Is this Jeff D. Lowe?
Hey, how could I not call in? I see that tweet.
Hey, it's Jeff D. Lowe. What's going on, Jeff? And Jeff, Jeff, you're not a Last Jedi.
No, go ahead. No. I'm the exact opposite. I'm a supporter. I am a hater of Rise of Skywalker. So I'll layer in. I'm not a full through and through sequel trilogy defender. But The Last Jedi, and I've since first seeing it, I've definitely seen some issues with it. I think there's some storytelling issues. I think what they do with Finn is a little ham-fisted. I think some of that doesn't totally work. But like the overall idea of that movie, especially here's the thing that's always kind of baffled me. Not as much baffled me, but I kind of just notice how a lot of Star Wars fans think is that, hey, do the thing that we like, right? Yeah. Like do the thing we like. But, have Han and Leia and Luke, grittying around the Falcon or whatever the hell we want. Like, do whatever. Like, we want to see them together. But, like, you can only do that so much. And plenty of people complain that that's all we do. So, for the first time, we have a movie where they actually, it's kind of playing out exactly like the original trilogy. And I would assume Rian Johnson saw that, and he goes, okay, what if for once they cut the strings and kill the puppet master? What if we do that for once? And that was the greatest thing about that movie, I thought, the Snoke thing, is that you go against your expectations. And that is where they just started to develop the characters differently, and they went in different paths. And I don't know, I've always liked that. For one time, yes, the movie has faults, they kind of went in a different direction. They tried to do something different from what our expectations were. And it's always bummed me out that people don't love that. Like, I get, like, we didn't get the three of them together. That's fair. I understand. That's probably an oversight.
Definitely,
but, like, the
I
stuff
agree
we got,
with that.
I love. Yeah, I love the force projection fight. It's a great, like, teaching moment. Like, Luke learned so many great. I mean, the greatest moment in the entire saga to me is that is why you fail moment with Yoda, and Luke gives Ben the schooling that Yoda gave him. And
that whole climax I love so much, down to the fucking Godfather reference with the door closing, Rey closing it on fucking Kylo at the end. Everything about that, the shot, the behind the back shot of Luke facing down the AT-ATs, and what are you going to do, face down the entire First Order with a laser sword? Like, that line paid off as, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to fucking do. And then showing him levitating on the rock and showing that, holy shit, this is fucking the height of his powers. I love that shit. You mentioned the throne room scene with Snoke. That entire sequence is one of the best sequences in the history of Star Wars. The Holdo maneuver fit into it, the fucking fight, the tag team, oh my god, is Kylo Ren going to be a good guy for a second? Then you realize he wants Rey to join him. All of that's amazing.
There's a lot of selective viewing within Star Wars, and I'm sure you and me are probably guilty of that at times as well, but the same people who hate that fight, and they're like, oh, well, and then they like micro, like they kind of go in the deep, like, look at the way they're choreographed. Like, they know they're about to miss. They know but like they did that in the Phantom Menace fight as well, which people love to talk about. And like, go watch that. So like, it's the same exact thing. They're just not striking saber to saber, which people want. But I actually think back to the text that I think Dave sent you and me, or he might have sent to you, when Ahsoka came out, and he was like, there's too many lightsabers. Didn't he say that last time? Like,
yeah.
There's too many. And that's the nice thing about Last Jedi. It's like, yeah, there's lightsabers, but like, not everything results in a lightsaber duel. It's like a different way of doing things. Again, and I'll wrap it up. I do get a good handful of hate. There's some stuff I don't love in Last Jedi, but it subverts everything you know. And I love what you just said about, you took a point that I always make about Last Jedi, the mirroring of Return of the Jedi, and looking at his hand, just like he does at the end of Return of the Jedi, and seeing exactly what he saw years ago as to why he doesn't strike down Ben. Like, that'll work. I hope people can view it in that sense. And look, I know people want what they like. There's moments where, I wish I'd get a million cameos and stuff, but it's like, I don't know, at some point, like, that's why Andor's so great. Let's do something different. And they actually did. And then they didn't. Then they undid everything, and then they did everything the same and made everyone make out and shit in the last one. And, bummer.
That is a shame that they were like, the
bummer.
message of this movie is let the past die, let's move on. And the next one they were like, no, we're not letting that past die. We're going back.
People actually, sorry, actually, one more thing. People actually do the same thing with Endgame, actually, a little bit, too. They go, well, wait a second. Cap and Iron Man, but the whole theming of that movie is whatever it takes. It's the same thing. It's like that. They're literally telling you what's going to happen. Like, same thing. But yeah, the all that happening in Rise of Skywalker, Yumi, Kenjack, and Fran in the screen just groaning when they made out. That was a great moment.
The kiss. Even the movie, I still defend to this day. I could defend some of the lightsaber moments. I could defend Hux turning on the First Order. I don't care if you win. I just care if Kylo Ren loses. It has its moments that I could pull apart and be like, I liked that. I like that. I like Lando in it. But yeah, it's tough with that kiss. I wish they could just cut that kiss out of the movie.
It's so bad. So it doesn't matter because I love it all. So happy May the 4th. I'll be around till tomorrow morning. So you may hear me calling back.
All right, hell yeah.
Some point.
Hell yeah. Happy May the 4th. Shout out Jeff. And we'll move on. We had someone on hold for 10 minutes. Frank, you were on air. Is this the Frank that I know?
No. Hello, Rob.
Frank, what's going on? What's going on, man? How are you?
What's up? I want to talk to you. I think that the reason the Rise of Skywalker is so bad is because The Last Jedi is so much worse.
Oh, okay. Lay it on me.
Yeah. Let's start. I don't want to even want to talk about Luke for a second. I want to talk about Finn.
Oh yeah,
the whole Finn plotline. Finn was such a good character built and it was in Force Awakens. We have this pilot, this enemy pilot becoming good, and we see his whole character progression, and then in the Last Jedi he's doing nothing in the whole movie, and that was only the first. Like the entire plot of Finn was so disappointing. Like that was 1/3 of the movie.
Yeah,
Which
that's
was for
a
me
decent
really-
point as well. They didn't give Finn enough to do, and I'm with you there. Finn should have definitely been a bigger factor. I don't hate what they had him do. Like, I thought the Canto Bight stuff, where they find out that this rich planet with these rich people, they're like funding both sides of the war, and the DJ stuff. I liked that, but I think you could have given Finn more to do within it.
Yeah, and also going back to Luke, your point, the parallel between Return of the Jedi and this film, I just feel like, Luke was he was a very younger person at that time, and knowing that he didn't even struck down his father, also being one of the most feared people in the universe, being Vader himself. And you're telling me like he would have the same approach to a child? I kind of disagree with that. The child being his own nephew, and Luke also being an optimist, like he saw the good in his father, and his father had murdered half of the universe. Well, essentially, had been part of this empire to destroy and enslave the universe, and because he saw a kid. A possibility of what might happen in the future, and he got scared that he was going to lift the saber to kill his own nephew, the son of his sister. I just think it was ludicrous.
And that's fair. I look at it from the point of view of there was no way he was ever striking his nephew down. By the way, Luke describes it as that one fleeting moment for him. But I look at it from the perspective of, I know he didn't do all of that stuff. But if Luke had a force vision so strong that he thought his nephew was going to kill Leia, Han, Chewie, 3PO, R2, and everyone he's known and loved, I could view it as maybe he did have a fleeting moment. And that kind of explains why he's such a curmudgeon later on, because it's like, oh my God, this guy can't forgive himself for the horrible mistake that he made.
I can see your point. However, I feel like he would never even have gone, because he would have tried to save him rather than think of opening the lightsaber. He would have tried to help him in a way that he even tried to redeem his own father, and it ended up redeeming his own father. That's how I feel about it.
And that's a fair point as well.
I also feel like in general the film wasted a great performance by Adam Driver. Like his Kylo Ren was exquisite.
I thought Daisy Ridley's great as Rey in that movie too. To be honest, I think the two of them really carry that movie.
They did, and I like, again, I'm a big hater. Andor has saved, like, for me, Star Wars the past few years.
Oh, good.
However, yeah, I feel like it was the film could have also leaned into Kylo becoming like the big bad guy in the trilogy. And, well, the Rise of Skywalker ended up going another way, which was also really disappointing.
Yeah.
However, I just don't know, like, it was such a horrible experience to me watching it. I was 17 years old. I remember the first scene, like, Rey giving Luke the Skywalker and Luke just throwing it off the back of the cliff. I was like, no, they didn't.
Yeah, that I gotta say, that one scene as well, I think it's funny. It does make me laugh when I watch it, but part of me wishes he just fucking took that saber, because the end of Force Awakens is so like, holy shit, she's handing him the saber.
Exactly. And that was like Ryan Johnson in his finest, but it was really disappointing. Anyways, enjoy. May the 4th, my friend.
Thank you,
And,
Frank. Are you calling in? Can I
looking
ask something
forward
real
to
quick? Can I ask? Are you
Yes.
calling in from Greece?
I am.
Holy shit! It said that on the
2:30
thing, and
a.m.
I was like, no way. What time is it?
It's 2:30 a.m.
Holy shit, Frank! Thank you for watching all the way over in Greece. Thanks for watching all the way at 2:30 in the morning.
You're welcome, my friend. Enjoy May the 4th and long live Star Wars.
I love it. Thanks. Great talking to you, Frank. Up next, we are taking on Kyle. Kyle, you are on air. What's going on, man?
Hey, Rob, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you? May the 4th be with you.
I'm great. May the 4th be with you, Rob.
Are you a Last Jedi hater as well?
No, I just want like I love the Last Jedi. I just want to know what your opinion was on the blue milk scene.
Oh, the where he's drinking the titty milk.
Yeah.
I think it's great, to be honest, because at that point he's almost doing what Yoda was trying to do. He's trying to scare off this Padawan, where it's like he doesn't want any part of Rey. He wants her to leave him the fuck alone. So I like that swig, and he gives her that nasty ass look. I like that scene.
Yeah, you're a pervert, man. I don't like that scene.
You know that you like the Last Jedi, but don't like that scene.
Yeah, that one I would have been like, yeah, we could just leave that one out.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. But is that like your main gripe with it, the milk scene?
Yeah, other than that, the movie's fantastic, you know?
All right. All right. So it's mostly a win for you.
Yeah. Yeah, the
All
movie's
right.
great all in all.
All right, Kyle. I got someone that's been on hold for 20 minutes, so I'm going to get to them next. But I appreciate you calling in and chopping it up with me.
No, yeah, no problem, Rob. I'm a fan of the My Mom's Basement podcast.
Hell yeah. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you listening.
No problem, Rob. Have a good one. May the 4th be with you.
You too, Kyle. All right, up next, shout out to this person, been on hold a long time, 25 minutes. Thane? Is this Thane? Did I say that right?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? How are you? May the 4th be with you.
Good. I'm doing pretty good. Just been studying for finals and stuff and watching your stream.
Oh, damn. I hope I'm not taking you away too much from the finals. I hope you got a good grade. If you get a bad grade, I guess you could blame it on this.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine, but thought you start talking about The Last Jedi. The more I've been listening to your callers and stuff, the more I realize how much I actually do like that movie and how much The Rise of Skywalker just ruined it. And J.J. Abrams, I think, is the worst thing to happen to Star Wars.
The worst, but he brought it back with Force Awakens.
I dislike that movie, too. That movie feels like too much of a carbon copy. I think the best thing they did in it, though, was killing Han Solo finally.
Oh, wow.
I think I agree with him with Harrison Ford's take that he should have died earlier in the original trilogy.
In Return of the Jedi, yeah.
Yeah. But then I think about that movie. I see all the stuff in there in The Last Jedi. My least favorite part is obviously whatever the Space Vegas casino planet.
Canto
The
Bight,
part
yeah.
I hate about that is I actually like Finn and his whole story within that thing, but the whole Captain Phasma thing, they introduced this cool character. I don't know what I missed, but they just like kill Captain Phasma in the second movie and give us no backstory or anything else.
I'm glad you brought her up because she's very worth bringing up. Very much the Boba Fett of the sequel trilogy in that you have this badass character. Everyone's like excited to buy the merch and the toys. And then pretty much right away in The Force Awakens, they were like, they kind of killed her. We kind of figured she would show back up because they throw her in the trash compactor or whatever. But you don't see a body. If you don't see a body in Star Wars, they're coming back. And then in the Last Jedi, we're like, all right, here's where she's going to be a badass. And she gets killed. I do like the scene where Finn says rebel scum. She calls him scum. He says rebel scum. Fucking hits her and you see her eye through the mask. It's badass. But you don't need to kill her. That's another one where have Phasma spin off like Vader at the end of A New Hope and have her come back and be a total badass in Rise of Skywalker. Maybe you could even try to have some sort of power struggle between her and Hux of some sort. But I'm with you on Phasma. That was a missed opportunity for sure.
Yeah, that was one of the worst parts. I don't really care what they did with Luke. He was doing his own thing. He had his own story. It was good. I liked it until we got The Rise of Skywalker. That movie just when they had all the leaks come out for that third movie, from the original director, where he had all the ideas of going the Gray Jedi, that just seemed like a way better path than
I think you might have been right. Yeah, and it's Colin Trevorrow who made Jurassic World, and I have less faith in him than a J.J. Abrams. Like, I had less faith in him going into that. But his script sounded pretty fucking cool. It gave Rey the double-bladed saber and shit, and I thought that was maybe a cool direction to take it with the saber that was broken in half and stuff. But I am very curious to know what that original Episode 9 looked like, and if we would have liked it better if that had been made.
Yeah, I feel like what happened was J.J. Abrams came, he made his movie, it was decent. I don't hate The Force Awakens, I just don't like the sequels that much after the path they went down completely. But it felt like Rian Johnson, who I liked Rian Johnson, changed a lot of things from the first movie, and then J.J. Abrams wanted to kind of change them back. And you see it with like little things with like the scar on Kylo Ren's face and things like that from the first movie. And it just, you're changing too much in there. And it gets confusing and
they needed more cohesion between the three movies, for sure.
Yes. But everybody's favorite part of The Last Jedi should be the salt scene, where the guy touches the planet, licks his finger, and says salt. That is the greatest scene in all of the Star Wars movies.
It's great scene, great gif, and there's a cameo in that scene. Rogue One director Gareth Edwards is in that trench. How about that?
Yep. I did know
love
that. I love Rogue One. I think I've only watched the sequels probably 2 or 3 times each. I've watched Rogue One and Solo probably like 10 times.
Wow. I love that. I love that we're celebrating different parts of the Star Wars universe today. I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for chopping it up with me. Thanks for waiting on hold, especially. I really appreciate that. We're going to get on to the next guy, but again, may the 4th be with you, and thanks for calling in.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right. Meadha. Did I say that right? Oh, my God, I undid it. Meadha, call back in. Meadha, call back in. You were waiting on hold for 28 minutes. And instead of pushing you to the air, I canceled the call. Call back in. I'll put you to the top of the list. Apologies. That's on me. Basement Memes. Basement Memes, you there?
I'm here, Bob.
Basement Memes, what's going on, my guy? May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you, man. I'll be locked in here all night watching the stream. Godspeed.
Hell
Get
yeah.
some stuff flowing, yeah.
Are you a Last Jedi hater too, or no?
Oh,
he is. He is. He didn't want to say it.
I don't hate it. Listen. I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. The pacing isn't the best. The Canto Bright Casino Planet stuff kind of drags on. Feels like it could have been left out. People obviously have their issues with Rose Tico and seeing Luke just painted in such a different light compared to the original trilogy. I get that. My biggest issue, Bob, is the goddamn stable boy in his broom.
Oh, you don't like the broom boy?
A Force-sensitive kid should not be able to use Force telekinesis without any teaching. It took Luke a whole movie training with Ben and on his own before he used that Force pull in Empire. So, unless this stable boy just also happens to be like a Palpatine, Force sensitivity just shouldn't automatically equal using Force powers.
All right, I could fuck with that criticism. I like the Broom Kid and what he represents for the hope of Star Wars. I feel like he is the fucking representation of hope. But if you're thinking about it from that perspective of how is he just fucking grabbing that, maybe it's just like, hey, today's NBA is faster than 90s NBA. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, listen, that's my only issue. I wasn't going to call in and just do all the same complaints everyone else covered, but
that's
I
a
wanted
good
to
one.
just bring to light that this broom boy, he must just be overpowered.
All right. I appreciate you, Basement Memes, as always. Appreciate your account. If you don't follow him on Twitter, he makes My Mom's Basement Memes. They always crack us up. So make sure to follow along. Basement Memes, great talking to you.
You too, Bob. Stay in the chat, man. May the
Hell
force be
yeah.
with you.
May the 4th be with you. All right. Now we've got Miha. Miha? Am I saying that right? Miha?
No, it's a Mitat.
Mitat?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry for the horrible pronunciation then that I kicked this off with. And I'm very sorry that I ended the call while you were on hold. But welcome to the stream finally. How are you? May the 4th be with you.
I'm great. May the 4th be with you as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I hate Last Jedi, only 2/3 of The Last Jedi.
Oh, okay. Which 2/3?
I hate all the post scenes and the complete and thin scenes.
Okay, we haven't heard from someone that hates the post scenes, actually.
So, I mean, so it's just the background of of the insubordination, and it's just the fact that what happens is generally people know what the general idea is, but here he is. He's
Holdo wasn't giving up a plan.
They're not passing down the mission.
Yeah.
It's like him just being like, we're not doing what we're supposed to. Well, if he knew, he probably would be more compliant.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was like there was nothing there. If they said, hey, our mission is to get as close to this planet as possible to take escape pod, I'm sure he would have not been as rude. Also, I feel my biggest
actually pretty
complaint,
valid.
and also the casino scenes. It's in the end, it really had nothing. It did nothing to progress the plot. We had to go to the casino to meet this master hacker, and then what happened? And then they randomly find someone else who is the only other person that could do it. Just magically, when they're told there's only one person who could crack this code.
I kind of like the idea though that he could, but they didn't even know if they could trust that he could with DJ, and it was like yes, he could do it, but he was selling them out in the end. I guess the casino planet just advanced them to the point where they could get on the ship and be on the Star Destroyer and have that big battle with Finn and Captain Phasma. As far as the post stuff, I don't hate it, but I do agree with the people that are like, rationally, Holdo is making the wrong choices. I kind of look at it from the perspective of, though, Leia put Holdo into this position of power, or that she was put into it, really, because Leia was in the coma or whatever, and then she didn't know what to do. They're like one of the last ships in the rebellion. Nobody's coming out. She thought, there's spies everywhere. I can't trust anyone. I can't tell anyone anything. So, like, but I understand where you're coming from, because you almost have to justify that. Like, I'm almost justifying it in my head to get to that point, you know?
And then also the other thing is, so Disney beforehand did sequel movies that were episodic. So like if you watch Hercules, Zero the Hero, or Tarzan and Jane, it's basically episodes from the show that they put in the middle, like cutaways to like explain why something's close. This whole movie feels like it could be an episode. Like each person has an episode. Finn could have been a 45-minute episode. Ray could have been a 45-minute episode. Poe could have been a 45-minute episode. Like, and the connectivity, and also there's also no disasters from like the Force Awakens. So it's like in Force Awakens, you see the Starkiller base destroy 8 planets, and there's nothing like
no follow up
happens. Like, I mean, okay, New Hope has Alderaan blow up. That's just one planet. Probably not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of when you have 100 systems. But then when you have like 7 and 8 and one looks like it's Coruscant, it's kind of hoping for like a follow-up on what's happening there.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on those. I think, again, valid criticisms.
And then also when it comes to the Rise of Skywalker, it's basically like I'll be honest, I did love the meaning of like the little kid in the stable. I know a lot of people didn't like it. Like anyone could have this power. And then next movie, nope, Rey is a Palpatine clone or related to Palpatine. And then
they run that the whole like theory of the movie they run back, and I didn't love that. It's interesting because like I don't like the decisions as a whole maybe. But if you were to tell me we're making an entire trilogy about how the granddaughter of Palpatine creates a Force dyad with the fucking grandson of Darth Vader, like all of that sounds cool to me on paper. But the fact that they said she's a nobody and then went back on it and made her Palpatine made it feel, you half-assed 2 things instead of whole-ass in one thing.
And I also feel that, so in the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, it feels like they had a plan.
Yes.
There's a plan. It may have not been a great, like, obviously people didn't like the prequel trilogy, but it's like each movie had a system. And it felt like in this trilogy, it was do whatever you want, we don't care.
Yeah. I will say I feel the original trilogy did not have as much a plan as people give it credit for now. With the 3 different directors, 3 different visions, they just brought the Death Star back in the third one because they didn't really know what to do there. So, like, I kind of see the sequel trilogy of Disney trying to emulate the original trilogy as much as they could, but they didn't realize that some factors of the prequels were worth taking and bringing over, one of which being George's cohesion of the 3 of them.
Oh, I thought I personally loved the Death Star in the third at Return, because it was like you can't just have one Death Star roaming the planet or roaming the galaxy. What if you have a disaster in one section and another section?
That's a fair point I hadn't thought of before. It just feels to me in Jedi like, all right, we're doing this again. And then you do it again in Force Awakens, especially with Sky Killer Base or Star Killer Base.
Yeah. So I mean, I did love the race scenes. I did think that was good. I thought the throne room combat was good. And then also once they got on the planet with Luke Skywalker, Force ghosting his fight. But it's just like I said, it felt episodic, and it felt like a lot of the things that eventually I did like about it. Like I said, the stable being, because like prequel trilogy, you have a lot of Jedi. They're not just Skywalker, Kenobi's, Yodas. But so anyone could be a Jedi, and then it's like, nope. Only the universe is ran by a Skywalker, Palpatine.
Yeah,
and they affect everyone.
Tough. It's tough. I appreciate you calling in again and waiting on the line so long. I do really appreciate that. May the 4th be with you, my friend. Hopefully you enjoy.
May the 4th be with you too. Goodbye.
All right, so I'll ask Jake and Nick how I should proceed here. We have people waiting, and I want to get to them still. Nicky Smokes is joining at 7:45 in 2 minutes to debate Attack of the Clones. We're going to keep the debates going, essentially. This is the whole debate segment, but we're going to get into Attack of the Clones a little bit. Should I tell these people keep waiting, and we'll come back to you after Nicky Smokes?
Yeah, because
if you want to keep waiting. I won't. Again, I'm not holding anyone hostage.
I think so, because then the rest of the plan was just like Return of the Jedi in the game.
Yeah.
Which you can just like honestly take calls during that too.
Totally, yeah.
So let's just do Nicky Smokes, and if people want to wait, just say we don't know how long it's going to be.
Yeah, we don't know how long. It's Nicky Smokes, I would imagine, 20, 30-minute segment about that. Yeah, I think let's do Nicky Smokes and then come back to calls.
Yeah, if people want to stick around.
Yeah.
We're not going
if you want to stick around, I appreciate it.
We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, we'll be here. We will be here. And then we'll get Nicky Smokes to talk Attack of the Clones, his take on Attack of the Clones, which, if you missed it on Twitter, he said you could argue Attack of the Clones is the best Star Wars movie. Is there a way to make this tighter? Like a tiger?
You can also do like a weight or something like that.
I could put my backpack on the other end of it.
Oh, this is.
Oh, maybe that did it? Yeah, a little bit. It's not horrible. Thank you to everyone for calling in, by the way. I appreciated that. I like talking to the basement boys and girls. No girls there. I talk to just basement boys, but I like to say the girls are included, of course. Everyone's included in the basement. Yeah. They were probably in the background of those calls of who the hell is my boyfriend calling right now talking about The Last Jedi, The Rise of Skywalker. And I thought that was, again, shout out Rico Bosco, healthy-ass debates. It was less debates because the criticisms brought up there I thought were mostly valid. I have my opinions on them, but I totally get it. You know, I understand where a lot of people are coming from. And again, people are coming from a place of passion. People are coming from a place of, I know they wanted to love this movie. Nobody goes into a Star Wars movie being like, I want to hate this movie. I don't think. Maybe they went into the Rise of Skywalker like that after The Last Jedi. But I thought, one thing I thought people were going to bring up that always irks me as a complaint towards The Last Jedi is the bomber sequence at the beginning where you could see bombs propelled down. They're literally propelled down. People go, there's no bombs in space. There could never be bombs in space. This movie sucks. You can't drop anything in space. It's like, well, they didn't drop it. They propelled the bombs down. And also, they dropped bombs in Empire Strikes Back. TIE fighters drop bombs into the fucking mouth of the, So it's one of those, it's sort of selective.
You also can't make sound in space. And
You can't make sound in space. It's like stuff like that. You can't propel a bomb downwards.
Also, this is in a galaxy far, far away. We don't know what the laws of physics are out there.
Exactly. There's like, it's almost the, for Batman, as Batman fans, whenever something doesn't make sense, an easy defense, you could go, well, he's Batman. And that fucking explains it all. For Star Wars, it's kind of the same thing where it's like, Harrison Ford has my favorite quote of all time. Mark Hamill tells the story. They were filming the original Star Wars, A New Hope, and they were filming a scene that took place right after the trash compactor scene. And Mark Hamill went to George and he said, George, this doesn't make sense. We just did the trash compactor scene. My hair is supposed to be all wet. It's supposed to have all schmutz in my hair and whatnot. And Harrison Ford put his arm around Mark Hamill and he said, kid, it ain't that kind of movie. I think he followed up the quote by saying, if they're looking at something like that, we're all in big trouble. It's like these movies, again, as Kyle Newman said, as Alec Sulkin said, they're movies made for kids, for families, and whatnot. So at the end of the day, you got to look at it like that. Let's see. Let me text Nicky. Did we send him the Zoom?
I just sent him the email.
Okay, good. Shout out Nicky Smokes. I would think a lot of people, and I say this with love, this is no disrespect to Nicky Smokes, they think of Nicky Smokes, they think, oh, this Miami douchey frat guy fucking celebrating the Florida Panthers win, the Miami Heat win in Dave's face, being all out there. What they don't expect is he's a sneaky nerd. Nicky Smokes is a Star Wars fan through and through. I've been getting texts from Nicky Smokes for months now where he's talking about how much he loves Anakin Skywalker. He works out to the guy's fucking theme. He works out to Anakin's theme. He works out to John Williams' music. Oh, I see him in the back end now. The legend himself, Nicky Smokes. My favorite Smokes at Barstool. Is he joining the program? There he is, Nicky Smokes. What's going on, buddy? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you now, yeah. What's good, brother? Happy
Not much.
4th.
How are you? Your flight got canceled? You were trying to fly into Chicago, out of Chicago? What was going on over there?
No, so I was supposed to fly back to Chicago today at 4, and then they just canceled the whole flight. So I'm sitting there, and I'll probably never fly Spirit again. For 3 hours.
Spirit.
in this
Oh,
line
that's
trying
on
to get
you.
into this
That's
flight.
on you. What the fuck?
Well, dude, I didn't have a choice. It was the only flight that worked with my schedule. Because I was like, okay, Sunday I'll be back in Chicago. I'll be at work on Monday.
Oh,
Like,
now
it's
you're not going to
perfect.
be at
and
work
then
on
it ended
Monday?
up backfiring anyway.
Oh,
Well,
they're
I think
setting you
people are
up.
gonna be at the. I know they're trying to get me fired, bro.
Yeah. What the fuck?
But I think the Beck Gallows tomorrow too, so no one's really gonna be in the office anyway.
All right. It's
So,
a good thing.
I think
Like
I'll be fine, but
we're not saying any of this public. It's a good thing.
no.
Nicky, I was just giving you an intro by saying a lot of people might think, oh, he's a frat guy from Miami. He's this, he's that. And they might not know. You're a nerd. You love the Star Wars
Yeah, I am.
movies as much as anybody. I've been asking a lot of people this question. When did Star Wars get introduced into your life?
So Star Wars was my entire childhood. Like I think I grew up watching the Clone Wars nonstop, like the OG Clone Wars, not like the new one that came out, like the old one. You know which one I'm talking about?
It's
So,
funny
I
that
mean,
you're
I
calling it
was-
the old one. It's mid 2000s, not that old.
It's pretty old now.
The OG Clone Wars animated series? I guess.
Yeah,
08?
I thought
2008
that came out
ish?
in the 80s. Why do I think that came out?
What?
No, it definitely wasn't the 80s.
The
yeah, I'm
80s?
still drunk from the wedding. I'm still drunk from
It
the
has
wedding.
CGI 3D animation. You think it was the 80s?
Robbie, let's stay focused here, please.
All right, let's stay focused.
No, so I grew up. I love Star Wars. My dad got me into it when I was like 4 or 5 years old. And my favorite character was Darth Maul. So every year for Halloween, I was Darth Maul, and I made my own. Like I bought 2 Sith sabers and I duct taped it together and I ghetto rigged it, and I didn't care. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And then I loved Lego Star Wars. That was a huge part of my childhood. Watching you play today brought me back to when I was a little kid. And I was just like, dude, this is so sick. I'm so jealous of Robbie. I don't even know how. Can you even play it on Xbox Ones and
Yeah,
PS5s?
I'm playing on PS5. You could download the OG on PS5, and it's the same. As you can see, the graphics are the same. It's still fucking pixelated and stuff. Also, the chat saying he's talking about the 2D animated Clone Wars. I didn't pick up on that. I
Yeah.
thought you were saying when you said
Yes.
not the new one, I thought you meant not when Disney rebooted it, like for the 7th season or whatever. So, all right, I retract that. Again, I don't retract the fact that it's ridiculous thinking it came out in the 80s, but I do retract it because that's a ball knower.
crazy.
That's a ball knower series for sure.
Yes, and that was bro. Who was Dooku's apprentice? The
Asajj
girl?
Ventress.
Oh my God, did I have a soft spot for her?
You got a soft spot for her? The bald
I
Asajj
love
Ventress?
Yeah, but she's got a nice build to her, man. And
She got a nice
her
build.
voice-
She had the craziest
her
proportions
voice.
ever. They all doing that.
Did you hear her voice though? It's so.
Yeah, she did have a good
It's
voice,
like
I
those little
guess.
mermaids in the ocean. It's just like
The
it grabs your
sirens, yeah, they
attention.
get you. Yeah. And that was the first spot anyone ever saw General Grievous before Revenge of the Sith even came out. He like debuted in that, and people were like, "This guy's a fucking badass Jedi hunter." I actually think the original Clone Wars, fun fact, tried to set something up for Revenge of the Sith. Like Grievous hacking up a lung and him coughing in Revenge of the Sith was set up in that 2D Clone Wars series because Mace Windu crushed his lungs with the Force.
No shit.
Yeah. So it actually did, like, they were at this point, they like retconned it or whatever. But at that point, they were trying to set up the next thing for, build a universe a little bit. But this is good that we're
Right.
talking clones because I wanted you to come on the stream to talk about this tweet you had where recently you said, hot take, you can make the argument that Attack of the Clones is the best Star Wars movie. And I loved this tweet. I didn't look at this tweet and was like, this guy's fucking idiot. No way you could do this. I was like, I love that Nicky Smokes is such a prequel fan, such a prequel lover, that he could watch Attack of the Clones, which is, I would say, widely considered the worst Star Wars movie by a lot of people, and say,
Is that
I
the
think you could
consensus?
argue it's the best. It's either this or Phantom Menace, I would think most people say. As far as the Skywalker saga, the episodes, they would say it's this or the Phantom Menace, but the Phantom Menace is, of course, saved by Duel of the Fates and some pod racing stuff. Whereas this one has a lot of romance. Is that why you like it? Is it because you're like, Anakin's feeling horny? He can't keep it in the pants?
Yeah. I mean, that definitely plays a big part of it. Padme she looks amazing throughout that entire movie.
Yeah, I knew that would
And
be a big part of it for you as well.
No,
Well, actually,
yeah,
we did a little like Q&A in the office for like, what's your favorite Star Wars movie? What's your least favorite Star Wars movie? We're going to be putting out the video later today as well. And when I would tell people, Nicky Smokes actually said Attack of the Clones could be the best. Because some people would say, oh, Attack of the Clones, worst by far. And I'd see like, Nicky Smokes actually likes it. Everyone, they would go, why? Because Padme, the midriff, gets ripped off in the battle? And I'd be like, well, yeah. In his blog, he did say that was the number one reason.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's kind of just me being Nicky Smokes, but I do genuinely love the movie. I think that battle scene that they have when it's like the first time you see all the Jedi fighting side by side with all the stormtroopers and all the fucking droids, and I think it's like the sickest battle scene in the entire saga. Now, I know that might be controversial as well.
It is controversial, but listen, it's a no judgment day. It's a no judgment stream. It's May the 4th. We're celebrating all Star Wars. Most people would look at that scene and they would go, I wish it was a bunch of Jedi we knew, almost like the Avengers Endgame battle, where you built up to the level of, oh my God. And instead it's just a lot of fucking lightsabers going flying everywhere. But as a kid who was fucking 4 years old when that movie came out, I think the Battle of Geonosis is the dopest shit in the world. I had the fucking play set when Mace Windu chops off Jango's head in the midst of it. Boba finds the head and he's like, oh my God. Like, there's moments in that. So I'm with you.
Yes.
I'm not with the people that just shit on this front to back. I do think it's my least favorite of the Skywalker saga, but I also like the worst Star Wars movie. I like more than a regular movie because it's Star Wars. I love all Star Wars.
Right. And I'm just such a prequel guy. Like, Anakin Skywalker is my favorite character of all time. And I think he's just so relatable. And, like, kind of like seeing him grow
That
up and like, what
worries
he's
me.
going through.
I gotta be honest, that worries me right off the bat. He's so relatable. In this movie, he massacres all the Tusken Raiders, and the next one he murders a group full of children.
Hear me out.
I know you work out to his music, but he's a bad guy.
That's actually another fun fact for the chat listening. Like, when I get angry in the gym, I just play like Anakin's theme music the entire time, and then I put my hoodie on and I just go crazy.
I love that about you.
Here's my thing with Anakin, right? It's like, so all the other Jedi, they're so wise, they're very good, like straight edge. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not very flawed, but Anakin, like, you could feel the confliction in him. Like, he knows what's right, he knows what's wrong, but he also struggles with like not being able to control certain things in his life, and he freaks out about that. And like that's kind of something like I deal with too. Like we can't necessarily control everything in our life, but like we try to do everything in our power to do that. And that's like kind of what drove him crazy, the thought of losing his mom, the thought of losing his wife, things that he has no control over, that he was chasing that. It ended up making him into fucking Darth Vader.
Yeah,
and
no,
I just think it's like
point.
a cool character like arc in a sense, whereas all the other Jedis are just wise, straight edge,
True.
So I don't know.
That's why I
Maybe
like
it's 'cause he's a
Qui-Gon
bad
too.
guy.
Qui-Gon's kind of a gray Jedi in that way, with him fucking influencing the dice game and being like, I know this isn't the Jedi way, but we're taking this fucking kid,
Right.
I like that about
No.
him. Now, the worrisome part is when you're calling Anakin relatable, it's like, we got to ignore what he does at some point. You got to hit a cutoff point in Revenge of the Sith. Maybe when he's looking out to that horizon, deciding he's going to kill that room full of children. Also, I saw you said in the blog how relatable you found Anakin, and, maybe being held back by someone that is doing the right thing, but they are holding you back. So they're looking out for you, but they're not. And you were referencing Obi-Wan. Do you have, is Big Cat your Obi-Wan in this hypothetical?
No. To be honest, I went back and I reread that blog, and I was like, oh, people are going to think I'm talking about Big Cat here. But
yeah, that's what I thought,
yeah. No. Big Cat's definitely not holding me back. If anything, he needs to, it'd be nice if he was like my Obi-Wan, and like grab me a little bit and was like, hey, figure it the fuck out. But no. Yeah, what was I saying about, what did I write in that blog? I'm trying to remember.
It's about the people around Anakin trying to do the right thing, but obviously they're holding them back. Did you see Revenge of the Sith in the theaters, by the way? Did you go for the re-release?
I didn't go for the re-release. I wish I did.
It was awesome.
How was it?
Seeing it on the big screen is the best. And with other Star Wars fans that love it as much as you do, we're all nerds and the fucking same shit together. I was saying before, when you're in a movie theater and you see a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away show up on the screen, it gives you chills every time. Like, they could put out 1,000 shitty Star Wars movies, and I'll still go to the theater for the next one, see that opening, and be like, holy shit, we're back.
It's the best. It really is. And that's why I'm pissed I didn't see it. But maybe year 30, it'll come back in the theaters, and I'll show up for that one.
Listen, year 30, you've got Revenge of the Sith. In 2 years, 2027 will be the 50th anniversary of A New Hope. So that'll probably go back to theaters. Next year, I think, is 45th anniversary of Empire Strikes Back. With how good the Revenge of the Sith re-release did, they're going to try to put these Star Wars movies in theaters constantly. And they should. Why not? People are still going. People are still willing to pay money for 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old movies. Why the fuck not?
Right. Why do you think everyone has Empire Strikes Back as like the unanimous GOAT?
So it's my GOAT. So I can maybe speak to that. I think it's the most well-written, well-edited, well-put-together movie in terms of every scene bleeds into the next. There's no boring scene for me in Empire. As a kid, maybe. As a kid, I was bored by all the exposition and stuff. But it's the movie where I feel like the characters all make the most progress throughout the course of the movie. Luke has a complete evolution, complete different guy by the end of that movie. Leia has taken the reins in a different way by the end of that movie. The beginning of Return of the Jedi, she has the gall to fucking go in there and save Han herself with the thermal detonator and shit. Han Solo himself gets taken in after all that. It's the movie where the bad guys win, the shocking things happen, there's twists and turns like Lando. It has the best environments, I would say, in terms of you go to Hoth, you go to Dagobah, you go to Cloud City. You've got so many iconic Star Wars venues and places and stuff. So it is my favorite. It's the darkest. But yeah, I think that's why it's also, we were talking about this on stream earlier. When Star Wars came out in 77, it was like lines out the block, every showing. People could not fathom that what they were seeing on the screen was real life. They were like, this is like the greatest special effects, the greatest everything I've ever seen. How did a human being make this? For them to follow it up with a movie as good, if not better, with Empire that shocks everyone with the fucking Luke Vader twist at the end. The bad guys win. Luke gets his hand cut off, leaves the heroes in such a bad spot. I think it was just like, holy fuck, they just keep getting better. Like, how is this happening?
No, it's a great one. I think I put that one at 3.
What would be
today,
what's your 1, 2, 3 then?
1 is Revenge of the Sith.
Okay, fair.
And then since I did say it, I got to stick with it. Attack of the Clones at 2.
Wow, and I respect you sticking to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love 6 too. I really do love 6 because you get Anakin back. He
do.
like fulfills.
You're an
he
Anakin
fulfills the
guy, and yeah, he
prophecy.
comes back around in
He
the end.
fulfills
Yeah.
the prophecy. Yeah.
Let's open the Nicky Smokes story. We skip past 4, 5, and 95% of 6. And when it's all said and done, they're like, he was fucking Anakin through and through.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I love him so much. He's like, yeah, he fucks up. He makes the wrong decisions. He murders children. But deep down, there was still some good in him.
And he feels the pull of the dark side constantly. I feel like you probably make dark side analogies in the club. You're like, don't pull me into the dark side. I need the fucking light.
Well, I call myself Darth Smokes. Like, once I start getting active, and it's so funny because like if I was with you and we were out drinking, having a good time, I think you'd appreciate it. But when I'm at the bar and I'm 6 beers deep and I'm like going like this, looking at my hands, I'm like, I could feel the power of the dark side running through me right now. My boys look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, bro, what are you talking about? I'm like, bro, you don't get it. I'm fucking Palpatine right now. Like, just let me cook.
And I love how you're like, yeah, you would get it. Like, if you took me out, I'd be like, you got to let him cook. He's fucking working in his dark Sidious magic over there. Fucking Nicky Smokes in the corner of a bar. Nobody's heard from him in a while. He goes, you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Nicky, you crack me up. Would I be a Sith? Never. I'm a light side guy through and through. Loved the light side, loved the Rebels. Was never one of those kids growing up that was like, I want to wear a Darth Vader shirt. I was like, I want a Han Solo shirt. I want an Anakin and Obi-Wan shirt together. Now, as an adult, of course, I've grown to appreciate the dark side of life and the dark side of the Force and the Sith and whatnot. But I'm Rebel Alliance through and through. This is my wallet. I've got the Rebel Alliance wallet where I'm just like,
you're legit.
Card-carrying member of the Rebel Alliance at all times, you know?
I love that. I love that.
And I've got the helmet.
Another thing. Oh, yeah, you're bought in. See, I don't really like those helmets, though.
What?
Nah, I don't like them.
Come on, I'm rocking it.
I mean, but don't you think they could have came out with something better?
But I see what it is it's fucking, it's the old clone outfits and all that stuff. It's the Rebels. They got to be scrappy. They got to be cheap. They got to be, you know, I love that about them, too. I love Andor showing us now that the Rebellion, they can't even get along with each other. The Empire's fucking, they've streamlined this shit. They're ready. They're a strong business. And the Rebels are still fighting with each other at this point. So I love the scrappiness of it.
Yeah, they're kind of like old America, like when we had to like beat the Brits and shit.
Boom! Totally.
Yeah, see, I'm drawing comparisons. I know my stuff.
History from Nicky Smokes. Nicky, oh yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I remembered why I like the second episode so much.
Oh, okay, let's hear it.
It's because that's like the last time in my eyes where everything was how I wanted it to be. In terms of, okay, Anakin's a good guy. He's fighting alongside Obi-Wan. He's got the hottest girl in the world. Like, now she's all his. And it was just like a perfect, like, time, I should say. It was
Remember
like
the good days. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, okay, like, I got my boy. I got fucking Padme. I got Obi-Wan. Like, everyone's on the same side. And then episode 3 comes in. Well, we all know what happens after that.
Spoilers. We're going to watch it later on. We're hoping that this time Anakin doesn't go down the dark path.
Isn't it crazy? Every time I do think, I'm like, oh, there has to be like another one that comes out. They should do a What If series. I feel like that would go insane.
Star Wars What If would be sick. Me and Clem have been asking for that for years.
I don't know how they haven't done that. And
what if Anakin never turned? That'd be badass. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think that'd be sick.
That would be awesome.
Or if he just never murdered the children. But yeah, we'll leave that part out.
Nicky, thank you for joining the stream, celebrating May 4th with us. I'm sorry your flight got canceled. That's devastating, but
it's all right. I got an extra day in South Florida. I'll be all right.
Oh, wait. Did you hear the stream when I was talking before? I don't know. I mentioned you on the stream before
I made
about the
my
top 5. Oh, you made it. You made it. I forgot about that
yeah.
already. All right, let's hear. I mentioned on the stream before, I said we're going to have Nicky on. Everyone knows he's a horn dog. So top 5 hottest characters in Star Wars, no humans.
Okay, so I got Darth Talon.
Okay, yep, who we're going to see in a new series about Maul coming up very soon.
I got Dooku's apprentice from the OG Clone Wars.
Asajj Ventress, yep.
Yep. Ashoka, obviously. Got to put her in there.
Yep. Hold on. Let me stop you there. Live action or cartoon?
cartoon by far.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Too young, too young. Live action.
We're talking Rebels. We're talking Clone.
No,
Oh,
Rebels.
yeah,
we'll say he was talking about Rebels. We'll say he was talking about Rebels. She's an adult.
All right. Don't set me up like that, Robbie. Shit. If she could carry a lightsaber, she could get hit. That's my rule.
Oh my God! Don't say that. There's Padawans. There's younglings. We might have to cut this list. Nick, I knew Nicky Smokes was gonna get the stream canceled. I knew Nicky Smokes was getting us canceled today. Do you want to go through your 1 and 2? Are they okay?
Yeah, I think they're fine.
Okay.
I'm like scared to speak now.
All right, no, you're fine. You're fine. It's cartoons we're talking about, you know.
I don't really remember the character, but because I was looking him up, the non-humans made it kind of hard for me. Ryo Cucci? Is that real?
That last name can't be real. You say Cucci?
It's RYOCHUCHI.
All right, Rilo. Hold on.
I think it's Ryo. Just RIYO.
Oh, she could get it.
Oh, Jake just said
She's
in the back
fit.
she could
I
get it.
saw her. I was like, she's fine as fuck.
Oh, yeah. The blue, yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Again, we're gonna check the ID before that one, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, Robbie. I was so confident that this was gonna go well for me. I was like, finally something.
It's going well. I'm
that's...
just fucking with you, Nicky. It's going great.
No, I know. But yeah, that's the Nicky Smokes experience.
Hold on, who's number one? Who's number 4?
Oh, I didn't do them. So,
they're not in order, but your final one.
I'll give you it in order. Number 1, Dooku's Apprentice, Darth Talon, Ashoka, and then that Ryo bitch is fire. And then I put Ala Secura.
Ayla Secura. Yeah. She's bounty hunter.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
in Phantom Menace. Yeah. That's actually a pretty good pick. She's got that one ponytail.
Yeah.
You kind of like the bald, pale characters in Star Wars. Anakin himself at the end, he's bald and pale.
Yeah, he's gross looking at the end.
Gross, yeah.
I do. You know the I don't know if it's like a species, but like the ones that have like the thick fucking kind of like a Ashoka.
Twi'leks, yeah, Twi'leks you're talking about, I think.
You're gonna get Nicky Smokes lip right here, but just the thought of like hitting that from the back and like holding on
my
to
God.
that.
All right, Nicky, thank you so much for joining the May 4th stream. We really appreciate it. As always, we will talk to you next time. Thanks, Nicky Smokes. There he was. All right, you could tell your kids, no more earmuffs. Uncle Nicky is off the program now, and they could watch again. Holy shit, that was the full Nicky Smokes experience like we wanted it. I love that guy. He comes on House of the Dragon and gets us canceled. He comes on the stream, he gets us canceled. He's just a horn dog. He's just a golden retriever that's real horny, you know?
When he said, I get like 6 beers in me, and I can feel the dark side coming.
He feels the dark side. He looks at his hands at the bar and he's like, I'm turning into Anakin. Don't put him near a preschool. He'll fucking start slicing and dicing.
So if you can hold a lightsaber, that's good enough for me.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
I don't know if we got picked up earlier. I'm pretty sure I said there's going to be a lot of Twi'leks on that list.
Oh, we knew the Twi'leks were coming. Because it's a cheat. I said no humans, and they're mostly human with the fucking different hair.
I didn't expect the ending there, though.
Nicky Smokes rocks. That guy rocks. Dudes rock. That was the Dudes Rock segment of the portion of the stream. All right, we do have people that have been waiting on hold for over an hour now, and I'll get to you guys. Let me know when we're ready to do calls again, or if it's up already.
I think we are.
All right, we're gonna go back to the calls that we had pre-Nicky Smokes with Kyle, who's been waiting for over an hour. Kyle, are you there?
I am, Robbie.
Kyle, first of all, thank you so much for waiting. I'm sorry for the delay. Hopefully you were enjoying the stream in the meantime. May the 4th be with you.
Oh, and with you, Robbie.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Are you calling in Last Jedi related?
Well, we called at the time that you were talking about The Last Jedi, but I feel like everybody's kind of brought up some of the good points. I mostly wanted to know, when you say that you think The Last Jedi is a good movie, where are we talking in your rankings?
All right, good question. Because we've been talking on My Mom's Basement now. What's good? What's great, right? And Last Jedi, I think, surpasses good for me. And I know a lot of people will find this polarizing, but if I was using my letterboxed 5-star ball scale, let's say, The Last Jedi would be somewhere between a 4 and a 4.5 for me. I would say like Empire Strikes Back is a 5 for me. A New Hope is a 5 for me. Return of the Jedi, 4.5, solid 4.5. And then Last Jedi, like a 4.25. Great, though. I would use the great word for it.
Okay. Okay, and where would you rank the prequels on that same scale?
Okay, so same scale. Revenge of the Sith, I'll give a 4-star to, easy. Phantom Menace, I would probably go... I'd probably go 3 stars Phantom Menace, 2.5 Attack of the Clones. And then, like, my lowest Star Wars ranking might still be, like, 2.5 Solo. And, I don't hate these movies by any means. Like, 2.5 out of 5 would be average. And that's how I like them in relation to all of them.
I'm seeing a comment in the chat that says, can you tier all 11 movies? And I would love that if you think we have the time for that.
We got the time for that. We could fucking tier all 11 movies. Should I pull up the tier maker to do that? Or should I just do it off the dome?
That's perfectly up to you.
We're going to pull up the tier maker. We're going to do it. We're going to make this a segment on the show.
Let's do it.
All right. Thank you for the call. Keep tuning in because I'm about to tier all the movies.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Let's do it. Great call from Kyle. Sorry, Nick, I'm having you in and out of here like a yo-yo.
It's all good. I can use the exercise.
All right, so I'm going to pull up a tier maker Star Wars movies. Should I do Star Wars movies and TV shows?
Yeah, do the whole thing.
Let's do it all. Fuck it, let's do it live. All Star Wars movies and series. All right, I got it pulled up on my computer.
We are seeing live.
Oh my God, there's way more than I thought there was. All right, so let's go easy, S tier, immediately. Empire Strikes Back, A New Hope right after it. Do we want to put Return of the Jedi in the S tier right away, or should it be a tier below these two? It's most people's least favorite of the original trilogy. Personally, it's an S tier for me. The original trilogy, and listen, I like Empire the most as a OCD guy. I'm going to put these in release order on the S tier just because the original trilogy looks good like that. So right under it, let's go one by one here. Phantom Menace is not an A tier. I don't know if it's even a B tier. I'm going to put it in a C tier for now, and it might go up to B. You might convince me it goes up to B, okay?
Go full screen on your Google Chrome. In the top left.
View.
In the top left of the Google Chrome.
Does that work?
Yeah. No, in the... Oh, I'm looking at... Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Attack of the Clones, I'm going to put in a D tier. I do think that's the worst. And again, these are all graded on a curve. I love all of these things. Revenge of the Sith. Easy B tier. Should I do A tier, B tier? You know what? I'm bumping everything up. I'm grading on a curve because that's who I am. I'm being true to myself. Oh, super chat.
Along with the movie you watch later, is there anything I should watch first?
Oh, shit. All right, so we've got a super chat from Benjamin. He says, no Star Wars experience, but I was hoping to watch along with the movie you watch later. Is there anything I should watch first? So you do... I was going to say you have the time for 2, but you only have the time for 1, really, before we get into Revenge of the Sith. I would probably watch Attack of the Clones, the one that I have tiered the lowest here and we're talking about right now. But that is the most lead-in to Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith is S tier, bro, come on. But see, I don't think it is for me, because I don't think Revenge of the Sith is up to speed with the original trilogy. And I know a lot of people do, but personally, the originals are just too near and dear to my heart. The Clone Wars movie... D tier. It's not very good. The Clone Wars series is amazing, and we'll get to that. But the movie is not very good. It focuses on the fucking Hutt baby. It's not good. Force Awakens, I would put in A tier with Revenge of the Sith, to be honest. I love The Force Awakens. I've seen it as much as I've seen any Star Wars movie. I could quote it front to back, tell that Takanja Club style shit. Rogue One is also going to go in A tier for me. I don't even think I have to sing Rogue One's praises. I think everyone loves Rogue One. It's one of the least polarizing Star Wars movies, I would say. The Last Jedi, I also believe, belongs in A tier. That will be the most controversial placement of my list, no doubt about it. Star Wars Rebels, I'm going to go B tier, because I think the Clone Wars is better than Rebels, and the Clone Wars belongs in A tier, which I won't even leave you guys hanging. We'll add the Clone Wars to the A tier right now. Solo, a Star Wars story, I'm going to place along with Attack of the Clones. I'm not the biggest fan of Solo, a Star Wars story. I like it. I don't love it. I would have loved to see the original version that Lord and Miller were making. They were the team behind like 21 Jump Street movies and Across the Spider-Verse, Into the Spider-Verse. I think they were making a much more comedic take on the movie. Ron Howard took it over, and again, I don't hate what they put out, but it's just the one that I have the most moments in it where I'm like, I wish they didn't do that. I wish they didn't do that. I wish they didn't do that. Star Wars Resistance, I'll put with the Clone Wars show. I watched a few episodes. It wasn't for me. I didn't really like the animation style, and it was very, very kid-centric. Rise of Skywalker, we're also going to put with Solo and Attack of the Clones. I know some people think it should be lower. Again, there's a lot of stuff in that movie that I'll defend and go back to. Visions, I never watched. Hand up, never watched Visions. I'm not an anime guy. So this is going to be not the F tier, but the NA tier. The Mandalorian. Tough show to judge right now. 3 seasons in. Season 1, amazing. Season 2, even better, phenomenal. Season 3, a little shaky. There were moments in that I didn't love. Still, I think from what we know of it, we're going to put The Mandalorian all the way up in the A tier. I think it's that good at its best. You take the Season 2 finale of The Mandalorian, A tier for me. The Book of Boba Fett, obviously, we're going to put lower. We're going to put The Book of Boba Fett in the B tier. I don't think it was as bad as... we're going to put it in the C tier. We're going to put it in the C tier because it had the Mando episodes that we loved. It had some Book of Boba Fett episodes that we didn't love. So I'm going to go there for it. Obi-Wan is going to go in the same realm. Again, similar things to Book of Boba Fett where there were great moments that I'll forever think back to. Book of Boba Fett, when he's riding the Rancor in the finale, it's fucking phenomenal. When he escapes from the Sarlacc pit, just as Patton Oswalt described in his Parks and Rec filibuster, phenomenal. When he takes the Slave One back and he starts destroying all those fucking gangs that gave him and the Tusken Raiders shit, awesome. So there's good stuff, but there's a lot of stuff you take away from. Obi-Wan, that fight with Vader at the end is awesome. Anything Vader in this show is awesome, honestly. Every second of Vader on screen I loved. The young Leia stuff, I didn't love. I didn't love that young Leia. Leia and Obi-Wan, they now know each other so well. So that's going to go in C tier. B tier's tiny. I have a weird B tier, to be honest. Tales of the Jedi, I liked a lot. I'll put that in B tier. Ahsoka, I would also probably put in B tier. I didn't think Ahsoka was as good as The Mandalorian, but I did think it was better than Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Bad Batch, I would probably also put in B tier. I didn't love every episode of The Bad Batch. There was a lot of filler in The Bad Batch, but overall, it's pretty good. They didn't really swing and miss it all on The Bad Batch. Tales of the Empire, I didn't like that much. I'm going to put Tales of the Empire down here, unfortunately. The only moment I really loved in that was the Grievous Predator thing. I thought it was a big step down from Tales of the Jedi, though. The Acolyte, I'm also going to put with... It pains me to say because I think The Acolyte got more shit than it deserves, but I'm going to put it in the D tier with the lower stuff because Episode 5 and the finale were the only 2 that I really loved. Skeleton Crew I thought was great. Maybe not to the heights of The Mandalorian again, but I'm going to put it in easy B tier for me. B tier's filling out now. Young Jedi Adventures I haven't watched. That's for real little kids, but I hear it's great. I hear little kids love it. I know they introduced that like blue teddy bear looking guy and people love him. Andor, easy A tier for me. Even though I think the second season is off to a slower start than the first, easy A. And then the final Tales of the Underworld I'm going to put in NA because I also haven't watched that dropped today. So here you go. Here's my Star Wars tier. I've got the original trilogy in a land of its own, the S tier. After that, Revenge of the Sith, The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, Rogue One, The Clone Wars, The Mandalorian, and Andor. I'm honestly really comfortable with that as my A tier. I know so many people are probably like, well, I fucking love Clone Wars and Andor, and I hate The Last Jedi, and fuck The Mandalorian for Lizzo and Jack Black, and this and that. That's my A tier, and I really love that shit so much. B tier, I feel good about as well. Phantom Menace, Rebels, Tales of the Jedi, Ahsoka, Bad Batch, Skeleton Crew. All good shit, in my opinion. All stuff that I love and go back to pretty often. Episode 2, Solo, Rise of Skywalker, Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is the tier where most people would go, that shit sucks. If you're Robbie Fox, you go, I like all this stuff, but I wish they did a lot of stuff differently. And then the final tier, again, it's not even stuff that I hate. My worst ranked stuff, I don't hate any of this stuff. It's all stuff that like I wish was better, but that's it. So shout out Kyle for saying, why don't you do a tiering segment? That was a fun little tiering segment there.
Can you take a screenshot?
I will take a screenshot, yeah. Screenshot.
And then just
I'm not even gonna include the NAs in the screenshot. Right? Because it's like people, I don't know if people will even understand. I haven't watched that.
Include the one right underneath your bottom tier just to show.
That's the bottom.
Yeah, like there's nothing on the bottom.
All right. Did that, and then I will airdrop it to you. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. And then before they close, do you want anything from Just Salad?
Is that the one over here?
Yeah.
Can I do a chicken Caesar salad?
Yep.
I'm going to be healthy on stream. How about that, guys? Little health. Little health. Great list, Bob. Can you tweet this out? I will tweet this out, Vince. Anything with Qui-Gon Jinn is a minimum. It's so tough for me because it's all of this stuff. If you were to say, how much do you love Star Wars? If you were ranking Star Wars against all other franchises, Star Wars is S tier, and everything else is pretty much below it. Star Wars and Batman. Those are my two that I could really say those are the two I love the most. It's when you get into the nitty gritty and you start having to choose this over this, that's when I'll show the rankings. But I don't want anyone to think if you love the Clone Wars movie, if you love The Acolyte, I don't want you to leave this thinking Robbie hated that. Trust me, I don't hate anything Star Wars. Except that one scene in Solo where he's like, oh, you're alone. Your name should be Solo. I do hate that. All right. Escape. How do I get out of this now? Oh, here we go. Exit full screen, and then I'm going to airdrop this to you, Jake.
Por favor.
Hopefully, okay, my screen's off, right? I don't want to airdrop it and Jake's number is revealed.
Yep.
Jake is getting calls all over the place. All right. Screenshot, airdrop. Please hold. Airdrop is a bad droid. It's not working. I'm not getting you on airdrop. Is your airdrop on?
Yeah, it should be.
From everyone or contacts?
Discoverable by everybody, yeah.
And I'll get back to calls after this as well. We've got 3 people on the line still.
Try now.
Oh, I see it now. Jake's iPhone.
Perfect.
All right. There we go. Quick Star Wars tiering. And now, let's get back into calls. Gonna take a quick sip. Oh my God, we have another person. Been on the line for over an hour. Vinny in New York. Vinny, you're on air. What's going on, man?
What's up, Robbie? How's it going?
It's going great. Thank you very much for waiting. I'm sorry that I took you so long to wait.
No, that's all right. I apologize. I'm a little sick right now, so I apologize if I'm a little sniffly or I got to take a break to sneeze. But I called during the Last Jedi thing. I wrote down a couple of takes while you and Nicky Smokes were talking, just a couple of things. But I want to talk about my Last Jedi thing because I'm a little curious what you think. Not particularly about the movie itself, but little story. I was 19 when The Last Jedi came out. I was talking to a girl from high school who I had a crush on, but I was too afraid to talk to.
Okay.
Matched on Tinder, the classic. Like, we matched on Tinder after. On the night I saw The Last Jedi, she hit me with the, like, never talk to me again text because, I messed some stuff up. Like, I told some people some stuff I shouldn't have told them, and it wasn't fun, but my thought process coming out of The Last Jedi was, well, this is fine because I just saw The Last Jedi, and that was awesome, and Star Wars is Star Wars, and it was awesome. And then, like, 6 months later, I was a Last Jedi hater because the internet, like, every take I saw, I was like, well, that's kind of right, or that's kind of like, oh, that makes sense. I guess this makes sense.
They turn you to the dark side.
They did turn me to the dark side, and I'm curious, and I've come back around though. Now all these years later, we're like, The Last Jedi feels like the only Star Wars movie in the sequel trilogy that isn't just like slop, amusement park, Disney nonsense. Feels like a real movie to me.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, how many people, like, do you think that really had a big impact on people? Like, the internet, like, after The Last Jedi, it was so toxic and so, like, the takes, I know that a lot of people talk about, like, the racism and the sexism, but just, like, that stuff was obviously bad. But just even, like, the Star Wars takes, like, I feel like a lot of people got influenced, and like I don't know if you like felt that or if you saw that as much as I did, but it really influenced me. And I'm curious if you think that really was a big thing.
You're 100% right, because it's so fascinating. I mentioned I saw The Last Jedi in theaters 7 times, and I swear to you, I'm not making this up, no bullshit. Probably 4 out of the 7 times, the theater was laughing along with every joke and had a huge applause when Luke is revealed floating at the end, and it's like, oh my God, he saved. The theaters were going wild, and it's part of the reason I kept going back was because I was reading the hate online and going, but this isn't lining up with what I'm seeing in theaters. I'm going to packed theaters, and people are going nuts for these moments. People are loving it. People are leaving, talking to their friends about it, and then as the time goes on, you do see it. I do think it's over-exaggerated in the sense that you go to a Star Wars celebration now, a lot of this stuff is praised, and they do panels about The Last Jedi. They sell out immediately. People give Kelly Marie Tran, a standing ovation when she takes the stage. But it for sure had like an impact. Like there's no doubt that I don't even know if the timing played a factor, but Solo coming out a few months after this split the fan base, and Solo didn't do as well at the box office. I don't know how much of a factor this played in it, but it does make me upset that like so many people were anti this movie that sort of made them anti Star Wars to a degree. And it made some people root against Disney Star Wars now, when it's like, all right, you could hate on that, but it's like Andor is also Disney Star Wars. Them bringing back Luke Skywalker and The Mandalorian is also Disney Star Wars. So it's, I think you got to take the good with the bad. But you're right in that the internet definitely influenced a lot of people when it came to The Last Jedi.
Yeah, and like I said, the dream scenario, girl you have a crush on from high school, matched with her on Tinder after high school, it works out. And I'm like, even that ended that night, and I was like, it doesn't even matter because The Last Jedi was awesome. And then I somehow still turned into a Last Jedi hater, so it really affected me. Real quick, I want to throw out just 3 things I wrote down while you were talking to Nicky Smokes, and we don't even have to talk about them. I just want to put them in your brain. 1, Nicky Smokes being openly horny for Asajj Ventress is crazy, but I respect it.
Yeah, agreed.
I also wrote down the best Star Wars movie, or the second best Star Wars movie. If you could take the Siege of Mandalore arc from the Clone Wars, it would be the second best Star Wars movie ever made, behind Rogue One. I will stand by that. Rogue One is the best Star Wars movie ever made.
And if people don't know what he's talking about there, the Siege of Mandalore arc from the Clone Wars takes place concurrently with Revenge of the Sith. It's very, very good.
Yeah, if it was a movie, like if it was released in theaters, those 4 episodes, I think it would be just like not live action, just literally those 4 episodes. It's the second best Star Wars movie ever. And the last thing I wrote, I think we're the same age. I think I'm 27, so the Clone Wars TV show had a big impact. The Clone Wars TV show had a big impact on my life, but I feel like it had a bigger impact than people give it credit for. For me, it saves Anakin's character. It saves the prequels for me almost, because the biggest problem I had with the prequels was Anakin and Darth. There's a big disconnect for me between Anakin and Darth Vader, like prequel Anakin and Darth Vader so like the Anakin we see in the Clone Wars, not just like the Mortis stuff, not like the dark side stuff, even like the cool, cocky Anakin that you see in the Clone Wars, there's some Darth Vader in there, and I feel like it saves the entire prequel trilogy from being just absolute garbage. That show should get way more credit than it gets. And I know people love it, it gets a lot of credit, but
I totally agree. And when the show started, I was young. Like you said, we're about the same age. But I was anti the Clone Wars when it started, because I was like, there's no way Anakin had an apprentice in between these movies, and she was never mentioned in Revenge of the Sith and all of this. So like going into it, even as a really young kid, I had this weird so I was looking at it like, that's not real Star Wars, because of course that stuff wasn't referenced in the movies. And then as the show progressed, I grew to love Ahsoka as a character and was just like, oh my God, this is the shit. Down to the point where they do the Siege of Mandalore stuff, and they're like, actually, Ahsoka was pretty much there for all the Revenge of the Sith stuff. Right as one scene ends in Siege of Mandalore, it's when the Revenge of the Sith live action stuff begins and stuff like that. So I got to give Dave Filoni, obviously George Lucas, credit for inventing Ahsoka and coming up with her with Dave Filoni, saying that, yes, Anakin would have an apprentice between these 2 movies, because they took a character that most people, I think, were in the same position. Snips and all this. It's corny. It's cheesy. And she became one of the best characters we've ever gotten in Star Wars.
Yeah, the show just doesn't get it gets a lot of credit, but I feel like it doesn't get enough credit.
No, I'm with you. Great call. I appreciate you waiting on the line again, Vinny. Thank you for being part of the stream and helping us celebrate.
No problem. Asajj Ventress with hair is actually kind of hot. Nicky Smokes is right. I just looked it up.
Yeah, she has some hair in the Tales from the Underworld that just came out. Nicky Smokes might need to do some research on that tonight.
Yeah, he's kind of right.
All right, Nicky Smokes justified. Thank you again, Vinny. Appreciate you joining. Up next, we've got, I believe, Andrew on the line. Andrew, are you there?
Bobby!
Hey, Andrew, I love that excited intro. What's going on? May the 4th, man.
May the 4th be with you. And also shout out Nick in the back, but also Nicky. He's funny, but an idiot.
What? Oh, Nicky. I thought you were talking about Nick Hamilton for a sec. I was like, he's not an idiot. He's the smartest guy we got.
Nick Hamilton is one of my favorite Barstool people.
As he should be. Nicky
Smokes
are
are
talking
him
about.
for real.
Thank you.
Nick says thank you, not Nicky, but Nick.
Asajj tries to kill Ahsoka a billion times.
Yeah. And Anakin. I mean, she comes after Anakin as well. Yeah, what were you calling about? Let's get to your call.
My thing is, your favorite lightsaber battle of all time.
Oh, great question. I can't believe it took us this long into the stream to get into it. Keep in mind what?
Keep the vibes up.
Keep the vibes up. I thought you said keep in mind. I thought you were adding a little stipulation onto it for me. My personal favorite lightsaber battle of all time is the chalk answer. It's Empire Strikes Back. It's Luke and Vader. But I always go back and forth. Kind of, you catch me on the day. So I think that one has the most emotion and genuine fear behind it. But I fucking love the moment in Return of the Jedi where Darth Vader mentions Leia, and it just makes Luke snap. Like, you don't mention my fucking sister. You come after me, it's one thing. You come after my sister, it's on sight. So that's like maybe my favorite moment in a lightsaber fight. And you catch me on the right day, I would say it is the Return of the Jedi Luke Vader fight. On the other
can I
day,
give you
it'd
a
be
different one?
Empire. Yes, please.
So Rebels, when Ahsoka sees Anakin in the void.
Yes. And this is where she chops his helmet off. They pretty much tried to like pay homage to it in Obi-Wan. When Obi-Wan slices the helmet, you could see the eye coming through. That's a great pick. Honestly, there's a couple. I know people love the quick samurai style final Darth Maul Obi-Wan fight from Rebels. It's like 2 seconds long, one move, but it's fucking layered when you look at the stance he took and he changes to the Qui-Gon stance and all that shit. There's a lot of great ones in the animated series that probably don't get the credit they deserve. I honestly, as a sequel trilogy fan, feel that the sequel trilogy fights don't get the credit that they deserve for blending the styles of the originals and the prequels very well. Has the emotion
Well, so
of the
that was my
originals?
second one. I got second question.
Which one, the throne room scene?
Favorite of Last Jedi, because there's two.
Yeah, there is two, and there's two fucking great ones, but it's probably the throne room scene for me. The moment where Kylo fucking just ignites that lightsaber into the one Praetorian guard's eyeball. Oh my god, that shit's badass. Even the way it starts. Awesome. I remember seeing it in theaters, and when he kills Snoke and they go back to back and there's that slow-mo shot, the theaters were erupting. People were gasping, people were cheering.
Was perfect.
It was awesome, yes. So I would go those. Obviously, Duel of Fates is up there for me as well. I know Jeff doesn't love Duel of Fates or the prequel era stuff because it's a little too acrobatic.
That's insane.
And I get it, but at the same, like, there's definitely, like, it feels like there's less emotion than the originals. But I love it, man. It's like wrestling. I compare it to wrestling a lot.
But the song is
the song's the
good
best. The song is the best, and I compare it to wrestling a lot where it's like, you could take a Will Ospreay Ricochet flippy match. They're doing flips out of the ring. They're putting each other through tables, and I love that. And then you could take a Bret the Hitman Hart Stone Cold Steve Austin match where they don't leave the ring once, and it's just fucking nitty-gritty back and forth, and I love that as well. It's different strokes for different folks. But my two favorite would definitely be the two Luke
Vader. I
Vader.
love your passion about everything, Robbie. You're so good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the call, Andrew.
All right. Hanging up.
All right. I also think we had a super chat to get to. I wanted to read that super chat from Schmitty. It was our guy Schmitty again. Did you pull it up, or can you pull it up?
I got it right here. It's the bottom one.
Bottom one. Schmitty said Robbie had to jump. Oh, he gave another $9.99. Schmitty, are you loaded? Do you have all the credits in the galaxy? I appreciate you, buddy. I really do. Robbie had to jump in and say, give Visions a chance. You might have tiered it low, but it's got some good stuff. Ninth Jedi especially. That one is getting its own series. Simu Liu, who is Shang-Chi, voices a guy. I will give it a shot. Honestly, it was one of those things where it came out, and I was thinking, like, I'll get to that. I'm not a big anime guy, but, like, I've got my random thing. I watched The Animatrix, and that features some fucking anime, and I could fuck with that. And the fact that it's lightsabers and whatnot, I was like, I'll get to that, and then I just never wound up getting to it. Did you watch it, Jake?
Mm-hmm.
Jake is an anime guy. What did you think?
It's really good, and the animation styles are very unique, and the story's like pretty cool. It's like,
and every episode's its own thing, right? It's not like
thing.
Yeah.
The first one's really cool.
The first one is.
First one's like
Is the first one? Wait, I watched like maybe 10 minutes of one with like a brother and sister Jedi. Is one of them that?
No.
Or like a.
The first one, he like enters a village and they're getting like taken over.
Okay, maybe I didn't watch that.
It looks like
It's good.
pencil drawing for a lot of it, and then the only time you see color is like the lightsaber, right?
Yeah.
There is an umbrella lightsaber, which is crazy at one point.
Yeah, he like has it hidden.
Oh
Sick.
shit.
Yeah, it's sick.
What do we got in the chat here? Those 2 episodes in Rebel are top tier. Darth Maul or Count Dooku versus Obi-Wan might
Mostly
be my
Sports
favorite.
put out their trailer for the Cinco de Mayo murder mystery.
Oh shit! Should we
You
watch
wanna
the trailer?
that? You
Let's
can
watch
pull
the
it up on
trailer.
your laptop.
Yeah.
They tweeted it out.
Let's watch the trailer together for the Mostly Sports Murder Mystery going live tomorrow at 11. As soon as this stream wraps up, we're keeping the Star Wars content going. Who would have thought years ago that Barstool Sports was going to have over 25 hours of Barstool content? He said we had to keep it to, he was trying to keep it to 2 hours. So actually there's at least 26 hours of nonstop Star Wars content coming to you from Barstool. All right, let me pull it up. Mostly Sports Twitter, you said? Tweeted it?
Yep.
Oh, I got it here. All right.
Ready?
Oh, it's Inception.
Nope, I'm on the wrong thing. That's why.
There it is.
I'll do it.
All right. For audio-wise, let's just watch it through, and then we'll talk about it afterwards.
Jedi Knight, Callous Crew goes to Mark Titus.
He's a pilot.
And this guy's a Jedi Knight.
I'm Darth.
Callous Crew is the killer. You know what needs to be done.
Bob! SOS Frio!
Donde quieras ponerlo?
Aye, aye! What if he had showed up on mushrooms? Ah!
Connor's camera's like, it's the worst what she sees ever. Keep sucking.
Mark's dead, for God's sakes. He's standing right beside us.
Wow, it looks good. It looks good. I'm excited for that. The first murder mystery was great. I don't know if everyone watched that, but definitely worth going back and watching. I made a small cameo in it. I was on Takadana. It was like a choose your own adventure. The hosts were I think they were trying to find the killer by going planet to planet. It was a fun time. Shout out Connor for putting all that stuff together. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we got one person on hold. We'll do one last call. One person left. Been on hold for a few minutes. We've got, I believe his name is John. John, you're on air. What's going on?
Big fan, Robbie. I am here in the home of Trent Ryan, Des Moines, Iowa.
What?
A little bit from
You're in Trent's house?
No, just Iowa.
Gotcha. I thought like the call was coming
But-
from inside the house, one of those things. But I appreciate you saying big
No,
fan.
that
Thank
would
you, John.
that would be cool.
That would be crazy, yeah.
Getting back to Last Jedi, I think in a vacuum, Last Jedi may be the best Star Wars movie ever.
Oh,
But
I love
at the
it. I
same
love this
time-
call to end it. Okay, well, wait at the same time.
At
Hold
the
on.
same time, I think Ryan Johnson set up a trilogy to fail.
Ooh, okay.
He closes off too many doors. There's no way to continue it further.
No way you
And
thought
then
there
so
was
many
no way?
things that happen in Last Jedi they can't continue off of into the third movie, and then the third movie is just like, well, what? It just didn't make sense.
Damn. You know what is interesting? I feel like Rian Johnson set up a pretty interesting movie just in that having Kylo kill Snoke makes him the big bad. And it's kind of the first time in Star Wars we had this like, oh shit, maybe it's not Master and Apprentice. Maybe he's just the bad guy at the end. I was also hoping what they did with him in Last Jedi meant he couldn't be redeemed. I know Star Wars is about redeeming people, finding the light and everyone finding the hope and everything. I thought it would have been cool if they took what Rian gave them in The Last Jedi and they said, we're going all the way. We're making him the most unredeemable, worst guy, and he's going to be the top of the fucking food chain. Instead, we brought in Palpatine, which I also, like... I say it was the wrong move. I was one of the crazy people at Star Wars Celebration when he showed up on stage and he just laughed. I was crying tears out of my every orifice of my body. I couldn't believe that he was being brought back. But I see what you're saying in that he made it a little... He took things that JJ suggested in The Force Awakens. He said, nah, we're going to go in a different direction. I don't know if it was impossible to follow that, but it was definitely... I mean, The Rise of Skywalker was going to be a crazy hard plane to land no matter what after the choices he made in The Last Jedi. And I guess, to your point, that makes sense.
I do agree with you saying if they would have just made Kylo the big baddie, I didn't like them bringing Palpatine back. Yeah. And it felt like it was
in Fortnite they brought him back, too. That was crazy.
That doesn't fit.
Yeah,
right.
They didn't give us any explanation beyond somehow Palpatine has returned, and then you play Fortnite, and they try to explain the Sith Order and whatnot, or whatever that was. And I even liked some of that stuff. I like seeing Exegol, I like the Red Stormtroopers. Yeah. They could have gone way more into the Snoke stuff with him.
Yeah, by itself, The Last Jedi is one of the best Star Wars movies ever. And then because of how Rise of Skywalker took it, whether it's J.J. Abrams' fault or Rian Johnson's fault, it has then now turned it into just a very bad trilogy from start to finish, with two very, very good movies and one bad movie at the end.
It's interesting, that like when you look at the movies individually, I know Jeff D. Lowe has said this before, it's the opposite of the prequels, and Ken Jack has said it before, where you have the prequels. The three individual movies you could say are not great, but as a whole, it's like we know the whole story they told there, and okay, you did it. And it's the complete opposite with the sequels, where you have three movies where, like, individually, I know Rise of Skywalker you kind of take out of it, but individually, it's like, oh, good movie, but they don't click together like a puzzle like they should.
Yeah, it just feels like it feels like they're completely different worlds. At the end of The Last Jedi, you got the little kids like sucking up the broom with the Force. And then there's no building off of that. It's like, oh, it's going to be this big thing. Everybody's going to rise together. And then you kind of get it at the end of Rise of Skywalker with all the ships showing up, but it just didn't really.
And I like that moment. I do like when they say, sir, it's not a navy. It's just people. And I like that line. I'm like, oh, shit, it is just people. It's the fucking galaxy rising up against the Empire and saying, we're not taking this shit anymore. So that fires me up. And then they show fucking that Babu Frick survived. He's in Zori Bliss's ship. And he goes, hey, how about this? Fun fact about that moment in The Rise of Skywalker, that was a note from Steven Spielberg. They showed Steven Spielberg the first cut of that movie. And at the end, he goes, what happened to that Babu guy? Did he live or did he die? And they were like, I don't know, we'll add another shot of him to show that he lived. He was like, I think that would be smart. So shout out Spielberg for keeping my guy Babu Frick alive.
Love that. Well, Robbie, you enjoy your next 15 hours. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you calling in and being part of the stream. I love that. I was just going on an absolute Babu Frick fucking glaze session. He's like, all right, love that. Yeah, I'm out on that.
I'm like, I have tears in my eyes at the idea of somebody calling in because they kidnapped Trent and want to and I'd be like, put Trent on the phone. Why'd you give him our number?
I did think,
rich people.
Maybe it's just the stream fog getting to my brain. When he said, I'm in the home of Trent, I was like, holy shit, this guy's in Trent's living room. Is he Trent's friend calling in? And Trent's going to be in the back being like, hey, Bob, what's going on?
Nick looks at me and goes, do you think he has him at gunpoint? You know, it's his fucking call to the killer.
Oh, shit, that's funny. All right, can we throw to another video and take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be back on the other end.
Yeah, which one do you want to go to? We haven't played any in-office ones yet.
Oh, let's play an in-office one. One of the videos we've been filming.
We'll do the first exposure to Star Wars.
Cool. What was your first exposure to Star Wars? Star Wars has been a part of my life for as long as I could remember. I don't even remember necessarily what my first exposure was. As long as I could go back, I had Star Wars toys, lightsabers, action figures all over my house because of my older brother, who's 12 years older than me.
The first memory probably is Darth Vader chopping off Luke's hand.
Kind of vaguely remember seeing Empire Strikes Back in the theaters. Vaguely remember. But I particularly remember seeing Return of the Jedi. Of course, I missed the first 2 weeks. It was in the theater because I had the chicken pox when it came out.
Is this the thing? Do they have Ewoks? Oh, yeah. I watched the Adventures of the Ewoks. Was that a
cartoon?
Its own like spin-off version of it?
Yeah.
No, it was not a cartoon.
No. You're talking about the Caravan of Courage. They made 2 made-for-TV movies.
Yeah, I watched that. I've never seen Star Wars other than that. That is Star Wars to me.
You just pulled up the deepest cut anyone in the office has ever pulled up.
I don't know how I ever saw that. Yeah, my parents probably just were like, watch this someday when I was like 6.
So my first question was, what was your first exposure to Star Wars? Was it that?
Yeah, Ewoks. The Adventures of the Ewoks, I think was the name of it. Evidently it was a spin-off, but yeah, that was my first and only exposure to the Star Wars universe.
My gosh, my first exposure. I was actually a Star Trek guy growing up, and I hated Star Wars. I remember when it re-released in the 90s, and people had all the commercials of like the Millennium Falcon, all these big moments, and I was like, what's the big deal with this? Where's like Captain Kirk? And then I would say the prequels probably converted me, and Jedi Power Battles was one of my favorite games growing up.
First time I ever saw anything Star Wars, my dad took me to the 10 p.m. showing opening day of Phantom Menace. And that was the most fun I've ever had. I think I was like 7 years old. And then after that, we went back and rewatched all the originals, which was really fun.
I was a kid when Phantom Menace came out, so same situation. My dad showed me all the original movies before we went to see Phantom Menace. I think I remember liking them. I definitely liked the lightsaber that he bought me even more, though. I just ran around the house and just hit people with it.
The first Star Wars memory I have is I went to go see Return of the Jedi in theaters. I was about 4 years old. I remember my dad being so excited. And then when we got, my dad was like, it was okay, but I didn't like those fucking Ewoks.
And as a 4-year-old, what did you think of the Ewoks?
They were awesome. I liked them a lot.
What's your favorite thing about Star Wars?
Its ability to be kind of silly. Like we've talked about this a lot whenever they make Star Wars remakes. Like there's no other fan base in all of IPs or franchises or whatever where we prefer things to kind of look shitty and silly. We like puppets. We like prosthetics. We like dumpy looking things. Like we all love that. Like it's like this weird goofball culture that we've built, and I really love that about Star Wars.
The Force? No, I love that it's truly it's its own universe. You can go through all these planets. Recently, they've gone to like only Tatooine and only like the same places you know, but I love the expansiveness of it. And probably my favorite things are like the stupid cantina stuff, or like the one alien you see for just a second. And then you'll have fans that come up with lore where like they become like a fan favorite in a way. But and then the lightsabers. I went and saw Revenge of the Sith the other day again, and I was staring at the screen like, what's the next great weapon to be invented? And can it even come close to the lightsaber? Probably not. I don't think so.
I love lightsabers. I think they're the coolest thing. We need to replicate them. We need to use them in war. That video of like those guys doing the battle outside the movie theater the other day was awesome. I love everything about lightsabers except when they kill Liam Neeson.
Favorite thing about Star Wars is definitely lightsabers. They're just cool. Anytime someone busts it out and you hear the and then the sounds, the clashing of them, it's awesome. Stabbing someone right through the chest as their skin and insides burn, it's awesome.
The transitions.
I would say my favorite thing about Star Wars is the original trilogy and the amount of like hope that there is. I know A New Hope, it's literally like the hope. You give it to Leia in Rogue One, she says hope. Hope is a huge factor in Star Wars, a huge theme in Star Wars, and I love that. I mean, I'm a comic book movie fan, I'm a superhero movie fan. I like movies where the good guys take down the bad guys.
I like the storytelling, especially the original trilogy. They try to like add things on to some of the original episodes in the special editions. Some have worked and some I don't think work.
I would say that when Star Wars is at its best, there is no other franchise or movie that can capture the magic of movies quite like it can. It's so transportive and imaginative, and appeals to all generations for that reason.
Favorite Star Wars character?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably super cliche, but I love Darth.
I thought you were going to go Rey there, actually.
I love Rey. But no, Darth. Like, if you go through... if you go through and look at my merch collection, it's almost exclusively Darth. There's something about he's just the best villain in any movie ever.
It's Emperor Palpatine.
Really?
I want to know more about him.
Would you be open to them doing a show? They teased maybe doing a show about his backstory.
I think they should. You know, it's no longer canon. My favorite Star Wars book is Darth Plagueis. That really goes into the background of Plagueis and Palpatine. That basically, that Sheev Palpatine came from a very wealthy family on Naboo. While the Jedi didn't realize it, this guy from the banking clan, Hugo Damask, noticed that he had these force abilities. And Hugo Damask is Darth Plagueis.
I'm going to give it to my guy, Bib Fortuna. That guy had a lot of pressure on him. He had to deal with a lot of shit. He got his moment, and then that dude took so much power and ate everything in Jabba's palace. It was kind of a bummer to see him blown to smithereens in Book of Boba Fett. That's probably one of the only highlights of that series. But I'm going to give it to Bib, and I'll give an honorable mention to Salacious Crumb because it's iconic. You know?
I would put Jyn Erso up there for one of my favorites, but I would also put Mando and have to put Padme up there too. Love Padme, my girl.
Oh, the rolling droids, the way they roll around and then the force field comes out and they just machine gun you with lasers.
I like Darth Vader a lot. Like that's like a nostalgia.
Good answer.
That's a nostalgia thing, though.
Yeah,
it's like you grow up with like Darth Vader is like the ultimate bad. If this was a draft, like a movie bad guy draft, he goes 1-1. He blew up entire planets. Like, not a good guy.
Bad guy.
Bad guy.
Favorite overall, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Seeing him like throughout the prequels and then like who he becomes obviously in the original trilogy is great. And then even going into the Clone Wars, just him with Anakin is always such funny scenes and like just the way that they communicate with each other. It's very brotherly and I always just love that.
And we're back. Welcome back. Another costume change. This is my favorite piece of Barstool merch maybe I ever put out that really didn't sell at all. I have one of the more impressive stories ever. I put out a shirt the day that J.J. Abrams was announced as director of The Rise of Skywalker. And it wasn't even that movie at that point. It was just episode 9. I was so excited because I'm such a J.J. Abrams fan. I convinced the Barstool sales team to put out a shirt that looked like the Return of the Jedi logo, but it said Return of the JJ. And it was my favorite thing of all time because sales came back to me a week later and they go, yeah, we pulled that. I was like, oh, why? And they were like, we sold one. One. And I thought that was impressive. It's more impressive to sell one than it is 0.
I've sold a few zeros.
Yeah. You could sell zeros. Like I've put out shirts where definitely zeros where I'm like, that was just, I shouldn't have put that up. But to sell one, for there to be one person in the world, and they never hit me up. They were never like, hey, great shirt. I was the one that bought it. Just says Return of the JJ. But this piece of merch that I put out was designed by Nathan Hurst, who designs a lot of the My Mom's Basement and Pup Punk stuff. Check this out. Here is a little crossover Pup Punk plug. This is Frankie's Drumhead from the Pup Punk Off the Leash tour in 2024. If you were there, you know they were parties. They were great times. Nathan Hurst designed this as well. But he designed the crew neck I'm wearing, which I'm going to show is Stoolie, which he designed as the My Mom's Basement mascot. It's just our stool logo, but kind of a cartoon, kind of a stoner cartoon, as Chewbacca. So look at this.
Oh, that is sick.
It's sick. Nobody bought it. I also put out like a regular one where it was a crew neck, the regular Stoolie logo, and the sweatpants. It's maybe like my favorite thing I own. Again, I don't think that many people bought it. My sister bought it. Shout out to my sister. She bought her own, and she wears it. All right, so for the rest of the first portion of this stream, we're going to go back to Lego Star Wars, finish out Empire, and then hopefully get into Return of the Jedi a little bit. Again, we're breaking to go to part 2 of the stream at about 11. A few minutes before 11, We're going to go down. You could go back. You could go watch the new video we're putting out that you saw a couple questions from during the break. And there we go. We got a great super chat as well while I was gone. The super chat was from Samuel George, $4.99. Thank you. I really appreciate the donation. He said, every PG-13 movie gets one F word, which is true. If you got one fuck to put anywhere in the Star Wars universe, where are you putting it? Now, there are so many that came to mind right away. And the pick that I'm going to go with, I think, is kind of a chalky pick because it's one of the more famous quotes from Star Wars. But I think it would be so funny if Anakin were standing next to Padme on Naboo and he just went, I fucking hate sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. If he had the one F-bomb in the Star Wars universe in that moment, do you guys have any that you thought of off the top of your head? Star Wars quotes that you could drop an F-bomb into?
If Luke replied to "No, I am your father" with "fuck,"
that'd be good instead of no.
awesome.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be really good.
I mean, when Luke comes back to see and Uncle Owen and
again, he's just fuck.
Just vaporized.
I actually want now the fuck Luke cut, where like he's just constantly bad things happen. I mean, like the Last Jedi, he has a vision of his nephew killing all his fucking people, and he's just like fuck.
But this is what we need to use AI for. Somebody go fucking make all that.
Yes.
He finds out that Leia's his sister.
Who else do we got? We got some in the chat. When Anakin finds out Padme's pregnant. Now we're just putting fucking like everyone's just having bad luck Brian moments in the Star Wars saga. Watching the prequels now. What about when he says hello there? Say, hey fuckers. I mean, sure. That would be funny. Chewie dropping F-bombs all day. I mean, you could say that R2-D2 was such a loose cannon and cursed so many times that they had to bleep out all of his dialogue in the whole saga. When Luke finds out Leia is his sister, I mean, good. I love that the original concept was put it into a droid that already exists, or a line that already exists, and everyone is just like, we're just gonna make bad moments for these characters funnier. My brother in the chat, Nicky Fox, Pup Punk crew member and specialty drummer, percussionist, Return of the Jedi. This is a good one. I present to you a gift. These two fucking droids.
Oh, that's great.
When they give the kids up at the end of Revenge of the Sith, the fuck is this? Everyone's just making new lines now.
I have a bad fucking feeling about this.
Yeah, I have a bad fucking feeling about this at any point. It'd be more badass if I guess when Han Solo flips the coin to the bartender, he goes, keep the fucking change. That would be badass.
I love you, I fucking know.
If out of nowhere, Chewbacca just said fuck.
Yeah,
like never
once.
spoke. Like, never spoke.
It's a trap. It's a fucking trap.
It's a fucking trap would be good. I love the idea of Chewbacca also just dropping it very quietly as he's working on the Falcon. He's just, fuck. And if someone's like, did Chewie just say fuck? He just hits a roar. R2 definitely curses a lot. They can fucking fly now from The Rise of Skywalker. People hate that line from The Rise of Skywalker. I think Clemmer's brought that up where he's like, I can't believe they say that when you see a stormtrooper with a jetpack. Someone goes, they fly now? It's very similar to the line in Brave New World when Harrison Ford hulks out at the end and someone goes, they come in red now? I honestly, I don't have that big of an issue with either line. I'm like, oh, whatever. It's stupid dialogue, but whatever.
I think they come in red now. It's a little different because it's like they only know of one Hulk.
Yeah.
Stormtroopers.
Yeah, there's a lot of different stormtroopers. Ewok subtitles with the F word. Samuel L. Jackson, may the force be with you, motherfucker. Basically just make them Jules in Star Wars.
Somehow Palpatine fucking returned.
Oh, that would be good. Somehow Palpatine fucking returned.
That would sell it way better.
Oh, man.
That line, I'm with everyone else. That line stinks. That one's no good. I also, there's one line in The Rise of Skywalker that really makes me laugh every time I watch it. because it feels so much like, sometimes when you'll reply to someone on Twitter that has 0 followers, it's clearly a burner account just made to piss you off, and you're like, what am I doing even addressing this? There's a moment in The Rise of Skywalker where someone goes, why don't we just do the Holdo maneuver? And then someone in the back goes, that can only be done once from a certain perspective. It's like, they try to address, like, no, that was special. It's like, you didn't even have to address that. I know someone said, why couldn't you just fly an X-Wing through the Death Star? It's like, I don't know, it'd probably blow up. X-Wings were made with junk that the Rebels put together for ships. But that, every time I watch Rise of Skywalker and someone in the back is like, that can only be done once in The Last Jedi! It makes me laugh.
That's one of my favorite lines is when they're talking about the Death Star in the Blue Harvest, and he's like, Darth Vader, your lack of real estate knowledge is awful. Yeah. He's like, it's got a great view. Wouldn't feel like I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask what that 1% is.
Yeah, and that's Alec was saying, Seth making Stewie Darth Vader. He was just like, I'm giving myself all the best lines, which is so funny. I mean, he does half the characters. He has Peter, Stewie, and Brian, I guess, so he's got all the best lines anyway. But Family Guy is such a great show that I hope people aren't sleeping on nowadays, because I'm telling you, you pull up the latest season of Family Guy on Hulu, it is funny as fuck still. It's not a show like The Simpsons, where you watch The Simpsons, it's hit or miss now. Like, I don't think it's as bad as some people say. I've seen recent Simpsons episodes where I was like, that wasn't bad, it was fine. Family Guy, I think, is super funny still.
There was a full, season of The Simpsons that, my little brother was getting into it, and I realized it wasn't even... They were just doing parodies every single episode of different movies. At one point, they do Boyhood, and, Homer dies. What? It's a fucking crazy thing. And my little brother was like, I love that episode. I'm like, fucking what? But yeah, that's fallen off the rest.
That's a good one. Motherfucker, you may sit on this council, but you are no master.
That is good.
That's a good one, Josh.
When are they going to bring Samuel L. Jackson back? That's a big Star Wars question I have, where I'm like, one of my biggest issues with The Rise of Skywalker is their lack of commitment to the rest of the saga. It feels like a conclusion to that trilogy more than it feels like a conclusion to the Skywalker saga. I would have loved, and there's a fan edit on YouTube that did this so well you wouldn't believe it. I wanted to see Force Ghosts help Rey at the end there. You hear them all, and that's nice, and I think that's a cool moment. Why couldn't we see Hayden Christensen as a Force Ghost? Why couldn't we see Samuel L. Jackson and Qui-Gon Jinn and bring back Ewan McGregor and do all of this, because they're clearly around to do it. A couple years later, they were doing Disney Plus TV shows. You think they wouldn't do Rise of Skywalker? So that's one of my biggest issues with that movie is, really, pay homage to Star Wars here. Be proud.
Question. I saw a tweet about this, and I could be wrong. I saw a tweet that said that George Lucas wanted Tupac to play Mace Windu.
I think that might be true. I think Tupac was in talks and I believe Michael Jackson might have wanted a role in the prequels and had to be told no.
George Lucas talked about on a radio show that he originally considered Tupac to play Mace Windu.
I mean, that's badass. You don't get more badass than Samuel L. Jackson in my book. Imagine Tupac as Mace Windu. Fucking purple bandana around his head. By the way, the purple lightsaber story is one of the best, and it's captured in the Phantom Menace documentary that I was talking about. Was I talking about it on this stream? The stream is already blended into the podcast I've done with Clem. The Beginning is the name of the documentary, where it's clearly made from the perspective, or edited from the perspective of someone that knows people wanted to see the train wreck that was that production. And it captures Samuel L. Jackson going up to George Lucas and going, how about a purple lightsaber? And George, in this nerdy-ass voice, is like, well, no. You see, they come in blue and green for good guys and red for bad guys. So that's it. Samuel L. Jackson just goes, I like purple. And he's like, I'll think about it. And I don't think he had it. Obviously, he doesn't have a purple lightsaber in the Phantom Menace. So it actually might not be in that documentary. It might be in the Attack of the Clones one. Because I think his toys from the Phantom Menace came with a blue lightsaber. But he doesn't get to do that much in that movie. He just gets to sit on the Jedi Council.
Yeah, it's a blue lightsaber
Right.
from episode 1.
I want to see. I have one on my desk that they remade for the Black Series. A Mace Windu figure still in the package. Can you see if it has a blue or if they gave him a purple in the remake? It's the nerdiest thing that I ever want to know the answer to.
He said the reason, he asked for that wasn't it because in the Battle of Geonosis,
Oh, I think you're right. He wanted to, be seen.
He's like, I don't know how to pick myself out of this crowd.
Which is also,
Give me a purple lightsaber.
just, good filmmaking on Samuel L. Jackson's part of, hey, we have 1,000 fucking nameless Jedi swinging green and blue lightsabers in this whole fight. Let's make the one people care about recognizable.
There's been memes about it where it's like Samuel L. Jackson wanting to see himself in the Battle of Geonosis launched so much lightsaber lore.
Oh my God,
that,
yeah.
fills Wikipedia.
I mean, that
so
was
awesome.
Every kid that had lightsabers. Does it have purple? It does have purple. Purple. Not canon. Well, it is canon, but not canon to the original. But I loved these. I didn't even buy this. Every now and then we get a package from Hasbro. They actually haven't sent one in years. Maybe they don't like what we've said about their recent projects. What Clem has said about their recent projects, I should say. But they sent me that one years ago, and they sent me it with an awesome Qui-Gon that I gave away. We did some kind of, I think it was a Black Friday thing we did, and I put together a cool care package, and I wanted to make it good, so I was like, I'm going to put some shit in here that I feel bad about giving up. And Qui-Gon was part of it. But I kept the mace, and I have a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Boba Fett on my desk as well, and I have Greedo out of the package, a Shore Trooper, which I haven't mentioned Shore Troopers on this stream yet. Tell you what, the most underrated Stormtrooper variant, the tan ones from Rogue One, that they're halfway in the fucking water. They have loaders, almost like pants on. Awesome. That's maybe when I join the 501st Legion, maybe I'll be a fucking Shore Trooper. I have a random Greedo, a Shore Trooper out of the package, and then in the package I have the mace, the San Diego Comic-Con, I think it's 2015 or 16 exclusive. There's Yoda, there he is. That old creep, just all the old characters I'm going to call creeps today. And just a regular Mando Black Series I have.
I bet that guy calling it from Greece.
Greece! I saw it on the thing, and I swear to God, there's a My Mom's Basement listener named Frank, who I thought it was initially. And that's why I said, is this the Frank I know? And when I heard his voice right away, I was like, I think this is an accent. I looked, I saw it was from Greece. I was like, there's no way it's from Greece. I had to ask him at the end. We've got viewers in Greece in the middle of the night, too. He said it was 2:30 in the morning.
Someone wrote in the chat, too, and said they were from Ireland and they couldn't call in.
Oh, shit. Shout out my people in Ireland. You know I love the Irish, the tricolor. I got to make it out to Ireland. I've actually never been there. I went to Scotland this past year. I loved Scotland. I thought it was badass. It was awesome.
Ireland is unbelievable.
Yeah. I've heard nothing but great things. I got to get out there.
What do they shoot in Ireland?
Oh, The Last Jedi. Octo was Ireland. Mount Skellig, and what else was it? Where did you go?
It's in the Ring of Kerry.
The Ring of Kerry. And I was talking to Jake about it. Jake, when did you go? Recently?
It was my honeymoon. It was last summer.
Last summer, and you said, oh my God, it was crazy how hilly it was, kind of dangerous if you lose your footing or whatever. Mark Hamill almost lost, I don't want to say lost his life on that set. People talk about Mark Hamill slipping on Mount Skellig like we almost lost Mark Hamill. It was apparently bad. And they had to get special permission, of course, to shoot where they were, because I don't think people are generally allowed over there, where they shot it.
Yeah, so it was in Kerry, and then I believe there's a town it's called Dingle, actually.
Dingle, what a great town name! I love that.
From Dingle.
But they have you go in and they have a lot of Irish themed Star Wars caricatures. There's a Darth Vader in the town with
really?
squares that we drove through it. Yeah.
Dingle's, my brother went there. I think they have some mythical creatures their town mascot.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
When I went to Scotland, I was talking a lot about the Loch Ness, because we went to, I'm not saying it right. I told in Scotland, you got to say Loch. So we went to Loch Lomond, which I thought was awesome. We went there, me and Lady Fox, to take engagement pictures with this photographer. If you're ever in Scotland, free ad for this guy, because I really liked him. Andrew Jackson, the president. like the guy in the 20. He did our engagement photos in Scotland. And I was sneaky so stoked. And it's like Lady Fox like, oh, you're really excited to go to this Loch Lomond, huh? Why was I excited? Because that's where Oasis did their warm-up gig for Nebworth in 96. Right where we took our photos. I was geeking out. It was badass. How about Kyle Newman? Said he went to Oasis's first show in America at the Wetlands in, that had to be Long Island. Wetlands is like Jones Beach, I think he's talking. But obviously not like Jones Beach Amphitheater. He said it was 200 cap. I think that show went like mostly, like he said, it was 200 people, mostly under talked about. If I got my Oasis history correct from the Supersonic documentary, their first big show in America was at the Whiskey A Go-Go in L.A., and they said, it's our first big show in America. Let's do drugs on stage, particularly cocaine. And they put some lines on their amps before the show. They had their roadies put some lines on their amps, thinking, we'll come over to our amp between songs, take a couple bumps. What they didn't realize was the cocaine on their amps was actually crystal meth. And they started snorting crystal meth on stage. They started playing the wrong songs, like one guy would look at the set list, think it said one thing. The other guy would think it said the other. They would start separate songs on the same count-in. It was dreadful, and then the show ended when Liam threw a tambourine at Noel. Out of time, he adds. And Noel walked off stage. And a lot of people say it was one of the first big things or indicators that maybe this band isn't going to make it in America. Maybe they can't handle America. Maybe the media doesn't like them. And of course they made it in America. They're fucking massive, one of the biggest bands of all time. But they were never nearly as big as they were worldwide in America.
October 29th, 1994. Wetlands Preserve was it's off Houston, or it's on Hudson Street. It's in Tribeca.
Oh, in the city.
Yeah.
Shit. I've heard Wetlands before, so that's probably like an iconic venue in terms of bands and their come-ups. And while we're talking Oasis, just a quick Oasis Star Wars relation. Liam Gallagher calls himself a lot in his bio on Twitter. He calls himself like a biblical celestial god, shit like that. Tell you what else he calls himself? A Jedi. On not his most recent album, but the one before that, he has a song called Why Me, Why Not? And there's a lyric where he goes, I'm tight-lipped, I'm Jedi. Noel was also spotted at multiple Star Wars premieres. I think he took his daughter to the premiere of Force Awakens. There's pictures of him with like a Darth Vader cosplayer in the 90s. I'm bringing it all back to Star Wars, folks. You hear some Oasis talk, you think, what the hell's going on here? I came here for Star Wars. I'm bringing it back around. And funny Oasis tidbit, just because I mentioned them kind of blowing it in America. A lot of their big American opportunities were blown. One of the biggest was the VMAs in, I believe, 1996, where they were going to play Champagne Supernova on a stacked bill, like one of the best VMAs bills of all time at Radio City Music Hall. Right before the show, another thing to note, my dad was working this event as a stagehand. Right before the show, they're about to go on stage, play Champagne Supernova live. My dad, as a stagehand, spots a tall figure in a parka leaning up against the men's bathroom door, pissing into a janitor's bucket. And my dad, kind of a New York, Irish, hard-O type guy, yells down the hallway, hey, what the fuck do you think you're doing? There's a bathroom right there, you asshole. Something to the effect of that. And Liam Gallagher, calm as ever, turns around and goes, having a piss. Not the response my dad wanted to hear. Pissed him off. I don't think he wanted my brother to listen to Oasis. Oasis wound up having a horrible performance that night. Not horrible. Horrible by their standards, I guess. If you listen to it, you'd be like, all right, he's drunk. I think he says, like, Champagne Supernova up your bum or some shit like that. He messes the lyrics up for sure. But we'll get back to Star Wars.
Speaking of Star Wars and music, did you know Green Day bassist
Mike Dirnt
has stated that he bases most of his religious beliefs in Star Wars?
Ha! I did not know that, and I love Mike Dirnt. He's one of my favorite musicians of all time, so that's crazy that I didn't know that.
I'm on StarWarsFans.fandom. I just looked up musical Star Wars references. So I'm just kind of going through some like rappers and stuff.
Yellow Card I mentioned has a couple that I really like. Liam Gallagher, I think he's actually got a second. I think he has a line like, these aren't the droids you're looking for on his last album. think of other Star Wars. I mean, fucking Blink-182 has a Star Wars song, which is amazing. On Dude Ranch, all about singing a Princess Leia and shit.
Outcast has a lyric: Han Solo till I'm hit by the bullet, so may the Force be with you, and I'll hit you when better time permits.
Bars.
Bars.
Absolute bars. I showed Nick before we went live. I don't think we could show it on stream. We definitely can't show it on stream because it's fucking Mr. Brightside. But someone rewrote Mr. Brightside. My fiance sent it to me this morning. It is laugh out loud funny. One of the lyrics is like, da 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 da, made a protocol droid, made him kinda gay, da 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 da. That was very funny when Alec Sulkin was talking about the origins of Stewie, and he's like, yeah, now it's just way funnier to write him as like a sassy gay man.
Yeah.
How do I fucking figure this out, chat? On this plant, oh, I slipped. It feels like even me, the way I'm getting on these plants, feels like I'm not supposed to be doing it this way. It feels wrong.
I feel like you're kind of breaking the game.
Yeah, like I could get up there, but I don't think that's how the Lego designers intended for me to get up there.
Does R2 fly yet?
He flies, but not high. He could.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go. See, I could get up here, but R2 can't. Do I get up there? Oh, maybe I get up there and R2 could follow me somehow.
Can you lift R2?
No, it just pushes him so far. But do I go like this and then can I? No, see, every time I use the Force, nothing happens. Someone in the chat, Quackatex, says, know nothing on Skeleton Crew Season 2 yet, which is tough. Tough, because I really like Skeleton Crew Season 1. I gotta say, that was such a great, joyous watch every week. It felt like what they intended it to feel like, which is like a Spielberg, Amblin, E.T. style, Goonies, Star Wars. It was fucking great. I don't think there was an episode of that show that I didn't like. Logic has a song called Young Jedi. We were on the original Ocean's Calling bill. Is this the thing? Yeah. He was supposed to be on that bill, I think. Logic. Either the first or the second.
Is that the one that got canceled?
Yeah.
That's the second one that's on there.
The one that got canceled, I think Logic was supposed to be on.
That's cool.
Or was he on the one we were on with Jack Johnson, night one? Just bragging about playing a festival on stream. Not a big deal. We're rock stars.
I try to drop it as much as I can.
It was awesome.
It's the most unbelievable
It was
thing
so
that's
cool.
ever
Fucking, we played a festival, went and watched John Mayer that night. It was unreal. Oh, there we go. I got a mini kit. Maybe
And
that's
Noah
what
Kahan.
Oh, that's probably what I had to do. I didn't see Noah Kahan because they fucking placed him at the same time as Jimmy,
yeah.
which was tough. Jimmy Eat World. And now seeing what Noah Kahan is now, I'm I definitely wish I saw him. Not over, I'm not I regret seeing Jimmy Eat World, but it would have been nice to check off the list.
Was it Noah or John Mayer that Roan tried to go backstage for, and they were
Oh, it was
might have been John Mayer.
John Mayer, the John Mayer story that day was Roan obviously knows John Mayer a little bit. I shouldn't say obviously. I'm sure there's Star Wars fans watching this that don't know who Roan or John Mayer is. But Roan, the singer of Pup Punk, our band, and also one of the more talented people friggin' ever on Earth, knows John Mayer because they roll in the same circles. Roan's that kind of guy. And John Mayer was headlining the festival that we were opening. On the day that we were playing, he was headlining, and it was so cool. It was just not even John Mayer and his band, just him and his guitar, commanding a beach full of people. It was crazy. And he texted John that day. Look at me, I'm using John like I know him too. Texted John that day, and he was like, hey man, we're playing the same festival. Let me know if, we could say hey or whatever. And the whole day, Roman was beating himself up because he hadn't heard back, and he was like, he didn't text me back. I shouldn't have texted him. I was out of line to do that. I was over feeling it or whatever. Rowan's phone dies. We have a great time at Mayer. We get back to our trailer, which was one of the cooler parts of that too. We had a trailer, said Pup Punk. We could come back to it, charge our phone and shit like that. He plugs his phone in, and he's got a message from John Mayer from hours ago where he was like, hey man, would love to see you. planning a great set for tonight. Like he told them a little bit about like what he was planning for some of the songs or something like that. And he totally had responded, and Ron was beating himself up about like, damn, Mayor definitely ghosted me, definitely whatever. And no, he responded.
I didn't know about that. That's
Very
wild.
funny. Yeah. It was there was a set, might have been like Incubus. There was someone that I remember Ron was like practically like on stage for, and he was like, we could definitely come here. We have artist passes. And we were like, Ron, I don't think so, Ron. He was like, definitely, get over here. And we were like, all right, let's listen to him. He must be right. As soon as we got over there, security was like, get the fuck out of here. We were like, all right, we're sorry.
Sir, we were the opener 6 hours ago. Please let us
The
in.
only thing bittersweet about that day is that Frankie didn't get to do it with us.
I know.
Frankie was on his honeymoon, and it was great having my childhood friend and the drummer of my childhood middle school pop punk band, Dom, filled in, who I mentioned on the stream before. He was also like my Star Wars friend. It was surreal and great to have him there, but I always feel bad talking about that being like one of the greatest days of our life when Frankie's in the room, because it's like, oh, it was all right, Frankie. Like, you didn't miss out on much. I need a Let's Play for this fucking thing. I could probably find it myself, but I'm stuck. Empire Strikes.
Can you cut all this down?
I don't think I can, is the issue. Oh,
no.
What was that? What did I just do there?
Definitely broke it.
That was fucked. I grappled along something. Also, someone in the chat, I saw them bring up Ryan Dawson from All Time Low. They were saying you're talking about like All Time Low fans and whatever. And Ryan Dawson from All Time Low, the drummer, is an All Time Low hater. This is kind of he's not really a hater. I wouldn't call him a hater. He's never seen the Star Wars movies, and he's not really interested. He just knows it's not really for him. But because there's so many of us that are such big Star Wars fans that he's friends with, he'll give us shit about it. And they had like a big party for Rise of Skywalker. Not a party, they rented out a theater because the singer of All Time Low, Alex, the guitar player, Jack, big Star Wars guys, Vinny, who was going to be joining the stream at some point in a bit. He was the scout trooper I mentioned earlier, works in the 501st Legion, and was at Yankee Stadium for May the 4th earlier today. He'll come on to recap that whole experience. That's going to be sweet. So they all went out and saw Rise of Skywalker, and he was like, all right, I'll watch a Star Wars. And he said halfway through the crawl, he was like, I probably shouldn't start with episode 9, though. And he just walked out. So he was like finally committed, sitting down in a movie theater. Halfway through the crawl, he was like, fuck this. Him and my friend Steve, who works with All Time Low as well. So funny. It makes me laugh every time. Let me see if I have any messages from... All right, we're all good there. All right, Empire Strikes Back, Lego.
Thoughts on Star Wars theory?
I'm not a Star Wars theory guy. Star Wars theory is a YouTuber, and we disagree about almost everything you could disagree about when it comes to Star Wars. There was a heavy scene in Andor Episode 3 where they talk about the R word, the one that rhymes with grape without the G. I'm trying to be family friendly as I can on this chat. And he had this crazy take where he was like, Vader would never tolerate such a thing. And I'm not trying to say like Vader was, we're not trying to get into the weeds of this. But to say there's anything in the world that Darth Vader would not tolerate is outrageous. He murdered children. He massacred hundreds of thousands of millions when he destroys planets. There's nothing in the world that Darth Vader is not tolerating. Oh my God, when I go to the Let's Play, or whatever this is, a walkthrough, it's one of the most like replayed moments, the moment I'm up to in the stream here. Because everyone's fucking stuck. Alright, how do I... He's with Yoda on Dagobah. We did this shit. Oh, Dark Side Cave stuff coming up. Alright, spoilers. I didn't get to that part yet. I think I was about here. Was I about here? Yeah. Alright, I'm up to the point where I'm at now. Oh, I lost Yoda. Where the fuck did Yoda go? That's why I haven't been able to do this. Yoda's the only one that has the fucking Force at this point. Luke is only in training. Where did Yoda go? Is he in fucking Eddie's basement right now? Watching Law and Order or some shit? Where did he go? Was he not able to... What? Where is Yoda? Why couldn't he jump across? Now R2's underwater. Where the fuck did Yoda go? He's supposed to be with us. Imagine if this is how Empire went. If Luke is saying R2-D2, he's like, I think we killed him. Where the fuck did he go? I can't even get out of here now. I gotta change to Luke up here. Can I do that? Did I break the game? Now I'm going in and out of pillars. We lost Luke and broke the game. Hashtag, where's Luke? Someone said he's in Trent's house. Jolin said he's in Trent's house. Good callback. Good shit, Jolin. That's good shit. Wait, what did Eddie think of Empire? We had him on earlier. He liked it. I could tell by his voice. He wasn't like blown away by it. He wasn't like, I can't believe it. But I think he got a genuine appreciation for it, where he was like, I could see why everyone's, talking about this one as the best one. And he said he liked seeing like pop culture things, like obviously the I Am Your Father scene, or even Yoda himself, who we're currently missing in his own fucking swamp.
Is that his house? Like, can you jump in there?
Oh, he's up there. What the fuck is he doing up there? Get the fuck down here, Yoda. What the fuck?
He's got his lightsaber out?
Yeah, chill out, dude. Get over here. Old maniac. Fucking was about to put out an Amber Alert on him. What's the old people one? Amber Alert's for kids, right?
Life Alert?
Life Alert. I was about to put out Life Alert on Yoda. How about Return of the Jedi 2? We haven't talked about Yoda's death. Rest in peace to my dog, Yoda. Funniest death in movie history, maybe. Luke nags him to the point he decides to die. He says, you know what? Enough of this. No. We're done with this fucking shit.
It is funny because if you do think about like the prospect of like you lose a war and basically society just goes away. Everyone you know is dead.
Yeah.
And you go to a remote world.
A swamp.
And you're just like, let me live out my years. And some fucking twerp crashes his plane.
Yeah.
And is like, teach me everything you know.
And it's like, the guy that caused all of the pain in your life? I'm his son.
Yeah, he told him not to leave during Empire because he was like, I got like 3 weeks left of me, brother. Like,
yeah,
you're
going to want all the training you can get while I'm still around.
I'll teach you right now because I'm fading to dust soon.
I'm not very privy to like the Star Wars world. So chat and Robbie, what was people's reactions to like a young spry Yoda in the prequels? Because I thought that was like probably one of the better parts of the prequel. As a fan.
Very polarizing, as all things in Star Wars are, very polarizing. I think people our age love it. And I talked to Cody Rhodes about this, actually. Cody Rhodes has brought this up with me so many times. He says, bro, you don't understand what it was like on opening night, Attack of the Clones, when Yoda walks in at the end and ignites the lightsaber for the first time. You're like, holy fuck, Yoda's about to fight. And then he's like a pinball bouncing around Count Dooku. A lot of people don't like that Yoda has a lightsaber in the first place. They don't like that he fights. Because in Empire, he presents himself as more of like a Jedi, only use the Force for knowledge or defense. And they think he should be the old wise wizard who never needed like a, archaic weapon or whatever, uncivilized weapon, as Obi-Wan says about blasters. Then there's the kids our age that are just like, it's the coolest shit in the world. Yoda has a fucking mini lightsaber with the tiny hilt, and he's fucking flipping around. I mean, you could see, like, I feel like Baby Yoda is such a good, like, people want to see him become something. They want to see him, whether it's the Mandalorian, whether it's a lightsaber, like.
I'll say, on the flip side, maybe Yoda was so anti-lightsaber and everything because he saw what happened when it's given to someone who is a bad person.
Yeah. See, I go like this, and then it's like.
No. Oh yeah. And then, can you go back to them, let that raise up with R2 on it?
But he won't stay on it, which is
fucked. Fucking Yoda went up.
All right, let me
pull this up for you. I'm going to watch how they do it. I'm right up to the part. R2 goes on. Oh, R2 goes on first. That's kind of what we were fucking doing, though. You got to get both down on the same level.
That has to be photoshopped.
I'll say this.
If not,
I like prequel Yoda more than most, I think. And I really loved the fact that they brought back Puppet Yoda for The Last Jedi. I thought that fit the Last Jedi and the sequel trilogy practical kind of what they were going for tone. At the same time, I would be very welcome and open to them bringing back CGI Yoda at some point.
I might make you do this Star Wars character tier list, and it's 150 plus people at 3 a.m. It's 150 plus people.
I mean, I'm sure there's people maybe I haven't even heard of. Did you watch the animated Clone Wars series? Yes. I didn't watch it when it was on the air, actually. I had to catch up before Season 7 dropped. Because, again, I was kind of, like, going at it from, like, a weird perspective of, like, this isn't real because it didn't happen in the movies. Not realizing I was depriving myself of, like, some of the best Star Wars content we've ever gotten. All right, now I go like this. We go here. This should just raise on its own.
That was Cartoon Network, right?
It was Cartoon Network, yeah. And that was also, I got to be honest, part of the reason I didn't watch it. I was anti-Cartoon Network.
Really?
Not completely, but I was pretty loyal to Nick.
Oh, dude.
I loved me some Nickelodeon.
Toonami
was good, though. Codename Kids Next Door would get me. Fucking Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends would get me.
See, that's what got. I'm telling you, those Toonami, watching Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, like, that's what just, like, made me a kid.
Yeah. I missed out on a lot of that. My friend Dom, who I would watch Star Wars with, he was the one that was, like, pushing me on Clone Wars. I remember him telling me when Cad Bane joined the show, oh, look at this, the tractor moment, classic in Lego Star Wars, you got the fucking tractor. I remember him telling me, like, dude, Cad Bane is unreal. Like, this character is so badass. And that was one of the first things where I was like, ooh, that is kind of badass. Like, I'm going to give that a shot. Again, I cannot drive vehicles in this game for shit. Holy shit, that's tough. Because it's like, as the camera moves, you have to change what you're doing based on that.
What's left on the agenda tonight?
What's left on the agenda tonight? Great question from Big Bergs. All right, so we're going to end the first portion of this stream. We're going to play Lego Star Wars till about 11, okay? And then we're going to update, and we're going to come back on the Revenge of the Fifth portion of the stream. I know it's not yet midnight, but we're going to be celebrating the Revenge of the Fifth with Revenge of the Sith. So when you come back, we're going to watch Revenge of the Sith together, and we'll talk about it. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a time code at the bottom of the screen, so you could go to exactly where we are in the movie and follow along, watch with us. That'll take us to, I don't know, about 1:30 in the morning, something like that. Then, I have a prop I could show, actually, for this next thing. Where's that box?
It's right there.
Oh, it's right here, right in front of me. I have a 1,000-piece Baby Yoda Lego set. It is 1,048 pieces, actually. And I'll be building this on stream. I haven't built a Lego set in so many years, but Legos were such a big part of my childhood. And we'll be doing a Q&A with the chat. We could also take calls during this portion of the stream. So if you'd like to call in late night talk show vibes, we'll do that. After I complete the Lego set, then we're going to bring it back to nostalgia, and we're going to hit that nostalgia hard. Battlefront 2, OG, instant action. We're doing it all. Galactic Conquest, all of that shit. It's going to be fun. Jedi versus, or heroes versus villains, they call it. Because not just Jedi and Sith. You've got other characters in there. You've got Boba Fett. You've got Jango Fett. You've got a ton. They even added fucking Kit Fisto and stuff to the new one. After that, we'll be doing a Star Wars-themed painting that the chat gets to decide on. So, boom. There you go. And then, how about this? We're making Star Wars breakfast in the morning. That'll bring us to the morning. And we got a Darth Vader waffle maker and a cookbook. I don't know how much we'll be able to actually make from this. It's not the best cookbook in the world. I can't give this a New York Times recommendation. It's called BB-8, Star Wars Awaken the Force of Breakfast and Brunch. So we're going to try to, I'll be honest, boys. You guys are going to have to coach me through making stuff.
Yeah, I'm a chef, so I got you.
Oh, okay. Jake says he's a chef. I am the opposite of a chef. The complete polar opposite of a chef. I'm actually terrified that one of these days, Rowan's going to be like, you want to do one of those steak videos? I'm going to be like, no. And here's my painting kit. It's like a very simple, I think it's 2 easels. If there's 2, maybe I'll do 2 Star Wars paintings. 2 smaller, and I'll send them out to people in the chat. Someone could frame this one day. Maybe you could get it graded by fucking CGC. Do they do paintings too? Maybe you could get it graded by the Louvre. Yeah, it's it's mini easels. So many. So many. You can't believe how many these easels are. Tiny. Tiny paintings. All right, 2 paintings going out to people in the chat. So there you go. Some more stuff on the docket. Obviously, we could have people rejoin us when they wake up in the morning. I'm not sure how many people from Barstool are going to be up in the middle of the night. If there are any up in the middle of the night, I'd be very willing to them joining the stream as well.
We'll also keep the phone lines open.
Yes.
Throughout the night. So
the Lego build is a perfect time for phone calls.
Yeah.
We'll take more calls during that for sure. We can talk more Star Wars, not just Last Jedi, not just polarizing things. Call in and just fucking glaze something. Call in and be like, bro, how fucking great is it in A New Hope when they're in the trash compactor, they're screaming a 3PO, they get saved at the last second. It's great. I'll be there with you. I'll be like, it's fucking great, dude. Go off, King.
Did you see Samuel L. Jackson's Instagram story?
No, what'd he say?
It's his lightsaber from episode 2. And he has BMF carved into the side of it.
Oh, so awesome. Yeah, he's got the bad motherfucker.
And then it's a video of him lighting up the lightsaber.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now on Nick's computer. It's so badass. Dude, he is begging. Yeah, I can pull it up on mine. He is begging to be brought back. Why are you not bringing him back? And I'm not even saying resurrect him and undo Revenge of the Sith. Make him dead. Make him a Force ghost. Have him fucking talk to Rey in the new movie or something. Like, that would be badass. People would love that.
I've been wanting to see that for years because I've heard that he carved that into it. Like, that's awesome that he finally showed it.
And every May the 4th, he is posting up a fucking storm, dude. I'm telling you, he loves his history as Mace Windu. He loves being a part of the Star Wars universe. All right, I got it on my computer now. So here's his story in general from today. He reposted some clips. Him and Hayden at the El Capitan Theater. I actually saw a cool story about this. This was a fan screening of Revenge of the Sith, and they told people, oh, bring your lightsabers, it's going to be fun. They went up to one guy in line, and they were like, hey, one of our lightsabers is broken. Can we use your lightsaber for the event? He was like, sure. Hayden Christensen walked out on stage holding his lightsaber, and he was like, oh my God, that's my lightsaber. That's my lightsaber. He did the fucking twirl. People went nuts. Then you've got him in his Mace Windu shirt, which is awesome. The Windu City. That's what his shirt says. That's amazing. The Windu City. And then here it is, the BMF. Oh, it really does look like maybe he carved it in there.
Yeah.
Wow, that is BMF shit.
If you could get...
And then him igniting it. That's so funny.
If you could get a prequel of any character, even like if the actors, moved on or something like that, what would you want?
This is going to be an out there take. It's not one of the first ones that comes to mind for most people. I would like to see what I praised in Tales of the Dark Side, what they did with Grievous, expanded as a movie. I would like to see a movie where Grievous is fucking Predator in the middle of a forest, and you make him like bad. You don't even have to make him like a bad guy. You can make him like Predator, where it's like if he's getting hunted, he's fucking hunting. There are like concept art and on like DeviantArt pages and shit of what Grievous looked like before he had to get the metal body. Dude, look it up. It's the most badass look in all of Star Wars. It's like so... And people are saying Fortnite's going to add it. Which, if that's true, Fortnite are way bigger ball knowers than I even realized. Ooh. You see, like, the hood, and it's more of like a scavenger type look.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly the picture that I love, and I'm always looking at, and I'm like, make a movie about that version of General Grievous. Where it's like, maybe this guy has more than just the fucking aura. Maybe he's got a story behind that.
Should we reach out to Frank and see if he's around to hop on his own?
Oh, yeah. Reach out to Frank. Let's get the tank on here. He might be tired after the fucking 5K, though. I wouldn't blame him. He did it with someone, Jason Kelsey, and someone else? Wasn't it someone's 5K?
Was it the Two Bears 5K? Or?
Oh, was it?
That'd
be kind of cool if it was.
I saw he was with them. I know they did one this week. Theirs is usually like part virtual.
Yeah. Get up here. Oh,
General
maybe I need
Grievous is such a badass. That's like enough to make me want to watch Clone Wars. I was gonna start Clone Wars ahead of kind of like I think like a year and a half ago. That's when Nick, you were watching it.
Yeah.
And I had just gotten back into One Piece, and I was like 250 episodes in. So I was like, I got about 800 episodes to watch, so I can't really get into Clone Wars. But maybe I'll hop back in.
And Clone Wars, it's so interesting. There's a line in Revenge of the Sith, which we'll be watching in a bit, where when Anakin and Grievous see each other for the first time, that they exchange something where Grievous says, I thought someone with your, or Anakin says, I thought someone with your resume would be taller, or something like that. He says, I thought you would be taller. And they each make a comment on each other's appearance almost as if that's the first time they're meeting. So for the entirety of the Clone Wars series, they had to be kept apart, despite them both being like main characters. It's interesting. There's actually one of the first Grievous episodes is like him and hunting a bunch of fucking Padawans, and it's scary. It's like really, really good. There's like a Kit Fisto looking Padawan. I like that guy. I don't know how to get around here either.
While I got 300 people watching this, and this could be something we figure out overnight, I mentioned this in the video. So growing up, my mom and dad called me Padawan. Still to this day, they call me Padawan. And I want to get a tattoo that encapsulates that somehow. And the only thing, Shaq, that I could think about is like getting a rat tail. And I don't want to get I have some really bad tattoos and some really redneck tattoos. So I don't really want to get a rat tail. I'm also bald. So if we could come up with some sort of Padawan tattoo, I've been thinking about this for years, and same with my dad.
The first thing that comes to mind for me of like, and it's not, but the only issue is it's not necessarily like Padawan, but it's Anakin as a Padawan, is like his pod racer helmet I always thought was badass. Or like even like fucking, I always thought the switches on the pod racer were so badass. It's like the red, blue, it's like the primary color buttons and switches and stuff. But that's less Padawan, that's more pod racer.
I always thought about like a braid. And then you know how they have like the kind of like the not like a knit, but like something to hold the braid together, and doing like their birthstone colors.
Oh, I like that. That's a good idea.
I don't want to get a rat tail tattoo.
No, I'm with you on the skipping the rat tail.
Yeah. So Chad, if you can think, $5 from Basement
Memes. $5 Basement Memes. Shout out chat and everyone watching the stream. Don't forget to like the YouTube. Bob, if they redid Solo a Star Wars story, what actor would you like for a young Han? Honestly, I don't think the actor was the issue. I like that actor. And I think he's fucking great in Oppenheimer. He's such a good role in that movie with him and Strauss going back and forth. Him fucking hitting Strauss with a dagger at the end of that movie. Maybe he was thinking about something more important. Oh, it's so good. I've rewatched Oppenheimer 7 or 8 times. So like, as far as what actor would I get to recast him, I think I would go with the same Alden Ehrenreich, I think his name was. Like, I don't think the casting was the issue. Was it was someone that wasn't Harrison Ford, you know, like anyone would have had the same vibe for me. But like, I don't know. People at the time I remember asking for Chris Pratt. Kind of glad they didn't go in that direction. I really like Chris Pratt, but too much.
He's also Star-Lord.
Yeah, so he basically is Han Solo in the fucking MCU. People wanted him as young Indy, and I actually didn't hate that either when we were talking about could they keep the Indiana Jones franchise going on with a young actor and keep it like James Bond. He'd be decent as Indy, but nobody's Indy, obviously. Shout out to Indiana Jones. Doesn't have a day like May the 4th, but other than Star Wars, that is what you think of when you think of George Lucas and Lucasfilm. I'm a massive Indiana Jones fan. I'm actually going to get an Indy tattoo.
Really?
I'm actually getting a tattoo on Tuesday. Tuesday night, I'm getting some fill-in stuff. Like I have this gap, and I'm finally going to fill it in, which is, I know, it's the worst. It's like the pit, the ditch. So this stream will be the last time that my bare arm is shown like that.
Are you getting on the elbow?
Yeah. I'm nervous about it. Oh, another super chat. Caleb H. Much love for the entertainment throughout the day, Robbie. Favorite ship in Star Wars? Oh my God, 1999, Caleb H. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very nice. Very kind. Favorite ship in Star Wars? It is the Falcon. I mentioned before I'm a huge X-Wing person. Like, I love X-Wings in general. Always wanted an X-Wing toy. Got an X-Wing toy. We got an X-Wing toy for my nephew Luke, which was great. He's got great pictures holding it and stuff. Does Yoda go in here? No. Yoda goes somewhere though. Yoda's good. We're gonna put Yoda in a hole somewhere. I love when we're talking like evil ships, dark side ships. I love a TIE Interceptor with the fucking sharp TIE fighter wings. Those are badass. I like the Ghosts because I like Rebels. It's a fine ship. I love the Razor Crest, again, probably because I like the Mandalorian so much. The Naboo starfighters are... It's X-Wings and Naboo starfighters for me, probably, if we're taking the Falcon out of the equation. And here's a fun fact. The Falcon makes, maybe not the Falcon, but a model of the Millennium Falcon, makes a quick cameo in Revenge of the Sith. I'll point it out when we watch it later tonight. There's a couple little cameos I'm excited to point out. Oh, Darkside Cave shit. Nice. George Lucas makes a cameo in Revenge of the Sith. George Lucas's whole family does, really. His son, his daughter, I think maybe 2 of his kids, maybe 3, because they put out a toy set after Revenge of the Sith that was just the Lucas family. It was all of their like background characters from the movie. Definitely one of those things they were just selling for collectors, because no kid was like, but I want the George Lucas opera fan figure. Slave 1 goes so hard. Slave 1 does go hard, but I'll be honest, as a kid, it was hard for me to wrap my brain around the physics, and as an adult, it hasn't gotten easier.
Even when they showed it in the show, it was like, what?
It's like, all right, it's like on a gyroscope or something, and it's badass though. I'm not gonna take that away from you. Definitely badass. Slave 2 for sure. Is that a Fanboys reference? The van from Fanboys that they call the Slave 2? They have the license plate that says it.
It's kind of like the Slave 1 is kind of like the Guardians of the Galaxy ship. The new one.
It is kind of like that.
The Q ship.
Yeah.
Or no, that's the Q ship's what they hop on board and crash into Titan. I like I think Baseman Meme said get the Padawan training ball. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
That's good. The training ball, even the fucking the X-Wing helmet with the shield blaster over it, like the visor cover over it. I always thought that was cool too. How do I get up there? I mean, this is such an embarrassing showing. This Dagobah level is Jedi training for me.
Ooh, this is actually a pretty good question. It's not being posed, but the best pleasing sound in Star Wars.
Oh my God, we've talked about this before. I don't know if it was Lights, Camera, Barstool or where we talked about this, but it's actually insane trying to come up with an answer to. We might have talked about it in my mom's basement. The seismic charge, Caleb H. just mentioned in the chat. So good. Like that we didn't even mention that with Nicky Smokes. See, that should have been his first point of why that movie rocks. He should have been like fucking Obi-Wan and Jango Fett and the seismic charge and all the Camino shit. That's the best part of Attack of the Clones by far, is all the Obi-Wan Jango Fett stuff. The seismic charge, the sound of a lightsaber igniting, the sound of a lightsaber just lit, the sound that the Death Star makes when they're powering down everything when it's about to explode, when they go, that one. I love that one. The fucking sound of a normal blaster in Star Wars is so iconic at this point. I feel like people don't even like attribute it to Star Wars. It's like, oh, that's just what a blaster sounds like. God, there's so many. Sebulba's pod, that's a great pick as well. Fucking pod racing sounds are great. TIE Fighter Screech. How about a TIE Fighter Screech? That was pretty good.
I feel like everyone loved the pod racing part of episode 1, and that's the only thing they haven't like
ever gone back to.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a good point.
We go to Tatooine every other fucking week, I feel like.
And I mean, they tried to change it up with Last Jedi. They were like, all right, they're watching horse races, and they do the horse race thing.
Yeah.
They should have done pod race there. I'll say that. I do kind of like that horse race scene, though. I like when they escape, they go up the fucking cliff, and they're being chased down. People hate the Canto Bite stuff. I don't hate it. I gotta be honest, I don't hate it. And Mark Hamill voices an alien in that scene, which I think is funny. Mark Hamill plays double role in Last Jedi. He's the alien that goes up to BB-8. I think he tries to put a drink on his head, and he burps in his face. Sand People Scream. Great one. You ever read the Thrawn series of books? No, so I haven't. And I know that's kind of it's a demerit on me as a Star Wars fan, because people love the Thrawn shit. I'm just not that big a reader, and I know that's something I got to change. I got to be an adult about. But I've been trying this year to do more audiobooks, and I have done some Star Wars audiobooks. Lost Stars by Claudia Gray is a great one.
Have you done the cinematic audiobooks where it's pretty much listening to a movie?
No, but I'm in.
Fun fact: Frank the Tank on all of his walks, he listens to Star Wars audible books.
I know. He said that. He listens to. He said he listened to Thrawn. He listened to the Leia book, which was also actually written by Claudia Gray, who did that Lost Stars book I mentioned. Lost Stars is kind of like feels like a Romeo and Juliet type deal, with like trainees in the pilot program of each the Empire and the Rebellion. Get R2 up here. That was an excellent TIE Fighter impression. Thank you. Obi-Wan screamed to the Sand People. Yeah, that was always fucked up to me. I was like, what do you mean he makes that noise? There's no fucking way old Ben Kenobi can make that noise. But again, it's one of those things in Star Wars that happens once and they never really address again. Much like the super speed shown in the beginning of The Phantom Menace, or the Force shield that they have at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith that we'll get into as well. There's a lot of shit where it's like, man, if that was around all the time, things would change. And they're like, well, that's not around all the time. Like, all right. Again, Harrison Ford, it ain't that kind of movie, kid. Favorite lightsaber hilt? Great question. It's funny because I have a lightsaber hilt on my arm, and it's the Skywalker saber. It's the one that Anakin then passes down to Luke, that then passes down to Rey. And I got the Skywalker saber because it's in all the movies, and it felt like, to me, that's the Luke saber from the original trilogy. Even though he has his own saber, and I know the green saber to a lot of people is the Luke saber. As I was talking about with the caller earlier, the Empire Strikes Back fight is my favorite fight in the saga. So I'm like, that's like, when I picture Luke Skywalker, I almost picture him with a blue saber, Empire jumpsuit on. I think that's the most badass outfit he ever wore as well. So I would probably go with the Skywalker saber. At the same time, I do love the Return of the Jedi Luke saber. It's like one or the other. Or you know what? Even before I would put the Return of the Jedi Luke saber, I'd put Qui-Gon. And it's like an interesting hilt because it's mostly grip. It's like a lot of black in relation to most lightsaber hilts. But that was the one I always wanted to play with as a kid. I always wanted to be Qui-Gon with the green saber. But overall favorite hilt is probably the one I got tattooed on my arm.
That's such a badass tattoo.
And it's my nephew, so I have like tattoos all over my arm. I've got this animal for my brother. I've got peace written in my mom's handwriting, love written in my grandma's handwriting. The fox is a matching tattoo with my sister. The Harley Quinn diamonds are for my niece Harley. The Luke lightsabers for my nephew Luke. And then I've got like hearts because my other nieces are last name Valentine, so I get the Valentine's hearts with their names on it. So it's mostly, family stuff. I got Lady Fox's handwriting on there. This arm is mostly like family stuff mixed with my interests for my first 25, 30 years of life. Do we have to stand on these? Oh, probably got to go like this. Boom, no? I thought that was the key. Boom. Maybe put R2 on one of these. Put R2-D2 on one of these bad boys. Get up there, R2. You got this. There he is. Alright, can't get him up on one. Oh, I can. Alright, here it is. Now use the Force, fuckers.
Rob, are you a Giants fan?
I am not a Giants fan. I am a Washington Commanders fan. Shout out Nate Dogg.
Abdul Carter.
I know, he's a fucking Darth Vader guy.
He tweeted, I need Star Wars Battlefront 3.
Oh, he tweeted that today?
Yeah.
He's a big Star Wars guy because I think when he got hurt, he tweeted himself in the Bacta tank.
Yeah. And then he came back. And then he came back and played pretty well.
Yeah, and then Clem, when they drafted him, Clem was wearing the Darth Vader helmet, and on the draft show he got shit. I think Brandon Walker was like, I don't know why Clem's wearing that. He's like, do your research. He's a Darth Vader guy.
I feel like Brandon Walker should be a bigger Star Wars fan than he is.
He should be because it's he's a big wrestling fan. He understands fandom and the intricacies and the politics that go behind it. It's all part of the same fandom. This is fucked, by the way, what I'm trying to do here. This game is not made for... I said we're going to finish Empire and get through Jedi. We'll see if we finish Empire. This shit's hard. R2 gets up on that. They go on that, and they don't use the fucking Force. They're the Jedi. R2 can't use the fucking Force.
Can you switch to Yoda and then lift them up?
No. He's too far away.
That's right.
Oh, Super Chat. No, it's a subscriber. I got my sounds confused. All right, here's where the stream fatigue is hitting me. All right. Oh,
you just hit
Luke and Yoda can do it for each other? Oh, so I just...
You just said 53,000.
53,000 on My Mom's Basement?
Yeah.
W in the chat. Who was the last subscriber? Did we have his name on there?
It said.
Thanks for 53,000.
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
These pretzels are making me thirsty. Talking this much is making me thirsty. I need some more Stella Blue. Shout out Stella Blue for sponsoring the stream. We love Stella Blue. We've got the dark chocolate espresso crispy protein bar. We've got the cold brew electric Ave dark roast. As I mentioned before, maybe my favorite, the Miss Peaches blend, medium roast. I met Miss Peaches for the first time a few weeks ago. A delight. She loved me, if I do say so myself. She kept coming over for pets. But I think she does that with everyone. I think Miss Peaches loves everyone. And that's part of the reason why people love her. We've also got this one, cinnamon sugar donut. Very, very tasty.
Miss Peaches, a lot smaller in person.
I would agree. She's not that big. She's probably like 40 pounds or something if I had to guess. My dog's about 40 pounds, and I would guess she's around the same size.
She's also the perfect dog.
Oh, she's the perfect dog.
Miss Peaches is perfect. It's crazy.
She is. All right, we talked about the Vader chopper before. Have you ever seen the R2 chopper? What is he doing on there? Hitting the Michael Jackson lean on it. There you go. Don't get ahead of yourself, R2. Don't get comfortable. Throw that shit in the wash. Shake it up a little bit. Use it as a bomb. Yeah. You build it back up. Kids, don't try that at home. Do not throw nuts and bolts into your washer and dryer and try to use them as a bomb. I can say won't work out well. No Last of Us tonight, Bob. That is one of the things I feel is tough to miss out on. But luckily, I feel the season cannot get, like, more spoilery from here. You know, like the biggest spoilerific thing to happen, I think probably happened already, if I had to guess. So please, I would appreciate no Last of Us spoilers in the chat tonight. Because, yeah, we're keeping it all about the wars. A droid biker gang would go so hard. They kind of half did that in Book of Boba Fett. People didn't really like it. But, you know, it was a half droid, half mech fucking spin around Spy Kids type shit. I didn't hate that as much as most people hated that. I like the idea of it, to be honest. I understand some of the spin around shit was a bit much, but that's Robert Rodriguez. When you sign up for a Robert Rodriguez show, it's going to be a bit over the top.
Little behind the scenes things real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I just get you to say what we're doing the rest of the night so I can...
Oh, yeah, for a promo?
Yeah.
All right, we're still live on the WWE. Look at me, I'm getting stream fatigue. All right, we're still live on the Star Wars 24-hour stream, and we've got a lot still coming. We're watching Revenge of the Sith tonight. We're playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. We're assembling a 1,000-piece Baby Yoda Lego set. We're doing a couple Star Wars paintings, making Star Wars breakfast, and more. Blue milk ahead. That's how the magic's made, ladies and gentlemen. Took 3 takes, but I got through it. See, I've been doing so many of the WWE 2K25 ad reads that almost every time a camera is on me now, I'm like, check out WWE 2K25, now in stores. Did anyone watch the opening episode of this season of Black Mirror? There's a thing in that where it's like, basically someone gets a chip in their brain and they don't realize it yet, but because they're not subscribed to the highest level of the chip in their brain, they just start saying ads out loud. So they'll be like, she's like teaching to her class, and she's like, and that's why you should use Ticonderoga pencils. They're the #1 pencil, and she has no recollection of it. But that's neither here nor there.
I just read such a good run. It's a Superior Iron Man run.
Ooh.
Where basically, I can't remember who is in Tony Stark's body. I can't remember who. But he is very bad and like is very into like gluttonous activity, and he basically releases like a chip Starlink into everyone's world that makes you good looking.
Oh, that's funny.
But then you have to subscribe. He gives it to everyone for 24 hours, and then he takes away. He's like, give me more money. And Daredevil, Daredevil was like very against him, yada yada yada, because it's in San Francisco. It's West Coast Avengers stuff.
Yeah.
And then Pepper Potts had a like failsafe. So a Tony Stark, like AI mental, like whatever, he basically uploaded his brain into like an AI thing, and it's a failsafe, so she activates it. And a symbiote, he's like testing symbiote, so symbiote connects to Superior Iron Man. It's a crazy storyline.
Damn, that sounds cool.
Superior Iron Man. It's a really good run.
Is that the run with Daredevil where he gives him sight for like?
Yeah, he gives him sight.
And he's like, I'm God, pretty much.
Yeah.
Tell you what, speaking of comics, the Marvel run of Star Wars comics is very underrated. It's very good. They did a good Darth Vader series. They did interesting stuff, some polarizing stuff, like on, I think in the main Star Wars continuity in the comics, like Luke had a quick, brief run-in with Vader on the Death Star. I think I'm accurate on that. So there's some stuff where people will be like, that's not fucking headcanon for me or whatever, but for the most part, it's good, and they dive deep into like the Vader stuff that people have wanted out of shows and Disney Plus series, where it's like showing how haunted he is and showing his discovery. Boba Fett, bringing the discovery to him that the person that destroyed the Death Star had the last name Skywalker. And there's this amazing panel of he's looking out, probably on like a Star Destroyer or something, and he just fucking destroys the entire window with like pain thinking about everything that he's experienced. It's good stuff. I would recommend it. Now a lot of it, I think some of it's over and compiled in graphic novels. I had some of the floppies. I had some of like the Midtown exclusive floppies, still do. And I've got a couple of the graphic novels, and I really like them.
Is that what a single issue is called? A floppy?
A floppy, yeah.
I love that.
Oh! R2, off a cliff. Sorry, R2, I didn't mean to do that. What did this do? What did this do if not? You gotta use the force up there or something?
Yeah, can you get that giant hook up there?
Yeah, what's going on with that giant hook? I gotta go back for some reason? Maybe use the force in a different way from here. Use the turrets. Half of my Lego Star Wars experience has been going, what the fuck's going on there? How do I do this? Go in there, man. You're inside. Alright, we're pulling off the fucking Let's Play for the 1000th time.
Did you already open the R2 door that's on the other side?
I did, and I think it was just for the mini kit.
Yeah.
Alright, I see him here. R2 does fly around, doesn't he? Oh, that's just for a mini kit as well. And Luke goes in. Alright, it's not working for this guy either. Oh, he hits the R2 thing again? Oh, he hits it again. Why would you make me hit it twice? I gotta open the first door with it, and then you're just supposed to do the exact same thing to open the second door? Lego Star Wars. You be clowning. Shout out to the Lego Stormtroopers. They're just friggin' hysterical. They're the comedic relief of these things, for sure. I mean, it's all pretty much comedy, but... Also, the Star Wars Lego, like, specials they've done, they're very skewed towards kids. It's not, like, as much, like, they're not really slipping in that much adult humor. But they are slipping in, from time to time, pretty funny jokes and, like, a make-fun-of way for Star Wars. They did one, like, Halloween special that was pretty good, where they kind of said, all right, fuck it, we're going to a few different Star Wars eras. We're using the world between worlds. They're basically like, oh, super chat. Andre Dreyer, I'll be back after watching The Last of Us.
99 cents through super
We'll see you afterwards. Hopefully it's a good episode. No spoilers, but come back and tell us how it was. David Snyder switching over to Last of Us. All right, HBO is going to take some of the stream, and that's totally fine. We're still leaving the stream running on my phone. That's nice, David Snyder. That's fine. You guys come back, and without any spoilers, let us know if you like the episode tonight. We'll keep it running with the wars. We'll make sure that the wars lights are staying on. Trust me, they're staying on. They're fine for a while. Hidden Empire stuff with Kira was really good. That was really good in the Star Wars comics. It was fucking cool to see them bring in Kira and explore that a little more. Honestly, that whole storyline they set up with Maul and her and Solo, like, that was a good storyline. I'd be interested in seeing that explored more than I'd be interested in seeing like a Solo 2 per se. And obviously you probably can't do a Kira story without Solo. But I don't know, maybe you can. I'd be there for it. Destroy that shit, Luke. You got a lightsaber now. Break it down. Break it down. Do we have a ton of confidence in Simon Kinberg running this new trilogy? No. And I don't dislike Simon Kinberg. I actually like quite a few of the X-Men movies that he was involved in. The issue is I don't have a ton of confidence in Lucasfilm putting together like one movie they announced at this point, let alone 3. When you tell me we have a trilogy in the works, my instinct is to go, like, do you? Like, I don't know if I have faith in that. They've canceled as many projects as they've greenlit, and it's just tough to put faith in them. Like, I'm happy they brought Ryan Gosling out at Star Wars Celebration Japan, because that was what gave me the confidence of like, all right, maybe this movie's gonna happen. But aside from that, I don't think I have much confidence in all that Star Wars projects.
You want a water?
Do you want a water or anything?
I got a water down here, thank you. What else do we got, chat? Chat's the chat that is sticking around. No spoilers, but was another good episode. Did you watch it already? Are you in a different time zone, Eddie Golda? That'd be cool. I know I'm dying a bunch here. Let me pause. Oh, I gotta build this shit. All right. This Let's Play, I would be fucking lost without it. This would be the whole 24-hour stream. Also, big shout. Nick is out of the room, so I shouldn't do it while he's out of the room. But big shout out to Nick and Jake again. Without them, this stream is just like me sitting on my ass playing video game to video game. They were like, let's put together a plan. Let's do some fun stuff and have like a more structured stream. And it's been way better because of it, for sure.
We're gonna keep it rolling.
We are keeping it rolling. Here we go. Here we go. Almost fucking 12 hours in. Doesn't feel like a thing.
No.
Now we're gonna be at 4 in the morning. I'm sure I'm gonna be like, fuck.
It's gonna be.
Dathomir.
Oh, Pete's gonna roll in at 8:20 in the morning and be like, "What are you guys doing?"
Yeah. I did ask Pete if he wanted to be in the Star Wars video. He said, "I have meetings." Sure you do, Pete. No, Jersey was 9 p.m. start. Oh, what time is it?
10.
Oh shit! The Last of Us is over?
Yeah.
Everyone's hopping off to go watch The Last of Us.
Someone in the chat brought it up earlier, and everyone was like, "Oh shit!"
I can't believe it's 10 already. This has flown by. The time is flying by. I hope it has for everyone else. Watching from Texas with my two-month-year-old. Watching from Texas with my 2-month-year-old. Go, Robbie, go.
Hey, everyone's tired.
Everyone's welcome. Your 2-month-year-old is welcome. Congratulations if it's a 2-month-old. If it's a year-old, also congratulations are in order. You had a kid. I appreciate that. You're bringing the basement to the next generation. You're subliminally making your 2-month-year-old a big My Mom's Basement fan. Game 7 OT Hockey is on and watching this stream on the side. Game 7 OT is on right now?
I got it on right here. I should probably turn it for you guys.
Oh, shit. I love me some playoff hockey. Obviously don't get it with my Rangers this year. Twitter stream was saying you have 73K in. True. Accurate numbers.
Twitter's so
Who am
funny.
I to say Twitter's wrong?
73,000 total?
Look at us flipping. This is like if the Empire fight was the fucking Phantom Menace fight. We're just going back and forth with the flips. Whoop! Whoop!
One of my favorite videos in Barstool history is when they're doing the case race, and it's the pan over to Hank when he's dressed up as Darth Maul. It's so funny.
And I loved when his team decided they were being the Sopranos. He was like, no, I'm Darth Maul. What do you not understand about that? So he was Molly Walnuts. It was so funny. Shout out Hank, also a big Star Wars fan. He'd be great to get on the stream. I wonder if he's awake.
They're probably doing PMT.
Oh, they probably are.
They might be waiting for this then.
Our stream?
It's on the third. I'm loving the idea of in the PMT studio.
Yeah.
It's you got PMT
He's
sitting
like,
there.
hold on, dude. He's fucking halfway through Empire. Hold on.
They're in the middle of interviewing like Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
And they're like, wait, what's that? Bob can't get off of Dagobah.
Can someone? Hey, Max, can you pull up the Let's Play for Bob? He's fucking struggling.
Dagobah's really giving it to him.
Oh, this is fun. This is a good time. I need R2 to fucking. This is a tag team. It's a handicap match. It's me and R2 versus Vader.
Has there ever been like a WWE Star Wars like match or anything like something crazy? Because I know you've interviewed Cody and he draws a lot of parallels to his storyline.
So the closest thing I would say is there was a Hell in a Cell match at WrestleMania 39, Edge versus Finn Balor, and Finn Balor came out as the Demon, and they both had kendo sticks. And if I recall correctly, the kendo sticks are just like bamboo sticks. For some weird reason, it's probably a Vince thing, they painted them like purple and red. So I recall seeing like a kendo stick fight that looked like a lightsaber fight, but that's the closest I think they came. Oh, he got Luke off the fucking platform. Can R2 fucking go fight Vader himself? Put the Thanos glove on and say, fuck it, I'll do it myself? I know, it's not the Thanos glove. It's the Infinity Gauntlet. I should have showed respect. This is a basement stream. This is a, forgiving, no judgment stream. Oh, I got him there. Here we go. Who's back of the week? Robbie Fox. That'd be nice. I've been on PMT, which is weird to say now, but I went on PMT multiple times. I did the first Dana White Pardon My Take interview. Was my first time meeting Dana, and I got to do it with them. That was very nice. I interviewed Jim Ross with them. I interviewed I think maybe one other person with them, and I read Mayweather McGregor week. I read the Jimbos of the week from live from a sports book. It was a live taping. Robbie, would you agree that the Party Scene is the best all-time low song of all time? I love that song. I probably wouldn't agree, to be completely honest. I love that song because I fucking love pop punk and punk rock, but I think the best all-time low song would have to be one of the ones that hits everyone. It'd have to be a Weightless, a Dear Maria, a Damned If I Do You, Damned If I Don't, a Lost in Stereo even, 6 Feet Under the Stars, Monsters, Some Kind of Disaster, Sleeping In, A Trouble Is, a Getaway Green. I could keep going. I really like all-time low.
Every time I pre-aim, I put on Stella.
Stella's so good.
It's such a good
Quite
one.
literally about the beer.
Yeah. Get the vibes going. Yeah, Stella, won't you take me home? Oh my god.
There he is.
I'm like 95. I just texted my mom. I'm like 95% sure that, because I'm from Baltimore and they're from Towson.
Yeah, they're from,
my mom worked with one of their moms.
Get out of here. They're like such good friends of mine. I'd love to know which mom.
I just texted her.
Thoughts on the Sean Levy, Ryan Gosling Star Wars movie? Very excited. I feel like that's the one where finally I'm like, I know I said we can't put a lot of faith in Lucasfilm coming forward with projects, but that's the one where I feel like we can. They both have good track records. Sean Levy puts out fucking blockbuster after blockbuster. I know some people give him shit, and they're like, oh, fucking schlock movies. Guess what, guys? I loved Deadpool and Wolverine. I loved Real Steel. I loved Night at the Museum. I loved Free Guy. He makes movies that I genuinely love. So I'm happy to have him part of Star Wars, and Ryan Gosling's one of my favorite actors in the world. Devin came in and said Nicky Smokes was right. Asajj Ventress can get it. Did you just watch something that changed your mind? Did you just watch Tales of the Underworld? Was that a big factor in being like, oh shit, I need a Stormtrooper helmet for this, I guess. What else do we got? Need you on the next Dungeons and Dragons episode with Nikki. I would love that. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons actually, and I know it'd be right up my alley. I would buy in. I would love I'm sure people have done it. Can you do Dungeons and Dragons, same rules and everything, but just Star Wars? Instead of going up the realm, you're we're going to fucking Tatooine?
Yeah, you could do it.
Yeah, they have
Anyway.
That would be awesome. I would play that in a heart. I would play regular Dungeons and Dragons too, don't get me wrong.
There's this thing called SW5E. It's a comprehensive overhaul of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition for a Star Wars campaign. It's built on the same mechanics as the 5th edition, with those mechanics expanded in these books, and on this website you will find everything you need to run a Star Wars 5e campaign.
Shit, has anyone in the chat done that? Has anyone done Star Wars Dungeons & Dragons? That could be awesome. Maybe, pardon my take, I could pitch that for the next May the 4th. They could do that.
We get Tim Woods in here on that.
Tim Woods seems like an awesome guy. I've never actually met him, but I love that guy. Absolutely, right? That's his thing? Absolutely.
He is shredded.
Shredded? Jacked?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
They cut to him on the yak once. He was working out in the gym before they recorded, and he is shredded out of his mind.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. He's always wearing a long sleeve hoodie or something.
I'm like that guy's just living the dream.
And I see people post all the time. He does he'll go to bachelor parties and host a Dungeons and Dragons thing. That is the fucking dream. Good for him. He's made it.
I can't remember it. That was when they're doing Barstool Gold stuff. I think Jordan Berry and Kelly Martin found them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because they did like a professional cuddler.
I remember that.
They had Marina's. They had Marina's dad, who's like a marine biologist.
Yeah, marine biologist. I remember that. I remember YP being like, they could just have me on. Well, they want like someone in the profession. You can book Tim Woods for what does that say? NY for an NY office show. It doesn't need to be PMT. Good point. But I feel like I would be kind of. I don't want to steal their gimmick, you know. Just steal their guy. Plus, like, way more people listen to My Mom's Basement. I feel bad doing that to them. There's a whole Star Wars tabletop RPG, different mechanics, but it's excellent, says Joe. What is it called, Joe? Let me know, because I would look into maybe, like, getting a crew together and playing that with fucking Clem and a bunch of us in the office that like Star Wars, Jeff. Maybe if he's in town one day, like, that would be fun for us to go through it, really commit to it, dress up, have a fun time. I'm a Rear Window kind of guy. Hitchcock was the man. Rear Window, a movie that I watched 2 or 3 years ago because Alec Sulkin recommended it to me. How about that to bring it full circle there? Alec Sulkin during COVID would just hit me up and be like, have you seen Rear Window? Have you seen a Hayden Christensen movie like Shattered Glass? Have you seen the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford? Is that the full title of that movie?
I think so.
He would hit me up and be like, have you seen this? Have you seen that? And have you seen Master and Commander? And my answer to all of these were like, no, no, no. He was like, all right, watch that. And he basically put me through like a little film school, and it was the coolest thing ever. It was just great movie after great movie.
What would you say is the most surreal Star Wars thing you've experienced because of Barstool Sports?
Has to be the Mark Hamill moment on GMA, which I guess I haven't even really like talked about like how that all came about on stream yet. Jeff D'Lo used to work at GMA, as I think most people know. He hit me up. We kind of talked about it with Jeff. And was like, hey, remember him saying, to promote Last Jedi, we're going to have Mark Hamill and Daisy Ridley in separately. They're coming in on separate days. Which one, like, I could probably get you here for one of the shows. Which one would you rather go to? I was like, all due respect to Daisy Ridley, who I was at that point in love with. I was not yet engaged, as we established. It was Bachelor Fox. I was like, all due respect to Rey. I mean, it's Luke Skywalker any day of the week. So he's like, all right, got me a ticket. It wound up being, the guest list was Margot Robbie and Mark Hamill, which was kind of like crazy. She was promoting I, Tonya, and he was promoting Last Jedi. Got delayed. I wound up getting the tattoo in between and all of that. And then I show up early. GMA records so early. You show up at like 5 in the morning or maybe even 4:30 in the morning or something. Check in. They put me in this room and they were like, we're going to have something like special happening for you. And I was like, okay. And they put me in a room with a bunch of other Star Wars fans. They're like, we have a special surprise for all of you. Now, because Jeff got me the ticket, I knew Mark Hamill was the guest that day. So I figured maybe these other people don't, and they didn't know. So I didn't say anything to anyone. And it was like a commercial break thing, where before they were throwing to commercial, they were going to be like, and check out who's coming out next. It's Mark Hamill, and he's surprising Star Wars fans. So we're all in this room, and I know I like pretty much know what they're about to do. And I'm like, how am I going to react? Like, I know Mark Hamill's about to walk through that door. I'm just going to kind of make a shocked face, like So I made the worst shocked face ever, to be honest. Like, we could probably go back and find that on Twitter somewhere. And funny enough, my cousin was in the hospital about to give birth to her daughter, and they had Good Morning America on in the emergency room, not the emergency room, the paternity ward or whatever. And she didn't know I was like going to GMA that morning, so she said it felt like a fever dream. She was like about to give birth. She looked up and saw me on TV with Mark Hamill and was like, what the fuck is going on? Then that was it. Like, I didn't get to talk to him or even say hi when he like surprised us. They brought him in for a second and they were like, all right, now he's going on TV. Get to your seats in the crowd. So we go to our seats in the crowd and watch the interview. And it was a good interview. They talked Last Jedi, whatever, promoted, general, like what you would expect from GMA. I didn't even know I was going to get the chance to meet him. Like, I kind of thought I wasn't going to get the chance to meet him. I was just happy to be that close to him. Then I hear Jeff, and like from across, like the whole GMA set, from here to the fucking, like, Sirius studio, whatever we call it now, radio room, he's like, get over here, like urgently. And I'm like, okay. And I felt like, I didn't even feel like I had the clearance. I like walked across the set of Good Morning America. They weren't on air or anything, but walked across the set, and they were like, I heard a producer say, like, this kid's got a Star Wars tattoo, you gotta take a picture with him. And I turned, and Mark Hamill was just there, and he's like, give me your arm. And he fucking snatched it, posed, and he put on that face. I should just show the picture, right? Should I pull it up on my computer?
If you Google or go to Twitter and do Twitter searches at Robbie Barstool, Mark Hamill, it's like your reaction is the first thing that
I was
pops
gonna
up.
say, I mean, if I type in like Robbie Fox on Google, it's the #1 picture that shows up now. Jeff D. Lowe was the one that took this picture. So that's another fun fact. Here, I got it on my screen now. Jeff D. Lowe took the most iconic photo I will ever take. Some people have said, Robbie, when are you going to change your profile picture? It's been the same forever. It will be the same forever. I'm telling you, this is it. This is all as good as you're going to get. That's as far as we're getting. It's Mark Hamill holding the lightsaber that's tattooed on my arm. To make matters even better, Mark Hamill took this picture and posted it on his own Instagram later that day. So let me see if I could find that as well. Because he had a caption that was fucking all, like, it was like not all about me, but he was talking about me. Mark Hamill, fan, committed. He said, like, if he was this committed, the least I could do is take a picture with him or have him actually committed. It was like such a funny Mark Hamill line. Here it is. On his own fucking Twitter and Instagram. This is so funny, too. I'll give you a little backstory behind this as well. What a devoted Star Wars fan. If Robbie Barstool, he fucking tagged me, was actually committed enough to tattoo a lightsaber on his forearm, the least I could do was hoist it proudly or have him actually committed. The entire GMA audience was beyond wonderful. Thank you all. I mean, growing up a Star Wars fan, being a Star Wars fan as an adult, it doesn't get better than that. Fucking Luke Skywalker tweeted that about me. It's mind-blowing. And the funniest part, he tweeted this. Mark Hamill tweeted this and put it on Instagram, and I freak out in the office. I go, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I remember Smitty was the first reply. And Smitty was like, reset the cum counter. Or see, he said something like that. Like crass, right? 2 seconds later, the tweet's deleted from Mark Hamill. And everyone in the office is like, oh my God. Even Smitty felt bad. He was like, did he fucking delete that? Because like he became aware if Barstool wasn't cool with it. Like what just happened?
Because it's Smitty Barstool.
He had a typo. It was literally like he wrote like what a devoted Star Wars fan and didn't hashtag Star Wars or something as simple as that. And he re-uploaded the tweet instantly, but there was a second where I was going to go full Anakin Revenge of the Sith on Smitty. And he was going to say, Master Skywalker, there's not enough of us. And I was just going to fucking ignite that lightsaber and go to town on him. But Mark Hamill posted that on his own fucking Instagram. Later that day, he's a guest on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. My brother texts me. My brother's like, bro, my friend is a stagehand on Colbert or whatever. He overheard Mark Hamill, talking about you. I was like, what do you mean, bro? What do you mean he overheard Mark Hamill talking about me? He's like, he said earlier today, I was at GMA, and there was a guy with a lightsaber tattoo. I fucking held it for a picture. He was like talking about it later that day. It's so crazy. The whole day is still surreal to me looking back on it. The way everything went, like if Mark Hamill didn't have to delay his appearance by 2 weeks, I don't have that tattoo. And maybe I get a picture with Mark Hamill, and that would have been life-making and everything. But that picture is like, I still get tweets randomly, like sporadically of like, don't know who you are, saw your tweet, just got to say dope profile picture, bro. Like people would just see that and they're like, that's pretty fucking cool. Because even the face he's making, that face, I remember Frankie saying, that face you could Photoshop out and put on a Star Wars poster. He was like, he just looks like he's like in the zone there. Let me see, you said if I look up.
I just said like at Robbie Barstool and then did just Mark Hamill.
I typed in at Barstool, at Robbie Barstool.
It was like the first thing that popped up.
There's his tweet. There's me. There's like my two idols within months, which one of them, went down a rougher path. I don't see the. Did you see the video?
No, just a photo.
Oh, just a photo. You were saying.
Crest on my chest.
Oh, Crest on my chest is one of my guys. I play Marvel Rivals with him.
Oh, so just do at Robbie Barstool. I mean, maybe I misspelled Mark Hamill. MarkHamil.
Oh no, I did 2 L's. It's 2 L's, but if I go like that and then, oh yeah, here it is. Get you someone that looks, oh my God, Crest on my chest was fucking following in 2017. I didn't realize that. Crest on my chest, if you're out there, I appreciate you, dude. So this was it. Get you someone that looks at you like Robbie looks at Mark Hamill. So it's all of us in this group full of people, and all of these people are like, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? I'm like, I don't know. We're all Star Wars fans, right? Like, whatever. And this host, I forget her name. She's like a super famous news anchor. She actually came over and was like, this guy's got a tattoo, and it's the real deal, right? Show it off, Robbie. And I felt so uncomfortable. I was like, yes, it's real. But this is the like actual scene that my cousin watched as I was trying to act surprised. I was, genuinely in awe, but I wasn't surprised. But yeah, that was November 30th, 2017, which is crazy. In 2 years, we're going to come up on 10 years of that. Wild. Because honestly, that day feels like it was yesterday. That was the other thing I mentioned when Jeff was on. As I'm waiting, before we even have that like surprise moment, that fake surprise moment for me, someone walks up to me and they go, hey, are you a Star Wars fan? Or an older guy, camera guy. Are you a Star Wars fan? I said, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Yeah, I'm here for Mark Hamill today. He goes, what do you think about Jar Jar Binks? And I thought that was such a weird thing to say. But as a child of the prequels, I genuinely have no animosity towards Jar Jar Binks. I get that. Maybe he's a bit much, the fucking poodoo, blah, blah, blah. Jar Jar was like one of the funniest comedic figures of my entire childhood. So I answered accurately. I was like, I think he's great. I think he's hysterical. The guy was like, oh, yeah? I was like, yeah. He goes, it's my son. And I was like, wait a minute, what? What do you mean Jar Jar Binks is your son? And he was like, my son played Jar Jar Binks. And I was immediately like, Ahmed Best? And he was like, yeah, so-and-so Best. Nice to meet you. And I was like, holy fuck. Like, are you here just to shoot Mark Hamill? He's like, no, I work on Good Morning America. I'm not a Star Wars, like, leecher. But the entire day was just, it was a whirlwind. I remember coming back to the office and Ebony saying, I just love to see you living out all your dreams, Robbie. I was like, thanks, Ebony. I appreciate that. She probably didn't even know who Mark Hamill was. But she was supportive. And then I remember I went down to the second floor, the old second floor, that corner room. And I was just like, I got to lock in and write a blog about this. And I blogged it. You could probably still read the blog. It's up there. I'm sure it's probably got some cringy lines, maybe some cum jokes. Sorry if there's still kids watching. No, we're not. We're in the kids are not watching.
It's Toonami.
Yeah, we're in the
Adult
Toonami
Swim.
fucking. Yeah, we're in the Adult Swim portion of the stream. We should have saved Nicky Smokes for that, eh?
Probably have a couple pups and it'd be Darth Smokes.
Nicky Smokes rocks.
Oh man.
He absolutely that is the absolute word I would use to describe him. The only word I would use to describe him. He rocks.
He's just like what Barstool is, just unabashedly himself.
Yeah. Him putting the sloth at his desk and going to the Cubs game, hysterical. I loved it. I really loved it.
A week before he gets
a week before he has to ask for a new contract. He rocks.
The last name was Merrick.
Zach Merrick. Holy
Yeah.
shit, the bass player.
Oh yeah, shit.
And your mom worked with his mom?
Yeah, in Baltimore.
I'm gonna tell him he's the bass player too. I'm a bass player myself. I fucking love bass players.
At a paper like a stationery company.
I will never be as good a bass player as Zach Merrick. He is nasty. And Zach Merrick he did it right. He grew up, he got famous in a cool rock and roll band. What'd he do? He moved to Hawaii. He lives in Hawaii now. He fucking surfs in Hawaii and he cleans up their beaches. He's a good guy.
I'm gonna grab those salads. You guys want them?
Oh, those salads. Yeah, I forgot about the salads. We're eating healthy, chat.
After Shake Shack.
Yeah. Stay on that, R2. Fucking stay on that. I use the Force. Stay on that. Shouldn't use the Force against R2. It's not nice.
I forgot you went to the Walk of Fame with.
Oh, yeah, the Walk of Fame was also... So that's a good story to tell as well. A few months after this happens, I kind of felt like I was becoming, at that point, more not just MMA. After I met Mark Hamill and everything, I felt like, all right, like, I could cover, like, Star Wars and the stuff that I like, too, right? Like, so I said to Dave, and I really didn't think he would say yes to this. It's like, hey, Mark Hamill's getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Can I go to L.A. and cover it? And he said yes right away. He was like, yeah, it sounds like a good video. Like, go crush it. And I was like, holy shit. So I planned a bunch of stuff to do in LA that weekend. I made like 4 or 5 man on the street videos. I made one in Venice Beach, one at a Holy festival with Dallas Braden. I made one walking up and down the LA Sunset Strip, looking at all the basically did. Thank you. Top one. I basically did a man on the street with no other interviews. I was just talking to the stars on the sidewalk. Thank you. But the big main event attraction was Mark Hamill was getting a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Other context to that, to get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, you have to pay like $30,000, get approved by a group. Like, you have to pay for it, actually, and then you pay a yearly fee to upkeep, like the sidewalk cleaning fee or something near it. It's a very weird process, and if you pay attention, it's almost always done as a promotional tool. So for Mark Hamill, it was the DVD release of The Last Jedi. They were like promoting that, so they gave him a star. And I was like, maybe we fucking go and he remembers me, or maybe we could go get an interview. We tried to get credentialed. I remember they were being such assholes about credentials. So me and John Kelly just showed up early. We were filming them putting the star in before we were supposed to. We were filming fans online asking. We were trying to sneak into the right spot. We could never get into the right spot. So the video is interesting. It's like a fine video, but it's not great because we didn't get any real access and we couldn't really see very well. But Ryan Johnson was there to support him. And as we're leaving, we went and shot like a quick scene at the Grauman Chinese Theater. I think it's got a different name now, the TCL Chinese Theater, I think it's called. Really cool theater. If you're ever in LA, have a chance to go to it. It's like worth checking out because it's historic. It's where they have the R2-D2 and C-3PO handprints in the cement. Now they have like Jay and Silent Bob in there too, like all movie stars and stuff. We go and shoot a quick scene with R2-D2's handprints in the cement, or feet prints, however you want to call them. And then I see a commotion, and I said, let's see what that commotion's about. We walked over there. It was Ryan Johnson. So I walked up to Ryan Johnson. I was like, Ryan, I fucking love The Last Jedi. Huge fan. Can I get a quick picture? And we took a picture together. He was super nice. And that was like a nice bonus after we got denied so much access. I was like, holy shit, I met Ryan Johnson, and I felt good kind of getting to tell him, hey, I liked the movie you made. I know you're taking it online right now, but there's fans, and I'm one of them. So that was cool. That's why I bought that yellow jacket that I was wearing before, the throne room jacket. I need to pull up the Let's Play again. This is fucked. Absolutely fucked. All right, but you know what makes me feel better is every time I pull up the Let's Play, the like most watched spike is exactly where I'm stuck. All right. I lower that friggin' thing. I get R2-D2. He should go on the platform by himself, and I don't know why he doesn't. He's not a well-trained droid. And then he uses that, and Vader gets blasted off again, and then I fight Vader. All right. I mean, it seems simple. When I see it in the last place, I'm like, I must be just an idiot. Kill all the troopers. And again, we're going to break for the like transition over to the other video in a little bit, probably like 20-ish minutes. We're going to break, and you're going to be able to, you know, continue on the second stream. We'll come right back. It's just the YouTube thing. YouTube is the only one that I think makes it difficult with the 12-hour thing. Which is weird. Like, I can't believe YouTube, it's 2026 and you can't do a 24-hour stream. People do these. They're famous. Mr. Beast. KSI. YouTubers. Get on there. Go get on here, R2. Over here. Alright, see, he did it there. I feel like sometimes with the Let's Play, it's like, you know, when you're a kid and your mom's like, hey, can you grab me my sunglasses from my pocketbook? And you're digging in there for hours, and you're like, Mom, they're not in there? And then she reaches in there and pulls them out like she knew exactly where they were, like, before she even reached in there. That's what it feels like with the Let's Play. Where I'm like, there's no way it's this easy. And then it just happens. Tell you what, the only wear and tear of the stream I'm feeling? This couch, not good for back support.
You can roll in a chair.
Oh, Casey. Casey, I just saw it. Oh, and I walked off the map as I was reading that. Made me look even worse. He says, hey, Bob, I listen to My Mom's Basement all the time. My son's loving the stream, but doesn't understand why you are stuck on this level. You know what? I don't really understand it either. If we're all being honest, clearly I don't understand it. It should be the fucking last level of Empire, because I'm fighting Darth Vader at this point. But the stormtroopers, they don't stop. Like, chill out. Give me a break. Fucking son of the most evil man in the world here. Now I'm stuck as R2. Jesus. Alright, let's take these hearts down. Boom. Oh, he got me first. Boom. Alright, now he's fucking back up there, and I gotta do this over and over again. This is feeling like homework. Can I beat Empire before we have to fucking stop for the next part of the stream? I thought we were getting Jedi in here. I was being ambitious. My eyes were bigger than my stomach there. Thought we were destroying 2 Death Stars on stream. We ain't. Can't wait to watch Rogue after Andor ends. Yeah, that'll be great to watch Rogue One right after the finale. I'm with you there. And then fucking A New Hope right into it. See the Tantive go over? You gotta go right into A New Hope. I think, am I right in that, I want to say Carrie Fisher passed shortly after Rogue One came out, and I think that's why, I think it was right after, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I showed my sister A New Hope for the first time, because she also came to the Rogue One premiere with me. Not a big Star Wars fan, but that was one she enjoyed, because you don't have to be a Star Wars fan to really like that. And then I was kind of like, all right, Carrie Fisher just passed away. And the only, technically, like, Princess Leia you've ever seen was just a de-aged Carrie Fisher. I was like, I gotta show you fucking Carrie Fisher at her peak. Especially, like, to show my sister, like, is a fucking badass woman in movies in the 70s. She's the damsel in distress, or so you think. And then she's like, get in the fucking trash chute, boys. It's the best. Shout out Carrie Fisher.
I do like that Billy Lord, her daughter, is, like, all in to be in Star Wars movies.
Oh, yeah. Billy Lord is in The Last Jedi. She's in, I think she's briefly in all the sequels.
Yeah, yeah.
But she has the most kind of role in The Last Jedi.
They give her the small Leia buns at one point.
Yeah, and I like that too. Like this subtle stuff. I, honestly, like, I know it's sensitive because it's Carrie, but like, if you wanted to do a young Leia thing at some point that wasn't child Leia and you wanted to have Billy Lord play her, I think fans would be down for that.
Mm-hmm.
She looks a lot like her mom did at that age. They have like the same eyes.
Yeah, because you do like in Andor, like Leia's around. She's currently a diplomat, right?
Yeah, she's like, I guess, Padme age.
Yeah.
Because she's 19 by the time A New Hope starts, and right now we're 4 years before that, and we're going to get to the point where we're 3 years before, 2 years before, and 1 year before it. Are you guys caught up on Andor?
Yes.
I'm not. I don't know. First season?
I didn't know if you were talking to us or to Jeff for a second.
There's a recasting.
Oh,
they
that's
did.
crazy.
It is crazy, and I'm so
get it.
conflicted about it. Yeah, I get it too.
I get it, but
if he's a
also-
big part of the show,
If that's the case, if it was just that scene, you could go to Jimmy Smith's apartment.
yes,
And pop up a green screen.
yes,
Like-
and he must be a bigger part of it, I assume, of the rest of the season if they were to include him. But I almost wanted like an MCU-ass line where they see him and they're like, "Oh, looking slim,"
Yeah.
something like that, where it's just like acknowledge that this isn't the guy that we've seen play this character in the prequels, Obi-Wan, Rogue One. Like oh my god, I just swan dived off the cliff there.
Just 20 years of it.
Like he's been doing this he's so associated with the character at this point. Oh, I gotta do this every time. See, my issue with the level is I'm like, all right, I did that. What's next? And sometimes what's next is exactly what you just did. Just you got to do it again and again, and that's where I'll struggle.
What's the most famous one of those where they replaced the person in the second movie? I can't think about it.
Most famous recasting where they replaced the person in the second movie.
It's like literally in my
The
head.
Dark Knight, Rachel.
No.
Back
she's
to
okay.
Back to the Future, like replaced them in the first one. Then they replaced the dad. I think.
I can't remember. What movie was I thinking of?
Was it like a main character or like a?
Oh.
It was like, and they made like a joke about it. It was like, yeah, shave them up. I mean, obviously,
Oh,
Harrison Ford.
are you thinking of Iron Man 2? Are you thinking of Rhodey?
Rhodey.
Yeah,
That's what I was
Rhodey.
thinking.
Yeah,
Yep.
that is he's such a classic one where he's like, he walks into him, he goes, "It's me, just deal with it. I'm here." He goes, "It's me, I'm here, just deal with it." That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's like almost like the gold standard almost. Like,
Yeah.
I also think the second casting was so much better than the first. I can't picture Terrence Howard in Endgame and Infinity War. Like, Rhodey is Don Cheadle, to me at least.
That's what's kind of sick. Is in the 1985 Secret Wars, it's Rhodey. It's not Tony Stark.
As Iron Man, right?
Yeah.
And I dig that too. Rhodey's badass, and hit the bingo marker. I'm gonna bring it up on every episode of My Mom's Basement and the 24-hour stream. It's part of the thing I didn't like so much about fucking Secret Invasion. You're telling us that what, he was a fucking Skrull since Civil War? I don't like that shit. I wanted him to be there for his best friend's death in Endgame.
Yeah.
Retcon that. Just fucking say that ain't canon anymore. He was there for Endgame.
do what you did to Taskmaster.
Yeah.
Just
You're like, we're gonna try again at some point down the line. Forget that happened. I gotta be close to fucking finishing Vader here, right? There's no way. I didn't mean that, R2. And now he died just as I said that.
And Viv, they just swapped her in and out.
And Viv, yeah, it's a big one.
It's a big one.
She lasted a couple seasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she was the first 2 or 3.
But I think they hated the actress, right? Was that the story behind it? She was just hard to deal with?
She hated Will Smith.
Oh.
I think.
Maybe she was fucking ahead of the times. People hate him now. I still kind of fuck with Will Smith. I know the slap is great, but like, I don't fuck with maybe him as a person, but him as an actor. It's one of those things. Like, I get Tom Cruise is crazy in real life, but it's not going to stop me from watching Mission Impossible. There we go. I shattered the window. We got to be close.
Can't bring up Secret Invasion, Casey says. You're right.
Oh shit, Benjamin went and watched episode 2. He said he was going to watch episode 2 to prepare for our episode 3 watch. He just came back and said, just finished episode 2. When are you starting 3? And he gave a super chat to that as well. Thank you very much, Benjamin. That was very, very cool of you to follow along. We'll be starting episode 3 towards the front of the next stream. So it'll be, I don't know, maybe a half an hour? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably go down at like 10:50. So like 8 minutes. To be
Okay.
safe.
Probably go down at about 10:50, Nick said, if you didn't hear him. And we'll come back up as soon as we get the stream up. So make sure you're staying tuned, and please don't drop off when we hop to the next stream.
The stream will redirect to that one.
Oh, it will. Perfect.
Yeah. But you do have to click a button to switch over.
Yeah.
Let me make that one up.
This game is in double overtime, by the way.
Double OT, still in OT. Yeah, let us know if someone scores. I'd be curious.
People are furious that you have Return of the Jedi.
In S tier?
In S tier.
Really? But the original trilogy is the original trilogy, man. You gotta
And then
show
they're
respect
also
to every
really
one of
mad.
those.
They're really mad. You have The Force Awakens and Last Jedi in the same breath as Andor.
And you know what? I stand by that. I think I enjoy all of them the same, and when I say the same, it's tremendously. Like, I enjoy them all to a crazy level. I've rewatched The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi a lot more than I've rewatched Andor. And I will. And Andor is, for sure, unquestionably, better made and a better show, technically. But is it more fun than those movies? Not to me. Those movies are probably more fun. Those movies feel like Star Wars more than Andor feels like Star Wars to me. That's not a knock on Andor, because one of the big highlights of Andor, what you're looking for in Andor, is that you don't want it to feel like Star Wars. You want it to feel like adult Star Wars. Here we go. I think this has to be the fucking end, right? I think I beat Empire. He cut the hand off. This is the best. He shows him the Polaroid to tell him, because they didn't have dialogue yet. I love that. You came from the belly. He's like, no! This is good shit. As a kid, what was this? You said 2006 this came out. I was 8 years old. Height of comedy right there.
Someone just said, I just loaded Fortnite and it has all Star Wars stuff, so it's cool seeing Cody Rhodes running around with a Sith lightsaber.
Oh, that is. I'm sure Cody would love to see that. Fucking send a screenshot to Cody on Twitter or Instagram or something. What was the Star Wars game growing up? What was the Star Wars game that got a lot of crap for allowing microtransactions to buy all the characters and weapons? I think that was Star Wars Outlaws, the recent one, with some microtransaction stuff. But I don't know if it was all microtransactions and shit. We did it! We beat Empire. It took a long time. It took us fucking hours. We played it through multiple segments, and if you were here with us for Hoth.
Started with Connor Griffin?
Yeah. Started with Connor Griffin. We went through Eddie, the continued story. There's no way it's another level, right? It's just like the ending scene where they go pick up Luke, turn the ship around. We do that moment.
5:30 when we started.
Chapter 6.
Yeah, but we did a couple Q&A.
Oh my God, Betrayal over Bespin's a whole nother level? I mean, I'm obviously not playing it. We have to take the stream down. No, they're just picking Luke up, right?
We do have 10 minutes.
We got some time.
Yeah, we're at 11:45.
No, it's all the Han stuff I forgot is a different level. I can't believe I didn't beat it. Interesting that they saved this for the end, too. I feel like that's a weird choice from Lego Star Wars. You should have put this before the Luke Vader battle.
I was going to say, I thought they just skipped over all this for a second.
Because by the time Luke shows up here, they're taking Han through Carbonite. But I love this moment. Fucking pew, 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 pew. To answer an earlier question on a random character you'd like to have a spin-off, Sebulba. Dude had a great career after Anakin left Tatooine. Did he? Did he go on to have some good stats? Shows have less rewatchability. That's true. And don't get me wrong, I have rewatched a lot of Andor, like specifically the prison arc, of course. One Way Out. Star Wars The Old Republic was the old MMO that I'm sure had a bunch of that. Oh, maybe it was that, Sam. And this Leia, they reuse, I think, the character mold for like a Padme. And you could tell it doesn't really look much like Leia's hair design in that. Also, you rewatch Empire, you almost forget just how much Lando was macking on Leia. To an insulting level. Right in front of Han.
I still think Donald Glover was a great casting for that.
Great casting. Honestly, maybe my favorite part of Solo is the casting of Donald Glover as Lando. And he still swears, that's one of those projects I feel like I can't put my faith in because I've been hearing about it for so many years, but he still swears that project is coming, that him and his brother, I believe, are writing it, and it went from a TV show to a movie, I think, or maybe the opposite, maybe a movie to a TV show, but I think it was TV show to a movie. And I'd be down for that for sure. Like, give us more Lando adventures. He's the perfect character in Star Wars to give us more adventures of, I feel like. I don't think I should be blasting all the Cloud City residents, especially as Lando. He kind of like speaks for them and whatnot. Wow. Filmmaker Jeff, Robbie, you're the man. I have spoken. Shout out Filmmaker Jeff, you're the man, dude. Always showing support, always being nice. I like that guy. I think he might be from Jersey too. He might be a fellow Jersey guy because I know he's a big Sopranos guy. So at least East Coast, I think he's from. Shout out Filmmaker Jeff. Take down Boba. Boba's a much easier boss than fucking Darth Vader. I guess as he should be. Stellan as Luthen or Donald as Lando are the best castings. Oh my god. Stellan Skarsgård as Luthen Rail. So fucking good. That monologue, I share my dreams with ghosts. I'm planting the seeds of a tree I know I'll never get to see. All that shit. And how about this? I read recently, I had no idea, but apparently Stellan Skarsgård actually had a stroke a few years ago, and since then has had issues with memory and gets all of his lines fed to him through an earpiece when he's acting, which almost makes that, like, obviously makes it more impressive in terms of the memory thing, but it almost makes it more impressive to me in terms of, like, how do you stay focused delivering your lines as you have lines in your ears? But I guess that's what makes Stellan Skarsgård A1 actor. I just watched The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo for the first time.
So good.
He's so good in that, so creepy in that, foreboding.
He's in every.
I mean, people forget how big a factor he plays in the first fucking Avengers movie.
Yeah.
Huge part of the first Avengers movie. Brainwashed on the top of the fucking Empire State Building.
Baron Harkonnen
in Dune, and he's amazing in that too.
I didn't know he was in Mamma Mia. He's Bill.
Rewatched Rogue One, and Andor says he's never been locked up.
but he's been in those prison episodes. Oh, interesting take. Maybe he's just trying to, in Andor, you know, you could retcon it. You could say, oh, I love this. When you're playing as Lando and you accidentally hit Leia, he doesn't let you. He just goes up to her and starts macking. What was I just going to say there? I might have lost it. Stream fatigue is hitting.
Stellan Skarsgård is also Bootstrap Bill from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh my god, he is too.
Yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean franchise is awesome. At least
So
the first
good.
3. Then I know it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
The first 3 are incredible. We just go back, fight our way back through.
That's something that's IP that they gotta like really do again.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, I ain't finishing Empire on this stream. That's a promise. That's a guarantee. That's a Bob Fox. Maybe later, but not on this stream.
I don't know. We still got 12 hours. So
Yeah, that's what I
never
mean.
say
We
never.
got 12 hours, but like not on the part 1. He has the most minifigures, I believe. Who has the most minifigures?
Lando?
No way does Lando have the most minifigures, does he?
Luke probably does, right?
You would think it would have to be X-Wing Luke, fucking Cloud City Luke, Dagobah Luke, Tatooine Luke. Maybe R2. Do something here. They fly in, then we go back. No, we do go back. All right. I was right the first time. Dune, Pirates, Star Wars, and still one more I forgot. I guess Avengers you forgot there. Oh, I turned to R2 here. Turn it off. Bob Fox, how we doing? Still going strong? I think so. I think maybe if you're watching, maybe you could see the fatigue hitting where I'm like losing my train of thought sometimes. Or being like, what the fuck was I talking about there? Stuff like that.
Revenge of the Sith will be good. It'll be a good reset.
Revenge of the Sith will be a good reset because it won't involve as much like 24/7 talking. Don't get me wrong, we're not going to sit here in silence for 2.5 hours. But, we'll watch a scene together and then we'll fucking talk about it afterwards. Gonna play any Outlaws on the stream. Not planning on Outlaws, actually. Planning on Battlefront 2 OG. And that'll be fun. And you'll see, I am much better at that game than I am this game. I'm nasty at Battlefront 2 OG. Nasty. We're talking Nick Merckx on steroids. We're talking Ninja on his best day. Nasty. R2, there was one of these doors that R2 could open. I couldn't get access to. Was it over here? Nope. Currently building the Lego Millennium Falcon. First time tuning in tonight, although I know you've been going hard all day. Much respect. Hey, thanks, Dave Doc. We're about to swap over to the second part of the stream, so make sure you hop over there. And I'll be building Legos later tonight. I'll be joining you on the Lego train. Oh, super chat. Basement memes again. I'm rewatching The Last Jedi for the third time ever, and I'm afraid to say it's growing on me. Okay, that's what this is all about. Maybe look at it from a different point of view and it becomes a different movie. R2, we go down here, then you turn into Leia. Leia can blast through a door? Can she?
One door.
Oh, 3PO is the only access to that. Even the watch plays I'm watching, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, R2 could access that door, I see. Here we go. Today is me and my wife's wedding anniversary. We bonded over watching the first 6 movies when we started dating. We had a slight Star Wars theme to our wedding. I found a keeper, 7 years and going strong.
Wow.
What a nice love story. Some I love you, I know shit. Very nice. Thanks for sharing that. Good vibes.
Ready to switch?
Ready to switch on over. All right. So here's where we end part 1 of this stream. Thanks to everyone that joined. And we're just going to swap right on over to part 2. So stick around. You'll have to hit one button, but it'll redirect. And at the other end of the stream, you'll see a fan film that Clem and I made, followed by Revenge of the Sith, a live screening.